Chapter 842. In Spark City, the Ice Crystal King, the Orchid Queen, and the others all had expressions of extreme shock in their eyes. Even Luoshi, who was in the process of breaking through, couldn't help but glance at the blood-red figure in the sky. Although they all knew that after a few months, the strength of Chaoxing's territory would see a significant increase, they hadn't expected it to be so dramatic, instantly killing 3 legends with a single strike. Even they felt a sense of mortal danger under that single strike. This truly was killing legends, like killing dogs. The Orchid Queen murmured, "Is this your current strength? It's incredible." The Grey Mist King excitedly stood on a stool, and said excitedly, "Ha ha. It looks like I don't even need to do anything. The North Wind Alliance will be completely annihilated. It seems it won't be long before we can go to the North Wind Alliance and divide their inheritance." The Ice Crystal King's eyes flickered, for he knew that this was not yet Chaoxing's true strength. In the distant North Wind Alliance, the remaining 8 legendaries were utterly horrified. Though they had survived that blow, over 300 million in true damage was no small feat. Except for the old man with the sacred tree, everyone else's health had been completely depleted, less than 1/10. No one had expected this outcome. They had arrived with such fanfare, intending to intimidate Chaoxing. But before the fight even began, they were facing utter annihilation. This disparity left them believing they were dreaming. At the same time, Chaoxing's icy voice shattered their last shred of hope. "I told you, destroying you is easy. Since the guys behind you won't come out, I take care of you first, and then I slowly deal with those guys." With a wave of his hand, he finished. Marinina understood his meaning, and vanished from the spot. A wave of fear washed over her like a tide, and the faces of the legends of the North Wind Alliance paled. The Silver Lion King shouted, "Hurry, save us! If we're all wiped out, no one will be able to teleport the Mother of the North Wind." As his voice fell, a pink mist rose, enveloping the North Wind Alliance. At the same time, everyone heard a charming laugh. Hee hee. This laugh seemed to contain some primal desire, and just hearing it made their hearts beat faster and their blood surge. Men, women, young and old, even the yaks and goats in the cattle shed, all felt an uncontrollable restlessness. They began to neigh restlessly and run about aimlessly. Chaoxing seemed to realize something and quickly called out, "Marlenina, come back." The Valkyrie immediately halted her attack. With a flash of light, she vanished from the spot. When she reappeared, she was once again standing above Spark City. The pink mist that enveloped the people of the North Wind Kingdom began to spread rapidly, covering dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye, as if dyeing half the sky pink. And within this pink mist, an enchanting figure slowly emerged. With every step she took, a vibrant dark red rose blossomed beneath her feet, its sweet, dizzying fragrance filling the air. How rude. A soft, yet alluring voice rang out, and the figure gradually revealed its true form. Her bare, snow-white feet, her long, slender legs faintly visible beneath the veil. Her slit skirt swayed gently with her steps, revealing the alluring rose tattoo on her thigh. Her ample breasts were barely concealed by the translucent veil, a faint glimpse of her alluring cleavage. Looking upward, one beheld a face of utterly alluring beauty. Her plump, cherry-like lips were painted dark red, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly upward, hinting at a subtle allure. Her eyes, of different colors, seemed to penetrate the deepest desires of the human heart. This woman, the mere sight of her, made one's mouth dry with thirst, and one longed to tame her. I've long heard of Lord Chaoxing's reputation, and meeting him today, I can see he's truly worthy of the reputation. I love to have in-depth conversations with powerful beings like you. As her alluring voice rang out, the survivors of the Spark Legion's eyes flushed red. The live stream was in an uproar. Who is this woman? Why do I feel such an urge just by seeing her? She's amazing. She's the best of the best. Mom. Mom. Step on me. I want her so badly. If I could be with her, I'd be willing to become a legend and wield a legendary weapon. Many of the survivors, even across the screen, were affected. Even the vines on the city walls began to stir uncontrollably, a sign of primal desire being ignited. However, Chaoxing remained impassive. This level of mental temptation had long since lost its effect on him. I, Chao, never associate with nameless individuals. If you want to communicate with me, first tell me your name. The woman in the sky chuckled softly, covering her mouth. You're such an impatient person. You can call me Nemesis or the Goddess of Desire. She stretched lazily, revealing her fair waist. As she moved, countless illusions of entangled bodies began to emerge from the pink mist. The sweet fragrance that permeated the air grew stronger, making everyone's heartbeat accelerate. The survivors of the Spark Legion began to breathe rapidly. their breaths quickening as they couldn't help but experience a physiological reaction. Oh my god, this woman is exaggerating. Yes, I be honest, I'm fine now. Then you're quite happy. Just then, a melodious piano note rang out. Clang. The piano sounded like a gentle breeze, gradually calming everyone's restless hearts. The survivors of the Spark Legion stared at the sky with fear. The Ice Crystal King and other legendary figures, upon hearing the title God of Desire, had grown extremely serious. They involuntarily grasped their weapons. Although the aura emanating from this woman was only that of a demigod, as a former deity, this woman was definitely not simple. She might possess methods beyond their comprehension. The Ice Crystal King quietly drew his kingdom's holy sword and signaled Chao Xing with his eyes. The other kings, including Chao Xing, also prepared for battle. However, Chao Xing glanced at Luo Shi, who was quietly breaking through nearby, and hesitated to act. Not only that, he even put on a smile. So, it seems you two are a deity who escaped from the abyss. But I heard that those who can enter that place are gods, who have committed sins. He asked calmly, can you tell me why you were imprisoned there? Hearing this question, the God of Desire in the sky suddenly faltered her smile, a glint of darkness in her eyes. I haven't done anything wrong. I was just tricked by those women. If she was about to continue when the Silver Lion King beside her hurriedly warned, don't continue talking to him. This other world is stalling for time, waiting for. That woman has achieved a breakthrough to demigodhood. By then, we won't have a chance. The Goddess of Desire snorted softly, her charming smile returning. Of course I know he's stalling for time, but he won't succeed. Breaking to demigodhood isn't easy. Some people won't let her succeed. After a pause, she suddenly changed the subject. Of course, you're right. Although I'm very interested in this little guy, I can wait until I'm done with this important matter before slowly discussing it with him. She deliberately enunciated the last two words, with extra ambiguity. Then, she clapped her hands softly. Come out, everyone. As the voice fell, the sky suddenly distorted strangely, like a piece of paper being violently rubbed, its surface covered in cracks. Crack! With a crisp, shattering sound, the space on the left shattered like a broken mirror, sending out countless spatial fragments. These fragments all converged in one place, forming a formless figure. His body constantly changes between male, female, old and young, with each form having a different expression. Crying, laughing, sad, angry. What a bustling scene! Thousands of different voices emanated from his body, sending chills down the spines of the listener. Even off to the right, the clouds began to distort and shift, like countless mirrors reflecting each other. Then, a disembodied figure emerged from within. His entire body seemed composed of transparent sound waves, and every step he took left a string of frozen notes in the air. Busy, bustling, bustling. His words automatically echoed in 3 waves, reverberating for a long time throughout the city. Including the God of Desire, 3 terrifying beings appeared simultaneously. From them, waves of suffocating divine power continuously emanated. The entire Spark City began to tremble violently, and bricks and stones began to fall from the city walls. Even the stasis magic shield above him began to twist and deform under the influence of the transparent sound wave figure. It seemed as if it would burst like a bubble in the next second. At that moment, the hundreds of millions of survivors in the live stream were utterly shocked. Especially when those 3 terrifying creatures appeared, the number of viewers in the live stream began to soar again. None of them had expected so many unexpected events to unfold at today's completion ceremony. First, a dozen Northern Alliance legends had appeared, and now 3 such bizarre and powerful creatures had appeared. This was the first time they had ever seen a being of this magnitude. However, simply watching those ever-shifting forms through the screen sent a sharp pain through their brains. Strange hallucinations kept flashing before their eyes, as if they would pass out on the spot if they continued watching. Holy shit, what kind of monsters are these? Just looking at them makes me want to vomit. I don't know. My head hurts. Just now, Boss Chao Xing said, they all escaped from the netherworld. Could these 3 be gods? The comments were scrolling wildly, and even the chat channels in all the major regions were buzzing with discussion. The number of people in the live streams was growing. In Spark City, the tens of thousands of workers building the massive city were also experiencing various adverse reactions. A group of polar dwellers covered their eyes and screamed, some retched uncontrollably, and some even fainted. Even Luo Shi's piano music couldn't soothe them. Only the legendary warriors in the center of the square remained unfazed by the pressure of this triple aura. Even so, their expressions grew grave. The Ice Crystal King gripped his holy sword tightly and whispered, Lord Chao Xing, be careful. They've recovered a lot of strength since escaping the netherworld. They're almost as powerful as high-level demigods. Considering their past abilities, they could even be considered 3 pseudogods. Hearing the Ice Crystal King's warning, Chao Xing nodded slightly. Although the enemy's strength was greater than expected, he remained calm. Muxue, purify. As Chao Xing's voice fell, Lu Muxue, atop the city wall, raised her ancient sword high in her hand, its blade radiating a dazzling aurora. Buzz! A powerful aurora surged into the sky, illuminating the energy shield enveloping Spark City with a vibrant rainbow of colors. The aurora seemed to form a barrier, isolating the terrifying oppression. The creatures in Spark City suddenly felt the pressure ease, the suffocating pressure temporarily neutralized. Seeing this, the God of Desire's alluring laugh echoed once more. Haha. Do you see the difference between us now? Your resistance is merely a desperate struggle. The God of Echo echoed nearby. Resistance, resistance, resistance. Chao Xing gradually raised his head, gazing at the 3 terrifying figures in the sky, his brows furrowed slightly. As the Ice Crystal King had said, these 3 beings were no mere demigods. The aura they exuded far surpassed that of the strongest fresh-blooded leader they had encountered. Urgi. If one were to add to their previous divine foundations, their true strength would likely be even more unfathomable. However, Chao Xing casually said, "Are you the only 3? Where's that old idiot Dam, the nightmare god? Hasn't he been thinking about me, and wanting to kill me? This guy hasn't come out yet. Is he planning to collect your bodies later?" Upon hearing his arrogant words, the legends of the Northern Wind Alliance looked surprised. After all, facing 3 former gods, anyone would feel powerless to resist, perhaps even kneeling in submission, and not only was he disrespectful, he was even provoking them. Truly audacious, the 1,000-faced god's body twisted and deformed, hundreds of faces simultaneously revealing ferocious grins. Damn is right, you are truly an arrogant brat who doesn't know your place. The God of Echo echoed, arrogant, arrogant, arrogant. Chao Xing didn't bother to waste time on them, and said calmly, "Since Dam won't come out, I finish you off first, and then settle the score with him. Everyone, come and prepare for battle." The moment the command was received, all 12 legendary creatures below Spark City, except Isabel, flew into the air. The next moment, 13 monstrous auras erupted. Like 13 suns rising simultaneously, the blinding light illuminated the entire sky. Even the aura of these 13 creatures alone overwhelmed the remaining 8 legends and 3 demigods of the North Wind Alliance. The 1,000-faced god's expression changed, and surprise crossed hundreds of faces. Is this a legend or a demigod? Why is your aura so powerful, far beyond the bounds of legend? The God of Echo trembled, his voice trembling. Strange, strange, strange. Chao Xing still didn't want to engage in further discussion, and simply said, "All ranged, attack." The instant he received his command, the ranged units on the battlefield, such as Rinnie's, Severin, and Chao Xing himself, launched their attacks simultaneously. Crashed. Arrows imbued with immense penetrating power, the ferocious thunderbirds, and Chao Xing's ice-breaking blades all whizzed out. The combined attack of the 3 legends, though somewhat tentative, was enough to severely damage a legend. However, after these terrifying attacks were lost in the pink mist, they vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Seeing this, Chao Xing frowned slightly. These former gods are indeed peculiar. The God of Desire chuckled softly, "What an impatient little cutie. But your attacks don't seem to work on me. And you actually took the initiative to gather your subordinates together, saving us a lot of effort." Her voice suddenly rose, a hint of danger in its tone. At the same time, the God of Desire slowly raised his hands and waved them gently. The other 2 former gods seemed to understand her meaning. Then, the 1,000-faced god's body suddenly split, transforming into hundreds of separate figures. A deep, chaotic voice rang out, "1,000 faces, 1,000 forms. Myriad forms." The Echo god's form suddenly vanished into the void, and invisible sound waves echoed, "Echo prison. Eternal reincarnation." The pink mist surrounding the God of Desire also expanded significantly, and a charming yet dangerous whisper echoed, "Abyss of Desire. Night of Perdition." Instantly, the sky above Spark City was enveloped by these 3 distinct forces, and space began to distort. No one could see clearly what was happening inside, but they could feel a strong palpitation in their hearts. It felt as if anyone approached would be transported to another world, never to return. Chao Xing and the others felt as if they had instantly fallen into an endless abyss of illusion. Sometimes, countless distorted faces flashed before their eyes, sometimes, eerie echoes echoed, and sometimes, a sweet aroma stirred their deepest desires. Hee hee. Hee hee. So much human scent. Whoa. Stop whipping me. I'm going to eat you. All sorts of bizarre images and sounds intertwined and shifted before their eyes. The moment they were drawn into the illusion, everyone reacted quickly. They launched a group attack, indiscriminately attacking everyone around them, including several powerful melee fighters. They rushed out at top speed, trying to escape this illusion. However, every time they ran a short distance, they were teleported back to their starting point by an invisible spatial force. Even the legendary assassin, Sarah, failed after several attempts to break through. Chapter 843. In that strange space, everyone's attacks fell on deaf ears. Chao Xing frowned slightly. 3 demigods united to create an illusion. Or was it a domain? These guys' methods are quite impressive, but breaking them isn't difficult. We just need to launch an attack that breaks through the limits of this domain. However, in a flash, an idea flashed through Chao Xing's mind. He gazed at the enemy before him, a dangerous smile flickering across his lips, and then allowed the triple divine domain to envelop them. The survivors of the Spark Legion below, upon seeing their leader engulfed, were filled with anxiety. They could not see what was happening inside, only the alluring voice of the god of desire. Hee. Reckless little fellow. I originally wanted Qianyan to gather you together, but you actually brought your own people here. You've simply walked into a trap. Now, you've been trapped in our triple divine domain. You won't be able to escape anytime soon. Hearing this, the survivors of the Spark Legion below suddenly changed their expressions. Including the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, their faces went wild. What the hell is this woman talking about? Boss Chao Xing and his powerful men are trapped. It seems to be true. Boss Chao Xing and his men haven't come out since they went in. Is this the work of a god? Even a god who escaped is no match for an ordinary demigod. Their first move is a masterstroke. Oh no! All of Chao Xing's legendary warriors are trapped. We're going to be in big trouble. If those guys attack Spark City now, the consequences will be disastrous. For a moment, survivors around the world watched the live stream intently. Some were deeply worried, secretly praying for Chao Xing's safety. Others secretly gloated, hoping Chao Xing would suffer a crushing defeat. That way, they have a chance to compete for the title of server leader. At this moment, the survivors of the Spark Legion also heard the god of desire's voice, and all of them frowned. A middle-aged man said solemnly, "No, I trust Boss Chao Xing. He never does anything without confidence. This situation is certainly within his expectations." Another young female survivor also rationally analyzed, "Yes, I think this is what the captain anticipated. And have you noticed? Although the so-called triple divine domain has engulfed the captain and his men, the 3 demigods and the legends of the Northwind Alliance are also within it. In other words, this triple divine domain is a one-way cage, trapping both Boss Chao Xing and them." Hearing this, the others looked up. Just as the survivor had said, the distorted space in the sky was violently vibrating. The figures of the legends and demigods were all shrouded in the strange illusion in the sky. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged a smile. These guys thought they had secured victory by trapping the captain, but they didn't realize they were walking into a trap. Ha ha. Don't you know the captain's men are all legendary, unbeatable single-handed fighters? They regret this soon. Before they could finish, the god of desire's alluring voice echoed again. Dumb, we've successfully trapped these little creatures. Next. It's your turn. As the words fell, a massive rift suddenly opened in the sky south of Spark City. Clatter. A surge of dark purple mist erupted, enveloping an area hundreds of kilometers in a haze. The area covered far exceeded even that of the other 3 demigods. A deep, hoarse voice, as if emanating from a nightmare, rang out. Tremble in fear, sink in nightmare. I am Daem, the god of nightmares. Foolish mortals, remember my name. When this voice rang out, the faces of the survivors of Spark City suddenly changed. They stared wide-eyed at the vast fog. A terrifying shadow, obscuring the sky and sun, loomed faintly. Its size reached tens of thousands of meters, like a behemoth hidden in the deep sea, or perhaps a projection from a nightmare. Amidst the crowd's horrified gaze, the shadow gradually approached the edge of the fog, slowly poking its head out. The next moment, everyone saw a distorted face, pieced together from countless nightmare fragments. That face was covered in pulsing blood vessels and throbbing nerves. Just looking at it brought a strange sense of panic and drowsiness, as if a deep sleep would soon descend. At the same time, a sinister smile broke out on the twisted face. Arrogant human boy. You fell so easily into Nemesis's triple divine realm. You are even more foolish than I imagined. I want you to know that anyone who crosses me, Daem, never ends well, and you are no exception. Then, his deep eyes locked onto Rosie, who was in Spark City, breaking through to demigodhood. It might sound long, but in reality, less than 3 minutes had passed since the Northwind Alliance appeared. And a demigod's breakthrough takes far longer than that. At this moment, Rosie's aura was growing stronger, her body shrouded in blue musical notes. This was the most crucial moment. The Nightmare God uttered a deep voice. Have you asked me about your desire to break through to demigodhood? Now, let the nightmare descend. With these words, the mist in the sky, hundreds of kilometers in diameter, suddenly boiled. From it emerged thousands of dark purple chains, surging towards the city like venomous snakes, striking indiscriminately. The survivors of Spark City felt a sense of imminent doom. With their current strength, facing an attack from a demigod, perhaps even a pseudogod, they had no power to resist. Everyone's faces paled as they could only watch helplessly as the nightmare chains whizzed down. Clearly, the Northwind Alliance's initial plan was to have the 3 demigods form a triple divine domain to trap Chao Xing and the others. Then, Daeum would attack, destroy Spark City, and halt Rosie's breakthrough. Their idea was sound, and the plan was successful. However, they overlooked another force within Spark City. Swish! A staggering sword energy pierced the sky, tearing space apart wherever it passed. Even the dark purple chains were completely severed. Crack, crack! A series of cracking sounds echoed, and the chains dissipated into dark purple mist in midair. The Spark Legion survivors, already despairing, suddenly felt a surge of energy. Then, looking towards the center of the square, they saw the old figure, his eyes lit up with surprise. It's him! The king! Such a powerful sword aura. The Ice Crystal King, clad in armor and holding the kingdom's holy sword, stood proudly. You guys, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you've trapped Lord Chao Xing? Don't think we allies are just for show. In the sky, the Nightmare God Daeum's eyes, like 2 abyssal portals, swirled and locked onto the Ice Crystal King. Little fellow. You dare to challenge me, relying on the semi-artifact left behind by when I exchanged divine arts with, you weren't even born yet. The Ice Crystal King sneered. You said it yourself, that was back then. I don't know how the person who left behind this semi-artifact is faring now. But I do know that you're nothing more than a rat escaped from prison. Hearing his taunts, the giant human face in the sky froze, then twisted violently. Clearly, the Ice Crystal King's words had struck a chord, and a surge of fury washed over him. Boom! Boom! The nightmare mist, hundreds of kilometers in diameter, surged wildly, as if even the sky itself was angry. Little fellow, in all these years, you're only the second ant to dare challenge me like this. You soon learn the price of angering a god. As soon as he finished speaking, his maw suddenly opened, and a soul-corroding purple-black breath gushed out. Swish! The purple-black breath, with all-consuming might, assaulted Spark City. The divine power of this attack even rivaled that of Marinina's divine destruction. Severed in 2, at that moment, an elegant and imposing figure appeared beside the Ice Crystal King. She raised her right hand, and a rapidly spinning orchid appeared in her palm. With a flick of her finger, she whispered, "Go." With a whoosh, the orchid appeared in midair. And instantly, it began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, a sea of flowers formed, each lotus within it spinning rapidly. Buzz! With waves of miraculous vibrations, the Nightmare God's breath was absorbed by the swirling orchids at an astonishing rate. Seeing this scene, the Nightmare God in the sky was stunned. Before he could speak, the cold voice of the Orchid Queen echoed, "Now, I'm the third one." Beside him, a strange gray mist emanated from the Gray Mist King, accompanied by crows flying all over the sky. He laughed strangely. Hee. Teasing the Nightmare God is so fun. How could you not bring me along? I want to be the fourth one. Beside him, the Cunard War King strode forward, slamming his great axe to the ground. Count me in. Including the former king of the Gray Mist Kingdom, the chief general of the Cunard Kingdom, and the old man of the Orchid Kingdom, they all expressed their opinions. In the sky, the Nightmare God's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Looking down at the 8 legends below, holding their weapons, and pointing them at him, he felt a strong sense of humiliation. Once upon a time, these legends were mere ants in his eyes. Forget challenging him, they weren't even worthy enough to meet him. And now, in front of so many mortals, he was being publicly provoked by these ants, who simply ignored him. Boom! Boom! Bursts of dull thunder echoed, as if the enemy had completely lost their wrath. At the same time, the giant human face slowly spoke, a hoarse, piercing low voice. It seems that after so many years of imprisonment in the netherworld, the world has forgotten my name, Daeum. Next, I will remind you once again of the horror of nightmares. Perish, foolish mortals. As the words fell, a nightmare cloud hundreds of kilometers in diameter descended suddenly. It was like an entire nightmare world bearing down, causing all beings below the legendary level to feel a suffocating pressure. Their eyelids felt heavy as lead, and their bodies swayed, as if they were about to fall asleep at any moment. The survivors of the Spark Legion felt the same way, but they all gritted their teeth and persevered. Brothers, hold on. You mustn't fall asleep. That's right. If you fall asleep, you might never wake up again. If you can't bear it any longer, stab yourself in the thighs twice. Don't fall asleep. Everyone struggled to resist the drowsiness that was overwhelming them like a tide. However, as the nightmarish fog drew closer, the feeling of drowsiness grew stronger, and many people could no longer hold on and collapsed. Even the stasis magic shield that blocked all attacks began to crack, as if Spark City was about to fall completely. A gloom enveloped the survivors of the Spark Legion. And just then, they heard a hoarse, strange laugh. Hee hee. The power of nightmares? You're quite capable indeed. I wonder if the abilities I gained in that dream can withstand the erosion of your nightmares. The next moment, the Dwarf King, a member of the crowd, quickly soared into the air. From him, an endless gray mist erupted, rapidly spreading. 5 kilometers. 10 kilometers. 20 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, it reached over 100 kilometers, the same size as the shadowy mist in the sky. Followed by this, a series of hoarse, strange cries rang out. Gaw! Gaw! Countless mist crows emerged from the gray fog, their piercing cries echoing through the heavens and earth. Then, under the command of the Gray Mist King, the endless flock of crows, fearlessly and undaunted, charged towards the shadowy mist in midair. Boom! The instant the two opposing energies collided, a terrifying vibration erupted. The next moment, countless mist crow corpses fell from the sky. But soon, even more mist crows emerged from the gray mist, madly charging into the dark purple mist. Puff, puff, puff. This suicidal attack actually managed to thwart the Nightmare God's dream invasion. Even the people of Spark City felt the pressure ease, their drowsiness vanishing. Everyone stared at the gray mist in the sky in astonishment. War King Cunard slung his axe over his shoulder and exclaimed in surprise, Gray, that guy, has gotten so much stronger in just 2 months. What has this old fellow been through? Or has he seized upon some opportunity? Damn it! When the battle is over, I definitely find out what happened. Even the Nightmare God was bewildered. How could he actually block my nightmares? What's his method? Gray's shrill voice rang out again. Hey, hey! You've been imprisoned in the abyss for so many years. You've long been out of touch with the times. You don't know anything about things. There are so many. Now you understand how powerful I am. Hearing his mocking voice, the Nightmare God didn't get angry. Instead, he said disdainfully, Do you think I can't see that? While this method is powerful, it consumes a terrifying amount of energy, especially since you only have legendary power now. It won't be long before you collapse from depleted divine power and suffer severe backlash. When that happens, I will personally cast you into a nightmare. He was right. The mist Gray was emitting was gradually thinning, and his body began to tremble slightly. Maintaining such a large army of mist crows, even fighting against demigods of higher rank, was a tremendous burden on him. And just then, an orchid, a terrifying sword energy, and a giant axe of shards simultaneously blasted towards the face in the dark purple mist. Boom! Boom! The sky trembled violently, and the dark purple mist suddenly shrank. Roar! The Nightmare God roared in pain, unleashing a bestial roar. You guys, are you all looking for death? Below, the Ice Crystal King said calmly, I told you, don't treat us alive as mere decorations. Lord Chaoxing is dealing with those 3 false gods, so we hold you back. The Orchid Queen spoke elegantly and coolly, since we're an alliance, we can't let Lord Chaoxing fight alone. War King Cunard grinned, let me test the might of the gods. Even the great axe captain, Leonard, raised his axe. 8 peak-level legendary auras erupted simultaneously, blasting towards the dark purple mist in the sky. The violent impact seemed to split the entire sky in two. On one side was the swirling purple-black nightmare mist, and on the other was the vast divine power unleashed by 8 legends. At this moment, the survivors of the Spark Legion had completely shaken off their drowsiness. There was no fear in their eyes, only intense surprise. They had thought the sudden appearance of the Nightmare God would bring devastating disaster to Spark City. As a result, the legends of the 4 kingdoms erupted simultaneously, forcibly blocking the attack of the false god. They exclaimed in amazement, Haha! Captain's allies are truly reliable. They dared to face such an enemy. Yes, 8 legends confronting a false god head-on is truly impressive. Captain, you've truly prepared. You've summoned all these allies ahead of time just for this kind of situation. Yes, everything is under control. The survivors of the Spark Legion were once again filled with sincere admiration for Chao Xing's foresight. In the sky, the Nightmare God watched his foggy world gradually recede, trembling with rage. No matter how he mobilized his divine power, he could not reverse the decline. As a former god, he had finally escaped from the netherworld and was about to display his might. To be suppressed by a few ants, barely even demigods, was an utter humiliation. The Nightmare God roared deeply. Very well, little ones. Since you seek death, I will grant your wish. Let me show you the true power of God. Chapter 844. The Nightmare God roared. Let me show you true divine power. With these words, the nightmare transformed again. The swirling dark purple mist within it suddenly contracted, condensing into countless hideous ghostly faces, roaring and lunging towards the crowd. The legend suddenly felt a surge of pressure, as if thousands of cold hands were gripping their hearts. They gritted their teeth, desperately fighting against the terrifying dark purple mist. The survivors of the Spark Legion below cheered them on, their thunderous shouts reaching the sky. However, despite the fierce battle at this moment, the Ice Crystal King knew that, compared to battling the Nightmare God, there was something more important. He said calmly, Leonard, you and Senior Soren need not participate in the battle. Go to Rosie and protect her safe breakthrough. The Great Axe Captain and the old man from the Orchid Kingdom nodded slightly. Then, they retracted their surging energy. The next moment, their figures flashed, returning to the inner city walls, flanking Rosie. A cold glint flashed in the Ice Crystal King's eyes, and he slashed forth a terrifying sword energy that pierced the heavens and earth. Swish! The countless hideous ghostly faces conjured by the Nightmare God were instantly annihilated by this single strike. Even the nightmare form was briefly thrown into disarray. Taking advantage of this brief moment, the Ice Crystal King swung his sword, pointing it directly at the furious, twisted face in the sky. Everyone, move the battlefield away from Spark City. Let's go up together and confront this Nightmare God. At these words, the other 5 legends on the field erupted in a surge of fighting spirit. The Grey Mist King once again spearheaded the charge, a cloud of grey mist emanating from his body, as he led a vast army of fog crows high into the sky. Caw! With sharp cries, countless crows dispersed the remaining ferocious ghost faces in the sky. The other legends followed closely behind, each displaying their own unique abilities. They plunged resolutely into the vast dark purple mist, determined to fight the Nightmare God to the death. The battle began again. This time, it was the 6 legends versus the Nightmare God. The survivors of Spark City, as well as representatives of other factions, held their breath. They knew this would be a devastating battle that would determine the future of the North, and perhaps even the entire Western continent. Whichever side emerged victorious, it would impact the entire continent. Meanwhile, within the Triple Divine Realm, Chao Xing and 12 legendary creatures gathered. He did not immediately lead the others in a violent assault on the Divine Realm, but waited silently. A moment later, Chao Xing also heard the message from the communication device beside him, and a smile played on his lips. He turned his head, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. Everyone, as expected, the enemy has almost arrived. Now let's go all out. Let's seize this opportunity and kill them all at once. At this, everyone's eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce fire of war. Assam was the first to draw his sword. Following the Lord's will, we will be invincible. The other members also grasped their weapons. Rennie's bowstring was already drawn into a crescent shape, and Andrew entered behemoth form, his fighting spirit surging like a tide. At the same time, Chao Xing took the lead, raising his staff and mobilizing ice elements within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. In this strange, illusory space, dark clouds billowed overhead, as if ripped apart by an invisible force. Tens of thousands of ice-blue meteorites appeared out of thin air. Each one held the devastating power of extreme cold. It was Forbidden Spell, Doomsday Ice Star. Under the ravages of this intense cold, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees, reaching a staggering -80 degrees Celsius. A series of system notifications sounded. Ding! Because you are in an extreme environment of -80 degrees Celsius, the Eternal Frozen Monarch's passive skill, Extreme Cold Domination, has taken effect. Increases spellcasting speed by 30%. Reduces skill cooldown by 30%. All ice-based skills have a 35% to 50% chance to freeze enemies. Increases the duration of all ice-based control effects by 50%. At this moment, the chill emanating from Chao Xing reached an unprecedented peak, As if sensing his intention, the deep, alluring voice of the god of desire echoed from the surrounding ethereal space. He, Lord Chaoxing, stop struggling in vain. Our triple divine realm was developed specifically to trap you. Breaking through it won't be easy. You better stay here. Wait until Dam destroys the giant city, and then we slowly deal with you. Chaoxing's face was expressionless, and he ignored the woman. He casually said, Zolan, cast the forbidden spell. Binglan, have Seraphis use the legendary skill for a storm. Marlenina, use disillusionment, chaotic sky kill. Everyone else, unleash your group attack skills, and attack the same spot as me. Together, we break this so-called triple divine domain. As mentioned before, this so-called triple divine domain is actually similar to the special effects on the legendary equipment he possesses, the Starfall Codex. It can create an isolated space, trapping all enemies, including allies, within it. In addition, within it, the caster receives certain status bonuses, while enemy units are suppressed. The difference is, this divine domain is more advanced than Chaoxing's Dark Knight Star Lake domain. The gods within it can perform near-law-like manipulations, such as creating realistic illusions, distorting spatial dimensions, and even temporarily modifying the physical laws of a specific area. It's like they're the masters of this domain, able to toy with the lives of those trapped within it. However, every domain has its limits. This divine domain is no exception. It appears to absorb all damage, unbreakable by any attack. But in reality, it's because your attack hasn't reached the domain's maximum tolerance. As long as the power unleashed in a very short period of time exceeds the divine realm self-repair threshold, it can instantly shatter the triple divine realm, even causing the caster to suffer a severe backlash. That's why Chaoxing was so fearless. Prepare. His cold voice rang out. At the same time, upon receiving the command, all the legendary masters unleashed an unprecedentedly powerful aura. The Thunder Mage Zebulon raised his staff high, and a surge of thunderous power surrounded him. Countless thunderbirds appeared in the sky, each imbued with the mighty power of thunder, seemingly capable of destroying everything. It was his forbidden spell. Thunder Wings. 1,000 birds. At Binglan's feet, a dark blue dragon with a wingspan of 300 meters opened its abyssal maw. It took a deep breath. Suck. It drew in the cold air from hundreds of miles around. From its maw, a ball of frigid energy distorted the very fabric of space, brewing a destructive breath powerful enough to freeze souls. The other legends on the field also unleashed powerful attacks. Marinina grasped a blood-red long sword, a lethal aura brewing in her hand. Binglan gently wielded the dawn sword, creating 3 cracks in the sky, from which countless phantom dragon swords gushed forth. The witch Francesca floated in midair, spiritual energy surging around her, spreading outward like waves. Nidasam raised the sword of the Lady of the Lake, its blade radiating a divine glow. Legendary creatures including Rennies, Hilda, Andrew, the demon dragon Bing Bing, and others launched their terrifying attacks. Energy in this area continued to accumulate, and divine forces of various attributes intertwined and collided, reaching their peak power. Even before the attack landed, dense cracks appeared in the air, as if ready to burst at any moment. The 3 false gods, hidden in the shadows, also sensed the threat and suddenly became impatient. The enchanting figure of the god of desire gradually emerged from the void, her eyes captivating with a hint of surprise. They want to forcibly break the blockade of the 3 divine realms. Interrupt them. With that, she struck first, her slender fingers tracing a pink trail through the air, and countless pink threads of desire shot out like venomous snakes. Each thread held immense penetrating power, and the power to twist the mind. Off to the other side, the thousand-faced god's deep voice rang out. Thousand-faced strangulation. Instantly, countless distorted faces emerged from the air, each emitting a shrill wail, forming a mental storm of pain and despair. The god of echo loomed in the void, echo of death. Echo. Echo. His voice echoed endlessly throughout the space, each repetition increasing the destructive power exponentially, ultimately forming a deadly wave of sound powerful enough to shatter the soul. The 3 false gods' attacks descended simultaneously, and under the blessing of this divine realm, their attacks seemed to be imbued with a special power. Faster than Chaoxing and the others, they arrived before the crowd in an instant. A deadly sense of crisis washed over them like a tide, and yet, at this moment, a gruff voice rang out, "You can't step over me and harm our companions." Giant form. As he finished speaking, a naked, upper-body giant, hundreds of meters tall, appeared in the void. He raised his massive shield and forcefully blocked the path of the entire team, and behind him, a heroic figure held aloft an ancient sword, her long hair dancing in a storm of energy. she whispered. Aurora barrier. A brilliant burst of aurora energy erupted from the sword. These colorful streams quickly converged, intertwining and entwining, forming a fan-shaped aurora shield in a short time. It was Lu Mushua's other legendary defensive skill, Aurora Barrier. Braum's Origin Shield and Lu Mushua's Aurora Barrier worked together perfectly, completely closing the gaps in the defenses in both the front and rear. At the same time, the attacks of the three false gods arrived. Bang! The threads of desire collided with the Aurora Barrier, unleashing dazzling pink ripples of energy. The Thousand Faces' strangling mental storm collided with the Origin Shield, emitting a sharp, teeth-grinding friction sound. The echoes of death reverberated back and forth between the two barriers, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the air. Instantly, the three layers of holy shields on everyone shattered, and dense damage numbers appeared above their heads. Decrease 194-2452. Decrease 252-4428. Decrease 182-3895. Decrease 254-2946. Decrease 728-5873. Decrease 192-9462. However, this was only the damage from the aftermath of the attack. The vast majority of the damage was blocked by Braum's Shield of Origin and Lu Mushua's Aurora Barrier. At the beginning of the first wave of collisions, Braum's health plummeted by 400 million. After the third wave of collisions, his health dropped another 1 billion. Lu Mushua's Aurora Barrier's durability was also plummeting. You have to remember that after a series of status and equipment bonuses, Braum's defense has reached an appalling level. Even he lost 1.4 billion health points in this outburst. Anyone else, even a demigod, would have been instantly killed. This demonstrates the terrifying power of these three false gods. However, Chao Xing and the others' attacks had already begun, a devastating torrent of energy rising into the sky, heading straight for a certain node in the divine realm. A blanket of meteorites, the icy blue breath of an extremely cold dragon, the raging thunderbird, and blood-red sword energy intertwined with spiritual energy. A destructive beam of light pierced the heavens and earth. The attack impacted an area overhead, and a boiling storm of energy erupted completely. Boom! Like a supernova explosion, the blinding light seemed capable of annihilating everything. Its power rivaled the combined might of the three false gods, perhaps even more so, a few tenths of a second after the energy was released. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound echoed all around. As the three false gods stared in disbelief, a fissure suddenly appeared in the dome of the triple divine realm, piercing the sky. The crack spread rapidly like a shattered mirror, scattering countless tiny fragments of space. Followed by this, a violent spatial turbulence erupted, and the scene within the divine realm began to distort and collapse. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the triple divine realm shattered completely. The distorted, chaotic space vanished, and the figures of the crowd reappeared in the sky above Spark City. The sun shone overhead, illuminating everyone as a cool breeze blew past from the sky. Also appearing were the three false gods and the 8 legends of the Northwind Alliance. These legends of the Northwind Alliance seemed to be receiving some kind of healing power during their time in the divine realm. Their health, once near death, had now recovered to over 90%. And as they looked around, their eyes once again filled with extreme shock. The divine realm formed by the three false gods had been destroyed by this otherworldly lord and his men. This completely defied their expectations. After all, this was the most crucial part of their plan. How long they could hold off Chao Xing would determine their chances of victory in this war. Now that it had been broken through prematurely, everything became uncertain. At the same time, the god of desire, the thousand-faced god, and the god of echoes in the sky trembled. Puff! The god of desire spat out a mouthful of pink blood. The thousand-faced god's countless faces twisted simultaneously, and he roared in agony. The god of echoes' figure became blurred, and the sound waves surrounding him began to fluctuate chaotically. Clearly, this was because the backlash from the destruction of the divine domain had severely damaged them. And below, in Spark City, ever since the four kings, along with 2 other legends, attacked the god of nightmare, the sky had split into 2 battlefields. On the left was the triple divine domain unleashed by the god of desire and his companions, and on the right was the nightmare divine domain extended by the god of nightmare. Both battlefields were filled with chaotic energies. They couldn't see what was happening inside, but from the constant trembling of space, they could tell that the battle was bound to be fierce. Including the over 700 million people in the live broadcast room, they watched the battle with bated breath. However, after several minutes, the triple divine domain showed no signs of dissipating, and Chao Xing and the others still hadn't emerged. Although the Spark Legion survivors trusted their leader, a sense of worry rose within them. After all, their opponents were three divine beings. The live stream was abuzz with activity. Why hasn't Boss Chao Xing made any move? Could he be dead? Don't talk nonsense. Captain Chao is a man who has performed countless miracles. Some of the survivors, already dissatisfied with Chao Xing, were already gloating over his misfortune. Chao Xing is doomed. He has no chance of a comeback this time. That's right. With the four great gods joining forces, and a dozen legends besieging him, he has absolutely no chance of winning. I told you, don't be so arrogant. He relied on his immense power to control the entrance to the ruins, then refused to let us in. Now he's getting his comeuppance. That's right. He's taken all the first clear rewards for this dream fractal, leaving nothing for the other regions. That's too much. Everyone vented their accumulated resentment. They didn't realize that even without Chao Xing, they wouldn't have had the chance to claim these rewards. Their words quickly drew fierce rebuttals from the other survivors. Bullshit! The captain got the first pass based on his own merit. What are you jealous of? That's right. What's the point of barking? The ruins were originally discovered by Boss Chao Xing. He lets anyone in if he wants. What does it have to do with you? If you're capable, go explore the ruins yourself. Just as the comments were clamoring furiously, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed from the sky. Boom! Then, the three divine realms in the sky shattered. Countless fragments of space scattered like glass, reflecting an eerie light. Then, they saw Chao Xing and the others standing proudly in the void, their frost-white robes rustling in the wind. Across from them, the three gods, battered and in disarray after suffering a severe backlash. Everyone in the live stream watched the scene with bewilderment. Even the comments paused briefly, as if time had frozen in that moment. The next moment, a flood of comments erupted like a broken dam. Ha ha. Boss Chao Xing is out. I knew he'd be fine. Why aren't those sons of bitches screaming anymore? Does your face hurt? Keep on being so arrogant if you dare. Or, if you don't agree, come to the snowstorm and face me. The survivors who had previously declared Chao Xing's defeat had completely vanished, daring not to speak again. They even closed their private chats. The atmosphere in the live stream suddenly shifted, filling the screen with cheers and exclamations. Including the survivors of the Spark Legion, they now gazed up at the sky with expressions of surprise. Ha ha. The captain has appeared. As expected of our captain, those three gods look like they're about to be defeated. Yes. The captain had anticipated this. Breaking through this so-called divine blockade is actually quite easy. Captain, awesome. The survivors of the Spark Legion trembled with excitement. At this moment, a man pointed to the sky and said, "Look, the captain is making another move. He's preparing to seize the opportunity and destroy the enemy." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, in the sky. After breaking through the divine blockade, Chao Xing immediately raised his staff, his eyes gleaming with cold murderous intent. Behind him, Lu Muxua and the others also took up combat stances. Binglan, Mernina, and the others raised their swords. Seraphis and the demon dragon Bing Bing opened their abyssal maws. Reniz's bow and arrow were ready to fire. Even Sarah had vanished from the scene, leaving only a few wisps of drifting black mist. Just waiting for Chao Xing's order to launch a fatal attack. Across from them, the god of desire also perceived their murderous intent. She clutched her chest, forcing a charming smile. Chao Xing. I think we can talk. I can give you. Before she could finish, Chao Xing's icy voice rang out. Attack. With the words uttered, the attacks poured down like a raging storm. Crash. A torrent of raging energy instantly ripped through the sky. Frost, thunder, sword energy, and arrows intertwined into a wave of destruction. Having witnessed the scene of the divine realm's destruction, the three false gods knew the horror of their combined attack. Furthermore, having just suffered the backlash from the divine realm and remained weakened, they had no desire to engage head-on. Quick, unite and block their attack. Desire, Echo, and Thousand Faces, the three false gods, hastily gathered together, along with the legends of the Northwind Alliance, all deploying defensive measures. Layer after layer of divine power barriers superimposed across the sky, forming a three-colored divine shield. Boom! The energy shield and the divine shield collided instantly, like a magnitude 18 tsunami. The sky and earth within dozens of kilometers around them trembled violently. The terrifying might, like the end of the world, left no one with the strength to resist. However, the three false gods were worthy of being beings who once possessed divine power. Although weakened, they now joined forces and forcibly blocked the attack of Chao Xing and his men. The vast energy fluctuations were completely neutralized. Just as joy flickered in their eyes, they suddenly saw the otherworldly lord's lips gradually curl up into a smile. A sense of foreboding gradually settled over him. Then, Cao Xing gave a direct order, "Braum, you may taunt." At the command, the massive figure holding the giant shield grinned. "No problem, Lord." Cao Xing had been waiting for this opportunity. While Braum's taunt could force enemies, even divine creatures, to attack him, allowing the others to attack without worry, however, this skill also had a limited range. Previously, those enemies were spread out too thinly, hiding in the divine realm and attacking from range, making it impossible to taunt everyone simultaneously. Now, he had finally found the right opportunity. Braum unleashed his skilled giant's roar without hesitation, slamming his giant shield into the air. "Everyone, come and attack Braum, ha ha." An invisible mental wave instantly spread. The pupils of the three false gods and the legends of the Northwind Alliance narrowed slightly. The next moment, they discovered with horror that their attacks were uncontrollably blasting towards the massive figure. The God of Echoes screamed, his voice echoing in layers in the air. "It's a forced attack, similar to a rule-based one. A kind of concentrate fire. Instantly destroy the shield guard. Shield guard. Shield guard." The other two false gods also realized this. They were all veterans with countless years of experience and immense combat experience. Since they couldn't break free of his control, they would crush the shield guard with their strongest attack. The god of desire suddenly erupted with countless pink threads, each entwined with the twisted laws of desire. Touch of sinking. Eternal fall. The thousand-faced god roared with his thousands of faces, countless mental shocks converging into a torrent of destruction. Wrath of 100 faces, death. Chapter 845. This wave of attacks from the three false gods, employing at least legendary-level combat techniques, once again reached a devastating level. Even the legends of the Northwind Alliance unleashed their most powerful killer moves. Sword energy, shadows, vines, energies of all kinds poured forth in a frenzy, a torrent of attacks hurled at Braum. The 100-meter-tall giant was instantly engulfed in the energy storm, and terrifying damage numbers continuously appeared above his head. Decrease 125265526. Decrease 119239192. Decrease 5256572. Decrease 6923533. Decrease 16267843. Decrease 25635532. Decrease 25456232. Braum's health plummeted again. When the combined attack of the three false gods ended, a variety of hideous wounds had appeared on his body. Even his health dropped by 2 billion. Braum had already withstood a wave of attacking skills, losing 1.4 billion health points, and this time he was hit by another 1.6 billion. Total health lost was 3 billion. Even with his 5 billion health points, it was down nearly 60%. It seemed that another wave of attacks would completely destroy him. Braum's title as the strongest shield guardian seemed to have little effect against these three gods. But in fact, at his current level, being able to achieve this was quite exaggerated. After all, that was the combined attack of 3 false gods and 8 legends. Even if he had transformed into any demigod, he would have been killed instantly. For a legend like him, the fact he's still standing is nothing short of miraculous. The 3 gods sensed the massive figure's life force plummeting, and they were instantly delighted. "We can finish him off if we have a chance." "Humph. He's just a legend after all. No matter how strong his defense is, he can't withstand our divine attacks." Indeed, being able to withstand 2 waves of our demigod attacks is reason enough to be proud. Just when they thought they had secured victory, the massive figure grinned and pulled an emerald green potion from his backpack. The potion was crystal clear, emitting a rich vitality. The mere emanation of its aura brought a refreshing feeling to everyone. "You didn't think you could break my defense so easily, did you?" Braum chuckled. Under the stunned gazes of the 3 false gods and the legend of the Northwind Alliance, he downed the potion in one gulp. The next moment, a terrifyingly powerful vitality erupted from him. A terrifying recovery number rose above his head at 310,925,6367. A full 3 billion health points, instantly restoring his health to full. This potion was none other than the legendary secret elixir crafted by Francesca, the essence of the source of life. It could instantly restore 60% of a legendary warrior's health. This scene filled the enemy with despair. How is this possible? The god of desire's charming smile froze completely. They actually have this potion in their possession? Why didn't the intelligence show it? The thousand-faced god roared in anger, hundreds of faces contorting simultaneously. Our attack was in vain. They exchanged glances, their eyes wavering for the first time. Although they still had many hidden cards to play, but Cao Xing clearly possessed more than one means of recovery. So, defeating Braum in such a short time was utterly impossible. For a moment, a sense of powerlessness rose within the hearts of the three false gods and the legend of the Northwind Alliance. However, while they were powerless, Cao Xing would not hesitate. He waved his staff again and commanded in a deep voice, "Focus your fire. Kill them first." Everyone responded immediately. A variety of elemental attacks rained down, like a torrential rain, bombarding the three false gods and the legend of the Northwind Alliance. Boom! Boom! In an instant, hideous wounds appeared on their bodies, and their newly recovered health began to plummet. At this moment, Sarah suddenly and silently appeared behind the god of desire. The shadowy aura surrounding her surged violently, and from the shadows, a figure emerged, identical in appearance, down to the exact same equipment and aura. It was her legendary combat skill, Twin Shadow Tribulations. The next moment, two phantom assassins, each possessing legendary assassination power, simultaneously lunged at the goddess of desire, their movements and expressions in unison. Puff! Puff! The two assassins' daggers simultaneously pierced the goddess of desire's body. The soul tear effect contained in the death daggers, and the poison applied to them instantly eroded her body. Ah! Damn it! The goddess of desire let out a shrill scream, and a pink mist erupted from her body, attempting to drive the two Sarahs away. However, at this moment, Binglan and Seraphis had already arrived above the god of desire. Roar! With a terrifying dragon roar, the god of desire was directly hit by Seraphis's breath, his body quickly frozen in frost. Followed by this, the two Sarahs and Binglan simultaneously displayed their terrifying explosive power. Swish! Swish! Puff! Puff! The two death daggers swung out, leaving after images, and the Dragon Covenant sword continuously erupted with terrifying sword energy, all of which fell on the god of desire. Ah! Damn it! Get out of my way! Accompanied by shrill cries, a large number of damage numbers floated above his head. -163, 4979. -366, 4997. Blessing of Liberation. -284, 6979. -456, 8764. Blessing of Liberation. -764, 3919. -523, 4967. -364, 9976. Dozens of damage numbers floated above the god of desire's head every second, and his health began to plummet. Elsewhere, Andrew transformed into a behemoth, roaring with a deafening roar, as he charged towards the thousand-faced god like a mountain. His terrifying claws seemed to rip through space, striking the thousand-faced god's hundreds of faces with devastating force. The false god could sense the terror of Andrew's new form, and was about to evade. But he discovered that the Valkyrie Mernina and Lu Mushua, transformed into a six-winged archangel, had simultaneously appeared behind him, completely blocking his path. Swish! Puff! Andrew's sharp claws pierced the thousand-faced god's twisted body without hindrance, seemingly slicing it into 4 pieces. Countless human faces, screaming in agony, scattered in the air. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How dare you attack this king? It hurts. Daddy, don't hit me. Whoa! Child. I'm your grandmother. The faces kept making strange cries, as if they were playing different roles. And just then, swish! A red and a white sword energy swept across. Blood marks suddenly appeared on their faces, and then, like balloons being popped, they exploded one after another. Puff! 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 A higher and higher damage number appeared above the thousand-faced god's head. Decrease 364, 9769. Decrease 594, 6973. Decrease 639, 4768. Decrease 713, 6499. Decrease 725, 1661. Decrease 855, 7643. Andrew's broken claws inherently possessed a percentage-based armor reduction ability. Combined with the legendary passive skill Savage Frenzy he recently awakened after breaking through to Legendary, his combat effectiveness in beast form was significantly enhanced. Combined with Lu Mushua and the Valkyrie, he now made the thousand-faced god wail uncontrollably, his health dwindling like water. Elsewhere, Assam, riding the Holy Frost War Wolf, also swiftly charged towards the god of Echo. Seeing the enemy approaching, the false god continuously emitted sonic waves of control. Destroy. 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 However, even these sonic waves, capable of controlling even demigod-level creatures, struck Assam without a wink. It was as if he had become completely immune. Observing this, the god of Echo's eyes lit up with intense confusion. He spoke in a hollow voice, "Knight, you can actually withstand my sonic waves. Sonic waves. Sonic waves. Since that's the case, then I let you witness my sound of annihilation. Sound. Sound." As soon as he finished speaking, the Echo God's sonic waves transformed again. If before it was simply a superposition of sonic waves, it now formed a powerful interference and mental shock. Now, his sonic waves were entwined with strands of gray-black ripples, as if imbued with the aura of death. Wherever it passed, even space turned gray-black, as if drained of all life. However, this strange sonic wave had no effect on Assam, other than inflicting a few damage numbers of 5 or 6 million on his head. Not only that, now Winter was radiating a sacred blue light, and after each sonic attack, recovery numbers continued to appear above his head. At 3,900,000. At 3,900,000. At 3,900,000. At 3,900,000. At this moment, the god of echoes, watching the approaching Assam, his eyes filled with astonishment. Impossible, possible, possible. How can a legendary like you remain unaffected by my voice of annihilation? Damn it! What the hell is going on? The god of echoes continued to voice his doubts, clearly seeing everything before him beyond his imagination. You know, even a demigod-level knight wouldn't remain so calm in the face of his voice of annihilation, yet this legendary knight remained completely unfazed. However, what the god of echoes didn't know was that after Assam activated his legendary skill, Holy Frostwolf form, all control effects would be borne by the Frostwolf Winter. More crucially, both Winter and Assam had recently taken a secret potion called Spike Cardiac Tonic. This potion increases abnormal resistance by 50% and reduces the duration of control by 50%. It also restores 1% of the player's maximum health after successfully resisting a control skill. This combination is a nemesis for the Echo God, who excels at mental attacks. At the same time, the Frostwolf leaped and quickly closed the distance with the Echo God. Assam ignored him, and, in the moment of his astonishment, the gleaming sword of the Lake Lady, carrying the power of divine judgment, struck heavily upon the Echo God's body. Puff! -1182455. A damage number exceeding 1 million floated up, and the Echo God's ethereal form trembled violently. Ah! Damn it! Die! Die! I will condemn you to eternal echo purgatory. His voice suddenly sharpened, and he condensed an invisible wave of sound, preparing to attack Assam. But he found that his attack had involuntarily blasted towards the giant. Only then did the Echo God realize that he was still being mocked. Assam's sword slashed at his body again, and the Frostwolf's claws began to tear at him. Not only that, the Blood Spider Queen nearby had summoned an army of blood spiders, which were frantically exploding around the Echo God. Puff! Puff! After a series of explosions, Crimson Poison reached its 110th level. Sh! This terrifying blood poison quickly took effect, the triple toxins beginning to burn and corrode the Echo God's body. He wailed in agony, his health plummeting. Decrease 32458500. Decrease 32458500. Decrease 32458500. Decrease 32458500. Terrifying damage figures rose one after another. Under the cumulative effects of 110 layers of crimson poison, he was losing 30 million health points every second. From this, one can imagine the terrifying power of Hilda's blood poison. At this point, the three false gods were completely suppressed by Chao Xing's forces. In reality, with their current combat power, they couldn't simultaneously fight against such top-tier demigods. Even more so, these were three false gods who once possessed divine strength. The fact that Braum, under 2 waves of concentrated fire, lost billions of health points was evident. The attack power of these three false gods was far greater than that of the fresh-blooded leaders. But now, having suffered the backlash from the shattered divine realm, their attributes had plummeted. They were also taunted by Braum, which was why they were so badly beaten by Chao Xing's side. If they waited until they recovered, suppressing the enemy would be difficult. The three false gods also noticed this and, after their initial panic, quickly adjusted their stance. Subsequently, facing the attacks of Chao Xing and his men, they were largely in a passive defensive position. They waited for the backlash to pass, then looked for an opportunity to strike back. Even on the other side, the witch Francesca's aura surged, her brown hair dancing like a spirit snake. She single-handedly savaged the legends of the North Wind Alliance. Furthermore, as Chao Xing had specifically explained, these legends possess special abilities. For example, The old man of the Divine Tree Kingdom possessed the ability to mobilize the branches of the Tree of Life, enabling large-scale control. The queen on the other side was a legendary space mage, capable of casting spatial portals to aid others' quick escape. So, whenever they made any move, they unhesitatingly used their commander skill, Witch Domain. This skill interrupted all enemy attacks and caused a minute-long silence, a true mastery of control. Meanwhile, the legends of the Northwind Alliance, while taking their blows, monitored the battles on the other three battlefields. When they saw the three false gods being completely suppressed, and even receiving constant blows, a sense of unreality washed over them. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis rose within them, for they knew that if the three false gods were defeated, they would have no chance. Everyone will be easily slaughtered by Chao Xing's men, the Silver Lion King anxiously shouted. Shenmu, use it. This otherworldly lord is too powerful, and he has too many powerful subordinates. If you don't use it now, we all die here. The old man Shenmu's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, I understand. Then he raised his staff and struck the air. Beep! With a hollow sound, a vast aura of life burst from the tip of the staff, and countless thick vines began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the phantom of a gigantic ancient tree, reaching a height of 10,000 meters, appeared. It seemed as if the ancient tree was about to fully take shape, and, like last time, launch a vine attack, subjugating everyone. Francesca's spiritual energy surged throughout her body, a dangerous aura emanating from her beautiful eyes. Then, she declared domineeringly, This is my territory. Get down. She pushed with both hands. An invisible wave of spiritual energy instantly swept across the entire area. Then, the 10,000-meter-tall ancient tree, nearly formed, seemed to encounter some resistance. It collapsed in an instant, then vanished without a trace. The old man in the sacred tree watched the half-summoned ancient tree disappear, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. His withered right hand, raised to hold his staff, paused in midair. What's going on? He asked, bewildered. Not only him, but all the legends in the Northwind Alliance felt a strange, oppressive force. King Yiming shouted hoarsely, This is the effect of that woman's domain. She's sealed all our combat skills and spells. What? Everyone's face paled, and they looked at their bodies in horror, then looked up at the witch. Damn it! What kind of domain effect is this? Our combat skills are completely sealed too. This sudden scene completely threw the legends of the Northwind Alliance into a state of panic. However, Chao Xing, who had been waiting for his opportunity, a triumphant smile crossed his face. His voice changed, and he quickly commanded, all ranged units, switch targets. Focus all your fire on the legends of the Northwind Alliance. The moment he finished speaking, he had already unleashed the legendary spell, Eternal Sin Ice Prison. Whoa! A biting wind whistled across the battlefield, and a massive icy domain over 5 kilometers in diameter unfolded in midair. The extreme cold power contained within instantly lowered the temperature in the area to -105 degrees C. Even the legendary warriors, in this extreme cold, became sluggish, their bodies beginning to form thick layers of frost. Not only that, within this death zone, icy storms constantly erupted, swirling and raging like countless razor-sharp ice blades, constantly tearing apart the enemy's bodies. Their health plummeted at a visible rate, with damage numbers jumping to 7 or 8 million per second. Decreased by 589-2342. Decreased by 617-8325. Decreased by 716-6235. Decreased by 645-2447. At that very moment, the others' attacks arrived. Renice drew her wooden bow, the arrow in her hand gathering a terrifying force. Life-seeking arrow snap! As her words fell, an arrow imbued with extreme penetrating force, at a speed so fast it blurred, struck one of the legends directly in the heart. Puff! Zavarin raised his staff high, and dark clouds thickened in the sky, gathering countless bolts of lightning. Forbidden spell. Thunderbolt. Snap! A massive bolt of lightning, over 100 meters in diameter, descended directly upon the legends, instantly unleashing a terrifying burst of thunderous power. Marlenina's sword energy and Binglan's Dragon Covenant sword also descended simultaneously, transforming into a torrential rain of swords that poured down from the sky. However, they could only attack from outside the extreme cold zone. Otherwise, they would be affected by the freezing power of Eternal Sin Ice Prison. Even so, the damage inflicted on the legends of the Northwind Alliance was truly terrifying. -979125552. Light driving arrow adds critical hits. -234411162. -2492353. -178284452, -6929534, -6732542, -8924534. The legends of the Northwind Alliance, whose health, already barely restored, now dwindled like water. Especially the monarch of the kingdom of Vikro. His armor was riddled with cracks, and his body was covered in charred scars and frostbite. After being struck by Rhaenys' most powerful attack, life-driving arrow, a bloody hole appeared in his chest, his health plummeting to the brink of death. He swung his hammer to block the attack, roaring in despair, "No. This is impossible. I am the king of the kingdom of Viklo. How could I?" Before he could finish his words, an arrow, piercing his forehead from over 10 kilometers away, pierced him. Puff. -1272592. Vital attack. The moment the arrow pierced his skull, King Viklo's body stiffened, a look of disbelief still lingering in his eyes. Followed by a torrent of magical attacks and sword energy, he was completely overwhelmed. This once powerful legend, under the multiple blows, was reduced to an ice sculpture, then shattered with a bang. Your clan member, Rhaenys Hawkeye, successfully killed King Viklo. Anton O'Brien, level 150, a legendary creature. Experience gained, 18.7 million, pale guidance. Ding! Because you killed King Viklo, this faction's friendship has decreased. Current relationship, hostile. Your reputation gained, 50,000. After a series of system prompts, the legendaries of the entire Northwind Alliance fell into a brief silence, broken only by the icy howling winds of the Eternal Sin Ice Prison. Even the survivors of Spark City were stunned by the sight of the body falling from the sky. The body has fallen. A young lord muttered. Yes, another legendary has died. And it seems this deceased legend was a king. His companion swallowed, his eyes filled with disbelief. That was someone who had ruled a kingdom for hundreds of years, standing at the pinnacle of power, and was killed so easily. Since the war began, 4 legendaries have fallen, all of them killed by Chao Xing. Those who seemed unattainable to them were being slaughtered by that man like chickens and dogs. Before anyone could react, another thunderous crack echoed from the sky, accompanied by a scream. Boom! No! Immediately afterwards, another charred corpse plummeted from the sky, slamming heavily into the stasis magic shield. Another legendary figure fell, the 5th to die since the war began. The survivors had truly witnessed what it meant to be equal beneath the icy prison. Hundreds of millions of people in the live stream had fallen into a trance. They had forgotten everything, their gaze fixed intently on the live stream, their only sight the figure standing high in the sky, wielding a staff, controlling the situation. Chao Xing. Chapter 846. Meanwhile, high in the icy realm, the remaining legendaries of the Northwind Alliance were also in a trance. For this battle, they deployed a total of 11 legendaries, assisted by 4 pseudogods. They had originally hoped to unleash their divine might and shake off the defeat they had suffered the previous time, but reality dealt them a resounding slap in the face. So far, the Northwind Alliance had failed to kill a single member of Chao Xing's group, let alone inflict any serious damage on them. The current loss ratio was 5 o'clock, leaving the remaining legendaries with a look of dejection and a deep sense of defeat. Even if they were trading 2 for 1, or even 3 for 1, it wouldn't have been that painful. But the reality was 5:0. This cold number seemed to mock their incompetence. The Silver Lion King sighed softly. Both of us are legends. Is the gap so huge? He glanced at the 3 false gods, who were being suppressed in close combat by Assam, Andrew, and the others, then at the dark purple mist in the distance. He knew that these 4 great gods were unreliable. A flicker of determination flashed in the Silver Lion King's eyes. He then took out a stone emitting an eerie green light, and crushed it without hesitation. Crack! With a cracking sound, the stone dissipated into green powder. This seemingly simple action did not attract the attention of those present. Even Chao Xing was desperately maintaining Eternal Sin Ice Prison, hoping to take out the Northwind Alliance in one go, and then slowly deal with the 4 false gods. But the next moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt a chilling sense of danger. It was as if some ancient beast were awakening, a shudder emanating from the depths of his soul that made his hair stand on end. Chao Xing swiftly ordered, "All melee fighters, return." Marlenina vanished in a crimson shadow almost the instant Chao Xing's order was delivered. Binglan hesitated for a moment as she stepped on Seraphis. Among the powerful figures in the Northwind Alliance she had focused her fire on, King Yiming was already at low health. Another burst of power would kill him instantly. But remembering that this was the Lord's order, Binglan immediately piloted Seraphis away. But just as she turned, a massive claw suddenly tore through the void. Crack! Space shattered like glass, a 1,000-meter-long crack. The massive claw barely brushed Bingland's back, leaving several deep, bone-deep blood marks on Seraphus's tail. Cold dragon blood rained down. -231467994 At this moment, almost everyone's attention was focused on the spatial rift. They could clearly see it, a cyan dragon claw, covered in ancient scars, yet vastly larger than even the legendary dragon Seraphus. The exposed claw tip alone was over 10 meters long, its ferocious claws still stained with lingering blood. The entire claw was over 100 meters long, each scale measuring 2 or 3 meters in diameter. From this, one could imagine the sheer size of this suddenly appearing creature, and its terrifying power. Then, everyone heard a hoarse whisper. Hee hee. Hee hee. I smell the blood of my love. My child. Their killer is right here. Roar! With a deafening roar, the void shattered once more. At that moment, within the twisting rift of space, everyone saw a blood-red dragon eye. The dragon eye's pupils swept over everyone like burning lava. Everyone caught in its gaze felt a shudder from the depths of their souls. Then, as the void continued to shatter, a massive dragon head emerged from the rift. From its slightly open maw, powerful gusts of wind continuously erupted. Its overwhelming dragon power distorted the entire sky. It even surpassed the power of the 4 false gods. The Silver Lion King shouted, "Welcome the Mother of the North Wind." At that moment, everyone in the arena was horrified, their gazes fixed solemnly on the enormous dragon eye. The Mother of the North Wind, known as the most destructive force below the gods, possessing the mightiest hurricanes in the north, had appeared. The enormous iron dragon's gaze instantly fell on Chao Xing, its pupils shrinking. A surge of murderous intent built within it, causing the very sky and earth to change color. However, the Mother of the North Wind managed to maintain a rare state of composure. Suppressing the murderous intent within her, she uttered a hoarse question. "Human, did you kill Kai and my son?" Chao Xing raised his head, and casually replied, "They were so reckless that they insisted on making a bet with me, so I had no choice but to take them down." Hearing his nonchalant tone, the Mother of the North Wind seemed to lose control of her murderous intent. Humph! With a snort, a devastating hurricane erupted from nowhere, sweeping across 1,000 miles. Whoosh! Whoosh! The violent hurricane began to sweep across the heavens and earth, intensifying in intensity. In the distant Borlees Mountains, centuries of accumulated snow were instantly blown away, uprooting stout trees. The Lady River, covered in a thick layer of ice, and never melting year-round, now shattered into pieces. Even the distant Ascalon underground palace trembled madly. It was as if the entire snowy plains were trembling with the dragon's wrath. The survivors of Spark City below gazed in shock at the Azure Dragon, and the storm sweeping across the heavens and earth. Everything before them was as terrifying as the apocalypse. Oh my god! Who is this dragon? Its power is terrifying, isn't it? It's truly terrifying. I feel like the power it unleashes surpasses even those false gods. At this moment, one of the survivors said, "Didn't you hear what the king said? This dragon is called the Mother of the North Wind. Kai and Kalen, the ones boss Chao Xing killed earlier, are its husband and son." Hearing this, the other survivors looked shocked. Someone asked in confusion, "I remember. Kai seems to be the former king of the North Wind, but isn't he human? Could it be that he and this old dragon had a relationship for a while, and even had a child? Oh my god! This guy has a strong taste." Turtle. Shocking news. The survivors' interest was piqued, and they began to discuss. However, the Mother of the North Wind, high in the sky, seemed to be able to hear their discussion. When its glowing dragon eyes glanced over, all the survivors felt a chill running through their bones, and they instantly fell silent. At this moment, the Silver Lion King, trapped in the ice prison, shouted, "Mother of the North Wind, rescue us first. Yi Ming can't hold on any longer." It might sound long, but from the time Chao Xing unleashed Eternals in ice prison, less than 40 seconds had actually passed. This legendary skill lasts a full 60 seconds, and it also triggers a detonation for extremely high damage at the end. Even so, it still severely wounded all the legends of the North Wind Alliance. King Yi Ming was the most seriously injured, with only the last 30 or 40 million HP remaining. Hearing this, the Mother of the North Wind snorted coldly. Although it didn't want to deal with the Silver Lion King, for some reason, it chose to attack. As it opened its deep, enormous mouth, wow! A terrifying devouring force, like a hurricane, instantly swept across an area of dozens of kilometers. Under this terrifying devouring force, flying branches and rubble, even the drifting magical elements, were all devoured by it into its bottomless maw. Even the icy power emanating from Chao Xing's extreme cold field was swiftly torn apart and devoured by it. And then, before everyone's astonished gaze, Chao Xing's legendary skill, Eternal Sin Ice Prison, was actually absorbed into its belly. The sky returned to calm. This scene completely overturned everyone's imagination. Even Chao Xing was incredulous. Holy crap! It can even devour my legendary skill? This mother dragon's ability is a bit strange. It was clear that this giant dragon's power was beyond imagination, perhaps even reaching the limit of a demigod. Furthermore, Chao Xing sensed a unique aura within it, a force that made it incredibly violent and even more powerful. At the same time, after consuming Eternal Sin Ice Prison, the Mother of the North Wind once again locked its dragon eyes on Chao Xing. It let out a deep roar. "Human, prepare to accept my wrath." Then, its massive dragon head vanished into a spatial rift. Just as everyone was perplexed, they suddenly saw a dense network of cracks suddenly appear in the sky 10,000 meters ahead. Then, these cracks rapidly expanded. Crack! With a distinct cracking sound, all space suddenly shattered. As if a whole 10,000 meters in diameter had been punctured in the sky, a pitch-black void suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, filled with dangerous spatial turbulence. Then, a massive, oppressive creature emerged from the cavern. The monster was covered in cyan scales, each one etched with a small eye. Its wingspan reached a staggering 10,000 meters. Every flap of its wings whipped up a violent blast of air, affecting even the forests dozens of kilometers away. Whoosh, whoosh! With its appearance, a raging hurricane swept across the snowy plains. The earth trembled violently, and the clouds in the sky were shattered. Roar! The dragon roared to the heavens, resounding for thousands of kilometers, as if announcing its arrival. Every creature that heard the dragon's roar felt its blood surge, and their limbs went limp. Chao Xing gazed at the massive figure, his brow furrowing slightly. He sighed softly. Suddenly, a powerful dragon appears. What a nuisance. You have to remember, he was already battling 3 false gods simultaneously. With his current strength, he was already stretched to the limit. If he didn't reveal more of his cards now, and with the addition of the Mother of the North Wind, he would be in for a very difficult fight. In fact, the fact that he was able to hold off 3 false gods with the help of a group of legendary warriors was already a miraculous feat. The North Wind Alliance's combat prowess showed that they were no weaklings among the legends. But even so, if they were facing this situation, the God of Desire alone would have inflicted heavy casualties. The fact that Chao Xing and his men had not only persevered until now, but had also managed to defeat the 5 legends of the North Wind Alliance proved their astonishing combat prowess. At this moment, Chao Xing glanced at Marina, then at Rosie, who was breaking through below, and took a deep breath. Wait a little longer. That guy hasn't come out yet. It's not time to reveal your cards yet. Until then, hold on for a moment. At the same time, the Mother of the North Wind's 2 glowing dragon eyes locked onto Chao Xing. And with devastating force, she pounced upon him. Human, be torn to pieces by the howling north wind. Its speed was terrifying, covering thousands of meters in an instant. Space tore through it like thin paper, its terrifying azure dragon breath transforming into a tangible hurricane. At the same time, Marinara, Dragon Speaker Binglan, Andrew, and other powerful melee fighters immediately charged forward. However, as the Mother of the North Wind watched the men charging towards her, her eyes lit up with a look as if she were looking at ants. Swish! With a swipe of her dragon tail, she sent Marinette flying thousands of meters away, sending a wave of damage exceeding 10 million above her head. Binglan and Seraphis tried to contain her, but were blown away by the hurricane force of wind spitted out by the Mother of the North Wind. Even Andrew's behemoth form was pierced through the shoulder by its thick, hard dragon horn, sending blood gushing out like a waterfall. The Mother of the North Wind's momentum was unstoppable, and these legendary warriors couldn't even resist before being completely routed. Everyone watched in shock. Everyone knew the immense power of the legendary warriors of Chao Xing's territory. Each was unrivaled in their rank. Yet, under the dragon's attack, he was whipped away like a toy. Even Chao Xing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, as expected of a being that dares to claim to be the most destructive under the gods. This fighting power is truly unparalleled. Meanwhile, Mother of the North Wind, having defeated the legends, showed no sign of regret, continuing her unstoppable charge. Its target was clear, Chao Xing. This dragon wanted to slay the murderer of its son immediately. Whoosh! A torrent of dragon power swept over, as if it would completely engulf Chao Xing in the next second, but at that moment, a gruff voice rang out. "You're not going to harm our lord." With these words, Braum cast Guardian Leap and instantly leaped into Mother of the North Wind's path, his legs slightly bent, his body leaning forward, maintaining a defensive stance, clearly intending to use his own body to block the charge from Mother of the North. Seeing this, Mother of the North's pupils still shone with disdain. The power of an ant, you dare say? Dare you to shake a dragon? You will soon learn that your resistance is as insignificant as a pebble beneath a mountain. I will crush it mercilessly. Brown listened, undeterred. He blew his mustache and grinned. If you can, give it a try. As he spoke, Mother of the North's massive dragon head had already reached Brown. Even though he had now become a 100-meter-tall giant, he was still as small as a bug against Mother of the North's enormous size. The next moment, Brahm's shield of origin collided head-on with Mother of the North's mountainous dragon head. Boom! With a dull thud, at the center of the impact, the surrounding space shattered and began to spread rapidly. A terrifying energy storm swept out for dozens of kilometers. Even the legendary warriors of the Northwind Alliance were knocked back by the shockwave. Puff! -318254552. A terrifying 30 million damage appeared above Brahm's head. The muscles in his arms instantly exploded, blood gushing out like a fountain, and his legs and ankles were bent in a strange position. It seemed as if every bone in his body had been broken by the previous wave of force, but even so, the massive figure gritted his teeth, doing his utmost to block the Mother of the North Wind's charge. Stop! Boom! Brown was repeatedly knocked back, but his retreat was slowing down. With his full effort, he finally stopped the 10,000-meter-tall dragon abruptly in midair. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened, staring at the figure in the sky in disbelief. Even the survivors watching below could see the terrifying magnitude of Mother of the North Wind's charge. It was a truly unstoppable force. And yet, now, it was stopped by this shield-bearer, so much smaller than it. The visual shock was as incredible as an ant stopping a galloping elephant. The survivors of Starfire murmured, "What a powerful warrior." Yes, as expected of Master Chao Xing's top shield-bearer. Too strong. Even Mother of the North Wind was surprised. A legend can actually stop my charge? Its gaze fell on the massive shield in Brahm's hand, and a flicker of surprise flashed in its enormous dragon eyes. That's the Shield of Origin. Wasn't this Shield of Life destroyed by Balthazar? How did it appear in your hands? No. This shield's power is far less than a complete Shield of Life. What happened? The Mother of the North Wind seemed to recognize the shield, her dragon beard trembling slightly. But soon, a violent blood-red hue filled her eyes again. The desire for revenge overwhelmed rational thought. Even if you have the Shield of Life, what good will it do? You can stop me, but can you stop them? Hearing these words, a sense of danger suddenly emerged in the hearts of the powerful warriors on the field. Before they could react, they heard the God of Desire's alluring whisper. Sink. She chuckled softly, and with a wave of her hand, she released endless pink threads. Sleep in eternal bliss. The thousand-faced god's figures suddenly fragmented into countless phantoms, each one seemingly imbued with the same aura. These phantoms spoke at once, emitting 1,000 overlapping voices. We are everything, and everything is us. Chapter 847. The Echo God's body began to vibrate wildly, emanating waves of sound that transformed into a tangible shockwave that swept over. Destruction. 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 After Brahm's departure, the three false gods, freed from restraint, quickly seized the opportunity to launch their attack. They once again unleashed a never-before-seen tactic, attacking simultaneously with 3 different attacks. Even the Mother of the North Wind opened her abyssal maw, brewing terrifying dragon-speak magic. Faced with the combined attack of 3 false gods and a dragon hailed as the most destructive force beneath the gods, everyone felt a strong sense of suffocation. The Spark Legion survivors watching below, as well as the hundreds of millions of survivors in the live stream, could not help but break into a cold sweat for the people in the sky. However, Chao Xing remained calm in the face of danger. While quickly retreating to create distance, he quickly directed his legendary warriors to respond. Sarah, you work with Mernina to hold off the God of Desire. Assam, you and Andrew will handle the God of Echoes ahead. Bing On, lead Seraphis to suppress the thousand-faced god. Braun, Mother of the North Wind, is in your care. As he swiftly issued orders, his legendary warriors sprang into action. 2 identical Sarah death daggers danced frantically, forming perfect coordination with Mernina. Assam withstood the sonic blasts of the God of Echoes and, working with Andrew, sent them flying again. Bing On swung her dragon sword continuously, working with Seraphis to blast all of the thousand-faced god's clones to pieces. The attacks of the 3 deities were completely blocked, including Mother of the North Wind, who was restrained by Braum. The battle raged again. This time, however, the situation was clearly more unfavorable to Chao Xing's side. Even on the other side, the remaining 6 legendaries of the North Wind Alliance, having escaped, were left unrestrained for a moment. However, as they watched the aerial melee, even Chao Xing and his companions, who were already being suppressed, they dared not take action. Puff! King Yiming spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at the battlefield with resentment. Damn you! You actually let me suffer such severe injuries twice in a row. When I recover, I will destroy the city you built before your very eyes and slaughter all your men. He uttered a fierce threat. Even the other 5 legendaries looked grim. After the recent wave of indiscriminate bombardment, all of their health points were reduced to less than 1/10, reaching a critical level. The Silver Lion King wiped the blood from his mouth and said solemnly, "Stop talking. Let's hurry and heal. Otherwise, by the time Chao Xing is free, or something unexpected happens, we won't have the energy to respond." Hearing this, the legends on the field took action. They each drew their own secret elixirs, or asked the Elder Shenmue to cast life spells for healing. Their health points began to steadily recover. However, King Yiming seemed still unwilling to give up, staring grimly at the battlefield above. He was just waiting to recover so he could immediately join the siege of Chao Xing. At that moment, as if remembering something, he glanced down at Spark City below, locking his gaze on Luoxi, who was breaking through. About 8 minutes had passed since she began her breakthrough. At this moment, more and more blue musical notes surrounded Luoxi, including the blue divine fire above her head, which grew increasingly solid and brilliant. As long as one refines divine power to its utmost and integrates the divine fire into their body, when the divine fire is ignited and the divine power undergoes a qualitative transformation, one can directly enter the demigod realm. King Yiming had an idea in mind, and he proposed, "Everyone, while Chao Xing is tied up, and the men from the 4 alliances are being held back by the Nightmare God, we can take this opportunity to directly attack the city, interrupt that woman's breakthrough, and flatten the territory of that otherworldly lord." It was clear that his hatred for Chao Xing had accumulated to its peak, and he was eager for revenge. This suggestion slightly faltered the expressions of the legendary warriors present. However, King Silver Lion remained rational. He frowned and said, "Yiming, don't be impulsive. Although Chao Xing and the 4 kingdoms are unable to take action, that woman still has 2 legendary warriors with her. We are all seriously injured now. We might not be able to gain an advantage if we go there now." Hearing this, the other legends also expressed their agreement. Although King Yiming felt resentful, he could only suppress his anger for the time being. But at this moment, King Silver Lion changed the subject. "However, while we are recovering, we can send troops to capture that city." King Yiming seemed to realize something. "You mean to launch a general attack?" King Silver Lion nodded. "Yes, this time, those guys have left us 2 legendary warriors. Combined with our army, it should be enough to contain the legendary forces of this massive city. Then, when we wait for the city to be breached, we'd be able to recover somewhat from our injuries. Next, it's time to reap the fruits of victory." At his suggestion, the eyes of the other legends gleamed with brilliance. "Kasha, act," King Yiming said impatiently. "Let these guys witness the warlike prowess of the Northwind Alliance." Queen Kasha nodded slightly. Then, she raised her staff and began chanting an ancient incantation. Buzz, buzz. Vast waves of spatial force spread out like a tide, sweeping across dozens of kilometers. At that moment, everyone was captivated by the battle in the sky. No one noticed that massive magic arrays, over 5 kilometers in diameter, had suddenly appeared in the 4 directions of Spark City: east, south, west, and north. These arrays emitted powerful spatial fluctuations. The next moment, as if the heavens and earth were ripping apart, for blue beams of light shot up into the sky. Boom! A powerful tremor erupted, not only in Spark City, but even the earth within a radius of dozens of kilometers was shaking violently. The surviving lords seemed to realize something was amiss. They stopped shaking and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Another earthquake? Could it be caused by those powerful beings in the sky?" No! They shouldn't be able to separate at this time. Many people had already climbed onto the city walls, hoping to see what was happening outside. Then, they witnessed an extremely shocking scene. A dense mass of figures gradually emerged from within the magic arrays. When the light faded, a vast army of elite soldiers, heavily armored knights in full armor, thousands of trebuchets, massive artillery, siege chariots, and more suddenly appeared on the vast snowy plains. Not only that, a vast flying army, so vast it obscured the sky, appeared from the sky. There were ferocious wyverns, majestic griffins, and nimble-horned eagle assault troops. What is going on?" the survivor muttered. Then, as if realizing something, he quickly warned in the chat, "Brothers, there are suddenly so many more troops out there. The numbers are terrifying, at least millions. Among them are all sorts of massive war machines. What? The Spark Legion's chat room erupted in excitement. Many rushed to the city walls. And then, they too witnessed a shocking scene. The elite armies of the Northwind Alliance had already formed into formation. Tens of thousands of giant crossbows stood poised for fire, and hundreds of magic catapults flashed menacingly. Under the cover of iron chariots, hundreds of thousands of heavily armored infantrymen advanced slowly. The circling armies of flying soldiers obscured the heavens, creating an oppressive, apocalyptic feeling. At this moment, the survivors of the Spark Legion seemed to realize something. They paled as they exclaimed, "This is the combined forces of the Northwind Alliance. They've used teleportation to transport the nation's war troops." Looking at the dense enemy forces outside the city, a wave of panic quickly spread. Damn it! They chose this very moment. How insidious. Yes, Boss Chaoxing and the others are all engaged in battle with the enemy right now, completely unable to spare any time. That legendary breakthrough is also happening at a critical moment, and the entire city lacks a powerful enough leader to lead the charge. Trouble. It must be said that the timing of the Northwind Alliance's attack was truly ruthless. Even the viewers in the livestream were sending out barrages of comments. Fuck. This is despicable. Millions of troops attacking the territory of an alien lord. How the hell would a human do this? This is truly outrageous. With the Northwind Alliance's means and military strength, why didn't they send anyone during the Blood Rebellion? Sparkling City is probably doomed this time. It was only built less than an hour ago. Haha. Serves him right. He's so angry, and he even achieved a demigod breakthrough in front of so many people. The livestream was filled with worried comments, and even some previously silent trolls became active again. However, bad news kept coming. After the Northwind Alliance's army had assembled, two torrents of aura suddenly erupted from the teleportation arrays directly south and north of the battlefield. Wow! From the southern teleportation array, a thick black aura gushed out, spreading like ink. Wherever it passed, the earth was scorched and blackened, and the grass and trees withered and died instantly. Even the Northwind Alliance soldiers dared not approach. At the center of the black fog, a slender figure clad in a black robe appeared, exuding an evil aura. He raised his head, gazing at the city enveloped by a stasis shield, and a cruel smile gradually emerged. "I am Theodore Levin, the chief high priest of the kingdom of Ostia. The four kingdoms have committed countless evil deeds, and Lord Chaoxing is even more blasphemous, bringing disaster to the region. Today, we in Ostia will join forces with the Northwind Alliance to eradicate these heretics." He used dark magic to transmit his voice, loudly announcing his arrival. And in the north, from the black teleportation array, a torrent of black air also erupted. An evil, fishy, and chilling aura wafted through the air. Then, from the black air, emerged a massive, scaly snake head, the size of a house. It opened its bloody maw and released a forked red tongue. As it breathed, it emitted a terrifying hiss. Hiss, hiss! Not only that, the giant black snake, riding on the black smoke, slowly floated into the air. Everyone now had a clear view of its full form. It was a terrifying, enormous snake, over 300 meters long, its body as thick as a train. Its pitch-black scales were as hard as steel, and puffs of black smoke continued to emanate from the cracks. Most astonishingly, a pair of small fleshy wings had sprouted from the back of its head. It was like the transformation of a snake into a dragon. When it fully revealed itself, its terrifying might cause the city walls to tremble slightly. It was clearly another legendary creature. At that moment, the survivors of Spark City felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The Northwind Alliance had millions of elite troops, a vast array of war tools, and two legendary warriors. This overwhelming disparity in power left them with no courage to resist. In Spark City, Hilton, Jace, and even Lord Orlon felt a heavy sense of oppression. Although Chaoxing had informed them in advance that there might be a surprise enemy attack at today's ceremony, and they had mentally prepared, they were still somewhat caught off guard when faced with a force of millions. At the same time, the Northwind Alliance's army had already reached attack range, their trebuchets, artillery, and crossbow arrays simultaneously unleashing a deafening roar. A commander atop a chariot waved his hand. Fire! The next moment, all the trebuchets and large artillery pieces violently trembled. Boom! The slings rose high, hurling huge boulders emitting a chilling aura. The large artillery pieces unleashed hundreds, even thousands, of flaming shells. These attacks poured out like a torrential rain, pelting Spark City. Watching the incoming attacks, one felt a sense of helplessness, like an ant facing a natural disaster. However, just as the shells and boulders were about to impact the pale blue energy shield, about 10 meters away. Buzz! A strange energy wave emerged, and all the attacks seemed to be stuck in a sticky quagmire, their speed suddenly slowing. It was the Stasis Magic Shield's attack stasis field, which could reduce the speed of long-range attacks to 1%. It was truly an incredible ability. The survivors of Spark City and representatives of the major factions all looked on in amazement. What kind of shield is this? Such a powerful power. They had noticed this pale blue energy shield before. However, the shield didn't stop them as they passed by, so they hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, facing a true attack, this shield revealed its power. After all, this was a legendary structure developed by a master alchemist, a master of statics, and a legendary arcane mage. The effect completely defied their expectations. Meanwhile, the workers on the city walls remained calm. They quickly manipulated crossbows, artillery, catapults, and other defensive equipment. The goblin lock stood on the platform, gesticulating and commanding, "Attention! Adjust the angles and aim at those shells in the sky. Lock on the target, attack!" Boom, boom! A dense stream of intercepting shells flew out of Spark City, slamming into the boulders and shells. Instantly, a chain reaction of explosions ensued. Boom! 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 Loud explosions echoed in succession, and the shells in the sky exploded before they even landed. The vast majority of the Northwind Alliance's attacks were successfully intercepted. The remaining attacks, while they managed to penetrate the defenses, had been significantly reduced in speed. Buzz, buzz! The attacks impacted the shield, but only caused ripples, dispersing the impact across the entire barrier. The raging flames were suppressed by some mysterious force, gradually dying down. Everyone watched this scene in amazement and delight, and cheers erupted from the city walls. Holy crap, this is even possible? Ha ha ha. What kind of interception system is this? Boss Chaoxing anticipated these guys would use their troops to attack the city, so he already made preparations. What a miraculous shield. Compared to the delight of everyone in Spark City, the commander of the Northwind Alliance had a sullen expression. He suddenly drew his sword and ordered, "Siege crossbow troops, horned eagle troops, archers, prepare. Launch a saturation attack. Destroy the shield." The moment the order was received, tens of thousands of archers and thousands of elite archers perched on the backs of horned eagles in the sky simultaneously drew their bowstrings. Thousands of large crossbow launchers on the ground were also ready to fire, at the commander's command. Fire! Swish, swish, swish. A hail of arrows, covering the sky and the sun, soared into the air. Hundreds of thousands of arrows of varying sizes descended simultaneously, the sheer number nearly blocking out the sunlight. These arrows, after approaching the stasis shield by a dozen meters, also became sluggish. Like being stuck in a quagmire, the flight speed dropped dramatically. However, the sheer number of arrows made interception impossible as before. But at that moment, the defensive arrow towers atop the walls of Spark City all lit up with dazzling light. Swish, swish, swish. A dense barrage of magical arrows automatically tracked their targets, shooting down each one, forming a dazzling interception net in the air. After layers of interception, less than 1% of the crossbow bolts finally struck the stasis magic shield. Seeing this scene, the morale of everyone in Spark City soared. Ha ha! Lord Chaoxing's arrow towers are working too. They were able to intercept so many attacks. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing! The Lord of Orlon exclaimed with emotion, as expected of that person's territory. This perfect offensive and defensive system is simply breathtaking. The Lord of Malign nodded indeed. If it were our town, we'd probably have suffered heavy losses from the first wave of artillery fire. Lord Chaoxing's Spark City has remained unscathed until now. It's incredible. Everyone stared in awe at the scene in the sky and at Spark City's impenetrable defenses, their hearts filled with delight and astonishment. Chapter 848. Spark City's defenses were impenetrable. The opposing Northwind Alliance army, seeing their two waves of concentrated fire failing to produce any results, felt a wave of intense humiliation. The commander was furious, roaring, "Attack! All-out saturation attack! Inform the other armies to advance with all their might, regardless of the cost, to destroy the city as quickly as possible." With the order given, all four Northwind Alliance armies entered offensive mode. As they advanced frantically, they unleashed indiscriminate bombardments. A hail of shells, boulders, arrows, and magical attacks poured down like a torrential rain. This erratic, dense attack was the most difficult to intercept. Some would inevitably be missed. Furthermore, despite the large number of defense towers in Chaoxing's territory, they were still insufficient compared to the overwhelming firepower of the Northwind Alliance. Buzz, buzz! The numerous attacks rippled through the shield, sending waves of energy ripples through it, causing its durability to decrease at a noticeable rate. Seeing the effectiveness of this attack, the commander of the Northwind Alliance immediately revealed a sinister grin. Keep going! Bombard the shield until it shatters. Clatter. More attacks came like a tide, and the ripples on the shield surface grew more and more intense. The people in Spark City couldn't help but tense up again. Some even gripped their weapons, ready for the impending close combat. At this moment, at the edge of the city wall, where lush, green trees once grew at regular intervals, normally, these trees remained motionless, like ordinary landscape trees. But now, as Spark City faced crisis, these great trees began to shake violently, their rough bark revealing the contours of weathered faces. Then, these trees extended their branches, rapidly hurling out enormous fruits and splitting into blade-sharp leaves. Bang! 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 Swish! 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 A vast torrent of exploding fruits and slicing leaves joined the intercepting fire. These great trees were none other than Chao Xing's other special army, the Ancient War Trees and the Ancient Wind Trees. It's worth noting that, after Chao Xing's training, these ancient trees have now reached the maximum level of 70, and many are even elite, boss-level creatures. Adding to this series of blessings, each of these ancient war trees possesses extremely powerful reflexes and combat capabilities. Intercepting these attacks was a piece of cake. Clatter. A large number of acorn trees whizzed out like cannonballs, precisely intercepting the incoming boulders and projectiles mid-air. The sharp leaves formed a dense web of razor-sharp blades, shattering the incoming arrows and magic bullets one by one. The ancient trees' stout branches danced flexibly, even swatting away those that slipped through their net. At this moment, combined with the deceleration provided by the stasis magic shield and the formidable attack speed of these ancient war trees, over 90% of all incoming ranged attacks were completely intercepted. Inside the city, Hilton, Jace, and the others watched this scene in amazement. These normally peaceful ancient trees now displayed such astonishing combat prowess, truly beyond their imagination. The survivors of the Spark Legion watched in amazement as the War and Wind Ancients displayed their might. These trees are incredibly powerful, aren't they? I feel like a single tree is as powerful as a dozen master-level warriors. Indeed. If I had a tree like this in my territory, my defense would skyrocket. What a powerful tree. Even the commanders of the Northern Wind Alliance were completely stunned. They hadn't expected Spark City's defenses to be so imperceptible, capable of perfectly withstanding this saturation bombardment. At this rate, there's no hope of breaching this shield anytime soon. A war ancient suddenly let out a deep laugh. Haha. I haven't stretched in ages. A nearby wind ancient trembled its branches. How dare they attempt to invade our lord's territory? Let these invaders witness the true wrath of nature. As the ancient tree legion continued to unleash its might, numerous attacks were completely intercepted. Some whistling shells even pierced the barrage and landed among the Northwind Alliance's forces, causing heavy casualties. Bang! Boom! Ah! The soldiers' screams continued. At this moment, the black magician floating in midair also noticed the current situation. He suddenly let out a shrill, strange laugh. Ha ha ha. You think you can rely on this shield alone to stop our million-strong Northwind Alliance army? Isn't that wishful thinking? The next moment, he suddenly spread his arms, and a torrent of dark energy gushed out, quickly covering the entire sky above Spark City. Under this terrifying pressure, the stasis magic shield creaked under the weight, and fine cracks began to appear on its surface. -146, 6791. -123, 4979. -112, 5467. -128, 4679. Dense numbers of damage floated up, and the shield's durability plummeted. On the opposite side, the massive black snake, reaching a length of 300 meters, also spewed out jet black venom, which landed on the pale blue shield. Sizzle. Sizzle. The intense corrosion sound was terrifying, and the areas of the shield affected by the venom quickly turned black and melted away. -164, 6979. -126, 3497. -175, 4267. -113, 3497. Under the combined attack of these two legendary creatures, the shield's durability began to plummet. In the blink of an eye, the 1 billion durability had dropped to less than 600 million. The situation, which had been barely holding up, took a sharp turn for the worse with the arrival of these two legendary masters. In Spark City, The smiles on the faces of those who had been excited by the ancient tree legion's display of might instantly vanished. Everyone gazed solemnly at the sky, their hearts shrouded in a pall of gloom. Elsewhere, Captain Leonard of the Great Axe and another legendary master stood guard beside Rosie. They watched the two legendary creatures attacking the shield, their weapons involuntarily grasped, a wave of anxiety rising in their hearts. They longed to rush out now and engage the Black Mage and the giant black snake in battle. However, Rosie was at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. Furthermore, Chao Xing had specifically instructed, no matter what happened, ensure Rosie's breakthrough first, and try not to leave her side. No matter how eager they were, they could only suppress their impulse at this moment. The cracks in the shield grew more and more, and the situation grew increasingly dire. The entire population of Spark City was shrouded in a gloom, as if the entire city would be engulfed in the next second. The live stream was filled with pessimistic voices. Spark City is doomed. Indeed, even if the city's defenses could withstand an attack by a million-strong army, they couldn't withstand the bombardment of two legends. Alas! What a pity, such a pity. They all seemed to have witnessed Spark City's end. And just then, a figure mounted on a chocobo suddenly stood up from the city wall. He drew his bow and gazed intently at the army below. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but a raging fire burned in them. It was Yao Yiming, one of the deputy commanders of the Spark Legion. He spoke in a deep voice in the Spark Legion chat channel. Everyone, listen to me. On the city wall, the hundreds of Spark Legion members turned their gazes to him. Everyone saw it. These guys claiming to be from the Northwind Alliance took advantage of the captain's absence to mobilize millions of troops to besiege Spark City. These disgusting guys, despite possessing so many troops, did nothing during the Blood Rebellion, watching as countless kingdoms were reduced to bloodbaths, and countless compatriots perished in the turmoil. Now, after finally surviving the Blood Rebellion and building Spark City under the captain's leadership, this city is not only the captain's city, but also our shared home. Now, they want to destroy our home. Will you agree? On the city walls, hundreds of lords' faces flushed red as they roared in unison. No! The deafening roar reached the heavens, and everyone trembled, even with two legendary creatures wreaking havoc in the sky, even with millions of troops surrounding them. These survivors remained undaunted, their eyes burning with a determined will to fight to the death. Yao Yiming gripped his longbow tightly and shouted, "Very well, if that's the case, then we will confront these invaders and show the world the courage of the Spark Legion. First Combat Regiment, follow me out of the city to meet the enemy. Our mission is to destroy their war machines. Now is the time when the captain needs us most, and when Spark City needs us most. We must not let them get even one step closer to the city." With these words, he directly controlled his polar strider and leaped from the dozens-meter-high city wall. The snow-white strider spread its wings, tracing a silver trail through the air. Elsewhere, Ji Xinyue rode her tiger, sword drawn. Second Combat Regiment, bring your fighters and follow me to the east gate. We must cut off their flank. Don't even think about setting foot in the city until all our Spark Legion members are dead. Even the lizardman Tianjing had cast off his cloak, revealing his ferocious death lizard form. He roared hoarsely, "Third Combat Regiment, follow me into the enemy's heart and disperse their archers." Then, he leaped like a giant flying lizard, landing steadily at the foot of the city wall. At the same time, over 500 lords of the Spark Legion, along with nearly 100,000 combatants under their command, leaped down from the city walls. With their physical prowess, this height proved completely unfazed. The troops quickly assembled, a mighty force of 100,000 men in full force. They knew that relying on their limited strength to fight against the Northwind Alliance's army was like trying to strike a stone with an egg. What's more, the enemy also had two legendary creatures. However, a determination to die burned in everyone's eyes. The moment they stepped onto the battlefield, they were prepared to die. And in the live stream, 700 million, no 1 billion survivors were watching the battle unfold in Spark City. There were less than 2 billion survivors left in the world, and this live stream had already gathered over half of them. It couldn't be helped. The battle in Spark City simply drew too much attention. First, Chao Xing loudly announced that he wanted someone to achieve a demigod breakthrough in Spark City. Immediately afterwards, 11 legends from the Northwind Alliance attacked in unison, but Chao Xing slew 3 of them with a single sword strike. Then, the appearance of the 4 false gods escalated the battle to a climax. Even with their combined strength, they were still routed by Chao Xing and his men, with 2 more legends falling. Just when they thought Chao Xing was about to win, the Northwind Alliance summoned a giant dragon, said to be the most destructive force below a demigod, turning the tide. Now, Two legends are leading an army of millions to attack Spark City. These various developments make it hard not to pay attention. These Northwind Alliance guys are disgusting. They're hell-bent on destroying Master Chao Xing's Spark City. When I think about those bastards hiding in the shadows during the Blood Rebellion, I get pissed. If they'd taken action, we wouldn't have lost so many of our compatriots on Blue Star. Yeah, those guys only care about profit, they don't care about the lives of others. Every one of the brothers in the Spark Legion is a true man. They dared to lead the army forward in such a desperate situation. I'd be their diehard fan from now on. As expected, no one in Boss Chao Xing's Legion is a coward. When I become stronger, I definitely join the Spark Legion. I just moved to the snowstorm. The livestream was ablaze with comments. Some cursed the Northwind Alliance for their despicable actions, while others admired the Spark Legion's bravery. Countless survivors clenched their fists, wishing they could teleport to the battlefield to help. At this moment on the Spark City battlefield, the stasis magic shield, under the combined attack of two legendary powerhouses, was already covered in cracks. Its durability had dropped by 200 million, and it was on the verge of shattering. Once the shield vanished, the entire city would be exposed to a hail of artillery fire and magical bombardment. A single missed legendary attack would cause immense damage to the city. At the same time, the survivors, led by Deputy Commanders Yao Yiming, Ji Xinhua, and Tian Jing, had already reached the main force. Undeterred, they launched a ferocious charge. For the Spark Legion, charge. Kill them all. Show these guys the power of the Blue Star human race. Captain, tell my mother I'm not a coward. Under the valiant momentum of this group of survivors, they unexpectedly blocked the charge of a million-man army and charged right into the enemy's formation. Immediately afterwards, the lords of the Spark Legion unleashed their fiercest attack on the enemy without hesitation. Puff! 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 Instantly, a scene of blood and flesh flew everywhere. Where they passed, armies collapsed in droves, leaving the ground littered with corpses and severed limbs. Blood dyed the earth red, forming streams that meandered across the battlefield. Bang! A warrior's axe split the enemy's skull, sending a shower of red and white objects flying. Ah! Amidst a scream, an enemy soldier was pierced through the chest by the Dragon Blood Champion's spear, pinning him to the ground. Snap! The lightning mage's chain lightning exploded through the crowd, reducing dozens of people to charred fragments. The survivors were all blood-stained, their faces and armor splattered with blood. Since entering this world, over a year of brutality had forged their resilience. Facing such scenes, they had long since become accustomed. They advanced over the corpses of their enemies, their every step accompanied by their cries. Both sides suffered casualties. However, in comparison, the Spark Legion's casualties were negligible. As mentioned earlier, Region 1 currently boasts the largest number of hero-level warriors. And the Spark Legion possesses the largest number of hero-level warriors. Of the over 500 lords charging here, at least 400 possess hero-level combat power. Even if they haven't reached this level, at least one of their subordinates must have reached it. And what kind of power is hero-level? Before legendary warriors emerge, they represent the limit of mortal strength. Each of them possesses the power to defeat 100,000 on their own, capable of destroying a city. Combined, they were unstoppable, leaving the Northwind Alliance army in disarray. Even Ji Xinhua led her elite troops, charging deep into the enemy's heart. Of course, the most terrifying was the lizardman Tian Jing. This fellow had already broken through to the hero level, and reached the maximum level of 100. Adding to that, he possessed a hidden class, Death Lizard, making him a top-tier fighter within the Spark Legion. Wow! Wow! He opened his bloody maw and unleashed clouds of dark green venom. Where the venom reached, all enemy troops within a radius of hundreds of meters felt a piercing pain, their bodies rapidly decaying. Ah! My skin! What kind of venom is this? It hurts. Priest, save me! However, no matter how they struggled or cried out for help, in the end, they could only watch helplessly as their flesh and blood dissolved. Wherever the Death Lizard passed, all life was annihilated. The Spark Legion's 100,000 survivors actually overwhelmed the million-strong Northwind Alliance on the front lines. The 1 billion people watching in the live stream were thrilled. Brothers of the Spark Legion, well done. That's it. Defeating them. Incredible. This is what a true warrior does. Go for it. Show those Northwind Alliance scum what we survivors of Blue Star are made of. The survivors cheered them on, and the live stream was ablaze with cheers. However, the performance of this extraordinary force also attracted the attention of two legendary creatures in the sky. The legendary Black Mage's cold gaze locked onto the battlefield below. A bunch of ants, You've grown to this level without anyone noticing. If I give you a little more time, even legends would be wary. But that's enough. With a wave of his staff, he withdrew his attack on the stasis shield. Then he gave the command to the black snake opposite. Let's go over and destroy the legion below first. Hiss. The black snake responded immediately. It flung out a scarlet tongue, flapped its misshapen wings, and swooped down like black lightning. Two legendary powerhouses quickly approached. The black magician was shrouded in a pitch-black energy of death, like the god of death descending upon the earth. The legendary snake opened its bloody maw, and the venom dripping from its fangs corroded the air, making a sizzling sound. A terrifying pressure swept across the battlefield, and the survivors of the Spark Legion felt an extreme sense of suffocation and death. This was their first direct encounter with a legendary creature, and only then did they truly experience the oppression and powerlessness of life itself. Chapter 849. A survivor's sword grip trembled uncontrollably. So, the captain has been fighting enemies of this level. Faced with such a foe, I can't even muster the courage to fight. The audience, including the live stream, felt the despair, and the comments instantly thinned out. It's over. This oppressive feeling, even through the screen, makes me breathless. Legendary level. Is this the gap between mortals and legends? On the battlefield, the once unstoppable charge came to an abrupt halt. Yao Yiming, Ji Xinhua, and the others gritted their teeth, trying to suppress the fear in their hearts, but found their bodies stiffening uncontrollably. The shadow of death enveloped everyone, making even breathing difficult. At that moment, an elegant and majestic figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Spark City. She was clad in a gorgeous black dress, her gaze as cold as ice. Seeing the two legendary creatures rapidly approach, she gently raised her fair wrist and spoke into the communicator. The target is within attack range. Immediately activate the Blood Destroyer Tower. All combat units in the city, prepare to enter the battlefield at any time. As Victoria's orders were issued. From the south and east gates of Spark City, 3 towering blood-red towers, over 30 meters tall, emanated a mysterious wave. The blood cores at their summits began to spin frantically, emitting a heart-pounding hum. The next moment, 3 pillars of blood shot tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Across the battlefield, everyone's attention was drawn to these 3 pillars. What is that? I don't know. But it looks terrifying. Before they could react, they suddenly saw 3 balls of blood-red light coalesce into massive spheres in the sky. A sticky blood plasma swirled on the sphere's surfaces, and a terrifying roar emanated from within. The next moment, the 2 spheres began to plummet, leaving 2 crimson trails in the sky. At an incredibly terrifying speed, they swooped down towards the battlefields at the south and north gates of Spark City, respectively. Whoosh! The whistling wind shrieked like the screams of evil spirits, their target clearly the Black Mage and the legendary snake. The Black Mage's pupils constricted. Oh no! They're coming for us! Damn it! Get out of the way! He was about to use his extreme speed to flee, but the blood-red spheres were even faster. In an instant, they appeared above them, then slammed into the Black Mage and the legendary snake like a meteorite. Boom! 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 3 earth-shattering explosions echoed through the sky, and a terrifying shockwave instantly swept across a 5-kilometer radius. The earth cracked, the air twisted. 3 blood-red mushroom clouds rose from the center of the explosion, the violent energy engulfing all other flying units in the sky. Many horned eagles and griffins even had their wings and bodies ripped apart by the impact. Damage figures exceeding 10 million appeared one after another. -2892453. -2942537. -258234112. -294252113. -205234442. -295254332. It's worth noting that since the Blood Destroyer Tower is a defense tower, it naturally benefits from the territory's other building, the Technology Research Institute. After Chaoxing maxed out his defense tower technology, the damage increased dramatically again. At least thousands of flying troops were annihilated by these 3 devastating attacks. Even the 2 legendary creatures were engulfed. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths wide open in disbelief. However, this wave of attack didn't stop there. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, at the center of the explosion, 3 towering figures slowly rose to their feet. They were 3 20-meter-tall blood destroyers. Their bodies were composed of flowing blood, covered in dark red crystal armor. Their heads were devoid of facial features, only a constantly swirling blood-red vortex. With every step, corrosive blood stains were left on the ground. Roar! The three blood destroyers roared simultaneously, their voices stirring up a blood-red storm. At this moment, the black magician spat out a mouthful of blood, his cloak ripped to shreds. The legendary snake on the other side also curled up, its scales oozing dark, poisonous blood. The black mage looked up in horror at the two terrifying creatures, exclaiming in shock, This was the Blood Destroyer, a legendary creature summoned by the three towers. Although it only lasted 10 seconds, it was more than enough. The Blood Destroyer didn't give them time to react and launched its attack. The destroyer at the south gate transformed its arms into blood-red blades, slashing dozens of crimson rays at the black mage. The destroyer at the north gate opened its bloody maw and spewed out a highly corrosive poisonous mist, enveloping the legendary snake. Another destroyer pounced directly upon the Northwind Alliance, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Faced with this summoned creature's utterly fearless attack, the two legendary creatures were immediately thrust into a fierce battle. Not only that, at this moment, Starfire City was undergoing another unexpected event. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the sound of dense bursts of air breaking, powerful figures soared into the air. They maintained a neat formation, clad in fine armor. Some held long swords, others slung bows and arrows. Some knights in silver armor, armed with lances, rode on the backs of griffins. On the other side, knights draped in blood-red cloaks and mounted on giant bats. They were Chao Xing's territorial legions, Ascalon warriors, Dragonblood fighters, Griffin knights, Bloodwing knights, and so on. At this moment, they were all poised for battle, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. When they saw the million-strong Northwind Alliance army appear, they were eager to rush to the battlefield and slay the formidable enemy. However, the appearance of two legendary powerhouses temporarily changed their strategy. But now it seems the tactic was a success. Both legends have been held back. In midair, Victoria, in charge of coordinating the battle, waved her hand and commanded, "Warriors, it's time for you to take action. Rout these invaders." At the same time, the drummers on the city wall struck the Legion's treasure, the drum of inspiration. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled drumbeats made their blood boil. Then, the horns blew the war horn. Beep! The passionate sound brought the fighting spirit of all the warriors to a peak. The next moment, the warriors charged out like arrows from a bow. Kill! Thousands of elite warriors, either flapping their transparent wind wings or maneuvering their mounts, rushed out of the city at lightning speed, bound for the battlefield. The conviction of victory shone in everyone's eyes. The Spark City counterattack officially began. Out on the battlefield, the survivors of the Spark Legion stared at the elite soldiers soaring through the sky, with a puzzled look on their faces. Something was wrong. Those are Boss Chao Xing's troops. They're leaving the city now, preparing for a decisive battle? But are these numbers enough? There are millions of troops on the other side. Just as they were worried, they discovered that these warriors had already penetrated deep into the enemy lines. The rain of arrows unleashed by the combined forces was completely ignored by them, piercing right through. With a regeneration rate of 700,000 per second, it was impossible to inflict any damage unless they were caught dead. Then, like divine soldiers descending from the sky, these warriors fell into the enemy ranks. They drew their weapons, gleaming with a cold light, and began the slaughter with swift, unbroken force. Puff! Puff! Minus 892,412. Minus 782,934. Minus 119,2344. Minus 105,8243. Minus 692,332. Minus 719,823. Benefited by various statuses, these warriors each possess hundreds of thousands of attack points. Add to that the critical strike bonus from Land of Glory, allowing them to deliver a critical hit with every strike. Even a single strike from an ordinary Ascalonian warrior could deal hundreds of thousands, even millions, of damage. You can imagine what this meant. These 5th and 6th level soldiers were practically cut down with one blow, instantly slashing like melons and vegetables. Add to that their terrifying speed and agility. Where they passed, nothing grew, leaving the enemy unable to offer even the slightest resistance. Not only that, the Griffin Knights in the sky also unleashed a devastating blow. Hundreds of griffins swooped down simultaneously, their lances flashing a blinding light. Charge of justice. With a single command, countless white lightning bolts descended from the sky, instantly wielding all enemies within a kilometer radius. And the Wind Mage Legion on the other side was even more terrifying. They hovered in the air, constantly waving their staffs. Hurricane Strangle. Instantly, dozens of tornadoes rose from the ground, ravaging the enemy lines Like a natural disaster, thousands of enemy soldiers screamed as they were swept high into the air, torn to shreds by the raging wind blades. The Earth Mages specialized in dealing with the large war tools on the battlefield. With the swing of their staffs, the earth began to shake violently. Spikes. Endless. Puff. 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 A dense mass of giant spikes suddenly rose from the earth, each over 10 meters tall, its tip gleaming with a cold light. The bulky siege engines and catapults were instantly pierced, sending wood and metal shards flying everywhere. The soldiers operating them were pulverized by the ensuing earth elemental explosion before they could escape. The group of nightmare archers, cloaked in dark purple cloaks, focused their attention on the aerial forces. They drew their bows like full moons, their arrows swirling with a deadly purple mist. Swish, swish, swish. Arrow after arrow pierced the heads or hearts of the flying mounts. Crack! Crack! Amidst the shrill howls, wyverns and horned eagles wailed in agony, their bodies raining down from the sky. The dragon blood warriors on the ground were even more ferocious. All of them wielded 3-meter-long spears, and wherever they passed, the enemy fell like straw. Ice Dragon Spear. Break. Boom. Boom. Giant icicles, over 100 meters long, erupted, instantly freezing all enemies in their path into ice sculptures. Then, clash. Thousands of ice sculptures shattered simultaneously, transforming into a cloud of shimmering ice powder. This terrifying killing efficiency left the entire audience speechless with shock. Not only were the Spark Legion survivors stunned, but even the commentary in the live stream erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Are those all from Boss Chao Xing's army? A single strike deals over 1 million damage. That's outrageous. How can this be called war? This is a one-sided massacre. Look at the Bloodwing cavalry in the sky. A single charge wiped out thousands of heavily armored knights. So this is Boss Chao Xing's true power. Not only is his top troops formidable, but the backbone of his territory is also formidable. He's a truly all-around monster with no weaknesses. In contrast to the survivors' excitement, the Northwind Legion was completely stunned. Since the full deployment of over 6,000 combatants from Chao Xing's territory, the entire Northwind coalition suffered a complete rout across the battlefield's east, west, south, and north. The commander stood atop the chariot, his voice hoarse from shouting. He wildly waved his blood-stained banner, shouting at the top of his lungs. Heavy shield men, form up. Magicians, prepare your massive group attacks. Archers, stop attacking that city's shields and kill these damn creatures first. Hurry! A large number of legionnaires followed the commander's orders, attempting to intercept the Ascalonian warriors first and then instantly kill them in one fell swoop. However, facing these monsters with powerful attacks, rapid movement, and insane survivability, any tactic seemed futile. On top of that, when attacked, they would trigger a host of other disgusting effects, including counterattacks, slowdowns, and explosions. Facing such an enemy was simply despairing. Damn it! What the hell is this army? The commander's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was barely audible. Quickly, send the reserves back. But before he could finish his words, a pitch-black dagger had already slashed across his neck. Puff! Puff! -119-2342. -319-2457. Critical hit. 2 incredibly high critical damage numbers popped up. The 7th-rank commander's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands clutching his bleeding throat. In his final vision, he saw only a small figure cloaked in shadow, wielding twin daggers. Assassin. The commander uttered the last few words before collapsing with a thud. After dispatching the man, the figure swung its daggers and nimbly leaped to its next target. Key command points within the Northwind Alliance were beheaded one after another, and the army's formation became increasingly chaotic. The arrival of these extraordinary troops brought the millions of troops to the brink of collapse in a short period of time. The once neat formation began to crumble, and the soldiers fled like headless flies, trampling each other. Fear spread through the army like a plague, and cries of despair echoed throughout the battlefield. The commander is dead. Run! We are no match. Devils. These are devils. At the same time, the 2 blood destroyers' 10-second existence time had expired, and they vanished in a pool of blood. The Black Mage and the legendary Serpent, suddenly without an opponent, gasped for breath. In the terrifying attack of the 2 creatures, they had been left defenseless, and could only passively defend themselves. Their bodies were covered in bloodstains deep enough to see through their bones, and their health had plummeted to nearly 80 million. Counting the 20 million destroyed in the first wave of explosions, a total of 100 million health points had been lost. The dark mage gazed at the shielded city with a look of resentment, gritting his teeth and saying, "Damn it. We finally made it through. Once I break the shield, I raze this city to the ground." He took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. Then, his cold gaze swept across the battlefield, catching sight of Cao Xing's legion slaughtering the Northern Wind Alliance. He snorted, "A bunch of ants, dare you to show off your might at this moment? To defeat an army of 1,000,000, with only a few thousand men is quite impressive. However, no matter how powerful you are, without legendary power, you will still die." With this, the black mage raised his staff, preparing to unleash an area of effect curse to annihilate the ants. However, before he could muster his magic power. Swish. Swish. Two sword flashes flashed across his body like lightning. By the time the black mage realized what was happening, several bloody marks had appeared on his body. So fast. -1028352. -291,423. -1107823. -252342. The damage figures appeared one after another. The black mage's pupils suddenly constricted, and he quickly turned to see two figures, one old and one young. Each of them wielded a longsword gleaming with a cold, sharp aura, exuding a fierce aura. They were the two heroic swordsmen of the territory. Shao, the Star Nation swordsman, and Karel, the Twilight swordsman. The dark mage's cold gaze scrutinized them, and he spoke sternly, "You two are both rare sword prodigies, capable of injuring me with heroic strength. But talent means nothing in the face of absolute power. Now I give you a chance. Submit to me. Otherwise, you will die a painful death under my dark magic." Shao brushed off the bloodstains of Eternal Night Whisper, God Slayer, and chuckled, "Forgive me, you're not yet worthy of our submission." Twilight swordsman Karel, in turn, cast a scornful glance at him, his long sword raised slightly, the tip pointing directly at the other's throat. The black mage felt humiliated and said grimly, "If that's the case, then die." He raised his withered staff high, a vast dark demonic aura gathering within it. Before he could lower it, the sound of breaking wind echoed behind him. Swish. Swish. He turned sharply, and dodged the incoming arrows with incredible speed. At that moment, he once again saw the figures of powerful figures. There was the centaur Saint Harati, wielding a bow and arrow, exuding a solemn aura, his hooves treading on red petals. And there was the wind mage Alan, hovering in midair, his robes rustling, his body encircled by 12 wind blades. And there was Bafe Blackheart, clad in pitch-black armor, his chest inlaid with a black crystal. This group of heroic warriors surrounded the black mage, each one's eyes burning with fighting spirit. Chapter 850. The black mage looked around and let out a sinister laugh. "You guys. Are you trying to outnumber me?" No one responded, but the light radiating from their weapons gave the answer. The black mage sneered, "Naive. You soon understand that no matter how many ants there are, they can't shake a dragon." As he raised his staff again, terrifying black magic power spread out like a tide. The centaur Saint Harati swiftly fired an arrow, creating a protective field within a kilometer. She shouted, "Keep your distance and maintain formation. Shao, Karel, Baifu, the three of you hold him back. The rest of the ranged forces, attack." Before this, everyone had experienced fighting against legends with heroic strength, so they felt no fear or awe. In this state, they could unleash 100%, even 200%, of their full combat power. Following Harati's methodical command, the powerful warriors quickly formed a formation and surrounded the black mage. The battle began again. Off to the other side, the legendary snake, having just escaped, was shaking its wounded body, gasping for air. Hiss, hiss. The snake flung out its tongue, its pupils fixed on the battlefield, its gaze fixed on the powerful soldiers. At that moment, a rare look of vigilance flashed in its eyes. Because even it could see how special these soldiers were. That power was definitely not something an ordinary 7th-level creature could possess. Before the snake could even think, it suddenly felt two sharp, piercing sounds of wind overhead, accompanied by a familiar, dangerous aura. When the giant snake raised its head and gazed toward the sky, its pupils suddenly contracted, revealing a deep sense of shock, for it saw two enormous snakes, each over 100 meters tall. Their scales gleaming with a cold light, descending from the sky. The scales of the two giant snakes were two different colors, one blue, the other white. Swooping down, like a natural disaster, the black snake instantly realized that these two snakes were enemies from Spark City, not its own kind. Hiss! It spat out its scarlet tongue, roaring with murderous intent. However, the white and green snakes completely ignored its threat, opening their massive maws and spewing deadly venom. Wow! The white frost poison and the blue corrosive venom intertwined, landing on the black snake's scales with a hissing sound. Even its legendary scales were rapidly corroding, and its flesh began to fester. The black snake twisted its body in pain, emitting a shrill scream. Before it could strike back, it suddenly felt a violent gust of wind from behind. Turning its head around, it saw a massive fist, as massive as a water tank and cast as if cast from steel, hurling a violent blast of air at its spine. Bang! With a dull crunch, the black snake's body arched under the blow, its bones cracking under the weight. Jode, completely defeated. An excited shout echoed from behind. The black snake quickly opened its eyes, and beheld a 10-meter-tall, muscular giant. It was the territory's core fighting force, Jode Iron Frost. Not only that, with the giant's appearance, powerful figures once again appeared in the surrounding area. There was the Earth Mage, Terran Rockspeaker, wielding an ochre staff and surrounded by a rock shield. There was also the champion fighter, Shinon Dutra, wielding a legendary spear and radiating sharpness. And there was the dragon-blooded champion, Boji Sunstrider, wielding a battle axe, possessing a blend of 3 bloodlines. And there was the eerie-looking plague priest, Thanos, shrouded in a poisonous green mist. And so on. These heroic warriors each took their positions, surrounding the enemy and blocking all its escape routes. The black snake's vertical pupils flickered continuously. It seemed to realize something. These creatures were preparing to unite against it with heroic strength, and it sensed a dangerous aura from these powerful warriors. It slowly coiled itself, its jet-black scales rising in layers as it assumed a fighting stance. Swish! As Chiong thrust out his spear first, the sharp spear energy erupted like an iceberg, piercing the snake's vital point. At that instant, the white and green snakes nearby transformed into 2 bolts of lightning and charged forward. The other powerful warriors also attacked, and the giant snake counterattacked in a split second. Boom! The violent collision unleashed a violent vortex of energy, and the battle officially began. From the eruption of the 3 Blood Destroyer towers to the all-out attack by the powerful warriors in Chaoxing's territory, the crisis in Spark City was averted. Everyone had originally believed that with the arrival of the million-strong Northwind Alliance army, coupled with the siege of 2 legendary masters, Spark City would be destroyed. Unexpectedly, with the survivors of the Spark Legion launching a fearless charge, and Chaoxing's monstrous warriors joining the battlefield, the situation was reversed. The tide of battle had taken a startling turn. Not only that, the Northwind Alliance army was now facing a one-sided slaughter. Their heavily armored shield guards were completely vulnerable to the warriors' blades, their thick shields easily deflected like paper. Their magicians didn't even have time to chant a spell before they were utterly slaughtered by a sudden, unexpected force. Their cavalry charge hadn't even reached their target before the Dragon Blood warriors blasted them into icy powder from hundreds of meters away. At this rate, the Northwind Alliance's defeat was only a matter of time. In the sky, the Northwind Alliance kings, recovering from their injuries, fell silent as they watched the battle unfold below. Their expressions grew increasingly gloomy, as oppressive as the dark clouds before a storm. King Yiming's clenched fists trembled slightly, and his voice rasped, "Can anyone tell me what happened?" A million-strong combined army of the 5 kingdoms, plus 2 legendary creatures, was directly defeated by the legions of a single otherworldly lord. Everyone stared at each other, unable to offer an answer. Only the screams echoing from the battlefield spoke of this incredible defeat. After a moment, King Silver Lion sighed, and even the brilliance of his sword dimmed slightly. Alas! We all underestimated him. Chaoxing dared to publicly announce his demigod breakthrough. He must have his own reasons. He has become a force to be reckoned with. An opponent we must confront. Hearing this, the eyes of the legendary warriors on the field shifted to complex expressions. Once upon a time, they hadn't taken the weak otherworldly lords seriously, viewing these outsiders as mere lambs to be slaughtered, free labor. It might not be long before these otherworldly lords are completely annihilated by this world's extreme conditions. But who could have imagined that, in less than 2 years, such a monster would quietly rise from their midst? The old man, pale as a tree, coughed a few times, his bony fingers tightly gripping his staff. "What do you say, everyone? While we've recovered some strength, let's charge in, destroy that city, and interrupt Rosie's breakthrough." Or, King Yiming immediately responded, "I support charging in now. The city's defenses have been fully deployed, and they have no spare capacity to deal with us. This is the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack." However, King Silver Lion shook his head and said, "Yiming, you're wrong. He definitely has a backup plan. Believe it or not, if we head for Spark City now, we'd be greeted by a force even more terrifying than those warriors down there. By then, we might even be completely wiped out. The legends were stunned by this. King Yiming asked sternly, Silver Lion, do you know anything? King Silver Lion sighed and explained, I've seen that this otherworldly lord's initial goal wasn't to deal with us. Even those 4 gods weren't his true match. He's likely still waiting for something, perhaps another god, or perhaps a more powerful target. If we act rashly now, we definitely run into his trap. At this point, his tone tinged with fear. Haven't you noticed? Since the battle began, a legend has disappeared from his territory. When this detail was pointed out, the legend suddenly felt a sudden revelation. Instantly, cold sweat soaked their backs. The murderous intent and anger within them now transformed into a sense of relief at having survived. Looking at the man in the sky, they were also filled with fear. King Yiming's voice trembled as he asked in disbelief, has this young man truly reached such a terrifying level? King Silver Lion smiled bitterly, I don't know. But I wouldn't dare bet. If we lose the bet, the North Wind Alliance will be completely wiped out today. Silence, a deathly silence, enveloped everyone, the atmosphere oppressive and almost suffocating. After activating the spatial array and summoning millions of troops, Queen Kassa was already in a state of severe exhaustion. She was pale, and spoke weakly, Silver Lion, you are the most rational among us. It was your decisions that kept us alive these past times. Now, what do you say we should do? Everyone turned their gaze to the determined middle-aged man. The Silver Lion King took a deep breath and spoke with a determined gaze. Wait. Wait. The old man from the sacred tree asked doubtfully. Indeed, first try to recover as much as possible, and let the troops below buy time. I have a feeling this war won't end here. Even greater events will ensue. Besides, we've done what we should do. Now, the most important thing is to find a way to protect ourselves. The Silver Lion King finished his words in one breath, then added earnestly, to bend and stretch is the way of a king. His words drifted away in the wind, but they struck home deeply in the hearts of every king. Meanwhile, Chao Xing, who was battling the mother of the North Wind and the 3 false gods in the sky, kept his gaze fixed on the battlefield in Spark City. He also noticed the auras of the legendary masters of the North Wind Alliance, who were hiding away, seemingly plotting something. Ever since the territorial armies had marched out and began slaughtering the North Wind Alliance, Chao Xing had been prepared for their attacks. To his surprise, the kings of these nations had remained rational and refrained from attacking the legions or Spark City. Interesting. A curious smile played across Chao Xing's lips. These guys actually held back. Did they see something, or are they simply waiting to recover to their peak strength before striking? After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Who cares? Whatever these guys are planning. As long as they dare to continue attacking, the only outcome awaiting them is utter annihilation. At this moment, the mother of the North Wind roared. Arrogant human, you dare to be distracted while fighting us. Don't you think you haven't died enough? Whoa! It swung its dragon wings violently, and a massive wind blade over 100 meters long slashed towards him. Cracks were cut through the air along its path, and its speed was unimaginable. Almost instantly, it was right in front of him. Chao Xing remained expressionless, allowing the massive wind blade to sweep past him. Puff! A sharp slicing sound echoed, but it only left a shallow white mark on Chao Xing's body, causing no damage. On the contrary, a shocking bloodstain appeared on Brahm's body, and a damage number exceeding 10 million appeared above his head. Under original shelter, all damage fell on this massive figure. Though his skin was thick and tough, it was now ripped open, blood gushing out like a stream. The 3 false gods, plus the mother of the North Wind, their attacks were no easy feat to withstand. After a fierce battle, Brahm's health dropped below 2 billion again. Chao Xing also saw that his health was running low and needed to buy some time to breathe. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, we need to relieve some of the pressure on Brahm. With this thought, he raised his staff without hesitation. As his magic surged, icy elements within a radius of hundreds of kilometers were mobilized, and brilliant ice crystals began to condense in the sky. These ice crystals continued to converge, forming a shimmering layer of rubble above everyone's heads. The next moment, a meteorite over 100 meters in diameter, radiating an intense chill, slowly took shape. Ancient frost runes adorned the meteorite's surface, their mere presence causing the surrounding space to begin to freeze. It was his other legendary ability, Eternal Frozen Starfall. Chao Xing's gaze was icy, his staff pointed directly at Mother of the North Wind. You fought me for so long. Now it's time for you to return the favor. Then, the meteorite plummeted with devastating force. Boom! The meteorite precisely struck Mother of the North Wind's massive form, a dazzling white light erupting upon impact. The terrifying shockwave shattered the air for several kilometers, and Mother of the North Wind's cyan scales froze and shattered upon contact. -248132553. A terrifying damage figure of 250 million appeared. Even more terrifying was that everything within 2 kilometers of the impact point was instantly frozen. The earth, the air, even the shattered fragments of space were frozen into ice sculptures, and within a 10-kilometer radius, countless ice crystals swept like sharp blades, enveloping the 3 false gods. Roar! Accompanied by the Mother of the North Wind's painful roar, the area was completely engulfed by the raging ice storm. The great battle in the sky continued. Down below, on the battlefields of Spark City, the fighting was equally fierce. This massive war, involving dozens of legends, demigods, and millions of soldiers, captured the attention of most forces in the north. This was a war worthy of being recorded in history, and no one knew its final outcome. But no matter which side emerged victorious, it would surely change the landscape of the north, and even the entire western continent. Time passed quickly. Minutes after the battle began, hundreds of thousands of the North Wind Alliance troops had been slaughtered. Most of these were the work of Chao Xing's divine soldiers, while others were the spoils of the Spark Legion's battles. The Spark Legion survivors, in particular, were all furious with killing intent. After all, killing these soldiers also earned experience points. And besides that, some equipment and items would also be dropped. Of course, they consciously avoided picking up the equipment on the ground, as it belonged to Spark City. After the battlefield had to be cleaned up, and all items handed over to their commander. So even when they saw the gleaming golden equipment of high-ranking officers and generals lying in pools of blood after their deaths, no one took it for themselves. Instead, they collected dropped items, like hearts of power and elemental crystals. Even so, these items were extremely valuable spoils, capable of boosting their territory's strength. After all, outside of war, where could they find so many enemies that could drop materials? Lao Zhang. That elite knight on the left dropped a high-level heart of power. Roger that. Cover me. Boss Chen. There's a leader-level commander right up ahead. Let's charge and kill him. Okay, I go with you. Such shouts echoed across the battlefield. The soldiers worked in perfect harmony, killing enemies while racing against time to collect these treasures that directly boosted their strength. Of course, they only collected materials dropped by enemies they had killed. The Spark City warriors tacitly avoided any items dropped by the soldiers they had killed. In the sky, Chao Xing was still battling the Mother of the North Wind and the 3 false gods. The Ice Crystal King joined forces with other legends to battle the Nightmare God. The fighting on both battlefields intensified, except for the Nightmare God, whose details were obscured. Chao Xing's battle with the Mother of the North Wind and the 3 false gods had already reached a fever pitch. It must be said that these 4 demigod-level creatures were truly formidable. During this period, they continuously unleashed divine skills, forcing Chao Xing and his men to retreat step by step. Their health points steadily dwindled, and they could only rely on drugs to maintain their health. Even each of them consumed 2 bottles of the legendary life source essence. Furthermore, as the backlash from the previous attack on the divine domain gradually faded, the 3 false gods were gradually recovering. Up to this point, they had not shown any signs of decline, but had even displayed an increasingly fierce offensive. The entire sky was ripped apart by the violent energy. Chapter 851. Chao Xing's warriors displayed a formidable resilience. Aided by a variety of legendary combat techniques and potions, they managed to hold out for 10 minutes without a single casualty. Their expendable energy during this period was truly terrifying. In addition to a large number of potions, Chao Xing had already used his other legendary spell, Everfrost Meteor. Lu Mushua cast Holy Baptism, Purification, restoring health to all members. Francesca's Eternal Forest had also been used. Now, he had very few legendary skills left. Of course, the enemy didn't gain much of an advantage either. Under the barrage of so many legendary skills, the 3 false gods and the Mother of the North Wind were all battered and bruised. The 3 false gods' divine bodies grew increasingly ethereal, covered in horrific claw marks, sword wounds, and residual blood poison. Divine blood dripped like rain. The Mother of the North Wind was in even greater misery. Her massive body was bombarded by the elements, leaving extensive frostbite and charred black from lightning. Her health had dropped by at least 1.5 billion. Compared to the demigod's health of around 3 billion, it was practically half gone. Meanwhile, Chao Xing cast spells while rapidly calculating in his mind. At this point, my skills have been mostly depleted. My only remaining trump cards are the 3 skills on the Lizardman statue, Sarah's Shadow 1000 Kills, Fatal Slash, and Zevran's 5 Thunder God's Punishment. Besides that, there's Bingland's Dragon God's Judgment and Bing Bing's Natural Scourge, Eternal Winter's Embrace, and Myfrost God's Breath and Great Demon Form. Each of these skills possesses immense destructive power, forcing even these formidable figures to retreat after their use. However, if they fail to defeat the enemy after using all of them, they will be in a very passive position. Chao Xing took a deep breath and said slowly, I hope Luoshi can break through soon. Until then, we can only persevere as long as we can. If that doesn't work, we have to use all our cards, weather this crisis, and wait for the next plan. Thinking of this, he raised his staff again, concentrating on dealing with the enemy before him. Boom! Boom! Deafening noises continued. In the sky, the energy fluctuations on the 2 battlefields had reached their peak. Over 10 kilometers of space were shattered, and countless spatial cracks spread like spider webs. The dark purple mist on the Nightmare God's side was also swirling wildly, and the corpses of mist crows fell like a tide. It was clear that the old king's side was about to collapse. After all, they only had 6 legendary warriors. Although they had the blessing of the semi-artifact, the kingdom's holy sword, the opponent was a pseudo-god. The power gap was enormous. Being able to hold out for nearly 10 minutes was already a miracle. Another long 2 minutes passed. In Spark City, Rosie, who was in the process of breaking through, had finally reached the most crucial moment after a long period of preparation. Around her body, a large number of blue musical notes swirled. And as she played, their number grew. These notes contained pure divine power fluctuations, symbols of her divine power. Furthermore, the blue divine fire above Rosie's head had become increasingly pure, gradually emitting a mysterious aura. At this moment, Leonard and another legendary warrior, Soren, were closely guarding Rosie. As time passed, they even sensed a strong sense of oppression from this woman. It was a power of another level. Leonard clenched his battle axe and muttered, I never thought I had the opportunity to witness such a powerful being break through to the demigod level at such close range in my lifetime. Saren's expression was equally solemn. Ms. Rosie's aura is becoming increasingly unpredictable. It seems she's about to break through her limits and reach that realm. Before he could finish his words, sizzle! With a sound like something ignited, a dazzling blue halo suddenly erupted around Luo Shi. The blue divine fire suddenly expanded, transforming into a pillar of light that pierced the heavens and earth, soaring into the sky. The entire Spark City was illuminated in a dreamy blue, and countless notes played autonomously in the air, forming a soul-stirring, ethereal melody. Everyone looked up, their faces filled with shock. On the battlefield outside Spark City, the soldiers involuntarily stopped moving. A mysterious force caused them to drop their weapons and kneel on the ground in awe and reverence, as if witnessing a miracle. In the sky, Chao Xing and the others also felt this miraculous fluctuation. He exclaimed in delight, this is Luo Shi's divine fire has taken shape. The next step is to integrate the divine fire into her body, ignite her own divine fire, and she will officially enter the demigod realm. At that moment, his spirits instantly lifted. The morale of the other legendary warriors under his command was also high, and hope rekindled in their eyes. However, compared to Chao Xing and the others' excitement and exhilaration, the 3 false gods and the mother of the north wind across from them seemed restless and anxious. The god of desire's alluring voice rang out. The woman below has already formed her divine fire. We must interrupt her quickly, or we have no chance once she completes her breakthrough. Upon hearing this, the other 2 false gods and the mother of the north wind intensified their attacks. Boom! The 1,000-faced god once again spawned countless clones, each one exploding directly. The terrifying shockwave spread rapidly, completely shattering the already shattered space around them. The god of echo also emitted a cascading wave of sound, which resonated through the void like a substance, even distorting the very air. Melee warriors, like Braum and Assam, suddenly felt a surge of pressure. Even the distant fog where the god of nightmare resided began to surge violently. The corpses of mist crows fell like a torrential rain, and orchids withered in the mist. Even the old king's sword energy pierced the fog, leaving silver trails. Everyone knew this was the most crucial moment, and they gritted their teeth, determined to persevere to the death. After a desperate fight, the 4 false gods and the mother of the north wind were once again forcibly restrained. Roar! Ants! Don't try to stop me! The mother of the north wind roared anxiously, attempting to charge forward with her massive body. However, no matter how frantic it became, Chao Xing and the others held their line, giving it no chance to break through. At this moment, the warriors of Spark City, along with the 1 billion viewers in the live stream, clenched their fists. They held their breath, staring intently at the live stream. Everyone knew that the crucial moment of this war was about to begin. The barrage of comments in the live stream grew thinner, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. 2 more minutes passed. The blue flame above Rosie's head had condensed to its peak. The sky was filled with blue musical notes. Then, she suddenly stopped playing. Then, her eyes, gleaming with divine light, suddenly opened. With her movement, an invisible wave spread from Spark City, encompassing the battlefields to the east, west, south, and north, and continuing to expand. In the blink of an eye, the entire snowy plain felt this divine pressure. Then she sighed softly. Thousands of years of cultivation, accompanied only by the sound of the zither. After 200 years of ups and downs, I finally found the true meaning of the divine fire. Gods surround me, dragons block my path, but, so what? With a flick of her fingertips, the strings moved without a breeze. All the floating blue notes in the sky began to flow into her. With the influx of notes, her aura grew ever more imposing, and a faint, shimmering pattern of runes appeared on her skin, like the inscriptions of some ancient musical score. When all the blue notes had been successfully absorbed, the radiance around her suddenly receded, transforming into a faint blue divine halo. At this moment, Rosie seemed to have transformed into another dimension of life. She raised her head slightly, her eyes brimming with galactic charm. Today, ignite the spark, and transform into nirvana. The next moment, the divine fire merged directly into her body. The moment the flame entered her body, the ancient musical symbols on her body suddenly burst into a dazzling blue light. Each note seemed to come alive, flowing across her snow-white skin. Boom! A torrent of divine power erupted from her, like the first sigh of an ancient god awakening. The sky over the entire snowy plain suddenly transformed from day to night. The sky, previously shattered by the battle of the gods, now transformed into a dazzling starry sky. Countless blue bands of light extended from her body, dancing like silk across the night sky. The god of desire's voice suddenly shrilled. That woman is about to merge with the divine fire. We are too busy to fight, Nightmare. In the mist, the Ice Crystal King and his companions had already unleashed their full might, ready to stop the god of Nightmare at all costs. However, at this crucial moment, the god of Nightmare showed no signs of anxiety. He chuckled softly, his voice like the whispers of countless nightmares. Don't worry. This woman can't break through. Hee hee. These guys will soon learn that no matter how hard you try, you can't change the outcome of defeat. When that happens, their expressions will be hilarious. The Nightmare god seemed to know something, and a faint sense of foreboding emerged in everyone's hearts. However, Rosie's breakthrough didn't pause. Under the gazes of countless eyes, this woman absorbed the flame directly into her body. At that moment, boom! A surge of divine power swept across the sky, dyeing it a dreamy blue. A graceful figure slowly ascended into the air, and with every step, dazzling flowers of musical notes blossomed beneath her feet. Rosie, holding a harp, was surrounded by a divine aura. Success? Success? The survivors of the Spark Legion gazed at the figure hovering in the sky, their eyes filled with ecstasy. At this moment, Rosie was simply too dazzling. Her long hair transformed into flowing blue ribbons of light, and a delicate musical note pattern emerged between her brows, emanating a majesty that was too terrifying to behold. Great! Boss Chao Xing finally has a demigod on his side. They're sure to win. That's right. Although this one has just broken through, I feel like his aura is almost as powerful as those guys in the sky. Boss Chao Xing, defeat them. The survivors cheered with joy. However, amid their expectant gazes, the battlers in the sky remained silent. Including Rosie, who had just broken through, they were now quietly suspended in the air, a solemn expression on their faces. The harp in her hand trembled slightly, as if warning something. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to become extremely strange. The survivors looked at each other in confusion, and the cheers gradually died down. What's going on? Just as they were puzzled, the space above them suddenly rippled like water. Then, they heard a young yet ancient voice. Divine fire. Such pure musical divine fire. As the voice fell, the powerful warriors in the sky all stopped fighting, and all their eyes turned in the same direction. In that water-like, rippling space, a young man in a simple white robe slowly stepped out. He had a handsome face. His eyes clear yet shone with an indescribable sense of age. His hands held nothing, yet emanated a powerful and mysterious aura, as if alien to this world. Most bizarrely, His aura seemed to be a blend of dozens of distinct divine powers. It felt chaotic, yet maintained a strange balance. However, from the perspective of the creatures below legendary level, his specific features and appearance were unclear. This was especially true for the survivors of the Spark Legion. To them, the sky was devoid of any human, only a ball of flame burning in dozens of colors. The same was true for the perspective of those in the livestream. This strange scene caused the billions of people in the livestream to hold their breath, their gaze fixed intently on the livestream. At that moment, millions, perhaps even billions, of eyes were fixed on this suddenly appearing man. Feeling the gazes of the powerful, he gradually raised his head, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. At that moment, when everyone saw the man's face clearly, a look of shock flashed across their faces. The God of Desire's voice suddenly grew solemn. I seem to have seen you. A long time ago. Back then, you were already a demigod, and I had only just broken through to the legendary realm. With your talent and strength, you should have already reached the divine realm. Why? The mother of the North Wind's pupils narrowed slightly, and she spoke in a hoarse voice. It's you. The one who stole my divine fire. The culprit who brought me to this state. I've been searching for information about you, but to no avail. And yet, you've appeared. The thousand faces of the thousand-faced god simultaneously revealed expressions of astonishment. In that ancient era, you participated in the eternal war, witnessing the rise and fall of the god of war. Listening to the whispers of these ancient beings, millions of people throughout Spark City fell silent. The young man simply nodded slightly and said calmly, Everyone, long time no see. With these words, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. From the fleeting words of these powerful figures, it was clear that this young man must have existed from an extremely ancient time, even as far back as the death of Balthazar and the emergence of the new six true gods. And yet, after all these years, his appearance seemed unchanged, still the youthful figure of his early 20s. Only his eyes, steeped in the vicissitudes of time, held a weight of experience beyond time. As Chao Xing had said, this person was a being hidden behind history. Chao Xing lowered his gaze and spoke slowly, Fire Thief, you've finally revealed yourself. The young man chuckled, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Interesting. This generation's chosen lord calls me the Fire Thief? He raised his hand, and a flicker of divine fire suddenly appeared at his fingertips. That name is quite apt. High in the sky, the god of nightmares let out a hoarse laugh. That fellow, aren't you trying to collect divine fire? That woman's divine music fire is incredibly pure. Just what you need, isn't it? At these words, Chao Xing and his fellow legends drew their weapons. If this fire thief made any move, they would attack without hesitation, but the young man raised his head, a faint smile on his face. No hurry. The musical divine fire is right there, ready to be taken at any time. Comparatively, I'm equally interested in your nightmare divine fire. The fingers of his right hand moved erratically, a glint in his eyes. The nightmare god in the sky was visibly startled at these words. Even the nightmare mist, over 100 kilometers in diameter, paused briefly. After a moment, he seemed to react and let out a dangerous sneer. Trying to steal my divine fire? You're just as arrogant and lawless as the rumors say. If you can do it, try. The young man said nothing, simply raising his right hand gracefully. Then he began to step forward. With one step, it seemed as if he had crossed an infinite distance, rushing directly into the dark purple mist. Immediately afterwards, a violent tremor erupted from the area, as if some terrifying battle were unfolding within the fog. Boom! Boom! Muffled explosions continued. Pitch-black cracks tore through the space, and flames of varying colors erupted from the cracks. A terrifying pressure spread out in waves, like a tide. Chao Xing and the others stood there in a daze, seemingly unaware that they had waited so long, deliberately inviting an enemy. They had actually emerged to cause trouble for the nightmare god, and just then, the movement in the fog abruptly stopped. Crack! A blinding streak of white light suddenly pierced the fog. The swirling nightmare fog rapidly contracted, as if converging at a single point, and vanished. In the sky, the four kings gradually emerged, along with a young man with dark purple lines across his face, and the fire thief standing opposite him. The young man remained spotless in the air, the 5 fingers of his right hand slightly clenched. At this moment, the four kings and the young man with dark purple lines on his face all looked warily at the fire thief. The nightmare god, in particular, clutched his chest, his expression gloomy. Chapter 852. Seeing this, Chao Xing's pupils shrank slightly. Is this? The fire thief has successfully taken the nightmare god's divine fire? Including the other false gods, and the mother of the North Wind, everyone expressed shock and alarm. If their speculation was true, then this fire thief's combat prowess completely exceeded everyone's expectations. However, the fire thief simply sighed and regretfully shook his right hand, stained with dark purple blood. He shook his head slowly and said, as expected, "For former gods like you, the divine fire within you has long since merged with your souls, making it impossible to forcibly remove it. I was too arrogant." Hearing this, everyone realized that the fire thief had not succeeded, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, the young man transformed by the nightmare god was pale, and his body swayed slightly. It was obvious that he had suffered severe injuries in the collision, and now he dared not utter any harsh words. This demonstrates the unfathomable power of this fire thief. Then, he slowly turned, his gaze fixed on Luoshi. "Since I can't take the nightmare fire, I have to take the music fire first. A newly born divine fire like this, imbued with pure divine power, is exactly what I need." Chao Xing's gaze suddenly sharpened upon hearing this. He knew this fellow was going to attack Luoshi, including the other demigods and legends present, all tensed. The next moment, the young man, still gracefully, raised his right hand, then, with a light step, vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they were less than a kilometer away from Rosie. Seeing this, Chao Xing quickly shouted, "Stop him!" The moment they received the order, the legends in the sky sprang into action. Assam instantly controlled the holy frost wolf beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of silver lightning and swooping forward. Seraphis, standing beneath Binglan's feet, flapped its wings and swooped down with overwhelming force. Sarah also vanished from the spot, preparing to launch a surprise attack from the shadows. However, the three false gods and the mother of the north wind would certainly not let them pass so easily. The god of desire let out a charming laugh. "You want to leave? Have you asked us?" The mother of the north wind roared angrily, "Human! Today is the day you must pay with blood." The thousand faces of the thousand-faced god spoke simultaneously. "Your opponents are us." Boom! Red threads erupted from the sky, mingling with the mother of the north wind's massive wind blades and the bizarre attacks of the other two false gods. Once again, the crowd was forcibly restrained by these four demigods. Beside Rosie, Great Axe Captain Leonard and the former king of the Orchid Kingdom, Soren Vildas, were the first to step forward. The two legendary warriors exchanged glances and charged forward. They were determined to use their legendary powers to confront the fire thief, who could instantly and severely injure the nightmare god. "Split the mountain!" Leonard roared, wielding his great axe and slashing down with the force of a celestial shard. Beside him, Soren Vildas similarly unleashed countless thorny vines, sweeping towards the fire thief. However, despite these two formidable attacks, the young man's smile remained undimmed, as if he were watching two children at play. He simply casually extended his right hand, tracing a flaming trail through the air. The next moment, he passed unhindered through the attacks of Leonard and Soren, not even a scratch on his clothing. This bizarre scene startled the swarm of those engaged in the battle. From the perspective of the survivors, it was even stranger. They watched as the two legends recklessly charged at the blazing flames. Then, all their attacks were absorbed by the flames, and they were like slamming into an invisible wall. Puff! Puff! Leonard and Soren spat out mouthfuls of blood, driven back thousands of meters. In that previous collision, they hadn't even touched their enemies before they suffered heavy damage. And in just that short moment, the fire thief had already come within 100 meters of Rosie. This distance is practically zero for a demigod. At this moment, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. And just then, Luoshi gently stroked the organ in her hand, her eyes betraying no fear. "Fire thief, do you know? I've been waiting for you." The next moment, her fingertips flew, and a string of blue notes suddenly leaped out. Heavenly music, lock. With a soft click, the notes quickly connected, transforming into a shimmering chain that entwined the young man. Although the chain of notes shattered the moment they touched his body, but as Luoshi's playing intensified, more notes poured out, temporarily trapping the young man. "Lord Chao Xing, activate." Luoshi raised her head and said. In the sky, Chao Xing understood her meaning and shouted, "Old Patriarch, act." The moment he finished speaking, he took out the Lizardman ancestor statue. Then, without hesitation, he expended 50 points of divine power and unleashed his most destructive skill, Ancient Lizard King's Wrath. In the sky, a gigantic lizard, 10,000 meters long, suddenly appeared. It exuded an aura of ancient desolation, its immense size seemingly obscuring the sky and the sun. The giant lizard quickly opened its bloody maw, condensing within it a terrifying aura of destruction and energy. At the same time, from the center of Spark City, a monstrous aura similarly rose, reaching demigod status in a short period of time. Followed by this, a lizard, also 10,000 meters long, emerged. Compared to the phantom lizard opposite, it seemed even more real. This lizard also opened its enormous maw, gathering destructive power. Wow! At that moment, two demigod-level lizards simultaneously unleashed destructive death rays, blasting the trapped fire thief with all their might. Rosie was concentrating her efforts on maintaining the musical restraints. The change had come too quickly. The four false gods in the sky, and the mother of the north wind were all left bewildered by Chao Xing's sudden outburst. They had never imagined that another demigod was hiding in Chao Xing's territory. Even after being crushed by the three false gods and forced to retreat, he even resorted to drugs to avoid revealing himself, all for this very moment. Damn it! This guy has a trick up his sleeve. The mother of the north wind roared angrily. Don't even think about it. Just as it was about to charge forward, Seraphus's massive body stopped it once again, and below, Chao Xing's carefully prepared killing move finally unleashed itself at this moment. Boom! Two lizard-like death rays struck the fire thief. Destructive energies began to collide and annihilate. The space in that area instantly twisted and shattered, and vast energy waves swept out, lifting the snow for dozens of kilometers in a radius, surging like ocean waves. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and the suddenness of the attack had already caused the soldiers to stop fighting. Everyone stared intently at the center of the explosion, and the survivors' live streams were completely filled with white light. It took a full 3 seconds for the two giant lizards spitting to cease. When the dazzling light faded, a terrifying crater, several kilometers in diameter, had been blasted into the area. Below, the survivors of Spark City quickly opened their eyes and eagerly asked, "How's it going? Is he dead?" "I don't know. But such a terrifying attack should be enough to take him down, right?" "Yes." This was Boss Chao Xing's carefully prepared killing move. Even if it doesn't kill him, it's bound to injure him severely. Everyone gazed at the explosion site with anticipation. However, when the white light dissipated, from the swirling smoke, a humanoid figure gradually emerged. He hovered, his right hand slightly raised, fingers curled. It was the fire thief. However, aside from a few charred marks, there were no obvious injuries on his body. This scene made everyone gasp. Hiss! Holy crap! Not dead? The Spark Legion survivors asked in shock. What's going on? He survived such a horrific attack, and not only did he survive, he didn't even have a minor injury. This guy is terrifying. Even Chao Xing frowned, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. To him, this was simply impossible. Two demigod-level attacks, with a combined damage of at least 3 billion, couldn't even inflict a single scratch. Unless a being of divine caliber could pull this off, a demigod couldn't possibly do it. However, this person's aura definitely wasn't at the divine level. This made it all the more eerie and intimidating. From the sky, the nightmare god's sarcastic voice echoed. Hee hee. Chao Xing. You're quite patient, even hiding a demigod as a backup. But you miscalculated. Why do you think the guy down there collected so much divine fire? You have no idea how unique this guy's physique is. Any divine fire he absorbs will render him completely immune to subsequent attacks of the same system. You miscalculated, ha ha ha. The nightmare god scoffed impudently. After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up with enlightenment. He also roughly understood why the Lizardman chieftains and his own combined attacks were ineffective. This guy could actually absorb the divine fire and become immune to attacks of corresponding attributes. The Lizardman chieftain had lost his divine fire many years ago to this fire thief, falling to the legendary realm. Therefore, his attacks were naturally ineffective. Even the attacks from the Lizardman ancestor statue, being of the same power system as the Lizardman chieftain, were directly immune. Therefore, their attack was naturally ineffective. At the same time, the fire thief slowly raised his head, gazing at the giant lizard before him, a flicker of reminiscence in his eyes. I've seen you before. I never thought you survived that incident. The Lizardman chief gazed at the man who had brought him down to the level of a deity, and nearly to his death, his eyes filled with hatred and deep fear. We meet again, fire thief. You stole my divine fire without warning, nearly plunging me into irretrievable ruin. For all these years, I've been searching for an opportunity to retaliate against you. After hearing Lord Chao Xing say he was planning to deal with you, I've been meticulously preparing for a long time. The old chief's voice was calm, as if he were narrating an ordinary event. At this point he sighed, but I didn't expect that after absorbing my divine fire, you would become immune to my attacks. You are even more bizarre and powerful than we imagined. The fire thief shook his head slightly, a smile on his face. You're wrong. besides being immune to attacks of the corresponding attribute. Every time I absorb a divine fire, I can harness the divine power of that system and become even more powerful. He raised his right hand, and a dark golden flame danced in his palm. It was the divine fire once possessed by the Lizardman chief. When the fire thief finished speaking, shock filled everyone's eyes. If what he described was true, this physique was simply astonishing. Every time I absorb a divine fire, not only does it grant immunity to attacks of the corresponding attribute, but it also increases my strength, and I can even harness the power of that divine fire. It's truly insane. This also gave everyone a rough idea of the fire thief's true intentions. This fellow planned to collect divine fires of every attribute in the world to build his own invincible body. To this end, he remained in the demigod realm for countless millennia, hiding in the shadows, to collect various divine fires. No one knew how much divine fire he had absorbed so far. If he truly absorbed all attributes, becoming immune to all attacks, and then transforming into a god, wouldn't he be invincible? The thought of this possibility sent a chill down the spines of all the legends and demigods present. Their eyes, filled with fear, turned towards the young man. And at that moment, Chaoxing suddenly stopped casting his spell. He looked down at the fire thief and sneered, "What do you mean by invincible? If you were truly that powerful, you wouldn't have to hide in the shadows and attack those who had just reached demigod status. During the invasion war and the blood rebellion, you didn't even appear, afraid to reveal your name in history. You couldn't even handle these false gods. In my opinion, you're just a coward who only dares to attack weak demigods." Chaoxing spoke loudly, loud enough for the entire audience to hear. And to be honest, he had a point. If the fire thief was truly that powerful, why didn't he freely collect divine fire across the continent, instead of hiding in the shadows for so many years? The reason is that there are many beings in this world who are more powerful than him, even those capable of killing him. Thinking of this, the awe they cast at the young man in the sky faded. When the image of invincibility is shattered, the opponent is simply a powerful foe. The Ice Crystal King and his companions regripped their weapons, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. At this moment, the Nightmare God said grimly, "Chaoxing, you don't understand. Even if this man isn't truly invincible yet, he's not far from it. You have no idea how powerful that physique is." "Shut up." Before he could finish his words, Chaoxing barked, "Do you need to rant here? Explain how powerful he is? You useless piece of shit. You just got beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and now you're praising him. You were once a god, you have no integrity or dignity. If I were you, I'd just run into a wall and die, rather than embarrass myself here." In the sky, the Nightmare God's face darkened as Chaoxing scolded him. However, he couldn't refute it, because Chaoxing was telling the truth. Even the Ice Crystal King and his companions stared at him with sarcasm. The Nightmare God's face darkened as he spoke slowly. "Chaoxing, what's the point of boasting? It will ultimately fail to change your fate. You soon learn that all words and tactics are powerless in the face of absolute strength." Chaoxing glanced at him calmly. "Nightmare God, you simply don't understand. You don't understand why I'm so confident. I, Chaoxing, have been in this world for less than 2 years, and I've vanquished countless enemies far more powerful than myself. Among them, some were even more sinister than you, and their situations were far worse than yours. But in the end, I slew them one by one. Besides luck, do you know what's the most important reason I've always won? Because I'm not like you, timid and cowardly." His voice suddenly rose, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. "What bullshit gods, what invincible beings. Ask our billions of lords, have they ever been afraid? We come from another world, and we're what you call blasphemers, ants. But even ants can shake the heavens, and mortals can kill gods. Our arrival will shatter the corrupt order you've maintained for millennia, and overthrow the very idea of divine supremacy. Those gods hiding behind the scenes, if they don't provoke me, fine. But if they do, I kill them all." Boom! The moment he finished speaking, a streak of blood-red lightning suddenly fell from the sky, as if the gods were raging. The ground across the battlefield began to crack, and a dark red light seeped from the cracks, as if the will of this world was resisting this arrogant declaration. The Nightmare God's pupils constricted violently, feeling a shudder he had never felt before. It wasn't from Chaoxing's strength, but from the fearless determination in this human's eyes. And below, the lords of the Spark Legion, the 1 billion survivors in his live stream, clenched their fists, their blood boiled, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. The live stream's barrage of comments instantly exploded. "Master Chaoxing is right. Invincible deity? Defeated? Chaoxing is awesome. That's the backbone of our Blue Star Lord. I've long been fed up with these high-handed guys." At the same time, The fire thief below also looked up at Chao Xing, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Your name is Chao Xing, right? To be able to say such things is truly extraordinary. I look forward to the day you break through to the demigod stage, and then, I will personally seize your divine fire. Chapter 853. Chao Xing cast his gaze at the fire thief and sneered. I'm afraid you won't see that day. He slowly raised his staff and said in a deep voice, These guys all say you're an invincible demigod. But I refuse to believe it. Today, I'm going to kill the invincible. Marlene, Isabel, explode? The moment these words fell, everyone felt a suffocating pressure descend. Beside Chao Xing, the Valkyrie, who had always appeared incredibly powerful, suddenly erupted in crimson flames. Crash! A torrent of energy swept across the heavens and earth, and in an instant, she broke through the legendary limit and reached the demigod realm. And it was still increasing madly. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the Mother of the North Wind. Everyone stared at the Valkyrie, her red hair dancing, as if reborn from the ashes, with horror in their eyes. The Mother of the North Wind exclaimed in disbelief, Demigod limit. How is this possible? The God of Desire's voice suddenly became shrill. He actually hides a demigod. Damn it! But there was more. From the Spark City below, a golden sun rose again. This sun burned fiercely, completely illuminating the sky for hundreds of kilometers. A vast divine power spread out like an overwhelming force, and within this dazzling light, a holy figure clad in pure white robes, holding a radiant staff in her right hand and a sacred tome in her left, slowly ascended into the air. She opened her eyes, which seemed to hold infinite wisdom, and chanted in an ethereal, sacred voice. Light will eventually dispel darkness. Truth will triumph over falsehood. In the name of holy light, purify the world of all evil. Then, she raised her staff high. Holy fire merge. Then, the golden sun descended into her body, and Isabel erupted in a light even brighter than the sun itself. Her aura steadily rose, and in an instant, she broke through the legendary limit and entered another realm. Demigod. At the same time, a server-wide announcement reappeared. Server-wide announcement. Attention all survivors. Lord Chao Xing from District 1 has officially achieved the demigod realm with a subject under his command, becoming the first lord in the entire server to possess a demigod-level subject. Lord Chao Xing has been awarded the title, Pioneer of the Gods. For accomplishing this unprecedented feat, this deed will be forever recorded in the monuments of history. At this moment, nearly 2 billion survivors worldwide were stunned. No one could have imagined that, in this life-or-death battle, someone on Chao Xing's side would actually achieve a demigod breakthrough. This was undoubtedly a game-changing turn for the entire battle. Even now, his demigod was almost catching up with the enemy. The livestream's comments were instantly flooded with cries of wow, and countless lords trembled with excitement. In the sky, the expressions of the four false gods and the Mother of the North Wind had completely changed. The thousand-faced god's ever-changing features suddenly froze into a distorted expression. He's already completed his divine transformation, so why haven't we sensed anything? At this moment, she seemed to realize something. Damn it! This woman is using Luo Shi's breakthrough to mask her own fluctuations. We've all been tricked. What? The other three false gods' expressions changed drastically. They gazed at the otherworldly lord in the sky, seemingly understanding the human lord's terrifying plan. He deliberately allowed Rosie's high-profile breakthrough to attract all attention, but in reality, he was covering up Isabel's true breakthrough. Even the Ice Crystal King, the Orchid Queen, and the others expressed disbelief. After all, even their allies didn't know, let alone their enemies. In the distance, the legends of the North Wind Alliance gazed with fear at the distant city enveloped by the vast fluctuations of divine power. When the Lizardman chieftain appeared, they were already thankful they hadn't rashly attacked Spark City. And now, the moment Isabel merged with the divine fire, they were even more grateful for their choice. No one could have imagined that this city actually harbored two hidden demigods. Including Rosie, that makes 3. If you count the Valkyrie that suddenly erupted in the sky, that's a full 4 demigods. If they had attacked rashly, they would have been utterly annihilated. Everyone swallowed their saliva in unison, their gazes filled with fear as they looked at the young man in the sky. Even the god of nightmares couldn't help but exclaim, Chao Xing. You're so patient. You've hidden so many demigods. Chao Xing remained silent, instead gazing coldly at the young man below. Below, the fire thief raised his head, and casually surveyed his surroundings. A faint smile still lingered on his face, seemingly undeterred by the sudden influx of enemies. 4 demigods? That's certainly a bit beyond my expectations. But, they're still a bit weak against me. Chao Xing sneered, that may not be the case. The demigods under my command may be different from those you've encountered before. Oh! Then I'd like to see what the difference is. The fire thief extended his right hand, bowed slightly, and gestured for permission. Of course, Chow would satisfy such a request. Then, he issued a cold command: all legends, stop the false gods, and the mother of the north wind with all your might. All demigods, go down and surround and kill the fire thief. Today, kill all these invaders, leaving no one alive. The moment he finished speaking, a surge of demonic power surged from him. Wow! A massive demon with a terrifying aura appeared out of thin air. The bloodthirster in Marinella's hand trembled slightly, then vanished from its place. Immediately, the lizardman chieftain, Luoshi of Chuahai Fort, and the great oracle sage Isabel all erupted with terrifying momentum. The four demigods all surrounded the fire thief. In a flash, the battle raged anew. The god of desire shouted, "Stop them! Support the fire thief!" Instantly, the three false gods and the mother of the north wind attacked simultaneously, madly charging downward. But at that moment, Chao Xing, transformed into a great demon, extended a sharp black claw and stomped the air. Clatter. Instantly, a cloud of dark tentacles erupted from the void, temporarily restraining the movements of the three false gods and the mother of the north wind. Puff! Puff! A dense crackling sound echoed, as these powerful beings quickly broke free from their restraints. Chao Xing's shadow tentacles only held the four terrifying creatures in check for less than a second, but it was enough. Because Brahm's taunt skill had expired on cooldown. He transformed once again into a 100-meter giant and roared, "If you want to leave, you must get past Brahm first." The ancient shield slammed heavily into the void, sending a visible shockwave. The attacks of the four demigods involuntarily blasted towards him. Chao Xing said in a deep voice, "I told you, your opponent is me." At this moment, he was brimming with demonic energy, like a demon from the abyss descending upon the earth. The three false gods and the mother of the north wind saw this, and realized they could no longer leave the battlefield to support the fire thief. Their expressions were gloomy, their eyes flashing with fury and fear. Kill! Use group attacks, severely injure these guys first, then support the fire thief. With the thousand-faced god's furious roar, the four mighty warriors unleashed a variety of group attacks, charging towards the surrounding legendary masters. Chao Xing's fellow legendary masters also unleashed their most powerful attacks, fearlessly choosing to confront them head-on. Sarah immediately unleashed her legendary skill, Shadow Thousand Kills Fatal Slash. A cloud of blade energy swept out like a torrential rain, all converging on the blade of death in her hand. Ready to unleash a devastating blow, Zavarin raised his staff high, and violent thunder converged above them. It was his legendary skill, 5 Thunder Divine Punishment. Bang! A bolt of lightning over 10 meters in diameter struck the mother of the north wind, sending it twitching and shattering its scales. Hilda's self-destructing blood spiders pounced on the enemy in droves, continuously inflicting crimson poison upon them. Chao Xing flipped through the demon codex, while unleashing one terrifying skill after another. Everyone completely abandoned defense, and focused solely on attacking. -2019492334. Death Slash. -149234557. 5 Thunder God Punishment. -39215542. Blood Poison. -348999235, Blood Poison. -878933325. -849299352. -489230095. -39201532. Under their relentless bombardment, the damage soared horribly. The three false gods and the mother of the north wind were forced to retreat, their health dwindling like water. Roar! Damn it! The thousand-faced god roared in agony, his mass crumbling by at least a third. These guys are crazy. Is this their true strength? Stop it! The mother of the north wind screamed shrilly, her wings flapping wildly. The thousand-faced god's face distorted as his clones were blasted one after another. Even the god of desire and the god of echo were struck, their bodies trembling with pain. At this moment, Chao Xing and the others unleashed their full might, displaying overwhelming power. Even further away, the battle between the Ice Crystal King and the God of Nightmares resumed. The four kings joined forces to attack the young man covered in tattoos. The violent energy surge dyed the entire sky an eerie dark purple. However, due to the significant injury sustained in the initial clash with the fire thief, the God of Nightmares was no longer able to enter his nightmare form. The nightmare patterns on his body continuously oozed blood, and his once smooth dodging movements became sluggish. Swish! The Ice Crystal King's sword energy ripped through space, leaving a deep wound on the Nightmare God's chest that was visible to the bone. Damn it! The Nightmare God cursed inwardly, and was about to teleport away, when he discovered that the Grey Mist King had unknowingly appeared behind him. Hee hee. I've got you. The Dwarf King smirked sinisterly, and suddenly transformed into a fog crow condensed from grey mist. With his sharp claws, he violently tore open the Nightmare God's chest. Puff! The Nightmare God spat out a mouthful of dark purple blood. The nightmare patterns on his body began to flicker violently, and his power was rapidly draining away. You lowly ant, dare you blaspheme the great Nightmare God? Hearing his threat, the Grey Mist King let out a shrill laugh. Stop yelling. Do you still think you're the Nightmare God you once were? You are now nothing more than a false god that even legends like us can't handle. The more he spoke, the darker the young man's expression grew. After striking the Nightmare God, the Grey Mist King let out another sinister laugh. Did you enjoy beating us in the mist just now? Now, it's my turn to treat you. Hee hee. The Grey Mist King flapped his wings, and countless mist crows erupted in an instant. These creatures, condensed from pure mist, emitted shrill cries, and swarmed towards the Nightmare God. The other three kings also seized the opportunity to attack furiously. No matter how unwilling the Nightmare God was, he was left defenseless by the 6 legends. As his wounds multiplied, his aura grew weaker. At the same time, the battle between the 4 demigods on Earth and the Fire Thief began. Puff! The Valkyrie's golden blade cleaved through space, tearing a hideous bloody scar across the Fire Thief's body. -4192453. With one casual strike, a critical hit of over 40 million damage occurred. The Fire Thief felt the pain, his eyes filled with surprise. It actually harmed me. Could it be a kind of divine fire I've never absorbed? And when his gaze fell on Marinella, his astonishment deepened. No. You don't possess the aura of divine fire, yet you're able to unleash such formidable combat power. Strange. Clearly, the Valkyrie's physical condition seemed beyond the Fire Thief's comprehension. However, Marinella didn't give him time to react. She flashed, the bloodthirster sword in her hand scattering a cloud of blade light. Swish. 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 Instantly, dozens of blood-red blade beams ripped through the air, pouring down like a torrential rain. Puff. 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 -429524442. -439525537. -449294522. -459294424. More than a dozen terrifying damage figures exceeding 40 million appeared in succession. The Fire Thief lost over 500 million health points in a single encounter. This was Marinella's terrifying power, after unleashing all her might. A typical legendary creature would be instantly annihilated by her. At this moment, the Fire Thief's expression finally grew serious as he looked at the dozen or so bloodstains on his body. He raised his right hand, and a flash of green flame rapidly rose from his palm. That flame contained an extremely powerful aura of life, as if it were the purest flame of life. Swish. The flame caressed the wound, and the flesh healed at a visible speed, leaving not even a trace of a scar. At 319426432. A recovery number of over 300 million appeared, and his health points were instantly restored. This guy, worthy of having absorbed so many different divine fires, displayed such powerful recovery abilities with just a single attack. However, before the Fire Thief could retaliate, clang! The melodious sound of the organ rang out again. Rosie's slender fingers rapidly plucked the organ, and the notes transformed into substantial chains, completely trapping the Fire Thief. At the same time, Isabel's holy light ball. If this massive ball of light, over 100 meters in diameter, could even be called a holy light ball. Boom! Boom! The light ball crashed down, bombarding him with Rosie's notes. Instantly, the Fire Thief's location was transformed into a sea of holy light and musical notes. The damage surged. Decrease 3192443. Decrease 1592934. Decrease 329192334. Decrease 1492935. Decrease 338791123. Decrease 125522345. Rosie and Isabel's attack power was significantly inferior to Marinella's. But they had only just broken through to the demigod realm, so being able to unleash such destructive power was already quite impressive. With their combined strength, they also knocked nearly 400 million HP off the Fire Thief. Elsewhere, the Lizardman chieftain continued to spit out destructive death ray, striking the opponent several times. He found the effect to be minimal. It wasn't that there was no damage, but it was less than 1% of the original damage. Chao Xing, engaged in a fierce battle in the sky, also observed the battle below. Seeing this, he quickly called out, "Old chieftain, come up and help me take care of these guys. Leave the fire thief to them." "No problem." The old chieftain readily agreed, transforming into a stream of light and soaring into the sky. His aged body erupted with astonishing energy, instantly joining Chao Xing in the fray, and directly faced their most formidable foe, the Mother of the North Wind, a lizard reaching a length of 10,000 meters, and a dragon with a wingspan exceeding 10,000 meters engaged in close combat. Both ancient kings now displayed astonishing destructive power. Boom! The Mother of the North Wind's 10,000-meter dragon body collided fiercely with the old patriarch's giant lizard body, sending a terrifying shockwave that instantly shattered the clouds for 100 miles. Every bite and claw strike from the two ancient behemoths caused the very air to tremble. With his presence, the pressure on Chao Xing's side suddenly eased. Even in the battle against the Nightmare God, the four kings were dominating the opposing side. The Ice Crystal King's sword energy continuously slashed through the Nightmare God's body, while the Grey Mist King's crows frantically tore at the enemy. Clearly, the balance of power had tilted towards Chao Xing. If they could hold on a little longer, victory would be theirs. And on the battlefield below, the Fire Thief, under relentless attack from the three demigods, Marinella, Isabel, and Rosie, frowned slightly. The divine fire on his body flickered continuously, as if analyzing something. 3 divine fires I've never absorbed appeared at once? Today's situation has exceeded my expectations. After several more rounds of fighting with Marinella and the others, the Fire Thief discovered that this woman's combat prowess completely exceeded his imagination. Not only did her attack and destructive power far exceed the limits of a demigod, but her combat experience was also far beyond the reach of ordinary demigods. Bang! Marlena's blood-red blade split the air once again, a dazzling bloody light swirling around the blade, directly severing the Fire Thief's hastily assembled divine fire shield. -52832417. Armor-breaking critical hit. The Fire Thief's health, after constant consumption and recovery, had clearly dropped significantly. He stepped back, clutching his chest, a trickle of multicolored divine blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Then, the young man looked at Marina, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Chapter 854. The young man transformed by the Fire Thief murmured, "I understand. This body of yours once belonged to a true god. But then, this god died, and you are the consciousness reborn within this corpse." After her identity was revealed, Marlene's eyes remained calm. She simply adjusted her blade slightly, the enemy's silhouette reflected in her dark golden pupils. To her, these things meant nothing. She would only faithfully carry out the Lord's command and slay the man before her. Clang! Sword energy ripped through the air, and Marlene's blood-red blade traced paths through the air, forcing the Fire Thief back. Each of her strikes was impeccably precise, and wherever her blade pointed, fine cracks appeared in the air. Clearly, the Valkyrie had become the primary force in this battle. She was like a tireless fighting machine, each strike laced with a killing determination. Isabel and Rosie, standing by, provided continuous support. Although this was their first time working together, the three of them displayed incredible combat power. Isabel, now a demigod, not only unleashed powerful holy light magic, but also occasionally cast healing spells, healing Chao Xing, Braum, and the others in the air. Rosie also continuously played the organ, the melodious sound transforming into tangible sound waves. These sound waves not only possessed immense offensive power, but also amplified the enemy's combat effectiveness, making Marlena's swordplay even more powerful. The Fire Thief attempted several ultimate attacks, but was interrupted by Marlena's swiftest attacks. Her sword seemed to predict the enemy's every move, always suppressing them at the most crucial moment. In terms of combat methods, the Fire Thief, having absorbed so much divine fire, must have many hidden tricks. But Marinella knew this, and so she gave him no chance to display them. She was like a precision-killing machine, pursuing the enemy relentlessly, leaving him no breathing space. Puff! Puff! A dense swarm of blood-red blades slashed across. Even Chao Xing, in midair, couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a former Valkyrie, her fighting power is truly ferocious. The Fire Thief has met his nemesis in Marinella. This was indeed the case. With the Fire Thief's combat power and methods, he could defeat any enemy, as long as they weren't at the divine level. This was evident from his previous clash with the Nightmare God. Although the Fire Thief didn't steal the Nightmare God's divine fire, he had inflicted severe injuries. And now, Marinette was using a quick attack, overwhelming the enemy with absolute speed, precision, and ruthlessness. What good are your many tricks if you can't use them? That's why the Fire Thief was so frustrated. After over a minute of fierce fighting, the fire thief's injuries were becoming increasingly severe. From those open wounds, a faint blue divine fire continuously leaked, and his health points plummeted. He raised his head and looked deeply at Marinette. His eyes were no longer as indifferent as before, and a hint of fear appeared in them. For the first time, a solemn expression appeared on his face, which had always been smiling. The fire thief said in a low voice, "I underestimated everyone. I thought I had absorbed so much divine fire, enough to defeat every demigod in the world without a rival. But in the end..." His voice suddenly grew hoarse. "After all, I haven't reached that point yet. I can't be truly invincible. Chao Xing, thank you for teaching me this lesson. I'll be more careful in the future." As he finished speaking, a faint blue flame blazed around him, gradually becoming transparent like burning paper. It was obvious this guy was about to flee. The four false gods, and the mother of the north wind in the sky roared in terror upon witnessing the fire thief's actions. "Damn it! Don't leave!" The god of desire cried urgently. "Hold on. We still have a chance to turn the tables." The god of nightmares also shouted, "Weapon and decay haven't emerged yet. We have help. Don't you want their divine fire? If you can win the battle, you will absorb 2 divine fires at once." They knew they could still hold on because the fire thief was holding up the fire. If they fled, the remaining forces would be completely crushed by Chao Xing's army. However, the fire thief didn't care about the lives of these false gods. In his view, beings like those who couldn't be devoured by divine fire were worthless. As for the help the nightmare god mentioned, if those guys were willing to help, they would have appeared long ago. Boom! As a flame shot up into the sky, the fire thief suddenly vanished from the spot. When it reappeared, its aura was already dozens of kilometers away. However, Chao Xing, seeing the fire thief about to flee, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Want to leave? Have you asked me? Marlene, unleash your demigod skill. Blood butterfly dance. Everyone else, continue the attack," he shouted sharply. "Today, no one will escape alive." The moment she received the order, the blood flames emanating from Marlene's body surged again. Strange butterfly wing patterns appeared in her dark golden eyes, and her aura suddenly soared to its peak. A system prompt appeared. "Your territory member, Marlene consumes 300 divine power points to activate the demigod skill. Blood disc dance, granting unlimited teleportation slashes for 10 seconds, inflicting the blood flame effect. This effect is permanent due to the influence of the talent Eternal Power. Note, while in the Eternal Power state, you can enter the blood butterfly dance state an unlimited number of times with no cooldown. However, each second of entering the state consumes 10 points of divine power." The moment Chao Xing saw this prompt, surprise flashed in his eyes. Holy crap! Even demigod skills can be enhanced by the Eternal Power state, becoming permanent? Is that really that outrageous? However, the surprise faded a bit after he saw the following notes. While the Eternal Power state does allow you to enter it an unlimited number of times with no cooldown, but entering the blood butterfly dance state consumes 10 points of divine power per second. Fighting for 1 minute consumes a full 600 points of divine power. Who could withstand that? But overall, it's a truly incredible improvement. After all, normally, this terrifying burst skill has a full 3-day cooldown, and it consumes 300 divine power points for only 10 seconds, equivalent to 30 points per second. Now, not only is the cooldown gone, but it also consumes only 10 divine power points per second. This indirectly boosts Marlene's combat effectiveness, saving Chao Xing countless fragments. At the same time, Marlene transformed into a fluttering blood-red butterfly and vanished. When she reappeared, she was already behind the fire thief. Swish! Puff! The sounds of blood blades piercing the air echoed in succession. -41294253. -39255232. -32925536. -33929523. Instantly, over 200 million bursts of damage were unleashed, leaving the fire thief's already battered body slashed with several more hideous wounds, deep enough to reveal the bone. "Ugh!" he groaned, his movements to teleport away interrupted. The fire thief stumbled back a few steps, lowering his head to gaze at his chest, which was continuously gushing with divine fire. He exclaimed in shock, "You can actually keep up with my speed?" He noticed the blood-red butterflies constantly pouring out of Marinella's body, and seemed to understand something. "So that's it. Is this a demigod skill? In your hands, its power is probably no less powerful than a divine skill." There was a hint of wonder in his voice. "But you're still a long way from killing me." The next moment, his figure suddenly blurred, the space around him distorted. When he reappeared, he was already over 30 kilometers from the center of the battlefield. For the other demigods, this distance would have taken them considerable time to catch up. However, for Marinella, it was meaningless. After all, in the blood disk dance state, her maximum teleportation distance was 50 kilometers. Swish! She transformed once again into a blood-red butterfly and vanished, leaving only a trail of blood-red light in the air. Then, without warning, he appeared behind the fire thief. Swish! Puff! A series of slashes followed, each one tearing through the fire thief's divine fire shield, leaving bloody wounds on his body. Marlene, slashing, said in a cold voice, "The master said today, you can't leave." The fire thief said gravely, "Such terrifying reflexes and combat awareness. Your combat prowess in life was undoubtedly among the best, even among the gods." At that moment, the fire thief's gaze towards Marinella changed completely. Besides an unprecedented solemnity, there was also a hint of fear, because he sensed a deadly sense of danger from the Valkyrie. This woman was terrifying, a natural nemesis in almost every way. If he continued to be suppressed like this, he would likely perish here today. No more delay. The fire thief's expression hardened, and he unleashed all his divine power, repeatedly teleporting to escape. However, no matter how he teleported, Marlene always appeared behind him like a ghost and launched an even more fierce slash. The fire thief was truly unlucky this time. He hadn't checked the almanac before heading out, and now he encountered an opponent so intent on his own. It was simply unreasonable. Puff! Puff! Marianina's expression remained impassive. The flash of her blade shone like a blood-red moon, carving vast rifts across the area, stretching 10,000 meters across. Her icy eyes focused solely on the enemy. Under the overwhelming pressure, the fire thief retreated steadily, his body covered in hideous wounds. Even in the sky, the four false gods and the mother of the north wind lost all will to fight after seeing the fire thief's continuous retreat. They were desperately trying to break through, trying to escape. But it was clear that Chao Xing wouldn't give them any chance. Binglan, use Dragon God's judgment. Zulin, continue casting forbidden spells. The moment he issued the command, the woman atop the dragon's back erupted in a powerful aura. She raised her sword high in her hand, and a blast of destructive sword energy soared into the sky. The next moment, a giant dragon shadow appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun and the sky. The dragon far surpassed the mother of the north wind in size, its golden eyes brimming with the power to destroy the world. Before they could even fully grasp the dragon's appearance, it had already opened its maw. Roar! -456799947. -469739118. -4875846. -458766643. A earth-shaking dragon roar resounded through the sky, causing the three false gods and the mother of the north wind to tremble violently, while tens of millions of damage exploded overhead. Even further away, Zevlin's forbidden thunder spell, Thunder Prison Heavenly Chain, had already been successfully charged. With a wave of his staff, blinding lightning erupted instantly. Buzz! 9 massive lightning pillars, inscribed with thunder talismans, descended from the void, forming a circular pattern that sealed off a 5-kilometer radius. Ziz, ziz! The 9 lightning pillars continuously unleashed a high-frequency, oscillating lightning grid, wreaking havoc within the barrier. The enemy was instantly electrocuted, their bodies twitching with tremors, and damage of 2 to 3 million appeared on their heads. Other legendary masters seized this opportunity to attack, shattering the bodies of the 4 demigods. Below, millions of soldiers on the battlefields of Spark City, as well as the billions of survivors in the live stream, held their breath, watching the 3 battlefields in the sky in shock. The fighting on each battlefield was incredibly intense, leaving the audience breathless with tension. The barrage of comments erupted like a tide. It's outrageous. Such powerful enemies were completely defeated by Master Chao Xing. I heard from those demigods that Master Chao Xing deliberately lured them here, intending to wipe them out. What a grand gesture, and sheer courage. Most people would be terrified by the mere mention of these guys, let alone the idea of targeting so many demigods. Yeah. I guess no one except Master Chao Xing would dare to do such a thing. The survivors marveled at Chao Xing's audacity and strength, and most importantly, his sheer courage. Attracting so many terrifying creatures at once, and even attempting to destroy them all, is truly insane. At that moment, one survivor exclaimed, "Holy crap! Look at the battlefield in the sky. That woman with the sword is going on a killing spree. What a formidable force. That creature, ablaze with flames, is about to collapse." Everyone looked up after hearing this. On the battlefield at this moment, Marinina repeatedly unleashed the ultimate power of Blood Disc Dance, shattering the fire thief's body into shreds. Chao Xing, with Bing Lan's Dragon God's Judgment and Zebulon's Forbidden Spell, Thunderlock Heaven Prison, completely suppressed the three false gods and the Mother of the North Wind. Even the Nightmare God was nearly cleaved in two by the Ice Crystal King's kingdom's holy sword. This was the most intense moment, and everyone was fighting with all their might. If any of these three battlefields achieved a decisive victory, the rest of the battle would be a sure thing. In the distance, the legends of the Northwind Alliance's faces were ashen, their grips on their weapons trembling slightly. They tried several times to rush out and join the battle to support the demigods, but after witnessing the terrifying power unleashed by Chao Xing's men, they realized a cruel truth. That is, none of these three battlefields were within their reach. Even if they entered, they wouldn't be able to change the outcome in the slightest. Instead, they would be crushed like ants. After all, they had been holed up in the Silver Fortress for quite some time. Meanwhile, King Greymist and Queen Orchid had made significant progress in the Dream Library. As one advanced, the other diminished, the gap between them and the four kings widened. King Yiming grasped the dagger in his hand, attempting to retreat into the shadows several times, then lowering it again. He raised his head, gazing deeply at King Silver Lion, and asked hoarsely, "Are we really just going to watch?" However, the burly middle-aged man simply shook his head. "Yiming, those false gods and the Mother of the North Wind are no longer able to hold on. Even with our fighting power, we won't be able to change the outcome of this battle. Trust me. If we do nothing now, there's still a chance we can survive. If we join the battle, we'd be completely annihilated, leaving no trace." Everyone fell silent, understanding the Silver Lion King's intention. Finally, all they could do was sigh helplessly. The fighting on the three battlefields was intensifying. Everyone waited for the fateful moment to arrive. Just then, Marianina's figure flashed like a ghost, the bloodthirsty blade in her hand leaving a trail of shadows. Then, she stabbed the fire thief in the chest. Puff! -689234557. Piercing damage. The fire thief lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the blade lodged in his chest, his expression no longer composed. Gazing at his increasingly weakened divine fire, a thought crossed his mind. Is I really going to perish here? However, the cold Valkyrie gave him no time to ponder. She swiftly drew her blood-red sword and thrust it out again with a resolute gesture. This time, her target was his heart. Even before the sword's tip reached him, the fire thief felt a sharp pain in his chest. If this strike hit, he would be seriously injured, if not killed. And at that moment, a golden beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky and landed directly on the fire thief, completely enveloping him. The golden beam was so fast that even Marinella couldn't cut it off immediately. By the time everyone reacted, an invisible spatial wave had already spread. The already severely injured fire thief was teleported away from his original location. Boom! Marianina's sword energy struck the ground, creating a crack 10,000 meters long. The earth trembled, smoke and dust rose into the sky, but there was no trace of the enemy. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, seemingly unprepared for such a sudden turn of events. Below, the survivors watching the battle in Spark City were equally bewildered. What happened? Wasn't this woman under Boss Chao Xing about to slay that fire thief? How did the enemy suddenly disappear? I don't know. Even the false gods battling fiercely in the sky paused in their movements. However, after Chao Xing sensed the fire thief's teleportation, his expression darkened. Chapter 855. Chao Xing had already sensed the aura emanating from the golden light. The next moment, he raised his head, gazing at the sky, and angrily exclaimed, "Holy Sea, you're seeking death." At the word Holy Sea, the survivors' faces were filled with bewilderment. And the group of legendary warriors gasped. As an ancient power, the Holy Sea has always been renowned for its mystery and power. Its profound heritage even surpasses the legacy of many gods. However, this power had shrunk its influence 10,000 years ago, concealing itself and rarely participating in worldly conflicts. And now, Chao Xing claimed that the one who had just teleported the fire thief away was a member of the Holy Sea. This truly exceeded their expectations. A majestic and sacred voice echoed from the sky. "Lord Chao Xing, please calm down. This individual's identity is quite special, and due to his physical condition, his death would lead to uncontrollable disasters." The voice confirmed Chao Xing's statement. The one who just attacked was the Vatican. However, a new question arose in everyone's mind. Why did the Vatican rescue the fire thief? By attacking now, was the Vatican preparing to make a comeback? These questions caused the battle between the two sides to fall into a brief lull. However, Chao Xing's face remained filled with intense anger after hearing this. What the hell does this have to do with me? Since this guy dared to attack me, he should be prepared to be killed by me. You guys didn't come out earlier or later, but chose to come out and forcefully rescue him when my men were about to beat him to death. Have you decided to become my enemy? His voice was thick with murderous intent. The other warriors, including the others, tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixed on the sky with unfriendly expressions. The air in the sky paused slightly, as if they hadn't anticipated that their position, as a member of the Holy See, would have no effect here. Lord Chao Xing, we don't intend to be your enemy. The Pope once said that you have unlimited potential, and are a worthy candidate for the Holy See to consider. But, after a pause, the voice continued, but, this person's existence is also extremely important. I told you before, the Holy See's prophecy. If this person dies now, it will prematurely loosen the rules, triggering unforeseen disasters. However, Chao Xing remained decisive. I don't care what your reasons are. If this guy is so important, why didn't you stop him when he attacked me? Why did he attack those demigods on the continent? Why don't you come out? Why did you choose to come out just when I was about to beat him to death? You hypocrites. I urge you to hand him over. Otherwise, I won't mind raiding your headquarters and killing you all. As these wild and murderous words fell, a brief silence fell over all the powerful warriors on the field. The nightmare god said in disbelief, Boy, you actually threaten the Vatican and want to destroy their headquarters. Are you crazy? Don't you know? There's more than one deity in this faction? Chao Xing didn't say anything, just glared at him, and the young man transformed by the nightmare god immediately shut up. The murderous intent lingering in those cold eyes sent a wave of fear through the heart of the former god. Today's series of events had completely terrified him. He was also extremely wary of the terrifying strength displayed by Chao Xing. A completely different voice echoed from the sky, its tone tinged with unmistakable anger. Arrogant wretch. The church doesn't need to explain its actions to you, yet you dare threaten me. Just because you possess a few demigods, you think you're invincible, don't you? Let me tell you. Your strength pales in comparison to the church. If it weren't for the current seal preventing the emergence of gods, any great sage would be able to destroy you. A sneer curled the corners of Chao Xing's mouth, his demonic aura gradually gathering. Is that so? I really like to see just how powerful your great sages are. Inside his backpack, the heart of the god of Phil stirred. In Spark City, ancient intercontinental missiles were ready to launch at any moment, including everyone else on the field. Everyone was ready to continue the fight. At that moment, everyone stared at Chao Xing in disbelief, their eyes flickering with complex emotions. Their perception of the audacity and arrogance of this otherworldly lord was once again refreshed. After all, not only had he brought up the Vatican, he had even explicitly told Chao Xing that there were divine beings within the Vatican. And yet, Chao Xing not only showed no fear, but even appeared determined to fight to the death. In the sky, waves of divine power shook, as if the sky itself were furious. However, before the angry voice could speak, the original, majestic voice interrupted, Great sages, this is a matter between Lord Chao Xing and me. Please allow me to negotiate with him. The angry voice in the sky seemed to want to say something more. But after weighing the pros and cons for a moment, it snorted coldly and finally relented. Then, the majestic voice continued. Lord Chao Xing, you are correct. Our church has indeed not handled this matter properly. But as I just said, this person's life and death are at stake. We must ensure his survival. As compensation, our church will no longer inquire about the affairs of the Holy Light Sage. No, the Grand Sage of the Oracle in your territory. Also, in 3 days, our church will send a divine fire and 100 divine power fragments as compensation. Lord Chao Xing, what are your thoughts? When he finished, everyone was in disbelief. The church, this ancient and mysterious force, had actually bowed to this otherworldly lord, and even offered compensation. At this moment, Chao Xing's face was gloomy, and he did not immediately respond. A mature female voice reached his ears. Lord Chao Xing, the church is a very ancient power, and there may be more dormant entities behind it. They took the fire thief away, but they won't kill him. We have another chance later. At this stage, we shouldn't create more enemies. We can agree to them for now, and then make long-term plans after we've dealt with the immediate enemy. Chao Xing's eyes flickered, their gaze fixed on the woman below, holding an organ, her body radiating a variety of musical notes. This Luoshi from Chuanhai Fort seemed to know many secrets. He also knew she had a point. However, Chao Xing sneered and raised his head, saying, not enough. The majestic voice in the sky was visibly startled. Not enough? Indeed? Chao Xing said firmly, you people of the Vatican, don't treat me like a fool. You know this guy's value better than I do. He's worth far more than just 1 divine flame and 100 divine power fragments. The voice in the sky was silent for a moment, then asked, so what do you want? Chao Xing didn't mince words, saying, I need at least 2 divine flames and 400 divine power fragments. Otherwise, I don't mind going to war with your Vatican right now. Arrogant! Another angry voice suddenly exploded. Boy, you're really asking for too much. 2 divine flames, 400 divine power fragments. Do you understand what that means? Even the Vatican's holy treasury doesn't give you that kind of money. In my opinion, we should just take this guy down. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly lit up, and a demigod-level pressure locked onto Chao Xing. The moment they saw the opponent's aura pressing Chao Xing's way, Marinella, Isabel, Rosie, and the others erupted. Blood-red sword flashes, holy flames, and blue musical notes intertwined, ready to blast into the sky. Nearby, the eyes of the 4 false gods and the Mother of the North Wind lit up. If the Vatican's demigods joined the fray and engaged Chao Xing, their decline would be reversed in one fell swoop. They might even turn defeat into victory and slay this otherworldly lord. The nightmare god grinned, fanning the flames. Vatican men, attack. This guy may have many tricks up his sleeve, but by now, he's used up all his cards. He only has 4 demigods here at most. Once you join us, we absolutely crush them. When the time comes, we defeat him, and all the legends and demigods in this territory will be handed over to your church. Let this arrogant otherworldly lord know who calls the shots on this continent. As he finished speaking, Chao Xing's icy gaze fell once again on the nightmare god, a look as if he were looking at a dead man. It was clear that no matter what happened this time, the nightmare god was already the first target on his kill list. Including the kings of the distant Northwind Alliance, hope once again appeared in their eyes. In the sky, golden lightning streaked through the clouds, auras of holiness and destruction constantly clashing. The atmosphere once again grew extremely solemn, as if even time had frozen in this moment. At this moment, the majestic voice rang out again. 8 holy sages, the Pope has entrusted Lord Chao Xing's affairs to me. Or do you intend to go against the Pope's will? There was a peculiar rhythm in his voice, and his tone held an unquestionable tone. The angry voice gradually faded, and the pressure locked on Chao Xing dissipated. Even the golden thunder in the sky calmed down. At this moment, everyone knew that the demigods of the church were probably not planning to participate in the war. Disappointment crossed the eyes of the 4 false gods and the legends of the Northwind Alliance. After a brief silence, the majestic voice said, Lord Chao Xing, the 2 divine flames are indeed beyond my authority. However, I can give you an additional 200 divine power fragments. I give you 1 divine fire and 300 divine power fragments. What do you think? Chao Xing raised his brows slightly. Though his expression remained stern, a wave of emotion surged within him. It must be said that this ancient power possessed truly unfathomable depths. Just 300 divine power fragments and 1 divine fire. A generous offer far beyond imagination. He also knew he should quit while he was ahead. Deal? Chao Xing snorted coldly, but if I see this guy dare to wander around me again next time, I still kill him. Another wave of energy echoed through the sky. The fire thief stood behind several oracle great sages, his face pale as he clutched his chest. He lowered his head, his gaze complex as he gazed at the incredibly powerful otherworldly lord, who had even forced the Vatican to compromise. He had originally thought that this time, he would be able to absorb several divine fires in one fell swoop, furthering his invincibility plan. Unexpectedly, he had a setback, nearly being killed, and now had to rely on the church to redeem his life. In tens of thousands of years, this was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. However, the auras in the sky did not immediately depart after the deal was reached. A moment later, the majestic voice sounded again, Lord Chao Xing, in addition to the fire thief, we have another request. The Mother of the North Wind joined our church some time ago, and became the exclusive battle beast of the 3 sages. This time, it came to attack Lord Chao Xing without the church's permission. It was indeed its fault. I wonder if Lord Chao Xing, for the sake of the church, would spare its life? Chao Xing's cold gaze swept over the wounded Mother of the North Wind, his lips curling into a sneer. He slowly raised his staff, and replied with a single word. Get lost. The holy light in the sky faltered, the once gentle golden halo once again becoming glaring, as if surging with countless flames of divine wrath. Chao Xing knew that this would infuriate the great oracle sages of the church and might even provoke further conflict. However, if he gave in now, it would only make them think he was easy to manipulate. He had already promised to let the fire thief go once. If he let the mother of the North Wind go again, there was no guarantee they wouldn't make further demands. So, since I've been rejected, I just go all the way, the majestic voice sighed, a hint of resignation in its tone. Since that's the case, the Holy See respects Lord Chaoxing's choice. However, the three great sages are about to awaken. If he learns that his sacred battle beast has been slain. The voice paused, then stopped talking. Instead, its tone shifted, and it slowly said, I hope Lord Chaoxing will reconsider your decision. Just as Chaoxing was about to reply, Isabel's gentle voice reached his ears. Lord, the Holy See's heritage is unfathomable. Except for the Pope, the great sages from Saint 1 to Saint 7 are all extremely ancient beings, each existing for over 10,000 years. They rarely appear before the world. However, according to some of the Holy See's secret texts, these great sages possess powers far exceeding those of demigods. Perhaps all of them are divine beings. Hearing this, Chaoxing frowned slightly. If what Isabel said was true, then the church possesses at least 7 divine-level creatures. This depth is truly terrifying, even making one feel a wave of powerlessness. But the mother of the North Wind is his enemy. Furthermore, he had slain its men and sons. This hatred is almost irreconcilable. So, there's no way Chaoxing would let it go. Plus, the seal of the rules remains, preventing those divine beings from emerging. So, he raised his head and said firmly, my decision will not change. Seeing his resolve, the great sage of the church sighed deeply within the holy light. The voice carried both regret and a warning. Young man, your stubbornness will cost you. Then spare your trouble. Chaoxing sneered. If you're fine, leave here quickly. I need to finish these guys off and continue the celebration. To prevent a fight from breaking out and affecting you. As he finished speaking, the holy light in the clouds once again shone with sacred ripples. But eventually, it gradually dimmed. The auras of the great sages faded away. And below, the 4 false gods, seeing the powerful men of the church actually preparing to leave, felt an unprecedented fear in their hearts. For they knew that if the church's men left, only death awaited them. That otherworldly lord would never let them go. The god of nightmares shouted, Wait! Great sages of the church, please save us! If you are willing to protect me, I will join the church and contribute a legendary tome. At the same time, the other 3 false gods also hurriedly expressed their willingness. We are also willing to join the church and offer our entire divine treasure. Only if we can survive will we sign the rules and contracts. Please give us a chance. Only the mother of the North Wind remained silent, a complex glint in her eyes. Before setting out on the expedition, she had already prepared herself to die in battle. This blood feud must be settled today. The atmosphere fell into an eerie stagnation. Clearly, no one had expected the 4 false gods to be willing to join the church for a chance at survival. Even more disturbing was the fact that there were clearly more than 2 demigods in the sky. No one believed the church was truly as kind and reasonable as it appeared. It was simply because of Chaoxing's demonstrated potential and strength that they felt wary and unwilling to easily offend him. If these powerful figures of the Holy See chose to wage all-out war against Chaoxing in order to protect these 4 false gods and the mother of the North Wind, then the course of this battle would likely spiral completely out of control. In the sky, waves of holy light continuously emanated, and the demigods of the Holy See seemed to be engaged in some ideological struggle. But after a moment, the majestic voice sighed. The Pope's revelation states that Lord Chaoxing is the chosen one of this generation. You, take care of yourselves. At this moment, despair flickered in the eyes of the remaining 4 false gods. They instinctively prepared to mobilize their divine power to break through, but Chaoxing's demigods and legendary warriors had already blocked all escape routes. Even the distant legends of the North Wind Alliance had dispatched forces to keep watch. Any movement from them would be met with a thunderous blow, when the aura of the great sages of the Holy See completely dissipated. Chaoxing turned his head and looked at the enemy, a smile already forming on his lips. Are you guys ready for me to finish you off? Chapter 856. Are you guys ready to be killed by me? As Chaoxing finished speaking, the 4 false gods and the mother of the North Wind's expressions darkened. Their faces were all grim with resentment, their eyes burning with rage. They seemed to have never imagined that the surprise attack they had meticulously planned for so long, gathering so many powerful individuals, would end up like this. But they still refused to give up their resistance. The nightmare god's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared hysterically, Damn Chaoxing, you want to kill us? It won't be that easy. Even if we perish, you will pay the price. With these words, the 4 false gods and the mother of the North Wind launched a final, frenzied attack. the nightmare god screamed, forcibly mobilizing a massive amount of nightmare power once again, forming a dark purple cloud hundreds of kilometers in diameter. The god of desire unleashed a cloud of pink threads, each imbued with bewitching power, attempting to penetrate the enemy's bodies and break their will. The god of echoes and the god of the thousand faces attacked simultaneously. The former created countless overlapping sonic waves, while the latter conjured up 1,000 indistinguishable clones, instantly plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. The mother of the north wind flapped her wings, and a violent storm swept across the heavens and earth. The entire snowy plain trembled under the outbursts of these powerful beings. However, without the restraint of the fire thief and the intervention of the church, there was only one outcome waiting for them. As Marinina wielded her bloodthirsty blade, she severed the threads unleashed by the god of desire. Isabel unleashed a field of holy light, neutralizing the mental attacks of the god of echoes and the god of the thousand faces. Luoshi's zither echoed from Chuanhai Fort, soothing the roar of the mother of the north wind. With these demigod-level warriors joining the fray, the four false gods and the mother of the north wind were completely defeated. They attempted to unleash their demigod abilities several times, but were interrupted by Chao Xing's men. Puff! Puff! Roar! Damn it! How could I possibly lose here? I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Shrill wails, mixed with furious roars, resounded through the heavens and earth. Divine blood and dragon blood continuously rained down from the sky, forming dazzling crystals of energy on the snowy plains. On the battlefield below, the remaining millions of the Northwind Alliance had completely given up resistance. They threw their weapons into the snow and knelt in surrender. The remaining 6 legends of the Northwind Alliance stood there, pale-faced, without even the courage to flee. The survivors of the Spark Legion, along with the billions of people watching in the live stream, watched intently as the divine battle unfolded in the sky. Everyone awaited the final outcome of this battle. In the sky, the battle continued. No matter how desperately the 4 false gods and Mother of the North Wind launched themselves, they were unable to inflict any damage on Chao Xing and his companions, not even a single casualty. After all, Isabel was now a demigod-level great oracle sage, possessing terrifyingly powerful healing abilities. A few holy resurrection spells had already brought Brahm's health back up. And while in original shelter, Brown would absorb all damage for his allies, making the entire team virtually invincible. The first to collapse was the God of Echoes. His power had been suppressed by Chao Xing and his companion's spike cardiac tonic, so he had already sustained a significant amount of damage during the previous battle. When the Valkyrie, in her strongest form, joined the fray, she slashed his body with cracks. Divine blood drifted like crystal dust, each drop leaving a fleeting echo in the air. Everyone subconsciously slowed their movements, their gazes fixed on the same spot. For they knew that the first demigod to fall today was about to appear. The God of Echoes gazed at his cracked form and murmured, "Huh? Is this the end? I was once the oldest voice in the valley, the first mortal to learn to convey longing through language. The echoes of millions of prayers gave me birth, and the repetition of millions of wishes made me immortal. I witnessed the devout chants of ancient priests, and recorded the heart-wrenching deeds of heroes during ancient invasions." As his wounds crumbled, his body began to disintegrate, and fragments of the echoes dissipated into the air. And the hollow voice continued to echo. But when did it start? Prayers became perfunctory repetitions, vows turned into hypocritical cliches. When words lose their sincerity, echoes become nothing but hollow shells. Faced with the hypocritical prayers of the world, I chose to turn a deaf ear, even destroying entire nations. And I received the corresponding punishment, stripped of my godhood and cast into the abyss. But I never regret my choice. His voice grew fainter, like the wind about to dissipate. And at that moment, everyone heard a faint yet pure voice, as if it drifted from a distant cliff, or emanated from the very body of the God of Echoes. It was the voice of a young girl, ethereal and pure. "This is..." The God of Echo trembled slightly. The shepherdess's song on the cliff. "So that's it. So that's it. So that's it." True echoes never fade. The last ray of divine light faded from his eyes, and his divine body completely dissipated. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The wind died. The clouds gathered. Even the faintest chirping of insects vanished. This was no ordinary silence, but a vacuum where the laws of the world had been ripped apart. At that moment, all sound was swallowed by some invisible force, as if the world itself had held its breath. And then, above everyone's heads, a thread emerged, threading the entire sky. The thread, crystal clear, like the strings woven by fate, began to vibrate violently, and then emitted a crisp crack. It was like crystal shattering, or like thousands of voices being released simultaneously. In some ancient tribes across this continent, some of the praying believers involuntarily raised their heads. They all looked up at the sky above, and at the broken thread. The believers clutched their chests in bewilderment. Though they didn't know what had happened, they felt as if something was missing from their hearts. When the crisp lingering sound faded, the world returned to sound. At the spot where the echo god died, only a flickering, transparent divine flame remained floating in midair. Your territory member, Mernina, slew the special creature, Echo God, level 200, gaining experience points, 1.854 billion, pale attraction. Due to its divine resonance, absorb the Echo God's remaining divine power asterisk 315. Combatants gain experience points, 927 million. For killing the fallen god, Echo God, complete the hidden achievement, Echo Silence. Achievement reward, 1 Blood of the Echo God, 10 Divine Crystals, 100,000 reputation points. Survivor Chao Xing, please note. Because you successfully slew the false god of the Abyss, a special SS level quest, Abyss Terminator has been triggered. Abyss Terminator, SS slay 100 fallen gods, and become the Terminator of these gods. Current progress, 1 out of 100. Note, this mission is a phased mission. Every time you slay 10 gods, you will receive a random reward, including legendary equipment, divine fire, divine power, semi-artifacts, etc. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to fall into a brief silence. The first dead god since the war began appeared. A look of sadness crossed the faces of the god of desire, and the god of 1,000 faces. Even the usually insane god of nightmares was moved. As gods born from the same ancient era, they had believed they could exist forever. Even being cast into the abyss would merely add a different experience to their long lifespans. Witnessing the fall of the god of Echo, even these fallen gods felt a sense of sadness. So, gods too can die. But soon, Chao Xing's murderous voice brought them back to reality. Continue, next one. The powerful warriors moved swiftly, launching another furious attack. The god of desire and the god of 1,000 faces exchanged a glance, both expressions of determination evident. They knew they would soon face the same fate as the god of Echo. The 1,000-faced god's body began to twist violently, countless faces appearing and disappearing, each with a different expression. The god of desire put away all frivolity, and the pink threads surrounding him dyed blood red. Since we can't escape, the 1,000-faced god said in a low voice, let this world remember our last moment. The god of desire added. Immediately, the two false gods unleashed their final divine power, dyeing the entire sky an eerie black and red. Chao Xing's expression remained calm as he cast ice spells while monitoring their status and interrupting them with various control abilities. Puff! Puff! Boom! Under the bombardment of Marinella's sword energy and Isabel's holy light, the bodies of the two false gods were riddled with cracks. Their divine power was nearly exhausted, and their divine fire had dimmed. But at this moment, the 1,000-faced god paused his attack and suddenly spoke. Nemesis, although I usually dislike you, at least we've met. In consideration of our millennia of friendship, I give you one last gift. Hearing this, the god of desire looked stunned. 1,000 faces. What do you mean? The 1,000-faced god shook his head, not answering. Remember, after this escape, immediately leave this place, and do not trouble him again. It's best to flee this plane and never return. With these words, he unleashed thousands of shattered masks, enveloping the god of desire. Her form began to blur, each mask ablaze, releasing the final power of illusion. No! Wait! The god of desire's voice distorted within the mask, but it was becoming increasingly unreal. This was the escape route opened by the 1,000-faced god, who had completely ignited his own divinity. Go! The 1,000-faced god's voice echoed across the battlefield, live. And just then, Chao Xing snorted coldly. You're trying to send someone away in front of me? Are you treating me like a decoration? The 1,000-faced god gazed at the increasingly unreal god of desire, his lips curling slightly beneath the mask, a relieved smile. Then, a whisper reached Chao Xing's ears, one only he could hear. Chao Xing, I know you're powerful enough to interrupt my teleportation. But, Nemesis will no longer pose a threat to you. I hope you can spare her this time. In exchange, I can tell you the entrance to the abyss, and how to teleport the god of light to this world. At this, Chao Xing paused slightly, as he was about to have Marinella swing her sword to sever the spatial passage. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering between the 1,000-faced god and the fading god of desire. After a moment's hesitation, he watched the god of desire vanish from the scene. Clearly, the thousand-faced god's proposal had deeply moved him. Especially the last part, teleporting the god of light to this world. As his old enemy, and the final step in the S-level quest uproot, Chao Xing had long wanted to kill him. Plus, he had just triggered an SS-level quest Abyss Terminator, the rewards for which were truly staggering. So, he acquiesced to the deal. Elsewhere, the god of nightmares watched the god of desire depart, roaring angrily, "Damn it! Thousand Faces, why did you just send her away? I refuse to accept. I want to live. Let me go!" However, no one paid any heed to the god of nightmares' roar. And after the god of desire departed, the Thousand Faces' body completely disintegrated. Thousands of masks peeled off his face, each one reflecting a different expression. Sad, laughing, calm, hideous. Finally, all these expressions transformed into smiles of relief. Oh, finally. I don't have to act anymore. I've been a beggar, a king, a prostitute, a saint. I've played the role of a dying warrior, shedding my last tears on the battlefield. I've also disguised myself as a newborn baby, crying my first cry in my mother's arms. All beings were masks to survive, but I was born to be the mask itself. Then, all these expressions turned to Chao Xing, and he slowly said, "Chao Xing, you are freer than all of us." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light emanated from him, landing between Chao Xing's eyebrows. And in that instant, he received a flood of memories. When Chao Xing opened his eyes again, a glint of enlightenment shone in his pupils. Clearly, he had obtained what he desired. It was the secret coordinates of the netherworld, and the forbidden ritual of forcibly dragging the god of light into this world through some means. And after this action, the thousand-faced god seemed to have exhausted his last strength. His body disintegrated into gray-white smoke, dispersing in the wind. In the sky, the ever-shifting, thin thread also snapped. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel slew the special creature, Teramian, thousand-faced god, level 200, gaining experience points, 1.954 billion, pale attraction. Due to its divine resonance, it absorbed 412 points of the opponent's remaining divine power. Combatants gained experience points, 977 million. For killing the fallen god, Teramian, thousand-faced god, complete the hidden achievement, Mask Collector. Achievement reward, thousand-faced god's blood *1, divine crystal *10, reputation increased by 100,000. SS level quest, Abyss Terminator progress updated, current progress, 2/100. At the place where the thousand-faced god died, an ever-shifting flame also appeared, which Sarah immediately collected in her backpack. At this moment, the only demigod-level enemies remaining on the battlefield were Mother of the North Wind and the God of Nightmares. Mother of the North Wind was being besieged by a group of powerful warriors led by Chao Xing, while the God of Nightmares was being brutally assaulted by the Four Kings and the Lizardmen Chieftain. According to the current pace, Chao Xing should have eliminated Mother of the North Wind first, then slew the God of Nightmares. However, he suddenly changed his mind. Chao Xing quickly ordered, "Isabel, Rosie, Braun, hold Mother of the North Wind here. The rest of you, follow me and kill the God of Nightmares." Everyone was surprised, but they immediately followed the Lord's orders. The next moment, a large group of powerful warriors, filled with murderous intent, attacked the God of Nightmares. The God of Nightmares had first suffered an attack from the Fire Thief, leaving him severely injured. Then, after being besieged for so long, he was already covered in wounds, and his divine power was dwindling. Seeing Chao Xing and the others approaching, a frenzied look crossed his face. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I, the mighty God of Nightmares, an ancient deity that has existed for tens of thousands of years, am I to fall today at the hands of a bunch of ants? I won't accept this." He raised his head, gazed at the sky, and shouted angrily, "Is this the outcome you wanted to see? Dwayna! Come here!" Chao Xing ignored his hysteria and waved his hand. The warriors understood his intention and unleashed their strongest attacks upon him. Bang! 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 After this final round of concentrated fire, the God of Nightmares' health was completely depleted, and his body began to seethe with dark purple flames. As he was about to dissipate, he revealed a twisted smile. "Chao Xing, do you think you can kill me completely with this? I am the rustling beneath your beds, the cold sweat that wakes you in the middle of the night. I am all the unspoken tremors since the dawn of civilization. As long as the world's creatures remain in fear, I will continue to exist." His body expanded violently, releasing various terrifying projections, revealing horrifying scenes. Spark City erupted in flames, razed to the ground by the devastating attacks. One after another, his subjects tore themselves apart in nightmares, the entire world shrouded in a distorted shadow. Look! Chao Xing. This is your end. Your territory will crumble in terror, and your subjects will perish one after another. Ha ha! The nightmare god let out a twisted laugh, but it suddenly stopped. A blood-red long sword had pierced him completely. In the sky, a dark purple thread snapped with a crisp crack. The nightmare god looked down at the blade on his chest in disbelief, his dark purple divine blood dispersing like mist. Now, it's my turn to fall into a nightmare. Chapter 857. Bang! With a loud explosion, the nightmare god's body instantly exploded into countless dark purple fragments. Your territory member, Marinina, slew the special creature, Damn, Nightmare God, level 200, gaining experience points, 2.128 billion, pale attraction. Due to its divine resonance, absorb its remaining divine power points * 523 points. Combatants gain experience points, 1.064 billion. For killing the fallen god, Damn, Nightmare God, complete the hidden achievement, Nightmare Terminator. Achievement rewards, 1 Blood of the Nightmare God, 10 Divine Crystals, 100,000 Reputation Points. SS Level Quest, Abyss Terminator Progress Updated, Current Progress, 3/100. As the Nightmare God's body dissipated, 2 objects emitting powerful vibrations hovered in the air. A dark purple divine fire burned faintly, distorting the surrounding space. Another luminous holy tome floated quietly, its pages radiating a pure glow. That tome in particular exuded a familiar aura of light. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Even Chao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank, a flicker of shock and disbelief in his eyes. He murmured, this thing? Could it be the last volume of the Holy Tome of Light, the Shining Sun chapter? After all, of the 3 holy tomes of the God of Light, 2 had already fallen into his hands. If this one was the final Shining Sun chapter, then Chao Xing could combine the 3 volumes into one, creating a complete semi-artifact. At the thought of this, his breathing quickened. However, now wasn't the time to examine these matters. Sarah. As Chao Xing's voice rang out, the dark elf assassin, once again swiftly, stowed the sacred fire and holy tome into his backpack. With this, all 3 false gods had been slain. Now, only the Mother of the North Wind remained, still holding out. Everyone looked up to see a massive dragon, 10,000 meters long, perched atop the shattered clouds. The dark green dragon's scales gleamed metallically in the sunlight, each scaly surface swirling with tiny wind eyes. Tens of thousands of small cyclones formed a flowing wind barrier around it. As Chao Xing led a group of powerful warriors to surround it, the Mother of the North Wind slowly lowered its dragon head, its cold, vertical pupils reflecting the tiny human figure. Pathetic ants. Its voice was like the clashing of thousands of wind blades. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Chao Xing didn't waste any words. He raised his staff, mobilizing icy elements within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Swish. 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 A sky full of ice cones shot out. The battle erupted in an instant. Wow! The Mother of the North Wind's wings whipped up a hurricane, and every swing of her claws ripped through space. However, facing the people who had already slain 3 false gods, her offensive was gradually eroding. Marianina's blade slashed through the dragon's scales, while Sarah's death blade continuously devoured the Mother of the North Wind's vitality. Isabel's holy light left charred marks on its massive dragon body. After the relentless bombardment, the Mother of the North Wind's health had reached a critical point. It roared deafeningly. You want to kill me? Ridiculous. Even if I perish, I will make you pay. However, Chao Xing shook his head and said, You have no chance, Mother of the North Wind. This giant wind dragon was proud. Even knowing its fate was sealed, it would rather die than surrender. At that moment, it suddenly ceased its struggles, a flicker of determination in its eyes. Sacrifice my soul to the heavens. As the incantation rang out, the eyes of the wind on each of Mother of the North Wind's scales suddenly lit up with a dazzling azure light. Tens of thousands of cyclones collapsed simultaneously, sucking away all the air within 1,000 miles. The sky darkened completely, as if Doomsday had arrived. Everyone could feel the terrifying force of its attack. The vacuum created by the drained air made it difficult for everyone to breathe, and the dark clouds in the sky felt oppressive. But at that moment, the scourge dragon beneath Chao Xing's feet suddenly raised its head and opened its icy maw. A terrifying chill quickly gathered. Wow! As the cold air from its mouth blew. A pure, transparent ice flower, seemingly capable of freezing everything, landed on the Mother of the North Wind. Her massive dragon body instantly stiffened, countless frost condensing on her dark green scales. Even the distorted space around her was frozen into still ice crystals. A hurricane howled between heaven and earth, a collapsing cyclone, a raging energy. Everything froze in an instant, then silently dissipated. This was Bing Bing's commander-level skill, Endless Ice Abyss Flower. This was one of the reasons Chao Xing said the Mother of the North Wind had no chance. Besides Bing Bing's skills, his own forbidden spell, Frost Crystal Prison, Ice Burial, had yet to be used, but this skill could also control demigod-level creatures. Now, it's all over. As Chao Xing's cold voice echoed, a host of powerful warriors unleashed their most powerful attacks upon the Mother of the North Wind. In the final second before the freezing effect of the Endless Ice Abyss Flower expired, the Mother of the North Wind's health was completely depleted. Woo! The massive dragon body let out a final wail, plummeting from tens of thousands of meters in the sky. Strangely, as it fell, the Mother of the North Wind's massive form began to shrink rapidly. From its original size of 10,000 meters, it shrank to 1,000 meters, 100 meters, and even less than 10 meters. Then, it sprouted human-like limbs. Long legs, slender arms, dark green dragon scales transformed into a light gauze garment, and the eye of the wind condensed into azure lines. Finally, a woman, clad in a long, light green gauze dress, with silver hair flowing like a waterfall and a pair of dragon horns on her forehead, appeared. Though her face was as pale as paper, a faint trace of her former nobility and majesty could be seen. Those emerald pupils remained bright, now filled with exhaustion and relief. So, this is what death feels like. She looked down at her human hand, a smile of relief playing on her lips. It's much warmer than I imagined. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the woman plummeted from the sky with a soft plop. Like a withered petal, she landed on the snow below, stirring up a shower of pure white snowflakes. Successfully killed special creature, Esselin, Mother of the North Wind, LVL 200, experience points gained, 2.126 billion, pale attraction. Due to its divine resonance, you absorb its remaining divine power asterisk 541 points. Combatant experience points gained, 1.063 billion. Compared to the defeat of the other three false gods, no special achievements were activated this time. What made Chao Xing even more regretful was that the Mother of the North Wind transformed into a woman before her death. What's with this dragon? I fought it during the day, and now it's a humanoid? He complained dejectedly. You know, the value difference between the corpse of a demigod-level dragon and that of a demigod-level humanoid is enormous. The legendary ice rhino he had slain earlier yielded a full 1,000,000 kilograms of legendary meat, and it still hasn't been used up. In addition, the rhino also contained a wealth of precious materials. These materials not only forged the 4 gates of Spark City, but also could be used to craft 2 additional pieces of legendary equipment. Judging by Mother of the North Wind's size, not to mention anything else, the demigod-level dragon flesh alone would weigh at least millions of kilograms, right? The thought of this filled Chao Xing with a deep pang of heartache. He couldn't help but roar inwardly, change back. Beside him, Bing Lan gazed at Mother of the North Wind's humanoid corpse with a complex expression. I didn't expect she, like me, possesses half-dragon blood. Half-dragon? Chao Xing was startled for a moment, staring at Mother of the North Wind lying on the ground. A sudden realization crossed his face. If it's half-dragon blood, then it makes sense. After all, if this was a pure dragon, then her child with King North Wind would have been a baby dragon, not a humanoid like Kai Lan. Though he could understand it intellectually, Chao Xing still felt a pang of pain in his flesh. My dragon flesh. My demigod-level dragon material. Damn it! At that moment, a golden divine fire suddenly emerged from the corpse of the Mother of the North Wind. This divine fire was completely different from the 3 false gods previously slain. It was brimming with life, like a beating heart. Besides the divine fire, a pitch-black runestone quietly hovered beside the woman. When Chao Xing saw the faint dragon-shaped pattern on the runestone, his eyes suddenly lit up. Huh? Could this be one of the 12 sacred beast runes? At that moment, Chao Xing seemed to understand something, a glint of enlightenment in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, he flew down and collected the items dropped by the Mother of the North Wind into his backpack. Obtained, Ancient Fire Seed *1. Obtained, Contaminated 12 Sacred Beast Runestone Dragon. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing's lips curled up. Just as he expected, this thing was indeed one of the 12 Sacred Beast Runestones. Great. That way, I've collected the 3rd one. He secretly rejoiced, suppressing the urge to examine the Dragon Runestone's specific properties. Then, he collected the North Wind Mother's corpse. Although her value had greatly diminished, the remains of a powerful demigod could still be put to good use. For example, if they were directly given to Hilda for incubation, perhaps a legendary or even demigod-level blood spider could emerge. With the fall of the North Wind Mother, this historic battle finally drew to a close. He had slain 3 of the 4 attacking false gods. Among them, his enemy, the Nightmare God, was also slain. Now, the only enemies left on the battlefield were the remaining 6 legends of the Northwind Alliance, the Black Magician, and the Great Black Snake. However, they had all ceased resistance and stood still, completely submissive. Even the Great Black Snake had coiled itself, its head bowed to the ground, a gesture of complete submission. Chao Xing swept his gaze around the battlefield, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Now, it's time to deal with these guys. When Chao Xing led his warriors to the kings of the Northern Wind Alliance, their faces instantly turned pale. The Silver Lion King was the first to kneel. "Lord Chao Xing, we surrender. We are willing to submit to you and sign a contract of rules with you in exchange for a chance to live." Chao Xing remained silent, a suffocating silence. His icy gaze swept across the faces of the legendary warriors, sending shivers down the king's spines. Queen Cass's legs trembled uncontrollably, as if she were about to collapse. After a moment, Chao Xing finally spoke. "What are your opinions?" Hearing this, the old man from Shenmue, Queen Cassa, King Yiming, and another legend all knelt on their knees, their foreheads pressed to the ground. "We are also willing to submit. From now on, all kingdoms in the northern border will follow Lord Chao Xing's lead. I hope Lord Chao Xing will show mercy." Chao Xing chuckled softly, then suddenly raised his hand. The next moment, a red shadow flashed by. King Yiming, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly had a line of blood on his body. The usually arrogant king lowered his head, glanced at his wound, then at Chao Xing. Puzzlement, resentment, and hatred flashed in his eyes. "You?" Before he could say anything, his injuries had already fully erupted. Puff! -618234552. After a massive critical hit, King Yiming's body split neatly in 2, blood spurting out, staining the surrounding ground red. This sudden slaughter sent tremors through the members of the North Wind Alliance, their eyes filled with fear. Queen Cassa, standing nearby, screamed in shock and collapsed to the ground. Chao Xing chuckled. "This guy has always been the most aggressive. Do you have any objections to me finishing him off?" The remaining 4 legendary warriors trembled, not daring to breathe. The Silver Lion King quickly said, "No. No objection. Lord Chao Xing is wise. Such traitors deserve death." The others also nodded in agreement, their voices trembling. "No objection. I leave it to the Lord." Chao Xing said nothing more, summoning the rule contract and saying, "Swear the oath." His willingness to surrender these legends was naturally a carefully considered decision. With his current strength, the gains from killing them were modest. At best, they would yield a few legendary hearts or souls. Leaving them behind was the most profitable option. After all, the North Wind Alliance had been completely defeated this time, leaving the 5 kingdoms leaderless. By surrendering them, he would indirectly control the 5 kingdoms, reaping countless benefits without much effort. Furthermore, Chao Xing was deeply intrigued by the old man's manipulation of the Tree of Life and Queen Cassa's legendary spatial mage abilities. Gazing at the rules contract overhead, the remaining 3 kings had varying expressions. The Silver Lion King spoke first. "From this day forward, I, the Silver Lion King, Lionel Steelmane, swear to the rules contract and submit to Lord Chao Xing. I will obey his orders absolutely and never betray him. If you disobey, you will be punished by heaven." As his words fell, a streak of light soared into the sky. Boom! A powerful tremor erupted in the sky, dark clouds rolled, and thunder loomed, signaling the rules contract had officially taken effect. Then, the old man from the Divine Tree spoke tremblingly. "From this day forward, I, the Divine Tree King, Eldrin Aoba, swear to the rules contract." As he finished, a streak of light shot up into the sky, and the second king of the North Wind Alliance declared his submission. When it was Queen Cassa's turn, she was still slumped to the ground. Her elegant crimson dress was disheveled, revealing a sliver of her pale calf. She supported herself on the ground with her hands, her body trembling uncontrollably. Especially from this angle, one could see the magnificent whiteness beneath her slightly open neckline, trembling slightly. Her once noble and stern face still clung to King Yiming's congealed blood, giving it a disheveled and mournful look. After waiting for a while, the woman still didn't rise from the ground. Chao Xing frowned slightly. "What? You don't want to?" Queen Cassa hurriedly shook her head and struggled to get up, but her legs seemed to have lost their strength. It was then that Chao Xing noticed a puddle where she had collapsed. Seeing this, Chao Xing was stunned, as if he hadn't expected a queen to be frightened to the point of incontinence. Queen Kassa, on the other hand, was filled with even greater shame and indignation. Her cheeks flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes. But in the face of death, she suppressed her shame and spoke in a trembling voice. I, Queen Kassa, Selena Kassa, swear today to the rules. I submit to Lord Chao Xing and serve him as my master, and will never betray him. As the last streak of light ascended, the 3 kings of the North Wind Alliance surrendered. The other 2 kings also fell at the hands of Chao Xing. And in the sky, the 4 kings, led by the Ice Crystal King, gazed upon the scene with deep emotion. A year ago, they would never have dreamed. The alliance, known as the most powerful in the North, with so many legendary warriors and even demigods, would be dismantled and defeated by a single young man. And he did it in front of millions. Not only that, in this battle, he also slew 3 false gods and the mother of the North Wind, and severely damaged the Fire Thief. In a single blow, he annihilated all his enemies. This feat was arguably unprecedented. After dealing with the North Wind Alliance, Chao Xing flashed before another legendary figure. It was none other than the Black Mage. He had been battered and bruised by Chao Xing's group of heroic warriors. His black robe was tattered, and his withered frame was covered in charred marks from the backlash of magic. In particular, after witnessing Chao Xing's powerful outburst, slaying the 3 false gods in one fell swoop, he had completely given up all hope of resistance. Now, he knelt on the ground, trembling, awaiting judgment. At the sight of Chao Xing, the Black Mage quickly raised his head and said with hope, Lord Chao Xing, I also submit. Could you spare my life? Chao Xing looked down at him coldly. What do you say? Chapter 858. To Chao Xing, the kings of the North Wind Alliance did have some value, so he agreed to their surrender. This guy, there's absolutely no need for him to exist. Upon hearing this, the Black Magician's face paled instantly, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His cracked lips moved, and his voice trembled hoarsely. Really? Not even a chance? I'm also a legendary warrior, and I can fight for you. However, Chao Xing remained unmoved. Seeing this, the Black Magician's face suddenly turned ferocious, and he roared hysterically, Damn it! If you kill me, you pay the price. My black magic is on the verge of losing control. If I die, it will contaminate the land for hundreds of kilometers. By then, your city will be corrupted into a land of extinction. I urge you to release me, or I will explode right in front of you. Chao Xing listened to his threats, still wearing a casual smile. You don't think this method will work on me, do you? The Black Magician was stunned, then roared, I'm telling the truth. Would you rather have your city destroyed than kill me? Chao Xing shook his head and said, You're mistaken. You will die here today, and my city will remain unharmed. With that, he quickly flipped open the Starfall Codex in his hand, and activated its legendary special effect, Dark Night Star Lake Domain. Clatter. A strange wave spread out, and waves of dark power tinged with starlight emanated from Chao Xing. The battlefield around him quickly receded, and space began to distort and shift. When the Dark Mage regained consciousness, he was surprised to find himself suddenly on the surface of a lake. The lake was as dark as a mirror, reflecting his own image. Above him was a brilliant starry sky. Though the surroundings were silent and still, he could clearly sense that he had entered another dimension. This meant that even if his dark magic unleashed its might, it would not affect the real world in the slightest. His last remaining hope was ruthlessly crushed. At that moment, despair once again filled his eyes. Damn Chao Xing. I curse you. Curse your city. You have offended those gods and the church. You will die a horrible death. Ha ha ha. Chao Xing's face remained expressionless. He had slain countless enemies along the way, and heard countless curses and curses before their deaths. But the more he uttered these words, the more it only served to highlight the enemy's powerlessness. By now, Chao Xing had become immune to them. He raised his staff, and several massive cones of ice shot through the air. Swish. 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 Swoosh. Puff. Puff. Decrease 6,723,485. Decrease 7,182,845. Decrease 5,828,349. The sharp cones of ice instantly pierced the Black Mage's body, dealing millions of critical damage and pitting him to the pitch-black lake. Blood splattered across the lake's surface, only to be quickly swallowed by this strange space. Successfully killed the Black Mage, Theodore Levin, legendary creature, LVL 110, experience points gained, 246 million, pale attraction. Combatant experience points gained, 126 million. Just as this guy had said, the dark magic within him had indeed reached the point of spiraling out of control. After his death, his body cracked like a broken pottery jar. Puff! With a resounding explosion, a torrent of dark magic power poured out in all directions, attempting to smother all life, but it was countered by the power of the Dark Knight Star Lake domain. Sizzle. Shiz. The two forces counteracted each other, emitting a teeth-grinding sizzling sound. When the last wisp of black smoke dissipated, the area returned to peace. Chao Xing walked over expressionlessly, and picked up the fallen items. Obtained, Legendary Heart *1. Obtained, Soul-Snatching Wand, orange, *1. Obtained, Book of Dark Magic, orange, *1. Obtained, Evil Crystal *6. Obtained. After defeating the enemy, he slowly closed the codex, the heavy pages clattering dully. The Star Lake domain was then lifted, and the Black Lake quickly dissipated. In the real world, his figure reappeared in the center of the battlefield, everything around him intact, as if nothing had happened. Chao Xing glanced around. This time, the invading enemies had been either killed or surrendered. Now, only one legendary creature remained to be dealt with. It was the Great Black Snake. Chao Xing was about to raise his hand to finish it off, when the delicate fragrance of herbs wafted over. The witch Francesca landed beside him, and said softly, "This black snake was once my pet. It spent some time with me in the castle. Leave it to me." Chao Xing was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly without saying anything more. The life or death of a legendary black snake was no longer of concern. After dealing with all the legendary level and above enemies, Chao Xing's magical power surged. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept past, and his figure soared into the air. On the ground below, millions of the Northwind Alliance soldiers knelt on the ground, a dark mass of people stretching to the horizon like a tide. Some soldiers were even trembling with fear, none of them knowing what fate would befall them. After all, they were the defeated, and the victor had the right to do whatever they wanted with them. At the same time, Chao Xing's gaze swept across the battlefield, his voice, transmitted through his magical power, reaching out for dozens of kilometers. Everyone. A deep, commanding voice echoed through the wind and snow. At that moment, countless eyes fell on him. The millions of coalition soldiers held their breath, their heartbeats unconsciously slowing. The warriors of Spark City, on the other hand, stood straight, their eyes gleaming with fanaticism. Chao Xing continued, "Thanks to everyone's bloody battles and concerted efforts. This battle is a resounding victory." Below, thousands of warriors from Chao Xing's territory, and hundreds of thousands of elite members of the Spark Legion raised their arms, and shouted, "Victory! Victory! Victory!" The roar was like thunder, reaching the heavens. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken apart by this momentum, revealing the long-lost sunlight. The brilliant sunlight shone on the blood-stained battlefield, making the scene both tragic and unforgettable. In the live stream, the billions of survivors were also caught up in an unprecedented celebration. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a torrential rain, nearly drowning the entire screen. "God Chao is invincible, winning this battle again. Awesome. Spark City is awesome. The Blue Star human race is awesome. From today on, the entire Northern Territory is under the command of Master Chao Xing. A historic battle. They will all be written into the annals of history." Everyone knew they had witnessed history today, an epic war that would determine the future of the entire Western continent. Some spectators were even moved to tears. They knew that from this moment on, the Blue Star human race's position in this world would be completely transformed. On the 379th day of the Blue Star human race's arrival in the Frozen Era, the first city arose in a snowstorm, named Spark. 11 legends of the Northwind Alliance, allied with 4 false gods from the Netherworld, led an army of millions to attack Spark City. Lord Chao Xing led his fellow legends, and the 4 kings in the final battle against the enemy. In desperation, Chao Xing's men unleashed their demigod powers, briefly turning the tide of battle. In this battle, they slew 8 enemy legends, 3 false gods, and a demigod-level dragon, and severely damaged the man hidden behind history, the Fire Thief. After this battle, the 5 kingdoms of the Northwind Alliance surrendered, and the North achieved its first unification in thousands of years. Meanwhile, Chao Xing continued to hover in midair. He said little, simply calmly gazing at the city that had stood firm amidst the flames of war. Now the powerful enemy has been defeated. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Let us continue the celebration of Spark City, a celebration for all of you. Boom! Boom! As his words fell, a dazzling display of magical fireworks suddenly erupted above the entire city. Purple starflowers, golden sunflowers, silvery white aurora rain. Hundreds of cannons roared simultaneously, heralding the arrival of a new era. The survivors of Spark City were once again in a frenzy of rejoicing. Crowds in the streets embraced and wept. Warriors removed their blood-stained armor and tossed their weapons high into the air. Barrels of rich rum were pushed onto the streets for people to drink freely. A steady stream of fresh bread flowed out from the bakeries, its freshly baked loaves exuding an alluring wheat aroma, its golden crust still steaming. The warriors, exhausted from the battle, eagerly took a bite of the still hot bread, their faces beaming with joy. Meanwhile, a bard plucking his harp, his melodious tune echoing through the streets. The entire city was enveloped in the aroma of food and wine, and the sounds of laughter echoed alongside the beautiful music. The celebrations lasted from noon until sunset. The city's lively atmosphere not only showed no sign of waning, but intensified with the arrival of night. This battle made Spark City famous. Rangers, mercenaries, and merchants across the snowstorm knew that a legendary city had risen here. Bards and taverns had begun singing tales of this epic battle, and caravans were vying to share this astonishing news. A large number of outsiders poured into Spark City. Caravans carried precious cargo, mercenaries carried their banners, and rangers, sharp weapons strapped to their waists, all sought opportunities in this rising legendary city. Furthermore, the outcome of this battle had yet to fully unfold. Once the news spread, the entire western continent would know that a new overlord had emerged in the north. At that time, even more people will flock to Spark City, injecting continued vitality into the city. 6 o'clock in the evening. In the inner city of Spark City, Chaoxing's core territory. Here, ablaze with lights, the surroundings appear remarkably peaceful, a stark contrast to the bustling outer city. It feels like an isolated island amidst the bustling city. Yet, within this very quiet place, lies a powerful force capable of influencing the entire western continent. The first-floor hall of the Lord's Castle. 12 ornately carved stone pillars stand tall in the spacious hall, and the floor is covered with a clean carpet. The crystal chandelier emits a soft glow, illuminating the space with incredible brightness. In the center of the hall, upon an ornate throne, sat a young man. Dressed in a frosty white robe, he leaned casually against the jewel-encrusted chair, his gaze calmly scanning the room. Below him, dozens of marble chairs were arranged. Each chair held a powerful being with an extraordinary aura. Most of them were legendary figures from Chaoxing's territory, demigod-level warriors, and a few core heroic warriors. In addition, the 4 kings sat in 4 chairs on the right. The Lizardman chieftain, Luoshi of Chuanhai Fort, and Leonard, the great axe captain, along with other powerful figures, sat on the left. It could be said, the powerful beings gathered in this hall could even shake the situation on half the continent. At this time, Assam respectfully approached Chaoxing and leaned over to whisper a report in his ear. After listening, Chaoxing nodded slightly and looked at the people in the hall. Everyone, we have won a glorious victory in this battle. Next, it's time to tally the results. Below, everyone immediately sat up straight, intently gazing at the man on the throne. Facing this young otherworldly lord, the current overlord of the north, his status surpassed everyone else on the field. Chaoxing looked at Assam beside him and said, "You report?" The knight immediately stepped forward, pulled out a scroll of parchment, and read calmly, "In this battle, we have captured a total of 3.14 million elite soldiers from the Northern Wind Alliance. This includes elite units such as the Heavy Knights, the Griffin Knights, and the Horned Eagle Archers. In addition, we also captured various siege engines, 547 frost catapults, 1,285 war cannons, 21,942 giant siege crossbows. In addition, Assam reported for a long time, detailing the composition of the captured troops, the number of weapons and armor, and a detailed list of various magical items. With each number he announced, a slight gasp echoed through the hall. In the corner, Hilton of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce and Jace of the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce were completely stunned. After all, a casual calculation of the value of any item in the knight's list revealed an astronomical figure. Even the 4 great kings were stunned by this series of reports. After all, even they had never seen so many soldiers and weapons. The 4 kingdoms were already weaker than the North Wind Alliance. And this time, to deal with Chaoxing, the North Wind Alliance had gone all out, mobilizing at least 60% of the forces of the 5 great kingdoms. A large quantity of siege equipment was also brought in. Add to that various flying units, magic chariots, and so on, and their value is unimaginable. In fact, if only all of these forces were taken over, the sheer scale of their forces alone would be enough to crush most of the kingdoms in the entire western continent. This is the charm of war. While the risks are great, and a single mistake could lead to total loss, the rewards are also terrifyingly beyond imagination. At this time, Chao-Shing slowly spoke. Let's not talk about other spoils for now. Let's deal with these prisoners and war equipment first. The crowd in the hall fell silent again, listening attentively to the young man's next words. Of these 3 million troops, I will retain 100,000 elite fighters, such as the Wyvern Legion, the Griffin Knight Legion, and so on. They will be responsible for defending Xingho City. In addition, I will take 1/3 of the siege equipment and leave it in Xingho City to strengthen the city's defenses. The remaining soldiers and other war equipment will be received by each of the 4 kings. What do you think? At this, another gasp echoed in the crowd. They all understood what Chao-Shing meant. He was prepared to hand over millions of well-trained elite soldiers and a large amount of valuable war equipment. Buzz! The auras of the 4 kings surged violently. They stared at the man on the throne with disbelief. After all, for any nation, this is something they would love to have. King Greymist and War King Cunard subconsciously clenched their fists, their eyes gleaming with excitement and desire. However, the Ice Crystal King remained calm and said slowly, Lord Chao-Shing, wouldn't it be a bad idea for us to take over these 3 million elite soldiers? This is your victory. Its value is beyond imagination. And seriously, in this battle, we merely held off the Nightmare God, not making a significant contribution. So, he stopped talking, and everyone understood his meaning. The contributions of the 4 kingdoms alone were indeed insufficient to reap such benefits. Even the excited War King Cunard and the Grey Mist King gradually calmed down. Chao-Shing chuckled, no problem, I have my own considerations. He had already made up his mind. Admittedly, if he simply took over these millions of troops, it would indeed expand his territory's combat power to an incredible level. But there was a practical issue to consider. His territory was only at the megacity stage. Even if he built the megacity this time, and the system added an additional 100,000 people, it would still be far from enough to accommodate these millions of soldiers. Besides the population, there's a more crucial issue. Since you accepted them, you're responsible for their food, clothing, and shelter. The logistics of millions of people, not to mention everything else, consume an astronomical amount of food daily. Even with Chao-Shing's resources, he'd be bankrupt in a matter of days. So, rather than forcibly accepting the land and burdening his territory, it's better to divide it among the 4 kingdoms, thus strengthening their military strength and improving relations between them. The second reason is even more important. As his allies, these 4 kings have unhesitatingly aided him in previous major battles. Even in this battle of Spark City, they stood firm, even when the enemy's strength was several times greater than expected, even when they included several demigod-level warriors, they never retreated. So, with his allies so loyal, he naturally couldn't be stingy. Of course, in addition to these reasons, there was another even more crucial one, related to the upcoming Northwind Alliance. This was also something he planned to discuss with the 4 kings. Chapter 859. Chao-Shing continued, I have my own selfish motives for asking you to accept these soldiers. My territory cannot afford the expense of so many soldiers, so this is essentially asking you to help share the burden. He stated his considerations directly and frankly. This not only did not offend the 4 kings, but instead, they were even more impressed by Chao-Shing's honesty. The 4 of them exchanged glances, each seeing a look of approval in the other's eyes. After a pause, Chao-Shing continued also. There's another important thing. This time we have defeated the Northwind Alliance. The 5 kingdoms of Silver Lion, Night Bright, Kasa, Shinmu, and Diklo are now effectively under our control. Add the kingdom of Ostia, and that makes a total of 6 kingdoms. But my focus is on my own territory, and I don't have time to manage these kingdoms. The 4 kings' expressions hardened again, as if realizing something, their gazes becoming extremely serious. The man's voice continued to echo through the hall. So, from now on, you will be responsible for taking over these 6 kingdoms. As I said before, those royals who should be killed, those who should be exiled, and the normal lives of the civilians should be minimized. King Silver Lion, King Shinmu, and Queen Kasa will assist you with the handover. When Chao-Shing finished speaking, silence fell. Not only did he generously distribute millions of prisoners and war tools, he even handed over the territories of the 6 kingdoms. This truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Lord Chao-Shing. King Ice Crystal was about to say something, Chao Xing shook his head and said, of course, this isn't a free gift. From now on, you will be responsible for managing the territories of the 6 kingdoms and maintaining local order. Every year, you must submit 30% of your profits to Spark City. Also, the Northern Territory will implement a mutual defense treaty. In the event of an invasion, we must work together to defeat the enemy. Any opinions? As mentioned earlier, Chao Xing's current focus is on developing his territory and improving his own strength. He knows very well that these are the foundation of his life. Only with a strong territory can one gain a firm foothold in this chaotic and cruel world. So-called empty titles and royal power are fleeting. If you lack strength, you will be ruthlessly crushed and succumb to the same fate as the Northern Wind Alliance today. If you hand over the 6 kingdoms to them for management, not only will you reduce your burden, but you will also receive an annual share, enjoying the fruits of their labor. Although it's only 30%, the benefits are beyond imagination. After all, a country of this magnitude, if properly managed, would generate astronomical annual revenues. Not to mention the 6 kingdoms' rich mineral resources and trade routes. With just this annual share, Chao Xing could easily support an army of 1,000,000 men, even if he did nothing. When he finished speaking, the hall fell into another brief silence. After a moment, it was the Ice Crystal King who responded first. Lord Chao Xing, your terms are reasonable. I have no problem with them. It's fitting that the Northern Wind Alliance has surrendered, and the Kingdom of Ostia has been incorporated into our territories. The territories of our 10 kingdoms are perfectly connected, with no other forces blocking them. This will provide unimaginable convenience for the development of our future Grand Alliance. After a pause, he looked at the other 3 kings. What do you all think? King Cutard slammed his hands on the table and stood up. Ha ha ha. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Why are you still hesitating about such a good thing? His gruff voice echoed through the hall. Lord Chao Xing is not only willing to work with us to safeguard the safety of the North, but is also giving us the opportunity to expand. What's a 30% profit? King Grey Mist also stood on his chair, his hands on his hips, and said, I have no objection. I've long wanted to expand my group of believers. It's a massive undertaking, hee. Queen Yuan nodded gracefully. Our Yuan kingdom also agrees with this proposal. And this will truly help us beyond our wildest dreams. She turned slightly and slowly explained, from now on, the territories of the 10 kingdoms will become one. Not only will we be able to construct numerous teleportation arrays, enabling rapid troop movements and the transport of supplies, but we also be able to open up safe and comprehensive trade routes. From now on, the resources of the 10 countries will flow mutually, and trade will take place. We soon establish an even more prosperous economy than before. After listening to Queen Yuan's analysis, everyone felt that this proposal was a good one. King Greymist's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Indeed, the reduction in trade tariffs alone will bring enormous benefits. King Cunard laughed heartily. I've long heard that the North Wind Kingdom's liquor is very mellow. It seems this is the chance to try it. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the throne. Since you all agree, my secretary will now draft the specific treaty. In 3 days, we will hold a formal alliance contract ceremony in Spark City. His deep gaze swept over each king present. From now on, the North will usher in a new era. And we will be the founders of this era. The magical torches in the hall suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire conference room like daylight. The 4 kings rose in unison and bowed solemnly to Chao Xing on the throne. Next, only a few details needed to be finalized, and the entire North would usher in a completely new landscape. After allocating the millions of captives and the ownership of the 6 kingdoms, Chao Xing continued, now, let's discuss the other allies. Old Chief. His gaze shifted to an old man in the middle seat, covered in scales, and wearing a bone crown. It was the Lizardman Chief. Before the battle began, Chao Xing had specifically sought him out and entrusted the old patriarch with covering Luoshi's breakthrough. Although the old patriarch wasn't particularly effective because the fire thief had absorbed his divine fire, suppressing its attributes, he still made a significant contribution in this battle. The old man's scaly face smiled gently upon hearing this, and he nodded slightly. Chao Xing continued, I've already agreed to your terms with His Majesty the Ice Crystal King. From now on, your Lizardmen will reside in Dwuluan Lake City, just over 1,000 kilometers from my territory. If you encounter an emergency, Spark City will provide immediate support. Furthermore, His Majesty will dispatch agricultural experts to assist you in reclaiming wasteland, raising livestock, and achieving self-sufficiency. Furthermore, you can retain your original beliefs and customs and live peacefully in that city. Since the massacre, few humans dare to settle in Dwelin Lake City. Aside from the garrison soldiers, it's essentially a deserted city. The city lord has considered many solutions, but none have yielded much success. The lizardmen are in need of a warm habitat, and Lord Orin agrees, so they quickly finalize a plan. In fact, with the arrival of these lizardmen, Dwelin Lake City's future defense capabilities will be significantly improved. The lizardman chief stood up, bowed slightly, and saluted solemnly. "Thank you, Lord Chaoxing." Chaoxing raised his hand, indicating that he should be more polite. After the old patriarch reseated himself, his gaze fell on another demigod on the scene. "Senior Luoshi, what are your plans?" Everyone, upon hearing this, turned their gaze to the dignified and mature woman in the crowd, clutching the organ. Luoshi raised her beautiful face and spoke in a clear voice. "I don't have any plans at the moment. I'd probably stay in your territory for a while, and teach Gwyneth the complete 9 chapters of Heavenly Sound. As for what happens next, I consider it later." Chaoxing nodded, saying nothing more. In truth, he also wanted to recruit this demigod into his territory. After all, the presence of a powerful being versed in music would be of great benefit to the territory. But Rosie is different from the others. She's a very spontaneous woman, enjoying traveling across the continents, experiencing different cultures and customs, and never staying in one place for too long. This time, because of teaching Gwyneth, and the matter of the fire thief, she's stayed in his territory for so long. Under normal circumstances, this woman would have long since wandered off to who knows what country, or even another continent. So, trying to bring her into the territory is incredibly difficult. But fortunately, she passed on her skills to Gwyneth before leaving, so the impact won't be significant. After arranging these 2 demigods, Chaoxing turned his gaze to the other legend on the field, Great Axe Captain Leonard. "Captain Great Axe, thank you so much for your assistance this time. I personally visit the Great Axe mercenary group to express my gratitude later when I have time." The captain quickly stood up, a smile plastered across his rugged face. "Lord Chaoxing, you're too polite. This is what we should do, and I haven't been able to help much. From now on, whenever you need anything, the Great Axe mercenary group will fully cooperate," he solemnly promised. Chaoxing smiled, then slowly said, "Well, everyone, this meeting concludes. You've fought hard today. Everyone, please go back and rest, or continue to attend the celebration." After a pause, he added, "Also, please help spread the word for me when you return. In our Spark City, there are 3 major associations: the Mage Association, the Alchemist Association, and the Blacksmith Association. The Mage Association boasts at least 1 legendary, heroic, and numerous master-level mages. The Alchemy Association boasts a legendary alchemist, who possesses the secret recipes for several legendary elixirs. The Blacksmith Association also boasts a legendary blacksmith, who has personally crafted a legendary spear. Now, we invite all the talented individuals in the world to join us. Whether you are a scholar, a warrior, a craftsman, or someone skilled in other fields, Spark City is willing to provide generous treatment and resources." On the field, the 4 kings exchanged glances, a flicker of shock and envy in their eyes. They nodded solemnly, understood. "We will convey Lord Chaoxing's message." Then, they all stood up and left the castle hall one after another. Including Assam and the others, the warriors also left. Soon, Chaoxing and Lu Muxua were the only 2 remaining in the hall. After the last person left, the hall door slowly closed. Lu Muxua walked behind him, her slender fingers resting on his shoulders, gently kneading the tense muscles. "Thank you for your hard work, Chaoxing. Now that the enemy has been dealt with, you can relax for a while." Her voice was like a gentle breeze. However, Chaoxing slowly shook his head, his gaze deep into the darkening sky outside the window. The temporary enemy had indeed been dealt with, but he knew clearly that more severe challenges, and even more powerful enemies awaited him. For example, the Church, with its unclear attitude and unfathomable background. The gods, sealed in the abyss, constantly striving to break free. And those hidden in hidden places, whose power far surpassed that of demigods. And the ancient dragons that were gradually gathering on the western continent. And the invasion war that might break out in the near future. These potential threats are greater than the Northwind Alliance, or the 4 false gods. So Chaoxing didn't dare completely relax. Luckily, the territory now possessed 2 demigods, one of whom, Mernina, possessed unrivaled demigod-level combat power. Additionally, he had reaped a vast amount of spoils from this battle. Once fully digested, the territory's strength would undoubtedly rise even further. Thinking of this, the pressure within him couldn't help but ease a little. He leaned back slightly in his chair, feeling the warmth of Lu Mushua's fingertips. Yes, I can rest for a while. After a brief moment of rest, Chaoxing opened his eyes. Now, it's time to examine the spoils in my backpack. The loot was enormous, with over a dozen unprecedented treasures alone. Some of them were so exciting just to look at. Chaoxing took a few deep breaths and counted the spoils one by one. First, there were the gifts presented by the kings and other allies at the Spark City celebration. Aside from the miscellaneous armor, supplies, crowns, and so on, the remaining items were relatively rare treasures. They were Knight Lionheart Gem *1 Legendary Dried Heart, Special, *1 Thunderwing Giant Eagle Eye, Special, *2 Magic Mist Ribbon, Special, *1 Raven Stone, Special, *1 Sky Star Orchid Seeds, Legendary Magic Plant, *3 Philosopher's Stone, Special, *10. These gifts were all extraordinary, and the generosity of these allies surprised even Chaoxing. He took a few deep breaths and sighed, it seems. Just examining the spoils will take quite a while this time. Then he began examining each one in turn. The first was a strange gem the size of a fist, pitch black with a dark red streak tinged on its surface. This was sent by Hilton on behalf of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce. Knight Lionheart Gem, Orange. Quality, Epic. Item Effect 1. When embedded in armor, activates the Knight Lionheart effect, increasing all stats by 15% and critical strike chance by 10% at night. Item Effect 2. Activates the Lion's Roar skill, unleashing a deafening roar that stuns all enemies within a 3,000 meter radius and reduces all stats of units below your level by 30% for 60 seconds. Inlay requirements, Epic Armor or higher, Master Level Blacksmithing Mastery. Note, a life crystal from the Shadow Lion King, imbued with powerful energy. Chaoxing toyed with the gem, sensing the dark energy surging within it. This thing is quite effective. I'd be able to use it when crafting new equipment later. A gem like this is estimated to be worth no less than 1 billion. The Black Lion merchants really spent a fortune this time. He carefully put the gem away and instructed Mu Shui, keep track of these gifts. The beautiful woman beside him nodded gently, then a ledger appeared in her hand, and she quickly began recording. Chaoxing continued to examine the next piece of trophy, a legendary dried heart sent by the leader of the Great Axe mercenary group. Dong dong. Dong dong. When he pulled the heart from his backpack, he could still feel the pulsing vitality within. Legendary Dried Heart. Quality, Unknown. Item Effect 1. The heart of a legendary dryad that has lived for thousands of years, imbued with extremely pure vitality, accelerating the growth of any magical plant or creature by 300 years. Item Effect 2. Upon consumption, it permanently increases maximum health by 20% and adds 100 years to the lifespan. Oh my god! It's truly a legendary dried heart. The effects are truly incredible. Leonard, this guy, truly gave me a great gift. Chaoxing's face was filled with amazement. He stroked the flowing emerald veins on the surface of the dried heart and whispered, "This heart will be of great use to me. Not only can I give it to the old king, significantly increasing his lifespan, it can also be fed directly to the pale tree, allowing the sacred tree to complete its 1,000-year-old transformation and awaken its sacred tree spirit." Thinking of this, Chaoxing became somewhat conflicted. But after a brief moment, he made a decision. The old king recently took several legendary-level blood cores, and he can easily live another 10 or 20 years. And my pale tree is very close to awakening its sacred tree spirit. So, I prioritize nurturing the sacred tree. After deciding how to distribute the dried heart, Chaoxing put it in his backpack and went on to check for the next gift. Next, the 2 eyes presented by the War King Cunard. Eyes of the Thunderwing Giant Eagle, Special. Quality, Unknown. Item Description. The eyes left behind by the legendary beast, the Thunderwing Giant Eagle, contain the violent power of thunder. Item Effect 1. Thunder-type classes can absorb the thunder power contained within, with a certain chance of awakening special abilities. Item Effect 2. Can be used as an alchemical ingredient to craft the legendary potion, Thunder's Fury. Note, these 2 eyes are still active and occasionally emit small arcs of electricity. Chapter 860. This eye of the Thunderwing Giant Eagle can activate special abilities in lightning creatures. Chaoxing paused in thought, muttering, "It seems the only lightning creatures in my territory are King Zevelin of Velan and the Dragon Shaman Vimni. While Zevelin has been performing well recently, his loyalty is still at 94, not quite at full strength. I better ask Francesca when I have time to find out what's needed to refine the Thunder Fury potion." After examining the properties of the 2 eyes, Chaoxing continued sorting his spoils. The next 2 items were both sent by the Grey Mist King, so he examined them together. Magic Mist Ribbon Special. Quality, unknown. Item effect. An extremely special material that can be crafted into a legendary or semi-artifact level robe by adding other precious materials. Item effect 2. Wrapping it around the body grants the wearer the mist body ability, making them immune to 99% physical attacks, but unable to attack, and reducing their movement speed by 50%. Note: a mysterious ribbon woven from the mist of eternal night, said to have come from the corner of a certain deity's robe. Raven Stone Special. Quality, unknown. Item effect 1. Summons 3 permanent clairvoyant mist ravens as scouts to explore and reconnoiter the area you designate. These scouts share the clairvoyant mist raven's perspective, with a maximum range of 10,000 kilometers. Item effect 2. Upon the wearer's death, the Raven God substitute effect is triggered. A mist raven replaces the deceased, with a 30-day cooldown. Note: a black gem imbued with the power of the ancient Raven God, engraved with a mysterious raven totem. Note 2. The user must first drop a drop of blood on the Raven Stone. Binding. After reviewing the properties of the two treasures, Chaoxing exclaimed again, although Gray said he gave me a great gift when we parted last time. I didn't expect this gift to be even more valuable than I imagined. The Magic Mist Ribbon itself, needless to say, is not only useful as a crafting material for legendary or even semi-artifact level equipment, but also comes with a special effect, Mist Shadow Body. Under certain circumstances, it might even yield unexpected results. And the Raven Stone is even more precious. Besides being able to summon 3 permanent, vision-sharing clairvoyant mist ravens to act as spies, this stone even has a death replacement effect. You know, Chaoxing already has 2 death replacement items in his backpack, the girl's doll and the dark crystal. Add this Raven Stone and the effect of Sacred Light Redemption, and he has 4 death replacement opportunities. This life-saving method is truly terrifying. If I'm ever in a life or death battle again, and the enemy thinks they're about to kill me, only to discover I can be resurrected time and time again, they probably question their lives. Chaoxing thought happily. Then, without hesitation, he extended his index finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. He dripped it onto the fist-sized stone, its surface covered with fine, feather-like patterns. Sizzle! The moment the blood fell, the entire stone seemed to come alive, its feathery patterns suddenly illuminating with a faint, dark purple glow. Lu Muxua, standing nearby, blinked her beautiful eyes, observing this scene curiously. She noticed the feathers tremble slightly, and a few flew out and touched Chaoxing's skin. A moment later, a system notification appeared. Ding! Special item. Raven Stone has been successfully bound. Chaoxing's lips curled up into a smile. Not bad, a few more life-saving abilities. Next, among these spoils, only the last 2 gifts from Xia remain. He first took out a seed emitting a faint starlight. Blue lines appeared on its surface, resembling a flowing galaxy under the light. Sky Star Orchid Seed. Quality, unknown. Item effect. Plant this in soil rich in vitality to cultivate a Sky Star Orchid with magical properties. Mature Sky Star Orchids can be used as top-tier alchemical materials, or they can be used to grow large quantities of Sky Star vines at your command, covering the buildings in your territory. Note: a legendary plant said to grow at the edge of the polar regions. Philosopher's Stone Special. Quality, unknown. Item effect. Can be used as a universal alchemical material, replacing any rare materials in crafting legendary, semi-artifact, and artifact-level equipment. Note: the top-tier material coveted by countless alchemists and blacksmiths. After reviewing the properties of these 2 items, Chaoxing and Lu Muxua exchanged a glance, each witnessing the shock in the other's eyes. The 3 Sky Star Orchid seeds, while impressive, hadn't exceeded Chaoxing's expectations. The effects of the 10 Philosopher's Stones completely surpassed their imaginations. The fact that a single one of these could replace any rare material was enough to demonstrate its preciousness. It could even replace artifact-level materials, and more importantly, Chaoxing possessed a broken artifact, the Storm Axe. To repair this weapon, what would be needed? Sun Gold, Earth Stone, Storm Core. He had never even heard of these materials. Now, with this Philosopher's Stone, I can replace one of those items. Of course, repairing this broken artifact isn't that simple. In addition to these precious materials, divine blood and divine bones are also needed. This is the most difficult part. Chaoxing took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and put all the materials into his backpack. I've now reviewed all the gifts from my allies. Next, it's time for the other spoils. He rummaged through his backpack and whispered, in order of priority, The next three are the blueprints the system rewarded me with after I built Spark City. They are City Portal Scroll Crafting Blueprint, Lord Statue Crafting Blueprint, and Dramaman Light Cannon Crafting Blueprint. The names of these three blueprints alone suggest that each one has astonishing effects. Especially the last one, Dramaman Light Cannon. This is even a demigod level blueprint. With anticipation, Chao Xing examined all three blueprints together. City Portal Scroll Crafting Recipe. Quality, unknown. Recipe effect. Creates a magic scroll that teleports within 10 seconds, allowing territory members to teleport back to their territory from any location, excluding areas of spatial chaos. Cooldown, 100 minutes. Materials required. Level 10 Lord Castle, 50 Space Crystals, 20 Crystal Dust, 1 piece of 20 cm x 30 cm, Tier 7 or higher, Warcraft Leather, 1 Special Magic Potion. Crafting time, 20 minutes. Lord Statue Crafting Recipe, Orange. Quality, Epic. Recipe description. Builds a Lord Chao Xing statue in your territory. Statue. Building it will grant special territory bonuses. Area, 458 square meters. Building height, 52 meters. Statue effect, 1. Increases all attributes of all friendly units within the territory by 10%. 2. Increases the efficiency of territory resource production by 15%. 3. Increases the natural divine power regeneration rate of all friendly units within the territory by 50%. Construction materials. Level 10 Lord Castle, 1 Master Level Blacksmith, 200,000 stone blocks, 50,000 refined iron, 10,000 mithril, 5,000 eternal gold ingots, 1,000 drillmer steel ingots, 1,000 Master Level elemental crystals. Construction time, 247 hours/45 minutes. Maximum workers, 0/8. Dramaman Light Cannon Crafting Blueprint. Quality, demigod level. Item effect. This blueprint allows you to craft the Dramaman Light Cannon, a cutting-edge weapon from ancient times, with the power to blast demigod creatures. Light Cannon attack power, 50 million to 55 million. Attack method. Fires a penetrating magic beam, dealing 0.5 seconds * light cannon attack power, penetrating damage to enemies along its path, lasting 1 to 10 seconds. Additional special effects. 1. Spatial tear. The beam creates a spatial rift when penetrating, and each attack deals additional spatial tear damage. 10% of the light cannon attack power is true damage to the target. 2. Divine Annihilation. Deals an additional 50% damage to divine creatures. 3. Overload mode. Can be. Sacrifice 50% of your durability to launch a 300% overload attack. 72-hour cooldown. Effective range, 500 to 5,000 kilometers. Durability, 100 million/100 million. Crafting requirements. Level 25 Energy Station. Crafting materials. Enhanced Mithril Ingots *100, 000, Olympus Ingots *10, 000, Dry Light Ingots *10, 000, Divine Crystals *10, Energy Conduit *1. After Chao Xing read through the properties of the three blueprints, he gasped. It took him a moment to recover from his shock. He explained in amazement, although I've been mentally prepared, these three blueprints are just too outrageous. The first blueprint, the City Portal Scroll, is simple and incredibly powerful. With this blueprint, and the ability to create a large number of them, this means that from now on, no matter where Chao Xing travels, he can return to his territory at any time. Not only will it save him a lot of travel time, but if he's trapped in a specific area, he can also use the City Portal Scroll to escape. It's a must-have item for any trip. The second blueprint, the Lord Statue, is equally outrageous. Not only does it increase all allies' attributes, it also increases the territory's resource output. Most importantly, the statue's third effect, it increases divine power regeneration by 50%. The sheer magnitude of this is self-explanatory. Some high-level legendaries naturally regenerate 6 divine power points per day, but in professional buildings, that can reach 10 points per day. If you include this statue, that's a full 13 points of divine power restored. This efficiency even surpasses some newly breakthrough demigods. The most outrageous thing is the demigod-level light cannon blueprint at the back. Not only does it boast an attack power of over 50 million, but its maximum range reaches an astonishing 5,000 kilometers. Add to that the 3 special effects, and this blast will instantly annihilate a legendary creature. Even a demigod-level creature would suffer severe damage after taking a full hit. Even Lu Muxua, standing behind him, was shocked when she saw the properties of this blueprint. She exclaimed in amazement, axing, "The destructive power of this light cannon is truly terrifying." Chao Xing nodded in agreement. "Yes, if we could build 10 or 8 of them and place them in Spark City. From now on, those legendary enemies will basically be annihilated in droves. Even demigod-level creatures will be annihilated in a single wave of concentrated fire. Of course, the idea is beautiful, but implementation is difficult. After all, the materials required to build such a demigod-level laser cannon are insane. The materials required for any single one are astronomical. Some of these materials, like divine crystals and energy conduits, he had never even seen before. And then, Chao Xing seemed to remember something. "I remember. When I killed those 3 false gods, the system rewarded me with 30 divine crystals. That being said, they could be used to build 3 light cannons. All we have to do now is wait for the 4 kingdoms to fully accept the Northwind Alliance and count the spoils in their treasuries. I have them help me gather the remaining materials. By combining the strength of the 10 kingdoms, gathering the materials for 3 Dramman light cannons shouldn't be a problem." Thinking of this, Chao Xing grew excited. He put all 3 blueprints into his backpack and whispered, "Next, I take the spoils obtained by killing those legendaries and demigods in order." This time, he had killed a total of 8 legendary creatures, 3 false gods, and 1 demigod. Most of the spoils were stored in Sarah's backpack. He then softly called out, "Sarah." Soon, a graceful figure gradually emerged from a shadowy corner of the hall. It was Sarah. She quickly walked over to Chao Xing, bowed respectfully, and said, "Lord, please command me." Chao Xing nodded slightly, then said, "Give me all the spoils from this battle." "Yes." Sarah removed the backpack from her waist and handed it to him with both hands. Chao Xing took it and quickly glanced at it. The backpack contained many rare items, weapons, and equipment. And when he saw the legendary hearts, souls, and 3 bright divine flames inside, and even a holy book emitting an aura of light, his breath quickened. Without hesitation, he transferred all the spoils into his backpack and quickly counted them. After removing the epic-level equipment and weapons, the remaining items were extremely valuable. Legendary Hearts *5. Bright Overlord Soul, Legendary *3. Echoing Divine Fire *1. Thousand Face Divine Fire *1. Nightmare Divine Fire *1. Ancient Fire Seed *1. Holy Scripture of Light, Shining Sun Chapter, Legendary. Tainted 12 Sacred Beasts Runestones, Dragon. Every item here is the most precious item exploding from those enemies. Purchasing any one of them would drive many powerful beings wild. Very good, there's no need to examine those legendary hearts and souls. Now, let's examine the properties of the divine fires of those false gods. With a flick of his right hand, a flickering flame appeared in his palm. This flame emanated an eerie light, tinting the entire hall a dark purple. A faint whisper could be heard from within, like the whispers of a nightmare. It was the divine fire of the Nightmare God. Nightmare Divine Fire. Quality, unknown. Item description, divine fire condensed from pure nightmare divine power. It can ignite the divine fire within the bodies of legendary beings who possess nightmare power. Item effect 1, legendary creatures who possess nightmare power, upon reaching level 150 and activating their divinity, can ignite this divine fire, gaining a chance to break through to the demigod realm. Note, because this divine fire contains pure nightmare power, absorbing it increases the chance of a demigod breakthrough by 20%. Legendary creatures with non-nightmare attributes will have their breakthrough chance reduced by 20%. Note 2, since the Nightmare God is dead, this divine fire has lost its source. It can be purified into flawless divine fire by using 2,000 divine power, or 2 billion faith. Item effect 2, directly absorb the divine fire, replenishing 1,000 divine power. I see. Chao Xing nodded in sudden realization. The divine fire dropped from this false god is similar to that of the fresh blood leader, Urgi, whom we slew earlier. It requires a legendary creature with the corresponding attribute to absorb. The success rate drops significantly if a legendary creature with other attributes absorbs it. However, since I've already slain the Nightmare God, the powerful being who controlled the source of this power has dissipated. Thus, it has a special function. You can use divine power or faith power to purge the nightmare power from the divine fire, transforming it into pure flawless divine fire. Chao Xing's believer interface hadn't been opened yet, so he had no idea what 2 billion faith power meant. But he knew that 2,000 divine power points were equivalent to 200 divine power fragments, an astronomical figure, It could even allow a max-level legend to activate divinity. However, using 2,000 divine power points for a 20% success rate is a matter of personal preference. If it were me, I'd give it a try if I had sufficient divine power. After all, the success rate of breaking through to demigodhood is already low, and each failed breakthrough costs more than 2,000 divine power points. If you can use resources to increase the success rate, try to improve it. Chaoxing analyzed the divine fire of the god of Echo and the thousand-faced god. He found that the effect was essentially the same as that of the nightmare god's divine fire. He nodded in satisfaction. Yes, with these 3 divine fires, it's equivalent to having 3 demigod breakthrough slots. If you count the blood source divine fire from before, it's equivalent to allowing 4 legends to break through to the demigod realm. If I digest them all, my territory's strength will increase to a terrifying level. Of course, that presupposes sufficient divine power fragments. He glanced at his backpack. Divine power fragments * 265. Through previous transactions and exchanges at the Dream Shop, Chaoxing's divine power fragments have already exceeded 500. But last night, he used 200 divine power fragments to activate Isabel's divinity, successfully breaking through to the demigod realm. Then he consumed nearly 100 divine power fragments to replenish the divine power of the powerful warriors for today's battle. So now, only a little over 200 fragments remain. Chapter 861. Chaoxing pondered, there are still over 200 divine power fragments left. With this number, I could try to add another demigod to the territory. Only if I can find a way to get over 100 divine power fragments, bringing the total to 400. Or, we can wait until Zierda reaches the maximum level of 150, and then use the blood source divine fire to break through directly, saving 200 divine power fragments. After pondering for a moment, Chaoxing turned and looked at the beauty behind him. Muxue, you've reached the maximum level of 150 now, right? She nodded slightly and replied, yes. A smile crossed Chaoxing's face. Okay, I get some divine power fragments later, and try to help you transform to the demigod realm. He planned to follow the system's instructions, consuming 200 divine power fragments, purifying one of the divine fires, and then allowing Lu Muxue to break through. This, combined with the cost of activating the trait, would require a full 400 divine power fragments, effectively draining his entire fortune. But if Lu Muxue, the territory's strongest support, could achieve a breakthrough to the demigod level, it would still be a significant win. After all, once her attributes were significantly boosted, her various amplified skills would also be significantly enhanced, bringing an unprecedented transformation to the entire territory. Hearing this, Lu Muxue's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she too was showing a hint of anticipation. She whispered, okay, I want to know what it feels like to achieve a demigod breakthrough. Chaoxing nodded, then continued to examine the rest of his loot. This time, a unique flame materialized from thin air in his hand. Unlike other divine fires, this one was golden and exuded an ancient aura. The flames danced slowly in his palm, and he could faintly hear a unique whisper emanating from it, as if it had existed from ancient times. Chaoxing whispered, this fire burst forth from the mother of the north wind. It seems different from the other divine fires. I wonder what special effects it has. He couldn't wait to examine it. Ancient fire. Quality, unknown. Item description. In ancient times, after the fall of a deity, they exhausted all their divine power, divinity, and divine blood to form this fire. It possesses the power to transform decay into something miraculous. Item effect 1. Containing pure divine essence, this fire allows any legendary creature of any attribute to absorb its power and break through to the demigod realm. The success rate is 100%. Item effect 2. It can rekindle the divine fire of certain special creatures whose divine fire has been extinguished or disappeared, and heal all their injuries. Item effect 3. If a demigod-level creature has already ignited the divine fire, absorbing this divine fire will raise the quality of their divine fire, enabling a second transformation. Item effect 4. Directly absorb this fire, replenishing 5,000 points of divine power. Oh fuck! Chaoxing's eyes widened in amazement. The effects of this fire are simply too exaggerated. A 100% success rate for breaking through to the demigod stage, and you can even ignite the divine fire a second time. Most importantly, this thing can also allow creatures who have already broken through to the demigod stage to raise the quality of their divine fire, enabling a second transformation. He didn't know what the quality of the divine fire was, but it's conceivable that something that could allow a demigod-level creature to reach even greater heights would be priceless. Chaoxing took a deep breath and sighed, I didn't expect the Mother of the North Wind to possess such a divine artifact. Plus a dragon talisman stone. This woman is truly well hidden. What he didn't know was that this ancient fire seed was actually a gift from the Vatican to the Mother of the North Wind. Knowing that would have given him a deeper understanding of the Vatican's formidable foundation. Then, Chao Xing began researching how to use this ancient fire seed. According to the properties described above, with a 100% success rate, I could instantly add another demigod-level creature to my territory. Or, give it to the Lizardman Chieftain to restore him to peak combat power. A flicker of thought crossed Chao Xing's eyes, but he quickly dismissed the second idea. Admittedly, the Lizardman Chieftain had helped him many times before, and played a crucial role in crucial battles. If he could be restored to peak combat power, it would be a significant aid to the Grand Alliance. But, the old patriarch isn't from Chao Xing's territory after all. Everyone has their own selfish motives, especially when it comes to this rare ancient fire seed. Furthermore, Chao Xing had previously given the old patriarch several precious blood cores, and by finding a safe haven for the lizardmen, he already repaid his kindness. So, I keep this fire seed for the members of my own territory. We can see later if there's any way to help the old patriarch recover. Chao Xing made his decision quickly, and Lu Muxiu also fully agreed with his idea. But, simply absorbing this fire and transforming into a demigod would be a waste. To maximize its effectiveness, a being that has already broken through to demigodhood and ignited the divine fire should absorb this ancient fire again. At that time, the demigod's divine fire will be elevated in rank, ushering in a second transformation. It's just like potential. A dominant level creature is 1 in a million, but a mutant dominant level creature is 1 in a billion. Rather than letting this fire create an ordinary demigod, it's better to expend one more divine fire and create an invincible demigod, perhaps even one that breaks the demigod's limits. Chao Xing immediately thought of Marinella. After all, this woman had demonstrated absolute power in today's battle. Even the nearly invincible demigod, the fire thief, even the Mother of the North Wind, known for its ultimate destructive power, even those false gods, were unilaterally overwhelmed by her. Of course, Marlene was able to do this, in part due to her rich combat awareness in her lifetime, and in part due to Chao Xing's eternal power. If Marlene were to absorb the ancient flame, her strength would likely soar to an unimaginable level. But, not yet. Marlene is only level 125, still some distance from the demigod stage. Yes, while the Valkyrie's combat prowess today was truly incredible, she was still only at the legendary level. It was only through her second form, and the Valkyrie's fury, that she could unleash the power of a demigod. This also indirectly demonstrates the astonishing potential of Marlene. Once she transforms into a demigod, she absorbs the ancient spark and achieve a second transformation. And then, a series of states will begin. By then, I'm afraid it won't just be invincibility at her level. It might even be possible for her to slay a true god with the power of a demigod. At this thought, even his breathing quickened. Huh? Chao Xing took a few deep breaths, finally taming his excitement. Now, let's check on the next piece of loot. After putting the spark into his backpack, a black runestone materialized in his right hand. The runestone looked quite ancient, its surface engraved with dragon-like patterns, and a faint radiant dragon power could be sensed within it. It was the dragon runestone that had fallen from the Mother of the North Wind. Tainted 12 Sacred Beasts Runestone Dragon. Quality, unknown. Item effect 1. Giving this runestone to a creature with dragon blood grants it the Dragon Blood Awakening effect. Dragon Blood Awakening fully activates the dragon bloodline within your bloodline, increasing basic stats by 100%, attack range by 200%, and size by 300%. Note, because this runestone is contaminated, the fused user will constantly be in a berserk state and unable to return to normal form. Purification will allow normal use. Item effect 2. Gather all 12 sacred beast runes and purify them to travel to the realm of eternal life and be resurrected. This dragon runestone is similar to the previously obtained ox runestone and rat runestone. Each one must be given a creature of the corresponding race to unleash its true power. Moreover, the bonuses offered by this dragon rune stone seem beyond imagination. Not only do its base stats double, but its attack range triples. After all, some demigod-level creatures have attack ranges of hundreds of kilometers. The dragon race is even more impressive, easily covering battlefields of thousands of kilometers. If combined with this dragon rune stone, a demigod-level dragon's full-strength attack could potentially sink 5 or 6 maps. Chao Xing suddenly realized, no wonder the Mother of the North Wind is known as the most destructive force below the demigods. This dragon rune stone is truly effective. But it's mine now. I have Isabel purify it later, then give it to Bing Bing to fuse. The title of the most destructive force below the demigods will now belong to that little creature. He thought gleefully. Then, Chao Xing began to examine the next piece of loot, the most important one. When the glowing holy book was pulled from the backpack, the entire hall was instantly filled with a sacred golden light. OM! A brilliant light suddenly erupted, dazzling like the rising sun. It was the final volume of the Holy Book of Light, the Shining Sun Holy Book. Everyone, including Lu Muxue behind him, gazed intently at this powerful holy book. Through the endless holy light, Chao Xing gazed at the book in his hands, and its detailed attributes suddenly appeared before his eyes. Bible of Light, Radiant Sun Chapter. Quality, Legendary. Equipment type, Offhand Weapon. Divine Power, 34/100. Equipment level, Level 80. Equipment effects. 1. Plus 2,500 Spirit, plus 2,000 Agility, plus 50% Light Resistance additional effects. 2. Radiant Sun's Wrath, adds Sunfire to attacks, deals 100% additional damage to dark enemies, and reduces their healing efficiency by 60%. Additional effects. 3. Corona Blast, consumes 2 divine power points, unleashes a fan-shaped burst of light, knocking back enemies, and stunning them for 1 to 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes, additional effects. 4. Radiant Sun Chapter, this Bible allows you to unleash a variety of powerful Radiant Sun spells, including Radiant Sun Shield, Forbidden Spell, Skyfire Judgment, Forbidden Spell, Lightforged Barrier, etc. Note, the Yaoyang chapter contains a total of 13 skills, 3 advanced spells, and 2 forbidden spells. Additional special effects. 5. Divine Wrath, Heavenly Punishment, Legendary Special Effect, mark a coordinate to generate a Day of Judgment. After 3 to 10 seconds, the Day of Judgment falls, causing a holy nuclear explosion within a 50-kilometer radius. Holy Nuclear Explosion, deals holy damage equal to 1,500% of your base attack power, and permanently cleanses the area of darkness. When the Day of Judgment descends, holy light will purify everything. Item description, one of the 3 holy books of light. Combined with the Glorious chapter and the Dawning chapter, it forms a complete holy book of light. Note, this holy book is bound to the will of the God of Light, and cannot be used by anyone other than his creator. After viewing the complete attributes of the holy book of Shining Sunshine, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue were both shocked. He explained, as expected of one of the 3 sacred tomes of the God of Light, the properties of this Shining Sun Codex are truly terrifying. Unlike the Force Faith of the Glorious chapter and the permanent enhancement of the Dawn chapter, the Shining Sun Codex leans towards destruction and judgment. Each sacred tome has its own unique uses and powerful properties. If all 3 were combined into one, I wonder how powerful this thing would become. Thinking of this, Chao Xing almost felt impatient, wanting to pull the God of Light from the abyss and then kill him. He whispered, according to the Thousand-Faced God, to pull the God of Light into this plane, a special ritual requires 4 items. So far, I've gathered 3. Now I just need to find the last one, and we can officially begin. Now that I've conquered the entire northern border, I believe it won't be difficult to find the final item by concentrating the forces of the 10 kingdoms. Then, that old God of Light will fall. A cold glint flashed in Chao Xing's eyes, and he tucked the holy book into his backpack. He then flipped his right hand. Another heavy tome, emitting a black aura, appeared, its cover engraved with twisted runes and bone reliefs. It was the Book of Black Magic dropped by the Black Mage. However, while the 3 chapters of the Book of Light were all of legendary quality, this Book of Black Magic was of epic quality. He glanced at the stats. Book of Black Magic, Orange. Quality, Epic. Equipment type, Offhand Weapon. Equipment requirements, Level 100 or higher Dark Mage. Equipment effects. 1. Forbidden Resonance, increases Spirit by 80%, decreases Constitution by 50%, increases Dark Magic attack damage by 30%, decreases armor by 50%. Equipment effects. 2. Corrosive Mark, adds Dark Magic corrosion to all attacks, corroding the enemy's armor by 3%, stacks up to 10 times. Equipment effects. 3. Longevity Sacrifice, sacrifice 100 years of your life to gain powerful dark magic power, increasing the effectiveness of all dark spells cast for the next 100 seconds by 100%. Equipment effects. 4. Forbidden Knowledge, Epic Effect, unlocks the Dark Magic Skill Book, allowing you to learn Curse of Flesh, Soul Siphon, and Curse of the Origin. 13 Intermediate, Advanced, and Forbidden Black Magic spells in total, Note: any black magic contains evil power. Using it will steadily erode your sanity, soul, and life. However, you will become addicted to the power of the forbidden spells and unable to extricate yourself. Equipment description: a book of black magic containing forbidden powers. After repeated raids and destruction by powerful individuals on the continent, this book has become increasingly rare. I see. Trading one's own physique, armor, and even lifespan in exchange for immense power? Xiaoxing murmured softly, that certainly fits the style of dark magic. He studied the book in his hand, continuing to ponder. Strictly speaking, this book of dark magic is more powerful than typical epic level equipment. Even at no cost, it can surpass the power of some legendary equipment. Especially the third special effect, consuming 100 years of life in exchange for 100 seconds of powerful status, doubling the effectiveness of all dark magic. And combined with my eternal power, I only need to consume one lifespan to gain a permanent boost. Sounds like a good deal. Of course, as mentioned earlier, eternal power can make these statuses permanent. However, the special effects of these equipment will expire upon replacing or unbinding the equipment. Add to that a 100-year lifespan, and it's no small feat. Under normal circumstances, the lifespan of a legendary level powerhouse, barring any unforeseen events, is limited to 3,000 to 5,000 years. The exact lifespan of a demigod level powerhouse is unknown, as Xiaoxing has never heard of a demigod succumbing to old age due to exhaustion. So, whether or not to trade a 100-year lifespan for a 100% increase in spell damage is a matter of opinion. This book of black magic can be given to Isabel in her dark witch form. That way, in her light form, wielding the holy book of light, she becomes the great oracle sage who slays all evil in the world. And in her dark form, wielding the book of black magic, she becomes a dark witch with the power of destruction. Both forms possess extremely powerful combat capabilities. Xiaoxing nodded secretly, quickly deciding who would be the user of this book of black magic. At this point, all the spoils had been reviewed. Next, it was time to look at the achievement rewards for slaying the 3 false gods. He opened the system interface and scrolled through the battle information, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Defeating these 3 false gods has increased my reputation by a total of 300,000 points. Add to that the reputation points awarded for building Spark City, and I can now almost directly upgrade my legion to level 10. According to estimates, it can also increase stats by 4%. A 4% bonus may not sound like much, but even a small amount is still a big deal. Besides, at their level, their basic stats have already been stacked to a considerable level. Even 4% is a significant improvement. He continued, in addition to the 300,000 reputation points, the system also awarded 3 drops of blood. I wonder what special uses this false god's blood has. So, Xiaoxing randomly took out a drop of dark purple blood and checked its properties. Chapter 862. Blood of the Nightmare God. Quality, unknown. Item description: blood containing a hint of divinity, can be used as a special material. Item effect 1. After absorbing this, a demigod-level creature has a 50% chance of increasing their divinity strength and a 50% chance of decreasing their attributes. Item effect 2. Can be used as an alchemical material to craft high-level potions. Note: this blood contains a chaotic wool. Direct use has a certain chance of causing mental pollution and decreasing attributes. Is it for increasing divinity strength, or as an alchemical material? This drop of blood doesn't seem to have much of an effect. Xiaoxing examined the other 2 drops of false god's blood and found that their effects seemed similar. The divine power contained in them was already quite weak, far from being worthy of the name divine blood. You see, he once obtained a drop of blood of the god of mutation, which could increase the number of negative effects inflicted on creatures infused with it from 10 to a full 100. The effect was far greater than these 3 drops of blood. But on second thought, Xiaoxing felt relieved. These guys have long been stripped of their godhood and relegated to the demigod realm for years. It's normal for their blood to have only this effect. He shook his head, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Just as he was about to put the 3 drops of blood into his backpack, something suddenly struck him. Wait a minute. I remember. Harold once said. The dwarven artifact, the storm axe, can still be repaired. And the first step in repairing it is to water it with the blood of the gods, activating its divinity. Xiaoxing murmured, although the divinity contained in these 3 drops of blood is faint, it is indeed the blood of a genuine god. I wonder if these 3 drops of blood can awaken the storm axe? Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try immediately. After all, these 3 drops of false god's blood weren't very effective, so he wouldn't feel bad if they were wasted. And if he could truly activate the divinity of the storm axe, he'd be in big trouble. So, Chaoxing pulled out the axe from his backpack, leaving only the axe blade, its surface covered in cracks and a dark gray metal block. The axe blade was dull, and looked like scrap metal scavenged from a pile of scrap. Nothing special about it. If it weren't for the system's introduction, who would have known this thing was the legendary artifact? The Storm Axe? Now let's see what happens. With that, he dripped the blood of the Nightmare God directly onto the axe. As the dark purple blood slowly spread across the metal block, at first, nothing happened. It wasn't until a few seconds later that the metal block began to tremble slightly. Then, the cracks within seemed to come alive, eagerly devouring the dark purple blood. Seeing this, Chaoxing's eyes lit up. Huh? Could this really be possible? He instantly perked up, and along with Lu Muxua, he stared intently at the changes in the axe. After completely absorbing the blood, the previously silent metal block began to emit a soft humming sound, and faint lightning patterns appeared on its surface. A faint electrical current seemed to ripple through the air. But that was all. No further noticeable changes occurred. After the axe had completely fallen silent, a system prompt appeared. Survivor Chaoxing, please note, you have infused Storm Axe, damaged, with Divine Blood. Storm Axe, damaged, Divine Awakening increased by 11%. Seeing this prompt, Chaoxing burst into laughter. Haha, it really works. And just one drop of blood already boosts it by 11%. This effect is even better than expected. In that case. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and dripped the remaining 2 drops of blood onto the axe. This time, the axe trembled violently again, greedily absorbing the blood of the God of Echo and the thousand-faced god. Buzz! A dazzling flash of lightning suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire hall with a dazzling blue-purple glow. The ancient lightning patterns on the axe seemed to be infused with life, pulsing like blood vessels. Zzz. The entire castle hall was filled with this violent electrical current. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, and the carpet's nap actually stood up from the current. Even Chaoxing, caught in this storm of electricity, felt a tingling sensation. Behind him, Lu Muxua involuntarily clenched her fists, her other hand covering her slightly swollen belly, as if she were worried about the baby. Chaoxing gently patted her hand and soothed her. Don't worry, it's okay. Yes. Lu Muxua nodded gently, then stood quietly. As the last trace of divine blood was absorbed, the violent current emanating from the axe gradually faded, and it fell silent again. However, compared to the dull, lifeless metal block before, this broken storm axe had undergone a new transformation. The once dull metal surface now glowed with a faint lightning gleam, its ancient lines undulating continuously, and the entire axe exuded a terrifying aura. Survivor Chaoxing, please take note. Storm Axe, damaged, Divine Awakening has reached 35%. Currently activated special features. Thunder Resonance, adds thunder damage to attacks. Seeing the final prompt, Chaoxing grabbed the cracked metal block and swung it fiercely in the air. Buzz! A dazzling flash of lightning suddenly erupted, instantly ripping through the air and severing a stone pillar in the castle hall. It then slammed into the thick wall, leaving a massive, charred hole. Boom! Granite flew, shaking the entire castle. Had he not restrained his force in time, the entire wall would have collapsed. Inside the Lord's castle, Chaoxing, Lu Muxua, and Sarah all stared at the massive hole in shock. Wow! Just with 35% of its divinity restored, and before it's even begun repairing itself, it's already unleashing such terrifying power. If this storm axe is completely restored, how much more powerful will it be? He swallowed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It's truly worthy of being a once-divine artifact. Even in this state of damage, it still possesses such astonishing destructive power. And this is the power wielded by a mage like him. If it were someone like Boji, who specialized in fighting with a great axe, it would likely be even more formidable. This also made Chaoxing even more excited to see the true power of this artifact once it was fully restored. According to this calculation, a drop of divine blood, even from a false god, can restore at least 10% of the axe's divinity. He silently calculated in his mind. In other words, I need to kill at least 6 false gods before the storm axe's divinity can be fully revived. As for the 6 false gods, if it were before this battle, I might not have known where to find them. But now, it's much easier. You see, he now knows the location of the entrance to the netherworld. There are a large number of fallen gods within. And, this time I also triggered an SS-level quest, Abyss Terminator. This quest requires me to slay 100 fallen gods, and the rewards are incredibly rich. Not only divine powers and divine fire, but even semi-divine artifacts, and even divine artifacts as rewards. At this thought, a chill flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. It seems, once I'm strong enough, I can venture into the abyss. He placed the storm axe, which had awakened a portion of its divine power, into his backpack, and the thunderous force that permeated the entire hall vanished. It was like passing through a storm, and suddenly arriving on a calm sea. The surroundings suddenly became very quiet. At this point, the spoils of this battle had been basically reviewed. Chao Xing looked up at the time. It was already 7:30 p.m. In other words, just examining the spoils had taken over half an hour. This demonstrates the immense gains from this war. The next step is to digest these gains and transform them into combat power. However, this harvest is so vast that some of the spoils cannot be digested immediately. We need to plan their distribution. Chao Xing analyzed to himself. First, the first thing to do is feed the legendary dried heart to the pale sacred tree to awaken its spirit. Then, begin crafting the city portal scroll and building the Lord statue. After that, distribute the 3 Overlord-level souls. And obtain dozens of divine power fragments to help Mu Shui break through to the demigod realm. Then, when I have time tomorrow, I take time to visit the Legion headquarters and upgrade the Legion's level. These are all items that can be used to increase combat power immediately. In addition, there are some spoils that require time to gather materials or upgrade their level before they can be digested. For example, the demigod level light cannon, the 3 divine flames, and so on. Next, I can continue to lead my subordinates in exploring the dream fractals, farming dream fragments while increasing their levels. Afterwards, once the 4 kings have received the Northwind Alliance's resources, have them help me gather the materials needed to craft the demigod-level siege weapon, the Dramaman light cannon. Then, I begin preparing the ritual to forcibly bring the God of Light into this world, and then eliminate him. To merge the 3 holy books into one, and in doing so, complete the mission of uprooting. Chao Xing quickly mapped out his next steps in his mind. Just as he was about to leave the Lord's castle, and begin digesting his spoils, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock. 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 Chao Xing raised his head, and sensed a familiar breath coming from outside the door. Come in. With that, the gate to the Lord's castle slowly opened. A figure in a dark blue dress dotted with stars approached gracefully. With graceful steps, she approached Chao Xing, covering her collar with one hand and bowing slightly. Good night, Lord. Chao Xing nodded and asked, Francesca, is there anything you need to report? The witch raised her beautiful head, her dark purple lips parted slightly. Indeed, there is something important. Bibi, that great black snake, I have tamed. It has renewed its master-servant contract with me. From now on, a single thought will determine its life or death. I hope you can keep it, so it can guard the territory and make amends for today's mistake. At this point, she raised her head and gave Chao Xing a tentative glance. What do you think? Her voice was low, and a hint of pleading crossed her face. This was an emotion Francesca rarely expressed. Clearly, the great snake had been her pet, accompanying her for some time in that deep castle. During that time, the black snake was like her only friend. The usually aloof witch now felt a surge of compassion. A thoughtful look flashed across Chao Xing's eyes. After a moment, he slowly said, although this black snake participated in the attack on Spark City, fortunately, it caused no casualties. It's fine to keep it. Francesca's eyes lit up with joy. Before she could speak, Chao Xing continued, but as a warning, it must be punished. First, hang it on the wall of Spark City for 7 days and 7 nights. If there are any dangerous exploration or combat missions in the future, you need to have it carry out those first. Then, based on its performance, we consider formally incorporating it into our territory. He raised his head and asked, do you have any objections to my handling of this matter? Francesca immediately replied, no problem. I will strictly supervise it. If it exhibits any aggressive behavior in the future, I will immediately extinguish its soul fire. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, proceed accordingly. The witch's face lit up with gratitude, and she slowly saluted him. After a moment, she continued, besides this, I found something special within it that I thought might interest you. Chao Xing raised an eyebrow. What is it? Francesca said nothing more, pulling a black runestone from her sleeve that exuded an eerie aura. This runestone also emitted black smoke, its surface engraved with a lifelike serpentine pattern. 2 scarlet gems were set into the snake's eyes, gleaming eerily in the dim light. Chao Xing's eyes lit up upon seeing the runestone. This thing, could it also be the 12 sacred beasts' runestone? Expectantly, he took the runestone from Francesca's hands. Obtained, Contaminated 12 Sacred Beasts Runestone Snake. When the prompt appeared, Chao Xing's heart suddenly perked up. It's actually the snake runestone. What a stroke of luck. You know, including the dragon runestone he obtained earlier, he's already obtained 12 Sacred Beasts runestones today, counting the ox and rat runestones. He now has 4. That's about 1/3 of the 12 Sacred Beasts. Francesca continued, this runestone was taken from Bibi's body. And after losing this runestone, its aura was greatly weakened, and it quickly fell below the legendary realm. I suspect the source of its power is related to this runestone. Chao Xing nodded thoughtfully. Then, he glanced at the attributes. Tainted 12 Sacred Beasts Runestone Snake. Quality, unknown. Item effect 1. Imparting this runestone to a creature with snake bloodline grants the Serpent's Grace ability. Serpent's Grace. Grants creatures below the legendary realm the power of a major leap, up to the heroic realm, up to the legendary realm. If used by a legendary serpent creature, it increases basic stats by 100% and health by an additional 50%. Note, because this runestone is contaminated, the fused creature will constantly be enraged and their health will continuously decrease. Purification will allow normal use. Item effect. 2. Gather all 12 Sacred Beast runes and purify them to return to the realm of eternal life and be resurrected. A flash of understanding flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. As Francesca had said, the Black Snake's legendary combat power was entirely due to the blessing of this runestone. Of course, the ultimate runestone is to allow a hero-level creature to leapfrog into a major rank, possessing legendary combat power. If used by a legendary serpent, it only increases stats by 100% and adds an additional 50% to its health. Of course, this bonus is still quite powerful. After all, even Marlene's legendary status skill, Valkyrie's Wrath, only increases stats by 100%. As expected, each of the 12 Sacred Beast runes possesses a unique and powerful effect. Chao Xing raised his head, looked at the witch before him, and said, I take this runestone. You may return and rest. Yes. Francesca bowed slightly, then turned and left, her skirt swirling like a flower with her movements. Soon, the witch left the Lord's castle. Chao Xing, Lu Muxue, and Sarah were the only ones left in the hall. However, Francesca's arrival did give him one more piece of loot to digest. Chao Xing stood up from the throne and turned to Lu Muxue. Muxue, you should rest in your room first. I contact you when I've gathered enough divine power fragments. Okay. Lu Muxue nodded gently and headed for the second-floor bedroom. Sarah and the others retreated back into the shadows, secretly protecting the Lord. Then Chao Xing pushed open the gate of the Lord's castle and walked out onto the street alone. Whoosh! A gentle night breeze caressed the land, carrying the unique fragrance of the territory's vegetation, bringing a refreshing feeling. Outside, Spark City was still brightly lit, and the faint sounds of the survivors rejoicing could be heard. He paused and listened for a moment, a faint smile spreading across his face. It must be said that his initial idea of dividing Spark City into inner and outer city was a very good one. This way, he could effectively control the entire city from within his territory, and those in the inner city wouldn't be disturbed by those outside. Chao Xing smiled with satisfaction. Then, he pressed the communication device to his ear. Isabel, come see me. A moment later, a gentle voice responded, Holy Light will obey your call. Chapter 863. 2 minutes later, a figure clad in white holy robes slowly approached, shrouded in a gentle glow. She emanated a pure and sacred aura, descending like a goddess of light. Isabel's aura now carried a faint sense of oppression. This wasn't intentional. She had just recently achieved a demigod breakthrough, and hadn't yet accustomed herself to the surge of divine power within her. Lord, may the holy light bless you. She bowed slightly, her long brown hair flowing like tassels, her voice as devout and gentle as ever. Chao Xing looked at the holy light sage, his eyes filled with admiration. During the Blood Rebellion, as the first legendary to achieve a breakthrough, she had played a crucial role in several battles. This time, she had also achieved a direct breakthrough to the demigod level. Although the limelight in this battle was largely stolen by Marinella, her performance was also quite impressive. In terms of combat power, the newly breakthrough Isabel was even capable of suppressing those false gods. Come to think of it, I haven't checked Isabel's stats since she reached the demigod realm. Let's take a look at them together now. Chao Xing's gaze fell on her, and the next moment, a long list of stats appeared. Name, Isabel Gospel. Occupation, Holy Light Sage. Level 150, 624 million/40 billion. Potential, Mutation Master, has absorbed the soul of the North Wind King. Divine Power 542/10-000 restores 10 divine power points naturally daily. Divine Fire of Light increases light attack by 100%, increases attack range by 500%, and deals 100% full damage to divine armor. Divinity 100% Light. Followers 0/100 000 Each follower provides 1 faith point after performing a daily prayer ritual. 2. Each zealot provides 5 faith points daily. 3. With each level increase, the maximum number of followers increases by 1,000. Faith points 0. A special ability. 1. Every 100,000 faith points converts to 1 divine power point. 2. When faith points reach 5 billion, there's a 70% chance of gathering the faith of all beings and birthing a divine fire. Detailed attributes. Click to view. Chao Xing exclaimed again, "That's incredible. She's already got a full 5 billion HP right after breaking through. That's far more than even some high-level demigods. Add to that over 10 million attack points, and her DPS is probably over 300 million, and that's just the base stat. If you factor in various forbidden spells and legendary spell bursts, the level is even more terrifying. It can be said that once Isabel breaks through, she's become an absolute powerhouse among demigods. Of course, a demigod-level breakthrough involves more than just attribute enhancements. The most important thing is the bonus from Divine Fire. Thanks to the Divine Fire, Isabel's DPS is now comparable to Marinina's with Valkyrie's Wrath activated, and her attack range is even wider. More importantly, Divine Fire can bypass Divine Armor. This Divine Armor is, quite simply, a demigod-level defense mechanism. Creatures below demigod level will have their damage dealt significantly reduced. Just like when they fought the Freshblood Lord. If it weren't for Andrew's broken claws reducing their defense, the damage they inflicted would have been barely scratching an itch. In addition to the bonus from Divine Fire, demigod-level creatures now have 2 new features on their dashboard, Follower and Faith Value. However, since Isabel has only just reached the demigod realm, she doesn't have any followers of her own. Chao Xing had already gained a number of followers in the great city of Sagala, but since he wasn't even level 140 yet, he hadn't yet opened the relevant interface. Furthermore, according to the system description, the Faith Points feature wouldn't be very helpful to him. After all, it takes 100,000 Faith Points to convert into 1 point of Divine Power. Note: this is Divine Power, not Divine Power Fragments. According to this calculation, even if 100,000 followers prayed devoutly every day, they would only receive 100,000 Faith Points equals 1 point of Divine Power. To condense the Divine Fire, a full 5 billion Faith Points would be required. What does this mean? If 100,000 believers prayed diligently every day, it would take at least 50,000 days to accumulate 5 billion Faith Points. That translates to over 100 years. Of course, if you gain more loyal followers, or even fanatical ones, during this time could be significantly reduced. But don't forget the note at the end. Even if you spend 5 billion Divine Fire, there's only a 70% chance of successfully condensing a Divine Fire. If you're unlucky, it could take 300 or 400 years to successfully condense a single Divine Fire. This shows just how incredibly difficult it is. However, for those who have been stuck in the legendary realm for years, unable to break through the bottleneck, spending hundreds of years to condense a Divine Fire of your own is a good option. After all, don't be fooled by the fact that Chao Xing advanced from level 1 to over level 100 in just over a year. But that was thanks to the system's assistance. If he were also a native of this world, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such an incredible speed. And, assuming a legendary level expert has a lifespan of 3,000 years. As long as you proceed steadily and focus on developing your own power, you'll likely be able to condense your own Divine Fire within your lifetime. It seems this world's advancement system is quite user-friendly. After analyzing it, Chao Xing closed Isabel's stats. Then, he took the 2 newly acquired Zodiac Talisman stones from his backpack and handed them to the Holy Light Sage. Good news. Please purify these 2 stones for me tonight. She extended her fair hands to take them. The moment the talisman stones came into contact with her holy light power, a hissing sound emanated from them. The dark energy within them seemed to have met its nemesis, and puffs of smoke rose. At the legendary level, Isabel would need several days to purify the dark energy contained within the Zodiac Talisman stones. But now, having transformed into a demigod, she could probably handle it all in one night. Just as Isabel was about to respond, the golden light in her pupils quickly dimmed, gradually turning a dark purple. Even her long, tassel-like brown hair faded in an instant, transforming into a full head of deep purple. Followed by this, Isabel's sacred and pious expression vanished, replaced by a lazy, playful smile. A seductive voice rang out, "Hee hee. Lord, have you forgotten? Tonight, this body will be under my control." Chao Xing appeared quite unfazed by Isabel's sudden change. He crossed his arms, and casually said, "Of course I know. But matters like purifying the runestones should only be handled by gospel. Be good, and hand over your body tonight. I still have use for these 2 runestones." The Dark Witch curled her lips, seeming somewhat reluctant. At this moment, Chao Xing flipped his right hand, and in his palm appeared the book of dark magic emanating an evil power. When Imogen saw this ancient tome, his eyes lit up. Her purple lips parted slightly, and she spoke with surprise, "Huh? The aura of this magic book seems to be quite attractive to me. I can sense it. It can boost my power even further." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "You're right. This book of dark magic does indeed greatly enhance the abilities of dark mages. Given your excellent performance and obedience to my orders, this magic book is now yours." With these words, he handed the book over. Imogen's face blossomed with a charming smile, and she immediately reached out to take the book of dark magic. She cradled it in her arms, feeling its power, her beautiful face ecstatic. And the next moment, a sinister and powerful force surged from Imogen. Ancient whispers echoed from the sky, as if some unholy ritual had been performed. Then, a system prompt appeared. "Your territory member, Isabel Moyne, consumed 100 years of her lifespan and used sacrifice of lifespan. For the next 100 seconds, all dark magic effects are increased by 100%. Blessed by the talent Eternal Power, this status has become permanent. Note, this equipment is epic quality and cannot be soul-bound. If it is stolen or the offhand equipment is replaced, this status will be removed." Chao Xing was slightly stunned, then asked in disbelief, You just used it like that?" Moyne tilted her head and blinked her dark purple eyes. "Of course. After all, she and I share a body and a lifespan, so I don't feel bad at all. Besides, a mere 100 years of lifespan is nothing compared to our current demigod-level strength." Chao Xing sighed and shook his head with a hint of resignation. He didn't say much, but waved his hand. "Forget it. You should hand over control of your body to Fuyin for now." The Dark Witch nodded obediently, a smile playing on her lips. "All right. Since the Lord gave me such a nice gift, I obey you and hand over my body to her tonight." At this moment, Moyne suddenly stepped forward, her dark purple eyes glittering with a cunning glint. "Lord, next time we fight, please let me participate. During your battle today, I wanted to show my skills, but that woman wouldn't let me." She put her hands on her hips and complained with dissatisfaction. "Humph. That foolish woman. My fighting power is far greater than hers. Especially against those Vatican guys. I have 100 ways to beat them to their knees and beg for mercy. If they dare to trouble the Lord, I will make them feel the corruption of darkness." At this point, the woman emanated a startlingly evil aura, her eyes turning blood red. Chao Xing, upon hearing this, also recalled something. In his last dream, Imogen had awakened a special talent, the dark sacred body. This physique is arguably the nemesis of holy light. Not only does it increase light resistance by 100%, but it can also, at the start of a battle, significantly suppress enemies with holy light attributes, depending on the level difference between the two sides. In particular, with Isabel's holy light sage form reaching the demigod realm, her dark witch form naturally followed suit, significantly increasing her power. Add to that the newly acquired book of black magic, and the existence of these twin demigods is likely something even the Vatican could not have anticipated. Next time, if we really have to go to war with the church, Moyne is a valuable trump card in my hand. Thinking of this, Chao Xing's lips curled slightly. "Got it. If a fight breaks out later, I let you lead the charge." Moyne smiled brightly upon hearing this. "Thank you, my dear lord." She twirled happily, her long, dark purple hair drawing graceful arcs in the moonlight. Then, the Dark Witch walked away with a leisurely stride. Watching her retreating figure, Chao Xing smiled and shook his head. "Next, we must digest those 3 Overlord-level souls." He quickly reviewed in his mind the core combat members, who hadn't yet reached the Overlord stage. Currently, the territory already had many Overlord-level creatures. Some key members, including Burger's Sun Chaser, Star Nation Swordsman Xiao, and Elisa, had all reached their full potential. To advance further, they had to break through their limits and become mutated Overlords. Those who hadn't yet reached Overlord potential were generally creatures below legendary level. Among them were powerful figures, like the Black Smoke Shaman Brat, the Wind Mage Alan, and the centaur Harati. After a moment's deliberation, Chaoxing pressed the communication device to his ear and called out the names of 3 people. About 3 minutes later, 3 figures approached from different directions under the moonlight. On the left, Victoria, the fallen empress, clad in regal robes and imposing in her presence, walked gracefully, her hands hanging naturally at her sides. In the center, Broad Brimstone, a Char shaman draped in a black robe and with a feline head, shone silently on the bluestone floor. His amber pupils shimmered faintly in the darkness. To the right stood Eilina, a snakeman priestess with a human body and white scales covering her lower body. She wielded the siren's voice trident, making a rustling sound as she moved. 3 distinct creatures, yet with the same respectful demeanor, approached Chaoxing and saluted in unison. "Lord, good night." Chaoxing nodded, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them gently. "Victoria, Blot, Eilina, you are all pillars of the territory. I've witnessed your performance during this period." Victoria coordinated the construction of the giant city. This time, when Spark City was invaded, you remained calm and commanded its defense. Blot and Eilina also fought bravely on the front lines, keeping the powerful enemy at bay. Hearing the Lord's voice, the 3 of them involuntarily straightened their backs, their faces filled with emotion. Although they had been members of the territory for a long time, they didn't need such a formal explanation of their contributions, nor would they care about it. However, hearing Chaoxing say it himself still warmed their hearts. It was like the feeling of having their efforts valued and recognized by the Lord. The 3 of them simultaneously placed their right hands on their chests, and said in unison, "This is what we should do." Chaoxing nodded and continued, "In view of your recent good performance, I will now reward you." With that, he directly took out 3 bright souls, and handed them to each of them. The moment the 3 of them received the souls, their shoulders trembled slightly. They sensed the powerful force contained in the souls, which could further enhance their strength. "Lord." The black smoke shaman raised his head. Chaoxing waved his hand and said, "No need to say more, just break through." The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded solemnly, "Yes." Then they simultaneously injected the souls into their bodies. Immediately afterwards, distinct auras rose. A golden petal of spiritual energy appeared above Victoria's head, unfolding layer upon layer at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly blossoming in the sky. A torrent of black smoke emanated from Blot's body, his entire form nearly obscuring half the night sky. Irina's white snake scales began to unfurl, and wisps of white poisonous mist seeped through the gaps. The entire inner city trembled slightly under the impact of these 3 powerful auras, and even the survivors reveling in the outer city felt it. However, this astonishing movement did not last long. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, the 3 auras suddenly converged, as if forcibly compressed back into the body by some force. "Buzz, your territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz, has successfully broken through to the Overlord level, increasing her base stats by 30%. Activated Domination Domain. 1,000 Lotuses in Bloom. 1,000 Lotuses in Bloom. Each time you release a psychic attack, a psychic lotus will randomly drop around you. Each psychic lotus increases your ally's attack power and attack speed by 1%, up to 30%. When the number of scattered psychic lotuses reaches 100, they can be detonated, dealing attack power *347%, explosive damage to enemies within 500 meters of the lotus. Your territory member, Blood Brimstone, has successfully broken through to the Overlord level, increasing her base stats by 30%. Activated Domination Domain. Ancestral Totem Domain. Ancestral Totem Domain. Summons a Char Ancestral Totem, creating a 1,000 meter diameter domain. Suppresses the vision of all enemies within the area by 40% and reduces their dodge by 30%. All allies within the area gain soul symbiosis, and 30% of damage received is transferred to a random enemy within the area. Your territory member, Eilina, has successfully reached the Overlord level, increasing her base stats by 30%. Activates the Overlord level area, Viper Sanctuary. Viper Sanctuary spreads a 500 meter radius poisonous fog area for 120 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. All enemies within the area are affected by 1 stack of neurotoxin per second, losing agility *34% of their health per stack. Each attack of the Serpentman Priest inflicts corrupted bite, dealing an additional 5% of their maximum health of true damage. The Serpentman Priest can perform a rapid snake dash within the area, rapidly closing in on enemies. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Chapter 864. But after 3 consecutive prompts, Chaoxing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Clearly, his luck had been quite good this time. All 3 Overlord-level souls were successfully activated without any unexpected problems. Furthermore, after these 3 individuals achieved breakthroughs to Overlord-level creatures, not only did their attributes increase significantly, but the areas they activated also became unique. Victoria's 1000 Lotuses in Bloom field is quite interesting. Each attack drops a Mind Energy Petal. These Mind Energy Petals not only increase allies' attack power and attack speed, but can also trigger a massive explosion. If you stack 100 of them, the damage would be terrifying. Chao Xing continued his analysis. Blot's totem field is also quite good. It suppresses enemies, while increasing allies' survivability. Most importantly, it allows enemies to inherit damage taken by allies. However, the most unique skill is Eilena's Viper Sanctuary. It's actually an active skill. You know, before this, he had also transformed many combatants in his territory to the Domination Realm. But most of the fields they activated were passive buffs, or area of effect auras. Eilena's ability to continuously stack negative status effects on enemies, while allowing for rapid advances within the field was something I had never encountered before. Overall, however, the effects of her domain were quite powerful. Not only could it disgust the enemy, it also significantly enhanced her combat effectiveness. At the same time, after successfully breaking through, the 3 people opened their eyes. Compared to before the breakthrough, their auras had all changed significantly. Golden petals of spiritual energy seemed to flow in Victoria's pupils, and her entire body exuded a majestic and fierce aura. Behind Blot, a massive totem could be faintly seen, emanating a primal and violent pressure. Eilena's serpentine pupils erected, and a faint white poisonous mist lingered around her. They placed their right hands on their chests and saluted simultaneously. We have successfully broken through. Thank you, Lord, for your grace. Chao Xing waved his hand. It's nothing. You all can go back and rest now. Tomorrow, I will lead the team to fight in the Dream Fractal. The 3 responded in unison, as you command. Then, they gathered their breath and turned to their respective rooms. However, each of them had a glint of eagerness in their eyes, as if they couldn't wait to experience this new power. After digesting 3 dominant souls, Chao Xing pondered, next, I need to find a way to obtain over 100 divine power fragments, bringing the total to 400, so Mu Shui can reach demigodhood. As for how to obtain over 100 divine power fragments, that was simple enough. After all, he had captured several kings of the North Wind Alliance this time. These guys should still have quite a few valuable items on them. Thinking of this, Chao Xing headed alone towards the outskirts of his territory. He crossed the streetlights, passing through residential and industrial areas. Soon, he arrived at a brightly lit room. He pushed the door open and entered, revealing 5 figures. Besides Assam, who stood expressionlessly in a corner, holding the sword of the Lake Lady, there were 4 other figures dressed in luxurious robes, though looking a bit disheveled. They were the 3 kings of the North Wind Alliance and another legend. As the losers of this great war, they were temporarily under house arrest. Although they had signed a rules contract with Chao Xing, forbidding any resistance or encroachment on their territory, Chao Xing still distrusted them, and sent Assam to watch over them. When the 4 legends saw Chao Xing enter, their faces paled. The Silver Lion King, a shrewd middle-aged man, reacted the fastest. He swiftly approached, knelt, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Chao Xing." King Shenmu and Queen Kassa, seeing this former king so spinelessly kneeling before a lord from another world, also felt a flicker of emotion in their eyes. But they dared not say anything. Instead, they knelt in unison, joining the Silver Lion King. They said in a strange voice, "Greetings, Lord Chao Xing." Seeing this, Chao Xing did not allow them to rise. After all, the rule he had established, territory members need not kneel before the Lord. This rule applied to his own people. Prisoners like these naturally did not apply. His gaze fell on the 4 legends, scanning them one by one. However, seeing Chao Xing's hesitation, the kings grew a little uneasy. They feared this otherworldly lord would suddenly change his mind and kill them all. Queen Kassa, among them, was particularly pale, her body trembling, as if recalling the moment when Mernina had slain King Yiming with a single blow. The legends, including King Silver Lion, unconsciously tensed. However, Chao Xing was unaware of their current thoughts, instead concentrating on studying the 4 legends' dashboards. After a moment, a glint of understanding gradually dawned in his eyes. Consistent with the intelligence gathered during the previous encounter, the legends of the North Wind Alliance were indeed exceptionally powerful. The Silver Lion King mastered the Lion King swordsmanship to perfection, and could also use the legendary Lion King Roar, a combat skill. It dealt continuous mental damage and crowd control to the enemy, a truly remarkable skill combining both control and area of effect damage. The Divine Wood King's combat system was somewhat unique. He was neither a mage nor a shaman. Strictly speaking, he was a summoner. However, the difference lay in that he could only summon various plants for combat, and could also enhance them based on their characteristics. In particular, certain special ancient plants received special bonuses in his hands. This was why he had been able to control Chao Xing and his group of powerful warriors by summoning a projection of the Tree of Life. But the most unique of all was Queen Kaisa. As an extremely rare legendary space mage, she mastered a variety of powerful space spells, such as Space Confinement, Space Slice, Dimensional Slash, and so on. And then, there's the legendary Void Gate, a miraculous skill capable of rapidly transporting large numbers of powerful individuals. It was with this skill that Queen Cassidon and the powerful warriors of the Northern Wind Alliance escaped the battlefield. However, this time, because Chao Xing's men displayed such overwhelming combat power, they knew that escape was futile and chose to surrender. Chao Xing nodded secretly. With some training, these three could indeed be quite effective on the battlefield. But alas, they were still enemies after all. Add to that their former status, like King Viren's, making it difficult to gain their true submission. Once loyalty reached 90 or above, it was difficult to increase further. Chao Xing didn't bother to waste time and simply said, "Hand over your backpacks." At this, the four men's faces froze. The Silver Lion King raised his head, a look of hesitation on his face. Lord Chao Xing, this. Seeing their lack of response, Chao Xing's eyes grew cold. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Hand over your storage items. I don't care if they're space rings or backpacks. Hand them all over. After a pause, he suddenly emphasized, or do you want me to do it myself? With these words, Assam, standing beside him, instantly gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. At Chao Xing's command, he would slay these men without hesitation. The four legendary warriors' faces suddenly changed drastically. The Silver Lion King quickly declared, Lord Chao Xing, calm down. We surrender immediately. With that, they each removed their backpacks, rings, and bracelets. They held these items in their hands, raising them high above their heads, like slaves offering tribute to their lord, their gestures utterly humble. Looking at the former kings of the Northern Wind Kingdoms, now begging for mercy like stray dogs for their lives, was truly ironic. Humiliation was written all over the faces of the Silver Lion King and the old man from the Divine Tree, yet they had to suppress their anger. However, Chao Xing showed them no sympathy. These guys were no good to begin with. It would have been fair to execute them all. Seriously speaking, the reason they attacked the Northwind Alliance was because these guys were looking for trouble. If Chao Xing weren't so powerful, he'd be the one kneeling and begging for mercy right now. Chao Xing expressionlessly accepted the storage items one by one, as system notifications rang out. Obtained, Silver Lion King Storage Ring, orange. Obtained, Divine Wood King's Bark Backpack, orange. Obtained, Queen Cass's Space Bracelet, orange. Obtained, Night Bright King Shadow Necklace, orange. The first three items were within his expectations, but the last notification took Chao Xing by surprise. He looked at the Silver Lion King with interest, a hint of coldness in his eyes. The middle-aged man understood what he meant and quickly explained, Lord Chao Xing, I didn't secretly take Yu Ming's storage necklace. He gave it to me during the battle. He originally wanted to rush into the battle and help those false gods fight you, but I stopped him. Later, you killed Yu Ming, and so his necklace ended up on my body. The Silver Lion King spoke in one breath, as if fearing Chao Xing would be enraged and execute him, as he had killed King Yu Ming. After listening to his explanation, Chao Xing remained silent and said nothing further. Then, he looked at the four items in his hands, his eyes lit up with anticipation. After all, these were the storage items of the four great kings. The quality of these spatial items alone indicated that they undoubtedly contained incredible wealth. With anticipation, he transferred all the items from his backpack into his own. Suddenly, system prompts appeared on the screen. Obtained, coins asterisk 746, 4252, 527. Obtained, Divine Power Fragment asterisk 341. Obtained, Relic, Exotic Swordsmanship Fragment asterisk 1. Obtained, Heart of Shadow, Legendary asterisk 1. Obtained, Void Crystal asterisk 156. Obtained, Tree of Life Leaves asterisk 147. Obtained, Tree of Life Branches asterisk 2. Obtained, Dried Seed asterisk 1. Obtained, Heroic Spell Scroll, Teleport asterisk 5. Obtained, Legendary Spell Scroll, Dimensional Destruction *2. Obtained, Broken God-Breaking Arrow, unknown, *1. Obtained, Mystical Antique, unknown, *1. Obtained, Earthstone, legendary, *20. Obtained, Ancient Hardwood, legendary, *15. Obtained, Enhanced Mithril Ingot *1842. Obtained. As this long series of system prompts flashed by, even Chao Xing, with his fortitude, felt a sense of shock. After a moment, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the four kings' backpacks, each one of them is truly lavishly rich. These items, in addition to over 300 divine power fragments, also contain a wealth of precious materials. There's even a relic and a legendary piece of equipment. Add to that legendary and heroic spell scrolls, as well as secret elixirs. As the treasures of the four kings, these items are practically priceless. Well, this harvest is quite unexpected. Chao Xing suppressed his excitement, his expression remaining impassive as he spoke. King Silver Lion, you've also collected a relic. The middle-aged man's shoulders trembled, and he quickly replied yes. Yes, I acquired this relic several years ago. I was originally planning to give it to a talented young man in the kingdom. But, he trailed off, clearly afraid to say, and now you've taken it away. Chao Xing said nothing more, turning to the old man beside him. King Shenmu, you have so many items related to the Tree of Life in your backpack. Do you know the whereabouts of the Tree of Life? The old man's face paled at the question. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed. I don't know the exact location of the Tree of Life. When I was young, I stumbled upon a special area filled with shattered fragments of space, as if a great battle had taken place there. In that area, I stumbled upon a broken arrow. That arrow contained a special power. As soon as I approached, I felt my skin pierced, and even my armor became completely useless. Because I didn't know the arrow's origins, I kept it. After a pause, he continued, later, I continued searching in that area and found a withered tree trunk. After sensing the rich vitality within it, I knew this branch was likely a branch from the legendary Tree of Life. So, I planted it in the center of the Divine Tree Kingdom, nurturing it with soul-enriching soil, allowing it to barely survive. After so many years of nurturing, this branch has miraculously blossomed, providing me with countless leaves and branches of the Tree of Life every year. After hearing his explanation, Chao Xing had a rough idea of the origin of the leaves and branches in the man's backpack. As for the strange arrow, it must be the broken divine arrow. Furthermore, Chao Xing derived a crucial piece of information from King Shenmu's words. That is, King Shenmu had once visited a special area where a terrible war had taken place. The space was shattered and has yet to be repaired, leaving even the remains of the Tree of Life there. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes and continued, Shenmu, please tell me more about that special area and what happened there. King Shenmu's aged face flickered with reminiscence. After a moment, he slowly said, I don't know exactly what happened in that area, but the space there is extremely chaotic. Time seems to have stopped there, the earth is covered with cracks, and the air is filled with shattered fragments of space. Later, I asked Queen Kassa to go with me to investigate. As a legendary space mage, she should know more than I do. Hearing King Shenmu turn the topic to her, Queen Kassa's already pale face turned even paler. When Chao Xing's gaze met hers, her slender fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her skirt. It was clear that the queen was completely terrified. Chao Xing softened his tone slightly, don't be nervous. Tell me what you know, and I won't do anything to you. After hearing this, Queen Kassa's tense expression finally eased slightly. She spoke tremblingly, that area is indeed somewhat strange, but I don't know how it came about. Later, I spent some time researching there and repaired some chaotic spatial fragments. Later, I discovered some ancient runes and the remains of a broken teleportation array. These arrays seem to lead to 3 different areas, extremely far from this continent. Here, she paused briefly and glanced tentatively at Chao Xing. According to my theory, that place, long ago, may have served as a hub connecting 4 continents. When Queen Kassa finished speaking, Chao Xing's expression shifted slightly. At first, he had been somewhat puzzled. According to records, the Tree of Life should have existed in the southern continent. So, it seemed a bit unreasonable for the Divine Wood Elder to have found a branch of the Tree of Life in the western continent. Now, combined with Queen Kassa's theory, everything made sense. Chao Xing analyzed in his mind. In other words, that area was once a transit point between the 4 continents, allowing some powerful individuals to use those teleportation arrays to travel to other continents. However, due to a major war involving powerful individuals from all 4 continents, the teleportation array was destroyed, and the area was abandoned. Then, could I repair the spatial array there and travel to other continents? At this thought, a glimmer flickered in Chao Xing's eyes. For him, after this battle, the entire northern territory was his, and few places in the western continent could pose a threat. The only place currently inaccessible was probably the center of the western continent, where the human empire resided. However, the human empire was enveloped by the power of a true god-level dragon, and even now, Chao Xing hesitated to approach it. So, according to his plan, his next move should be to the Permafrost Sea, or to seek out a place like the Divine War Ground. It should be noted that the Permafrost Sea, strictly speaking, does not belong to the territory of the western continent. This sea is even vaster than several continents combined. To this day, no one has truly reached its end. Some say it connects to the other continents, allowing travel between them by following fixed routes. Others say it ends in another dimension, where terrifying creatures lurk. In short, there are many different opinions. Now, with the area discovered by King Shenmu, Chao Xing can travel to other continents to see what's happening. Chapter 865. With the area King Shenmu discovered, Chao Xing could travel to other continents to investigate. Of course, that presupposes repairing the shattered space fragments. Then, he raised his head and looked at Queen Kassa. Based on your experience, can the space formation in that area be repaired? Queen Kassa pursed her lips and hesitated. Her slender fingers unconsciously twirled the hem of her skirt as she spoke cautiously. It should be possible. However, it would require a large amount of space crystals and void crystals, as well as some other materials. Chao Xing nodded thoughtfully, forming a plan in his mind. Having asked nearly everything he needed, Chao Xing didn't intend to linger any longer. So he said calmly, you remain here? In 2 days, you and the Ice Crystal King will work together to take over the entire North Wind Alliance. We see how you perform later. Do you understand? The 4 of them nodded rapidly, responding in unison, understood. Lord Chao Xing. Chao Xing said nothing more, simply turning around and leaving the temporary holding cell. It wasn't until he left the room and Assam closed the door again that the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, Chao Xing was walking alone in the territory's buffer zone, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. In reality, he hadn't been in such a hurry to get out for a walk to get some fresh air. He was instead looking for a quiet spot to review the intelligence he had just obtained and the spoils he had seized from the 4 kings. He muttered to himself, according to Queen Kassa, the formation in that area can be repaired. In other words, I have access to a secret passage to other continents. Currently, there are 2 demigods in my territory, and a 3rd will soon be added. This strength should be enough for me to venture into other continents. Of course, forget about the northern continent, which was destroyed by the ancient dragons. Even a god wouldn't gain much benefit there. However, the southern continent, with its 3 major clans, is worth a visit. But not now. Chao Xing shook his head slightly. At least, wait until I bring the God of Light over and kill him. And after the Dream Fractal event is over, then try exploring the southern continent. He secretly plotted his future plans. So, repairing that spatial transit area can wait until later. Now, let's first examine the loot we just acquired. At this thought, Chao Xing's eyes gradually lit up with excitement. After all, this time, the loot was truly enormous. Over 7 billion crowns alone, plus over 300 divine power fragments. A veritable windfall. He suppressed his excitement, opened his backpack, and sorted through the various seized materials. After a moment, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. Yes, these 4 kings' backpacks contain a wealth of valuable materials, such as ancient hardwood for upgrading the Lord's Castle and Power Station, and delirium steel ingots for crafting Dramman light cannons. Earth stones. Earth stones are one of the main ingredients needed to repair the artifact, Storm Axe. I thought collecting them would take a while, but by chance, I found this rare material in the backpacks of the 4 kings. Chao Xing's lips curled slightly. Great. We're one step closer to repairing this artifact. After sorting through the materials, he took another look at the spell scrolls. There were 7 spell scrolls in the 4 backpacks, divided into 2 types. Chao Xing took out one of each type and examined their properties. Heroic spell scroll, teleport. Usable level, mage class level 50 and above. Item effect. Consumes a large amount of mental energy to enter a spatial rift and teleport to a pre-marked coordinate point. Maximum teleport distance, 5,000 kilometers. Scroll cooldown, 10 hours. Note, ensure the target location is stable when using this spell, otherwise the teleport may fail and become trapped in spatial turbulence. Legendary spell scroll, Dimensional Destruction. Usable level, Mage class level 70 and above. Item effect. Consumes a large amount of mental energy to summon a dimensional slash that tears through space, dealing a devastating blow to the fan-shaped area ahead. Skill range. 2000 mx 120 degrees fan-shaped area. Damage coefficient. Fix 1, 30-25, 62-37 damage. Additional effect. The target affected suffers a dimensional tear effect, losing 1% of their maximum health per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown. 24 hours. Note, this skill can penetrate most defensive barriers, but its effectiveness against space-based creatures is halved. Interesting. A single target teleportation scroll, and a large-scale group attack scroll. Xiaoxing whispered, this must have been a special method Queen Cassidon created to save her life. However, these methods are useless against Mernina, who can teleport infinitely. So the queen gave up on escaping. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing smiled and shook his head, then put all the scrolls into his backpack. At this point, the spoils in the four kings' backpacks had been almost completely examined. There were only two remaining items, the most precious. First, the relic. Xiaoxing flipped his right hand, and an ancient book appeared in his palm. It contained some sword techniques and some moves. However, for some reason, the contents of the book were incomplete. An incomplete sword manual? Xiaoxing muttered to himself, checking the attributes. Relic, exotic sword art fragments. Quality, unknown. Item description, a sword art manual left behind by a legendary swordsman. It was damaged in battle, leaving only fragments. Item effect 1, contains a legendary sword art, which swordsmen can learn and comprehend. Item effect 2, the fragments contain the legendary swordsman's divine power. Upon absorption, swordsmen can reach the legendary realm. So, this is a relic that allows swordsmen to reach the legendary realm. Xiaoxing nodded in realization, his lips curled slightly. It seems, Xiao will be able to reach the legendary realm tonight. This Star Country swordsman possesses incredible talent in the sword art, and wields a legendary weapon specifically designed to counter powerful divine types. Eternal Night Whisper, God Slayer. Once he breaks through to legendary, he becomes the nemesis of light creatures, just like Isabel in her dark witch form. At this moment, a thought suddenly struck him. If the Vatican turns against me in the future, I wonder how they feel facing two powerful beings who specialize in restraining divine power. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing couldn't help but smile playfully. He then began to examine his next trophy. It was the strange arrow the old man from the sacred tree had mentioned. In the backpack, a half-broken, pitch-black metal arrow lay quietly. It looked ordinary, its surface covered in fine cracks, as if it were about to shatter completely in an instant. However, as Xiaoxing removed it from his backpack, a soul-piercing chill washed over him, and a hole, perfectly pierced through the air, was instantly pierced. Even a bloody hole appeared on his palm. Xiaoxing stared at his bleeding palm, his brow furrowed. It even ignored my three-layer divine shield. How bizarre. Confused, he shook his hand and checked the arrow's attributes. Broken God-breaking arrow. Quality, unknown. Weapon type, arrow. Requirement, archer class level 100 or above. Item effect, incomplete. Use this arrow to launch a ranged attack, dealing 100% true damage upon impact. Can ignore and dispel any barriers or defenses below the true God level. Number of uses remaining, 2. Once the number of uses reaches 0, the arrow will shatter. Introduction. In ancient times, a certain god hunter crafted this arrow at great expense. Its power was so immense that it was forbidden by the rules. The god-breaking arrow that still exists is becoming increasingly rare. Holy crap! So perverted? Xiaoxing exclaimed in astonishment. The properties of this arrow completely exceeded his expectations. An attack fired with it not only deals 100% true damage, but also ignores barriers and defenses below the true God level. Note: below the true God level. You can imagine the magnitude of this. Furthermore, this arrow has an even more crucial function. It can directly dispel an opponent's defenses. In some cases, it can even have unexpected effects. Xiaoxing took a few deep breaths, suppressed his excitement, and solemnly put the arrow back into his backpack. He murmured, analyzing, if this arrow is given to Rinnies, it will definitely be of maximum effect. Unfortunately, it can only be used twice. But twice is more than enough, and it can be very useful in critical moments. Then he began to examine another piece of trophy. It was also the most precious storage item among the four kings. A legendary accessory, Heart of the Underworld. A rather eerie necklace appeared in Xiaoxing's hands. The dark chain shone with a faint blue light, and a pulsating gem hung at the end. It resembled a demon's eye, with numerous tiny tentacles sprouting from its surface. These tentacles slowly wriggled in the air, giving it a rather creepy look. He glanced at the stats. Heart of the Underworld. Quality, Legendary. Equipment type, Necklace. Equipment level, Level 100. Additional effects 1. Adds 5,000 agility, 4,000 strength, and 5,000 ignores armor. Additional effects 2. Shadow amplification. When launching a physical attack, there's a 100% chance to also convert 65% of your agility into strength. Additional effects 3. Shadow strike. Legendary effect. Increases the rogue's stealth by 400%, and the first attack while stealth deals 1,000% more damage. Note, 1/3 of the shadow set can be combined with shadow wings and shadow touch to create a set effect. Complete all 3 pieces of the set to activate the legendary set effect, Echoes of the Night. Item note, when darkness falls, my blade will devour everything. Wow! Not only is this a legendary necklace, but it's also from a legendary set. Chao Xing marveled, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect King Yiming to possess such a valuable item. I just wonder if he knows the clues to the other 2 pieces of this set. But Chao Xing quickly shook his head. Even if he did, it would be useless. After all, this guy had already been slain by Mernina. Furthermore, with King Yiming's strength and personality, if he knew, he would have already collected all the pieces. He wouldn't have gone out with just one of them. So, if he wants to collect the other 2, he have to rely on himself. Chao Xing gently stroked the pulsating gem and whispered, aside from the bonuses from the legendary set, this necklace's stats are truly incredible. A 10-fold bonus to the first attack while stealth is enough to allow a top assassin to instantly kill a formidable opponent of the same level. You have to know, this 10x attack bonus doesn't just apply to normal attacks. This also applies to the first attack of a skill, which also benefits from this terrifying amplification effect. Add to that the 400% increase in stealth effectiveness. It was clear that this necklace was practically tailor-made for Sarah. With the legendary weapon Death Blade, her damage had been increased to an incredible degree. Bound to Shadow Heart, she unleashed the legendary combat skill, Shadow 1000 Kills, Fatal Slash, and triggered Gifted Release. Even a demigod would be severely damaged by this blow. A glint of excitement flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. He seemed to envision a shocking scene in a future battle, Sarah lurking in the shadows, suddenly pouncing and instantly slaying a key enemy target with a single blow. So, he called out to the shadows in the corner, Sarah. Then, a graceful figure silently appeared. She swiftly approached Chao Xing's side, her voice as gentle as the night breeze. Lord, please command. Chao Xing said nothing more, simply handing over the strange Shadow Heart necklace. The usually calm Phantom Dancer's pupils suddenly constricted upon seeing the object in her hand. Her slender fingers gently stroked the pulsating gemstone, whispering, although this necklace's shape is strange, I can sense the astonishing shadow power contained within it. Lord, is this for me? Chao Xing nodded. Yes, it will allow you to push your explosive power to new heights. Bind it. This will be your new power. Sarah took a deep breath and solemnly replied, Thank you, Lord. Then she slowly raised the necklace and carefully placed it around her neck. A surge of icy energy instantly surged through her body. The tentacles of the gem suddenly came to life, spreading across her neck like a spiderweb. Finally, a strange shadow emblem formed at her collarbone. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance has successfully bound the legendary equipment, Shadow Heart. Title, Star Reaper has been upgraded, luck increased by 10. At the same time, Sarah opened her eyes. Then, right before Chao Xing's eyes, she vanished from the spot. A true vanishment. Even Chao Xing, exerting his mental power to the utmost, could not detect the slightest fluctuation of her presence. Even Chao Xing, through the bond between lord and subject, was unaware of Sarah's presence. That's a bit perverted. I can't even sense Sarah's location. Chao Xing sighed, but a smile of excitement crossed his face. This necklace not only increases explosive power tenfold, but also boosts cloaking by 400%. As a legendary assassin, Sarah was already a king among the shadows. Now bound to this necklace, even a demigod would likely struggle to detect her presence. Combined with her terrifying explosive power, she's a nightmare for all enemies. A moment later, Sarah appeared beside Chao Xing, an excited smile on her face. Amazing, Lord. Her voice trembled slightly. I feel completely merged with the shadows, as if I were darkness itself. Chao Xing smiled with satisfaction. Very well, get acquainted with this new power. Remember, this is just the beginning. As you command, Lord. Sarah nodded solemnly, her figure vanishing once more, blending completely into the shadows. At the same time, Chao Xing clapped his hands in satisfaction, delighted at the growing strength of his loyal assassins. Now, we've basically finished inspecting the spoils of the four kings. Next, let Xiao and Mushua make the breakthrough together. Thinking of this, Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear and said in a deep voice, Mushua, Xiao, come to the buffer zone. A moment later, the two of them responded, understood. The two of them quickly set out from their respective rooms. While waiting for them to arrive, Chao Xing gazed at the 3 divine flames in his backpack and pondered. According to the system's instructions, consuming 200 divine power fragments will purify these divine flames with attributes into pure divine fire, increasing the chances of a breakthrough. The attributes of these 3 divine flames are quite unpopular. None of the combatants in the territory can absorb them. But there's no guarantee we won't encounter members with corresponding attributes later. So, let's purify the least popular Thousand Faces divine fire first. So, he pulled the ever-changing flame from his backpack and took out a full 200 divine power fragments. When the 2 items approached, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume divine power fragments *200 to purify the Thousand Faces divine fire? Yes. When Chao Xing clicked OK, the 200 divine power fragments automatically transformed into thousands of brilliant points of light, pouring into the Thousand Faces divine fire. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. After all, that was a full 200 divine power fragments. If he had to save them on his own, who knows how long it would take. But when he looked at the 400 or so divine power fragments remaining in his backpack, he felt a little more at ease. At least, the remaining divine power fragments would last for a while longer. Chapter 866. At the same time, as the light points poured into the divine fire, their ever-shifting forms gradually solidified. As if baptized by some supreme power, they quickly calmed down. After a period of purification, they finally transformed into a pure white flame, gently swaying in his palm. Purification successful. Thousand-faced divine fire has been transformed into pure divine fire. Huh? Chao Xing exhaled softly and muttered to himself, this way, Mu Shua's breakthrough to the demigod realm should be a sure thing. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the distant bluestone pavement. 2 figures approached quickly from different directions. Lu Mushua, clad in a full set of Ode to Light battle armor, emanated an invisible aurora power. Every step she took left a faint fluorescent mark on the stone slabs. Xiao, clad in light black armor and wielding a black long sword, looked like a sharp blade unsheathed. Axing, I'm here. Good night, Lord. Chao Xing nodded slightly at the two's greetings. He first removed the exotic swordsmanship fragments and the Heart of Legend from his backpack. After handing them to Xiao, he said, Xiao, you have reached the limit of the heroic rank and are ready to break through to the legendary realm. Here's a relic just the right one for you. Now, break through to the legendary realm. The swordsman's hands trembled slightly as he saw the 2 items. Legendary. This is a realm I wouldn't even dream of. Even in our star country, there aren't many sword masters of the legendary rank. I never thought I could reach this level in this territory. He knelt on one knee, solemnly accepting the item with both hands. His voice was slightly hoarse with excitement. Thank you, Lord. Chao Xing patted his shoulder. Stand up. I look forward to your successful breakthrough and becoming the territory's first legendary swordsman. Xiao nodded heavily, his eyes gleaming with determination. Then, he crushed the legendary heart and began absorbing the pure power contained within. A sharp aura emanated from him continuously. Then, Chao Xing looked at Lu Mushua beside him and pulled out another 200 divine power fragments from his backpack, along with a purified pure divine fire, and handed them to her. He instructed, Mushua, you should also prepare for your breakthrough now. As I said before, first absorb the divine power fragments, use divine power to activate your divinity, and then fuse with the divine fire. The female knight took a deep breath and solemnly accepted the 2 precious items. She knew the sheer volume of these items was enough to drive most of the legendary powerhouses on this continent crazy. I know, Ah Xing, I will succeed. Lu Mushua's voice was equally resolute. Then, she unleashed her Aurora divine power, absorbing the 200 divine power fragments on the spot. As the divine power fragments transformed into streams of light and sank into her body, a vibrant aurora-like hue began to emanate from her. And on her profile, her divine power reached 2054 points. Immediately, following Chao Xing's instructions, she began attempting to activate her divinity. With a flash of light, the divine power value on the dashboard decreased by 100 points. Xiaoxing held his breath, watching her dashboard change constantly. At that moment, a brilliant aurora suddenly burst forth from her body, as if breaking through some bottleneck, tinting the entire buffer zone with a rainbow of colors. A majestic and sacred aura emanated from her. The feeling was indescribable, like witnessing the continuous transformation of a transcendent being, taking the first step toward entering another realm. At the same time, a new attribute appeared on Lu Mushua's character dashboard. Divinity, Aurora, 1%. Xiaoxing nodded in sudden realization. I see. I need to consume 100 divine power points to activate divinity first, and then continuously consume divine power to increase its strength? Speaking of which, this was the first time he had observed so closely the process of a legendary powerhouse's breakthrough to demigodhood. This would also be of considerable help to him. Then, Lu Muxua began to continuously consume divine power to increase her divinity. The divine power on her profile steadily decreased. But the aurora power emanating from her became increasingly brilliant. Each decrease in divine power was accompanied by a subtle shift in the color of the aurora around her, from an initial pale blue to a deep violet, and finally, a dreamy hue like the polar night sky. As 1,000 points of divine power were consumed, Lu Mushua's profile also changed. Divinity, Aurora, 51%. Xiaoxing pondered. 1,000 points of divine power has already activated half of my divinity. It seems to be just as the old patriarch said. A legendary being able to break through to demigod requires expending at least 1,000 to 2,000 points of divine power to activate their divinity. As for why Lu Muxua consumed a full 2,000 points of divine power, it was naturally because her foundation was too shallow. From her breakthrough to legendary, it had been less than half a year at most. For other legendary experts, half a year wouldn't even be enough time for a single outing for training, let alone advancing directly from the initial legendary stage to the maximum level. Typically, those preparing to break through from legendary to demigod have been stuck in the legendary realm for years. During that time, they continuously accumulated divine power and enhanced their divinity. Thus, the divine power consumed during the breakthrough was much less. However, normally, any high-level legendary would require at least 2,000 divine power to reach 100% divinity. Xiaoxing had already prepared for this figure. At the same time, as their divinity increased, Lu Mushua's temperament subtly changed. Her already stunningly beautiful face now shone with a divine aura, even her breath tinged with faint aurora particles. Hoo! With each breath, the air around her rippled with aurora-like waves. Finally, after 3 minutes of continuous infusion of divine power, she had consumed a full 1960 points, and on the attribute panel, divinity had finally reached 100%. Lu Muxua opened her eyes, a brilliant aurora flickering in them. Axing, my divinity has been activated. Xiaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Next, you will take out the divine fire, release your own divine power, and sense the fluctuations of the divine fire's power. Until the two powers fully resonate, you can begin to fuse the divine fire. Yes. Lu Muxua nodded gently, then began the final step of the breakthrough. A white pure divine fire emerged from her palm, gracefully dancing in the air, pure and unadulterated. And from her body, waves of aurora power surged like a tidal wave. Soon, half of the territory was once again enveloped in a dreamlike aurora world. The warriors training in the territory watched this scene in amazement. They curiously reached out, wanting to touch this beautiful and sacred aurora. But just as their fingertips were about to touch the band of light, the aurora light gently moved away, as if on its own accord, leaving only a string of shimmering points of light in the air. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, but no one dared to interrupt. He simply stood there, quietly savoring this sacred moment. Next, it was a matter of silent waiting. Xiaoxing thought to himself, based on Luoxi's experience during the daytime breakthrough, this final step is the slowest, taking at least 10 minutes. So, Xiao should be breaking through even faster than her. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt an extremely sharp aura rising nearby. Buzz! The sound of a sword chirped, and from the nearby Star Nation swordsman, a terrifying sword energy erupted. This sword energy materialized and soared directly into the night sky tens of thousands of meters high, carving a dark rift through the air in its path. However, this was only the beginning. Zhao's transformation seemed quite astonishing. Besides the shocking sword energy, an invisible storm of sword energy swept out from him. The surrounding space was ripped apart by dense cracks. Not only that, Xiao instantly drew his magic sword. Clang! A crisp sword cry echoed throughout the surroundings, and all the sword energy, as if finding its home, surged towards Xiao's body. The sword energy traced brilliant paths through the air, converging like a meteor shower. Finally, 5 tangible sword energies gradually condensed, hovering behind him. These 5 sword energies emanated an extremely sharp aura, each emitting a different color. Red like blood, azure like the sea, golden like the sun, silvery white like the moon, pitch black like night. They slowly swirled, forming a perfect pentagram formation behind Xiao. Even Qiao Xing, caught in the middle of it, felt a sharp sting, as if his skin were being touched by countless tiny sword tips. He subconsciously took a half step back, muttering, "Wow, Zhao's breakthrough is quite astonishing." Just as he was stunned, a system notification appeared. Your territory member, Xiao, has successfully transformed into a legendary creature. Class: Star Nation Swordsman has become Star Sword Saint, and the level cap has been raised to 150. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1000%, attack range by 200%, and territory prosperity by 500. Due to this significant stat boost, activate legendary skill, Selfless Sword Chi passive. Due to his mastery of the fragments of foreign swordsmanship, activate legendary skill, 10,000 swords return to the origin. Xiao, divine power function has been activated. Huh? Activated 2 legendary skills at once? And 1 passive, 1 active. Qiao Xing's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Zhao's breakthrough to be so significant. Then, he eagerly checked the attributes of Zhao's 2 newly activated legendary skills. Selfless Sword Chi passive. Skill level, legendary. Skill attributes. 1. All Sword Chi attacks have a 30% sharpness effect, ignoring 30% of the enemy's defense. 2. When attacking, there's a 30% chance to trigger Sword Chi burst, dealing ATK * 245% burst damage to enemies within a 200-meter radius. 3. Sword Chi attack range increased by 100%. Note, only when the mind is free of distractions and the sword is focused can one truly be selfless. 10,000 swords return to the origin. Skill level, legendary. Skill cost, 20 spiritual power. Skill attributes, 1. Summons 5 origin swords, which float behind the user. All subsequent attacks have a chance to trigger 1 to 5 assisting Sword Chi attacks. Each Sword Chi deals, attack power * 66%, damage for 30 seconds. 2. When the duration expires, the 5 origin swords are released, forcibly imprisoning the enemy, up to 1 level higher than the user, causing them to enter an absolute imprisonment state for at least 3 seconds. 3. During the imprisonment period, the 5 origin swords will continuously slash the enemy with sword energy 30 to 50 times. When the imprisonment ends, all sword energy will be released, dealing a finishing blow of attack power * 1475% plus agility * 458% to the enemy. Cooldown, 24 hours. Note, the 5 swords hang in the air like cold stars over the fields, their sharp edges unmoved, yet the world is silent. When 10,000 swords are unleashed, even gods would close their eyes. Nameless Sword Saint. Holy crap, so strong? Qiao Xing was amazed. Zhao's 2 skills, though derived from different sources, were a perfect combination. The passive skill, Selfless Sword Chi, significantly increased the damage and range of his sword energy attacks. And the active skill, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, allowed Zhao's every attack to carry a sword energy attack effect, indirectly increasing his damage by an unfathomable amount. 10,000 swords returning to the origin was especially powerful. It could also inflict forced imprisonment on enemies 1 level higher. In other words, if Xiao unleashed this skill now, he could even hold a demigod captive for 3 seconds. How impressive was that? Some legendary and demigod skills also had a charge time of around 3 seconds. That was plenty of time for everyone to unleash their ultimate moves. Especially since Sarah had just bound a legendary necklace, which increased the damage of her first attack tenfold. If he were to use Shadow 1000 kills, Fatal Slash, while the enemy was being controlled, he could even leapfrog and instantly kill a demigod. This shows just how much Zhao's breakthrough has helped the team. After a gentle sword chime, Xiao slowly opened his star-like eyes, and the sharp sword energy within him subsided. He approached Qiao Xing and respectfully said, "Lord, I have successfully broken through." Qiao Xing nodded approvingly, then glanced at his stats panel. Name, Xiao. Race, human. Level 100, legendary creature. Potential, Overlord. Occupation, Star Sword Saint. Divine power, 0/100, naturally regenerates 1 point per day. Detailed stats, click to view. When Chao Xing saw the long list of skills on Zhao's panel, his lips curled up again. It was clear that during this time, he had already mastered every skill in the Sword Master's Handbook, save for the legendary skill, Flowing Clouds and Illusion. With so many powerful sword techniques and combat skills mastered, and now armed with a legendary weapon, even Chao Xing didn't realize how powerful he was now. Yes, Xiao, you really didn't disappoint me. Chao Xing's voice straightened. From now on, you will be the #1 sword master in our territory. Hearing the title of #1 sword master, Xiao couldn't help but pause, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the hilt of his sword. For him, this title was not only an honor and recognition from the Lord, but also a responsibility. Thank you, Lord. Xiao will work even harder on his swordsmanship to maintain his title as the greatest sword saint. And not only will I be the greatest sword saint in the territory, I become the strongest sword saint in the entire continent. His eyes were filled with determination. This breakthrough in strength had transformed him, and he exuded an unprecedented confidence. With Chao Xing's blessing, Xiao was confident that no swordsman of his level could withstand his brilliance. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with admiration. It's great that you have such a goal. I believe it will come true one day. Now, follow this, and then unleash your 10,000 swords returning to the origin for me to see. With that, he immediately produced 2 divine power fragments and handed them over. This Star Nation swordsman, no, he should be called the Star Nation Sword Saint. Xiao took the fragments with both hands, understanding the Lord's intention. Placing his right hand on his chest, he solemnly replied, "As you command?" After saying this, Xiao took a deep breath and absorbed the 2 fragments. The divine power fragments instantly dissipated, transforming into tiny points of light that flowed into his body. His divine power reached 20 points. Then, he took a few steps back and raised his hand to grasp the hilt of his sword. Control the sword with your mind, shape with your will. Wherever the sword points, all methods are broken. The way of the sword is boundless, all swords return to their origin. Buzz, the violent sword energy erupted again, like a raging wave, instantly sweeping across the entire arena. Countless sword lights condensed from the void, like rivers flowing into the sea, frantically converging around Xiao. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into 5 lightsabers of varying colors that hovered behind him. Chao Xing was also watching Zhao's aura and the system interface. After a moment, he finally heard the familiar system prompt. Your territory member. Xiao has used the legendary skill 10,000 swords return to the origin. All subsequent attacks have a chance to trigger 1 to 5 sword energies to assist the attack, lasting 30 seconds. This skill has become permanent due to the bonus from the talent Eternal Power. Note 1. While in permanent mode, Xiao can exit and deactivate 10,000 swords return to the origin at any time without consuming any divine power. Note 2. The absolute imprisonment ability in the 10,000 swords return to the origin state remains usable once every 24 hours, but the divine power cost is reduced to 10 points. At this moment, a smile played across Chao Xing's lips. As expected, the sword energy synergy ability of 10,000 swords returning to the origin can also be enhanced by Eternal Power, making it permanent. However, the subsequent powerful control ability still requires a 24-hour cooldown. The difference is that the divine power cost has been reduced from 20 points to 10 points. Overall, this improvement is very good. It not only permanently increases Zhao's damage, but also reduces divine power consumption. Chapter 867. Across from them, Xiao shifted his pace a few times as he saw 5 origin swords floating behind him. A look of surprise crossed his face as he discovered the origin swords were following his movements. But Xiao soon realized that this was due to Chao Xing's ability solidifying this skill. He sheathed Eternal Night Whisper, God Slayer in his hand. Lord, your power remains as miraculous as ever. With your blessing, Xiao will surely vanquish all powerful enemies. Chao Xing smiled, but said nothing more. While they were still studying Zhao's newfound power, Lu Muxua, standing nearby, seemed to be nearing the end of her breakthrough. Buzz! A mysterious wave suddenly spread, its intensity far surpassing the might of Zhao's previous breakthrough. It was a power of a completely different level. This shocking energy surge was felt not only within the territory itself, but also by the hundreds of thousands of people participating in the celebration in the outer city, and even half of the snow plain itself. Everyone involuntarily paused, their gazes quizzically directed towards the inner city. Before they could react, a brilliant pillar of aurora rose from the inner city, soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky. In that instant, the pillar of aurora erupted in a rainbow of colors, a vast expanse of light enveloping the entire snowfield. The sky was dyed a dreamlike hue, and the snow reflected a hazy halo. Countless beasts paused, looking up, pausing to gaze. This scene, everyone felt as if they had entered a dream world. The survivors of the Spark Legion gazed up at the sky, muttering, "How beautiful." Yes. This is the first time in my life I've seen such a beautiful aurora. If it were on Blue Planet, this scene would surely go down in history. It's so beautiful. This aurora seems to be emanating from the captain's territory. Could he have specially arranged it for our celebration to enhance the atmosphere? Haha, I think so. The survivors were buzzing with discussion. At that moment, in the inner city, many powerful warriors were startled by the powerful surge of energy and subconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons. However, once they sensed the source of the aurora's power, they relaxed their vigilance. For they knew it belonged to the Lord's wife. Braun blew his mustache and exclaimed delightedly, "Aha! The Lord's wife is about to break through so quickly. She's truly worthy of being our territory's second-in-command." Little Choo-Choo exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, Big Sister's breakthrough is such a big deal. I feel like she's going to become incredibly powerful." Bai Ji, standing on the second floor of the Lord's castle, gazed at the aurora, muttering, "Demigod. It's incredible. I never thought we Blue Star humans could even access this level of power." Meanwhile, just as Chao Xing was concentrating on watching Lu Muxua break through, an elegant woman in a turquoise robe, clutching an organ, approached him. Luoshi glanced at Lu Muxua, then back at him, and asked, "Lord Chao Xing, what are you doing?" At the sound of the voice, Chao Xing turned and met that charming, mature face. He smiled peacefully and replied, "Ms. Rosie, as you can see, I am helping my wife break through to the demigod realm." Luoshi was slightly startled. "Breakthrough? To demigod? Didn't your territory just give birth to a demigod earlier this day? Isn't another one about to break through to the demigod realm so soon?" Chao Xing nodded slightly and replied, "This time, we defeated those false gods and obtained their divine fire. My wife happened to have reached the legendary limit, so I allowed her to break through directly." Luoshi nodded in understanding, but a look of shock still lingered in her eyes. Then, she quietly stayed beside Chao Xing, watching Lu Muxua's breakthrough. A few minutes later, Lu Muxua's breakthrough was nearing completion. The originally pure and flawless divine fire, now imbued with the power of the aurora, had gradually transformed into an equally brilliant divine fire. This was a sign that the divine power and divine fire within her body had perfectly merged. Next, she simply needed to absorb this aurora divine fire and ignite the divine fire within her to break through to the demigod realm. Voila! Voila! A phantom aurora tide surged around them, a vast aurora force pouring towards Lu Muxua like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea. Her aura grew increasingly condensed, her entire being transformed into a bright moon condensed from the aurora. Finally, when the aurora force enveloping the entire snowfield was completely absorbed, her aura reached its peak. The next moment, Lu Muxua suddenly opened her eyes. She gently raised her hand, and the aurora divine fire, as if summoned, slowly descended upon her chest. Everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe. Chao Xing involuntarily clenched his fists, his eyes filled with concern. For this final step was also the most perilous. After all, if the divine fire fails to ignite, one must start all over again. Not only will one's divinity be significantly reduced, but one will also suffer a prolonged period of weakness. At this moment, Lu Muxua's brow furrowed slightly, her body trembling slightly, as if enduring the immense pain of the divine fire burning her soul. But she maintained absolute focus, guiding the divine fire to completely merge with her. After several agonizing minutes, the situation finally turned around. Boom! A dazzling aurora blossomed within her, enveloping the entire territory in a dazzling radiance. That light was sacred and pure, as if it could cleanse all the filth of the world. When the light faded, everyone was astonished to discover that Lu Muxua's entire body was ablaze with the brilliant aurora fire, like a goddess born amidst a dazzling riot of color. She slowly opened her eyes, emanating a suffocating aura. That aura wasn't deliberately released, but rather stemmed from the sublimation of her very essence, like the instinctive fear a mortal feels when gazing up at a towering mountain. Her aura also underwent a drastic transformation, her every move radiating a divine glow. Aurora swirled around her, like the most loyal of guardians. At this moment, the divine fire was fully ignited. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxua, has successfully transformed into a demigod-level creature, raising her level cap to 200. This breakthrough increases basic attributes by 1,000%, attack range by 500%, and territory prosperity by 500. Demigod skills are not activated. Lu Mushua's divine fire function has been activated. Everyone on the field glanced at each other, their faces filled with surprise and delight. In the distance, cheers from Braun and the others rang out. Uh-huh. Great. The Lord's wife has successfully broken through. Our territory's second-in-command is a legendary demigod. Andrew gazed at the sacred figure, his eyes gleaming with a peaceful light. The aurora is also a part of nature. Our territory's bond with nature has deepened. Little Choo-Choo innocently explained, Sister Mushua has become even more beautiful. Just like a fairy from a story. Even Chao Xing showed expressions of relief and emotion. With this, the third demigod-level creature in his territory had been born. Now, in terms of demigod combat power, I'm no longer afraid of any force. As long as those gods haven't appeared, I can conquer the vast world. He clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement and a strong sense of confidence. At the same time, a familiar system prompt appeared. Lord Chao Xing, please take note. Your subordinate lord, Lu Mushua, has become the first survivor in the entire server to achieve a demigod-level breakthrough and has received a special reward. Should we make a server-wide announcement? Chao Xing's lips curled slightly, and he chose yes without hesitation. After all, today's server-wide live broadcast had already let all survivors know that his territory possessed demigod-level combat power. Adding another demigod-level creature now was only natural. Followed by this, a shocking global announcement appeared before the nearly 2 billion survivors worldwide. Server-wide announcement. Attention all survivors. Attention all survivors. Lord from Region 1, Lu Mushua, Territory, Chao Xing, has successfully broken through the limit and achieved demigod-level status. She is the first lord in the world to achieve a demigod-level breakthrough. This achievement will be etched in the monuments of history. Let us congratulate this powerful individual on his breakthrough. When the notification ended, the otherworldly lords, who were exploring various parts of the world or within the dream fractals, were all startled. Everyone thought they'd seen it wrong, and opened the system interface in disbelief. When they saw the eye-catching all-server announcement, they were stunned. The first to react were the survivors of Spark City. They gazed towards the inner city with surprise and joy, erupting in cheers. Holy crap! I was wondering what that aurora power was just now. Turns out it's goddess Mu Shui breaking through to the demigod realm. Oh my god! Isn't the captain exaggerating? He just accomplished such an amazing feat, and now he's cultivated a demigod. Yeah. That's ridiculously fast. We're still striving for the legendary realm, and the captain already has several demigod-level creatures. The World Channel was abuzz with activity, with most of the survivors discussing this astonishing news. Rachel Nixon, oh my god. Chao Xing in District 1 has another demigod. Just how powerful is his territory? Ahmed, I think. We need to move to District 1, or we be left further and further behind. Oda Akito, demigod level. As expected of Lord Chao Xing. However, Lu Mushua's breakthrough seems to have far greater implications. In the former capital of the Kingdom of Varen, where Chao Xing led a group of powerful warriors in the decisive battle against the Blood Legion, after that great battle, it had become a ruin, unfit for any life form. Above this ruin, a faint golden glow loomed. If Chao Xing were here, he would surely recognize it. It was the breach in the dimensional barrier opened by the Blood Legion through sacrifice. Later, the Watcher leader used the human race's golden tablet as a medium, and even his own life, to seal the gap. Now, the golden tablet hovers outside the dimensional barrier, suppressing countless chaotic currents of laws. It also blocks some demons and monsters that attempt to enter this world through the gap. However, compared to a few months ago, the golden tablet seems to have changed. Originally, after the Watcher leader unleashed all his power, it had become dim. However, now, not only has it regained its golden glow, but it also boasts numerous new lines of text. Even more astonishingly, all of these characters bore the same name. Human Chao Xing, in the 10,048th year of the Frozen Era, joined the Dragon faction in the Crystal Land, maintaining a brief period of world balance. Human luck increased by 20,000. Human Chao Xing, in the 10,048th year of the Frozen Era, engaged the Blood Legion in a decisive battle on the Western continent. Successfully defeated them. Human luck increased by 20,000. Human Chao Xing, in the 10,048th year of the Frozen Era, confronted the 4 false gods in the snowstorm. Human luck increased by 30,000. Human Chao Xing. The densely packed records on it seemed to record Chao Xing's remarkable achievements over the past period. At this moment, several lines of text suddenly appeared on the golden steel. Human Lu Mushua, in the 10,048th year of the Frozen Era, successfully transformed into a demigod-level creature, becoming the first blue-starred human to ignite the divine fire. Human luck increased by 50,000. The light from the golden tablet suddenly surged, illuminating the entire plane barrier with an incomparably sacred glow. The once chaotic and blurry plane boundaries were now as clear as crystal, reflecting a variety of eerie colors. Some twisted creatures, crouching on the planar barriers, attempting to peer into the world within, were illuminated by this sudden divine light and instantly let out shrill screams. Black smoke began to billow from their twisted bodies, and they curled up in agony as if burned. Some weaker ones were even reduced to ash. Furthermore, an invisible golden light erupted from the stone tablet, instantly crossing the planar barriers and rushing towards an unknown region. The golden light was like a rushing river, drawing a graceful arc through the void. Soon, it reached the center of the western continent. There lay a strange region exceeding tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter. From above, one could see all sorts of bizarre scenes. Upside-down cities, twisted mountains, shattered stars. It was as if the entire continent had been drawn into this strange dream. This was the center of the human empire, the very place devoured by the dream dragon Morphus. At that moment, a golden light instantly pierced through the endless dream and arrived at an ancient territory. The castle in the center of the territory was dilapidated, but its former splendor still shone through. In the center of the castle, a young man slept. He lay in a strange, even bloody, environment. Surrounded by a mixture of white and green slime, he frowned, as if struggling against something. Buzz! The golden light fell directly upon the young man's body, causing him to tremble violently, his brows fluttering as if he were about to awaken. At the same time, the rules of the entire world seemed to undergo a subtle shift, and all the humans on Blue Star vaguely felt a warm current surge through their bodies. Soon after, a system notification appeared before all the survivors. For unknown reasons, hidden attribute, luck increased by 20. At this moment, billions of survivors were once again in a state of bewilderment. After regaining their composure, they immediately sent a message on the world channel. "Oh my god, did you get the system notification? I seem to have inexplicably increased my luck by 20 points. What the hell? Me too. Holy shit, what's going on? I don't know. I heard that hidden attributes like luck are difficult to increase, and they supposedly affect drop rates and the chances of triggering various random events." Everyone was completely bewildered. At this moment, a survivor tentatively asked, "Do you think the system notification is related to the server-wide announcement just now?" Others echoed, "I think so too." After all, the notification for Lu Mushua's demigod breakthrough just sounded, and it appeared not long afterward. But why would Lu Mushua's demigod breakthrough give us all so much more luck? I don't understand. But regardless, this is a good thing for us. We be in the dream fractal for a few months, so it's perfect timing. Hearing this, the other survivor's eyes lit up. Damn! Luckily, I saved 2 gold treasure chests. I try opening them now that my luck is up. Ha ha! I also saved a few hearts of power to see if this breakthrough will increase my success rate. Go, brothers! At the same time, Chao Xing, who was in the territory, also saw the notification about luck increasing by 20. Huh? For some unknown reason, they suddenly gave us 20 luck points? And everyone got this bonus. That's a bit strange. He had a vague feeling that this might not be that simple. Chao Xing analyzed in his mind. First and foremost, this is definitely not a system gift or some random event. After all, luck is not an ordinary attribute. A full 20 points. Even I had to bind 2 pieces of legendary equipment to increase that much. The system wouldn't give out such a precious attribute bonus for no reason. And this notification only appeared after Lu Mushua broke through to the demigod realm. There must be some connection between the two. A flash of inspiration struck Chao Xing. Could it be related to the historical monument mentioned in the system introduction? At that moment, he vaguely felt he had grasped something, but he lacked the crucial clue. Elsewhere, Lu Mushua, having achieved a breakthrough, slowly opened her eyes. Her already beautiful pupils now held a divine radiance. She walked slowly towards Chao Xing, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Ah Xing, I succeeded." Chao Xing regained his composure and stopped dwelling on it. After all, no matter the reason, increasing the luck of all survivors worldwide by 20 points was a good thing. At the very least, from now on, both the drop rate after defeating monsters and the success rate during advancement would be higher for survivors worldwide. He raised his head, looked at the newly ascended demigod before him, and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 868. Congratulations, Mushua. Chao Xing said sincerely, with this, you become the third demigod warrior in our territory. Lu Muxua nodded gently, a flicker of joy in her eyes. At this moment, as if remembering something, she said, by the way, Xing, these are the 2 things the system just rewarded me. Take a look. With that, she pulled 2 items emitting a powerful aura from her backpack. Instantly, the surroundings were once again enveloped by 2 distinct energy fluctuations. In her left hand, a book emanated a strong aura, its cover a translucent hue. Aurora-like patterns continuously flowed across its surface, as if sealing the endless aurora within. In her right hand, a shield, made of jet black crystal, radiated a 7-colored light. This light was not static, but rather flowed across the shield's surface like a living being, sometimes condensing into a mirror shape, sometimes transforming into a star pattern. Chao Xing's eyes lit up. He, too, was deeply intrigued by Lu Muxua's reward. So, he took the 2 items. Obtained demigod skill, Apocalypse, Final Aurora, Aurora Night exclusive. Obtained, 5-colored magic shield, legendary. When the prompt appeared, Chao Xing's eyes lit up, a look of surprise on his face. Holy crap! It's a demigod-level skill book, and a legendary-level shield. It's worthy of being the first demigod to achieve this. That's outrageous. But on second thought, such a generous reward was not surprising. After all, under normal circumstances, the difficulty for a legendary to achieve demigod status is beyond imagination. Not only does it take a considerable amount of time to search for the divine fire in dangerous locations, but it also requires building a faction, diligently cultivating it, and recruiting followers. When you finally obtain a divine fire, you might think you've reached the demigod level. But during the breakthrough process, you might fail miserably. As the world's first breakthrough, Lu Muxua's generous system reward is well deserved for this achievement. With anticipation, Chao Xing checked the properties of the 2 items. Skill book, Apocalypse Final Aurora, Aurora Night exclusive. Skill level, demigod skill. Learning level, level 150 and above. Skill cost, 300 divine power points. Skill effect, the Aurora Night soars high into the sky, summoning the celestial aurora, transforming a 500-kilometer diameter sky into an aurora field for 30 minutes. 1. All friendly units within the area receive a 300% increase in healing and gain the final redemption effect. After reaching 0 health, they can be revived once at the same location and receive 30% of their health back. 2. Every 10 seconds, a random aurora descends from the sky, dealing ATK * 688% judgment damage to enemies within a 1,000-meter radius below. 3. Aurora Night gains the Apocalypse status within their territory, reducing all skill cooldowns by 50%, increasing attack speed by 100%, and each attack triggers Aurora Refraction, attacking an additional 3 targets. Skill cooldown, 48 hours. Note, this skill is a strategic level skill and triggers a celestial phenomenon when used. Colorful magic shield. Quality, legendary. Equipment level, level 100. Armor, 5678 to 6492. Additional effects 1. Increases spirit by 50%, vitality by 50%, and stability by 30%. Additional effects 2. Aurora Reflection, when attacked, there is a 20% chance of triggering the Aurora Barrier, reflecting 50% damage and inflicting blindness. Effect. Additional effects 3. Colorful Guardian, when health drops below 30%, automatically generates a shield that absorbs 100% of maximum health, lasting 10 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown. Additional effects 4. Rainbow Surge, stores 20% of incoming damage, up to a maximum of 30% of your health. Once full, it can deal full damage to a single enemy. Additional effects 5. Aurora Judgment, legendary effect. Consumes 10 points of divine power to unleash a powerful aurora force, dealing 20% of your HP, true damage to enemies within a 500-meter radius and knocking them back. Also restores 50% of your maximum HP to nearby allies. Cooldown, 12 hours. After carefully examining the attributes of the 2 items, the shock in his eyes deepened. After a moment, Chao Xing slowly exhaled and exclaimed, "They truly are exclusive rewards from the system. These 2 items are tailor-made for the Aurora Night. And more importantly, both of these items can significantly improve allies." The aforementioned demigod skill Apocalypse, Aurora of the End directly creates a massive 500-kilometer diameter field, boosts allies' healing, and grants a single resurrection to allies. This is truly a divine skill on the battlefield. His voice was filled with unconcealed shock and excitement. Because this, combined with the resurrection effect of Holy Light Redemption and his title Guide to Doom. This effectively grants allied units and other survivors at least 2 resurrection opportunities. It's truly incredible. The 5-colored magic shield behind it is equally extraordinary. Not only does it offer incredible defense, it also provides healing, damage reflection, shielding, and burst damage, covering virtually every combat need. Clearly, with these 2 items, Lu Mushua's combat effectiveness will be elevated to a whole new level. Cao Xing seemed to already see Lu Mushua on a future battlefield, holding high the 5-colored magic shield and summoning an Aurora's sky, becoming the entire army's strongest backing and sharpest spear. He handed the skill book and shield back over, saying, "Mushua, bind this shield first, then learn that skill book." The Aurora Knight nodded gently and extended her slender hand to take it. Then, as she clapped the skill book with her right hand, the Aurora patterns on the pages suddenly came alive, as if cheering. Then, a vast amount of Aurora energy transformed into brilliant light, pouring into her brow, forming a vortex of energy around her. This was her first time learning a demigod-level skill. The vast fragments of memory directly transported her consciousness into a strange world composed of Aurora. In this world, she witnessed countless Aurora Knights unleash this ultimate skill, each Aurora imbued with devastating power. Lu Mushua closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow in the Aurora's reflection. Her body trembled slightly, as if enduring a tremendous mental shock. Aurora patterns began to appear and disappear on her snow-white skin, converging into a faint Aurora mark between her brows. After several minutes, she slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, her pupils seemed to contain an entire Aurora world, deep and mysterious, making it difficult to look directly at them. Clearly, she had successfully mastered this skill. Huh? Lu Mushua slowly exhaled, then raised her shield again. A deep light burst from her body. "Buzz, your subordinate lord, Lu Mushua has successfully bound the legendary equipment, 5-colored magic shield. Title, Star Reaper has been upgraded, with a luck bonus of 10. At this moment, Lu Mushua was clad in a full set of pure white armor, holding the ancient sword Mag-El, and the shimmering 5-colored magic shield in her left hand. She exuded an aura of sacred inviolability, like a Valkyrie from myth. Not only Cao Xing, but also Xiao and Luo Shi beside her, all stared at her intently. Their eyes flashed with relief, emotion, and respect. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Lu Mushua's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. "I bound you, Ah Xing." Cao Xing also came to his senses, and nodded approvingly. "Congratulations, Mushua." Then he glanced at Lu Mushua's stats. Survivor, Lu Mushua. Race, Blue Star Human. Occupation, Aurora Saint. Level, 150, demigod level creature. Potential, none. Divine Power, 146/10,000, restores 10 points of divine power naturally daily. Divine Fire, Aurora Divine Fire, Aurora attribute attacks increase by 100% and deals 100% full damage to divine armor. Divinity, Aurora. Followers, 0/100,000. Faith, 0. Detailed attributes, click to view. After viewing Lu Mushua's exaggerated stats, Cao Xing was once again amazed. That's ridiculous. Over 2 billion health points, and over 6 million attack points. If she switches to 6-winged archangel form, her health points will increase to at least 5 billion and her attack points to over 10 million. In this state, even ordinary overlord-level creatures might not have the same powerful attributes as her. Of course, the most significant improvement in Lu Mushua's breakthrough this time was her spirit attribute, which soared to over 700,000. A single Aurora blessing alone can add over 1 million damage points, and Blessing of Courage can even increase attack power by nearly 2.8 million. This time, however, Cao Xing saw a special note next to his talent, Eternal Power. Note: due to the significant increase in the subordinate lord's attributes, the bonus from status skills has significantly exceeded the limit for ordinary subjects. Next, when you cast status-related skills, a cap will be displayed. Below legendary level, the maximum attack power increase is 400,000. Above legendary level, below demigod level, the maximum attack power increase is 3 million. Seeing this note, Cao Xing's eyes lit up with realization. So, because Mushua's spiritual attributes have significantly increased, it has exceeded the limit for ordinary subjects. After thinking about it, it made sense. After all, what does 2.8 million attack power mean? After all, even a legendary creature barely has over 1 million attack points. This meant that any one of her blessings could grant an ordinary person 3 times the attack power of a legendary powerhouse. How could such a powerful force, bestowed upon an ordinary person of the 2nd or 3rd level, possibly withstand it? I'm afraid he exploded and died before his attack could even be launched. Previously, Lu Muxua hadn't reached this limit, allowing her to fully utilize the power of her blessing skill. This time, the breakthrough to demigod status was too dramatic, triggering this limit. Chao Xing whispered, or perhaps this is actually a protective mechanism. To protect ordinary people from sudden death from receiving an overpowered power. After understanding this, he smiled with relief. This adjustment was quite reasonable, ensuring the safety of ordinary residents without affecting the high-end combat power. For legendaries like them, it had no impact at all. Furthermore, with a single blessing from Lu Muxua, the attack power of all legendaries in the territory would more than double. Thinking of this, Chao Xing looked at the Aurora Knight before him and said, Muxua, wait here. I call everyone out for a general boost. Lu Muxua nodded gently. Okay, Xing. Including Luoxi, who was standing by, they quietly retreated to the back, waiting expectantly. Although she wasn't from this territory, through their time together, she knew that the combatants in Chao Xing's territory, and even the staff, possessed a mysterious power. This power allowed them to unleash combat power far beyond their peers. She had especially experienced this during today's siege. Even an ordinary soldier's formidable combat prowess and survivability make them invincible amidst a vast enemy force. Their combat prowess is unmatched even by top-tier heroes. It can be said that, unless they encounter a legendary powerhouse, these soldiers are practically invincible. To put it in a more vivid way, the thousands of soldiers in this territory are equivalent to thousands of 10th-tier overlords. They are even more powerful than overlord-level creatures. Thus, Rosie was insatiably curious about the mysterious power possessed by this territory. At the same time, following Chao Xing's command, over 4,000 staff members and over 7,000 combatants from the entire inner city territory, totaling 11,492 people, gathered in the spacious buffer zone. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed like muffled thunder, but soon died down. They lined up according to their respective military branches and departments, gazing enthusiastically at their lord. Everyone's eyes gleamed with anticipation, yet they maintained absolute silence. Chao Xing waited a moment, until the ancient war trees had all emerged from the soil, and stood at the rear of the formation. He slowly spoke, I believe you all know the purpose of summoning you here. My wife completed her demigod transformation today, and now she will bestow her blessing upon all the people of the territory once more. The crowd's spirits suddenly perked up at this, their eyes filled with excitement, longing, and admiration. This was not their first experience, so they knew what it meant. Their strength is about to experience another qualitative leap. Alyssa was the first to respond. Great. Captain Alyssa can become even more powerful with the Lord's wife's blessing. Polar Man Duan, hammer in hand, his gruff voice echoing across the square. The Lord's wife's power, combined with the Lord's blessing, fills us with courage. For the glory of the territory. Cheers echoed. At this moment, Chao Xing smiled and shook his head, explaining, this time, the improvement below the legendary level may not be as significant as you might imagine. However, for legendary level warriors, this will be an unprecedented leap, capable of increasing your strength by at least 2 or 3 times. Upon hearing this, the legendary warriors erupted in excitement, their eyes blazing with fervent energy. Swordsman Shao unconsciously tightened his grip on his sword's hilt, while Dark Witch Mayan licked her lips. Even the usually calm and aloof Binglan widened her icy blue eyes slightly, seeming eager to do so. After all, who doesn't want to become even stronger? Nor did the subjects below legendary level express disappointment. After all, for them, the current blessing was already powerful enough. As long as they weren't instantly killed, it would instantly restore them to full health. Furthermore, if they encountered an enemy capable of instant kill, even increased recovery and attack power would be of little use. So, Chao Xing first pulled the goddess Nesha's blessing halo from his backpack. The ring, emitting a mysterious glow, slowly spun in his palm, radiating a gentle and sacred light. Then, he expended 10 points of divine power to create a circle of light, with a diameter of 100 meters on the ground in the buffer zone. His voice echoed throughout the entire place again. Now, follow the previously assigned formations, and enter the circle of light according to your class. If there's not enough space, fly into the air to save as much space as possible. Since the territory has a wind mage named Alan, who, after recent study, has successfully mastered the wind spell recorded in the Gennadi's Archmage Manual, Wind Wings, therefore, all members of the territory now possess the ability to fly. Swish. Swish. The sound of flapping wings echoed, and a pair of transparent wings appeared behind everyone. Immediately, under Rosie's astonished gaze, the group of ancient war trees were the first to enter the circle of light. Their massive bodies bent slightly, their wooden joints creaking softly, yet they maintained a neat formation. Then, the group of staff quickly moved and began to find their positions. Some hung directly on the branches of the ancient trees, while others soared into the air. Then, the combatants also began to move, including the legendary pets, the magic dragon Bing Bing, and the giant dragon Seraphis. They all folded their wings, crouched low, and squeezed into the edge of the circle of light. With the effective use of space, the entire territory of over 10,000 members entered the circle of light, which was 100 meters in diameter. Then, Chao Xing looked around, pausing for a moment on the members with status skills, and said, "Begin." Everyone understood his meaning and nodded solemnly. As the dragon shaman Vimni raised his staff, dazzling lightning gathered at its tip, and a majestic, powerful thunder dragon appeared above everyone's heads. Boom! Boom! Thunder dragon possession. Thunder dragon arrives. 2 thunderbolts thundered in quick succession, and purple lightning swirled and expanded within the circle of light like a raging dragon. Everyone felt their mental power and magical attack power surge. Standing nearby, Luoxi held her breath, a look of shock in her eyes. So that's how it is. Lord Chao Xing possesses a truly remarkable ability. Chapter 869. Meanwhile, after Vimni finished unleashing her amplification spells, the others followed suit. Buzz, buzz! The serpent people went berserk, the Queen's Will, Resonating Totem, Life Blossom, Thorns, Ice Armor. The various auras of buffs overlapped and intertwined, and everyone's aura continued to rise. When everyone had unleashed their spells, the warrior's aura grew even deeper and more vast. Then, it was Lu Mushua's turn. She gently raised her colorful magic shield with her left hand, and held high her ancient sword with her right. Brilliant aurora power gathered at the tip of her blade. May the power of the aurora grant you immense courage, and the strength to overcome all obstacles. As her words fell, balls of pure aurora power spread above everyone's heads. Aurora blessing, blessing of courage, blessing of strength, holy shield, holy light redemption, aurora radiance, skyfall. As the strongest support in the territory, Lu Mushua possesses the most status-enhancing abilities. With each skill, holy light washed over everyone like a tide, causing them to tremble violently. As the final ray of holy light spread within the circle of light, everyone's momentum surged to an unprecedented level. Chao Xing clearly saw his attack power skyrocket from 1.6 million to 4 million. He casually waved his staff, and felt his connection with the icy elements flowing through the air grow even stronger. With a single thought, he could mobilize icy elements within a radius of hundreds of miles. So powerful. I feel like a single ice cone spell from me now could deal over 10 million damage. DPS has skyrocketed from 40 to 50 million to nearly 150 million. 150 million DPS. Just imagine the magnitude of that. A legendary creature of the same level would have been slain in 2 seconds. Even with those powerful single-target burst skills, they could have instantly killed the enemy. Even the other legendaries underwent astonishing changes. The sword energy within Shao condensed into substance, forming a storm of sword energy around him. Bronze muscles bulged and knotted, and lines like black ice appeared on his skin. The demon dragon Bing Bing raised his head, and let out a deafening roar. The entire territory's combat power reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from the light ring, shattering clouds for hundreds of kilometers, and causing the ground's rubble to float in the air, defying gravity. The people reveling in Spark City suddenly gasped. They gazed towards the inner city in shock. The suffocating pressure was even greater than the one felt during the day, when the 4 false gods descended simultaneously. However, before they could react, the pressure vanished in a flash, dissipating between heaven and earth. In the inner city, those who had completed their enhancements were slowly landing and gradually regaining their breath. They looked at each other, their faces filled with surprise, as they felt the surge of power within them. Assam extended his right hand and slowly clenched his fist, as expected of a demigod-level buff. This power feels like a new life. Renis gently stroked her longbow, the eye of the sky symbol between her brows radiating a dazzling light. I seem to be able to see everyone's weaknesses now. A single arrow could severely damage them. Rosie, standing nearby, sighed with emotion. It's hard to believe. These legendary warriors in your territory have all surpassed their legendary limits several times over. With your current combat prowess, even without the intervention of a demigod, you could easily handle 4 or 5 demigod-level creatures at once. Elissa, standing nearby, said disappointedly, "Wow. Why isn't Captain Elisa's improvement as noticeable as Uncle Braun and Sister Rennes? That's unfair, wow." Chao Xing rolled his eyes at her and said speechlessly, "I told you, your current power increase has reached its limit. Any further forceful increase will burden your body and cause you to explode and die. Or do you want us to see Elisa reduced to fragments of Elisa?" The girl's face paled at the last word. She shook her head frantically, her voice tearing up as she cried, "No way. Elisa doesn't want to be shattered." Chao Xing chuckled, "Since you don't want to be shattered, but you still want even greater power, then strive to become stronger and reach the level of a legendary." Elisa's expression suddenly straightened, and she clenched her fists. "No problem. Captain Elisa will definitely strive to become stronger. In the future, I will become the most powerful pillar of the territory and impress the Lord." Hee hee. Hearing her bold words, the expressions of those around her varied. Because everyone knew that this territory was home to many powerful warriors, each one a formidable force. Not to mention the mightiest Valkyrie, Mernina, but also the legendary Assam, Sarah, and even Xiao, who were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Everyone thought the girl was joking and shook their heads. A doting smile crossed Chao Xing's face. Then, looking at the other territory members, he clapped his hands and said, "Well, this blessing is over. Everyone, go back and rest." Everyone straightened their bodies and responded in unison, "Yes, Lord." With that, tens of thousands of members dispersed in an orderly manner. The ancient war tree marched heavily back to Starfire City to garrison. The mages excitedly felt the surge of magic power within their bodies, whispering to each other as they walked. The soldiers eagerly rushed to the training grounds to test their newfound strength. The entire territory was immersed in the joy of this leap in strength. A moment later, only Chao Xing, Lu Muxue, Bai Ji, and Luo Qian remained. Meanwhile, Lu Muxue, who had already achieved demigod status, gazed at the two before her and said sensibly, "Ah Xing, I returned to the castle with Sister Bai Ji to rest." "Okay." Chao Xing nodded slowly, his tone gentle, "Go ahead. Remember to take care of yourself. Contact me immediately if anything happens." The Aurora Knight softly replied, then walked away gracefully, shoulder to shoulder with Bai Ji. Then Chao Xing looked back at the mature and charming woman clutching the ancient organ. "Ms. Luoxi, I believe you've witnessed the miraculous power I possess. Even a demigod can experience significant improvements under this power." After a pause, he said sincerely, "Although I've already mentioned this to you, I'm asking again. Ms. Luoxi, would you be willing to join my territory?" At Chao Xing's earnest invitation, Luoxi's purple eyes flickered slightly, clearly moved. But she pursed her lips slightly, a look of hesitation on her face. Taking advantage of this, Chao Xing said, "I know Ms. Luoxi enjoys freedom, loves to travel the continent, and doesn't want to be bound by rules. However, even if you join the territory, I won't restrict you too much. During your time in my territory, I think you've seen how other people live. Here, everyone is quite casual, without excessive formalities. You can leave at any time and go wherever you want. Whenever you want to come back, this place can be your safe haven, your home." Chao Xing continued to look at the woman before him with sincerity. He had once used this line of argument with Bing Lan. First, use this gentle offensive to keep her here. Later, he would simply increase her loyalty, and eventually, she would naturally become completely loyal to him and to this territory. After all, no one can resist the twin forces of family and power. As long as she's connected, she won't easily consider leaving. Rosie's fingertips trembled slightly, as if something was stirring within her. She slowly raised her beautiful face and whispered, "Lord Chao Xing, I've lived for nearly 1,000 years. You're the first man to whom I've felt a sense of belonging, a man willing to open my heart. But..." She took a deep breath, her long silver hair fluttering gently in the night breeze. "Please allow me to consider this. I need a little time." Chao Xing smiled gently. "Okay, Ms. Luoxi. Rest well first. There's no need to rush into a decision." The woman nodded gently, gave Chao Xing a deep look, and then turned and left. After Luoxi left, Chao Xing looked up at the starry sky and breathed a sigh of relief. Now, Mu Shui and Xiao have successfully broken through, and those souls have been digested. Next, there's one last thing to do. He glanced at the legendary dried heart in his backpack and said slowly, "It's time to feed it to the pale tree, allowing it to awaken the holy tree spirit." Then Chao Xing headed straight for the back garden area of the territory. He soon arrived at the central area, where the pale tree stood. Rustle, rustle. The branches of the 10-meter-tall pale sacred tree swayed gently, making a melodious sound, as if welcoming the arrival of the territory's master. Chao Xing could faintly sense a faint consciousness within the sacred tree. This consciousness seemed eager to communicate, but it was too weak, so several attempts were fruitless. When he removed the emerald green heart, the faint will within it surged even stronger. As if foreseeing its own imminent resurrection, the entire pale sacred tree began to tremble slightly, expressing a sense of longing. Chao Xing smiled. Don't worry. Tonight is the time for your transformation. Rustle, rustle. The pale tree's branches swayed gently, a hint of joy. Then, Chao Xing placed the emerald green heart on the pale tree's trunk and gently cracked the crystal layer of the outer shell. Ding! With a distinct cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on the heart's surface, and streams of brilliant green light emerged from them. The next moment, the vast life force flowed into the pale tree's roots, being completely absorbed by it. After patiently waiting for more than 10 seconds, the pale tree remained still, in a state of calm, as if nothing had happened. Chao Xing's eyes flickered with confusion, and he whispered, Did the awakening of the sacred tree spirit fail this time? But the next moment, an unprecedented surge of energy suddenly erupted from the giant tree. The entire territory, no, even the entire Gale snowfield, began to shake violently. Not only that, the movement continued to spread wildly, quickly reaching Yongshuang main city, over 3,000 kilometers away. Boom! It was as if half the continent was shaken by the awakening of this power. Not only that, even certain special areas beyond the western continent felt the movement. In a strange area shrouded in an endless aura of death, the surroundings were completely invisible. This dark space was filled with eerie whispers and murmurs, as if a multitude of creatures were stirring. At this moment, a pair of deep green pupils, seemingly capable of piercing the soul, suddenly opened. Its deep voice echoed through the darkness. Interesting. The tree I destroyed with my own hands has revived so quickly? Did you foresee this outcome, or did you orchestrate it? After a moment, it snorted coldly and said grimly, No matter how you plot, no matter how many millennia you plan for the future, you can't change the fate of death. I want to show you that so-called omniscience is meaningless in the face of absolute power. The pair of deep green eyes gradually faded into darkness, and an endless aura of death began to surge, flowing toward the continent. It seemed intent on heading to the western continent and destroying the sacred tree once again. However, it had barely advanced. Two equally terrifying auras rose up, a surge of dream power mixed with an endless aura of ice, sweeping toward it across hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Buzz! A terrifying shockwave swept across. The death zone was half filled with dream power, half frozen in endless ice. Roar! Morphous, Shuama, are you seeking death? An angry roar echoed, and the aura of the death zone vibrated wildly. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the constraints of these two forces. After a moment, the death aura seemed to realize it could not withstand the combined might of these two forces. Humph! It let out a heavy, cold snort, carrying with it an endless force of death, and turned away. At the same time, the mightiest beings across half the continent were alarmed. Powerful beings hidden deep within the mountains, in secret caves, or even underground awoke one after another. They tried to trace the source of the pulsating energy, but the aura felt strangely unfamiliar. Including the Ice Crystal King and the Orchid Queen, they all gazed solemnly in the direction of the aura. This power seems to be emanating from Lord Chao Xing's Spark City again. The Ice Crystal King frowned slightly, his face solemn, and asked, What is this person doing? And in the center of Spark City, Chao Xing stood at the edge of the garden, gazing at the scene before him in shock. The pale sacred tree, as if breaking through some bottleneck, began to grow madly. From its original height of over 50 meters, it soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, it had surpassed 500 meters, and it was still growing. Members of the entire territory emerged from their rooms, stunned by the towering tree that soared into the sky and continued to grow. Boom! The vibrations lasted for over 30 seconds. Finally, a 1,000-meter-tall sacred tree, its white crown shading like a canopy, its trunk so thick it required dozens of people to embrace it. The pale sacred tree stood silently in the center of the territory, emanating an awe-inspiring pressure. You used the legendary dried heart on the pale tree, your territory plant, granting it accelerated growth. This acceleration lasts for 300 years. The effect of pale attraction has been enhanced, increasing experience gained during battle by 100%. Ding! Because you accelerated its growth for over 1,000 years, the pale sacred tree's spirit has awakened. Increases territory prosperity by 50%. Gain special blessing. spiritual land. All soil within the territory becomes spiritual fertile soil, increasing the survival rate of crops and magical plants by 50% and their growth rate by an additional 50%. Pale Sacred Tree awakens special ability. Sacred Tree Revelation. Sacred Tree Revelation. Every year, you can ask the Sacred Tree Spirit any question, and it will reveal the answer. Note: for every additional 1,000 years of age added to the Pale Tree, the interval between Sacred Tree revelations will be shortened by 1 month. Seeing this series of system prompts, Chao Xing's pupils suddenly constricted, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Before he could digest this information, a trembling voice reached his ears. The Pale Sacred Tree has actually awakened. Chao Xing looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the pair of tree spirit sisters. After sensing the vibrations coming from the back garden, they had rushed over immediately. At this moment, the two women supported each other, tears welling in their eyes. Rustle, rustle. A gentle spiritual wave emanated from the 1,000-meter-tall giant tree. At the same time, Chao Xing's expression changed again. Because he had heard a strange voice, a voice that sounded quite unique. It sounded both male and female, aged yet youthful, quite strange. I never expected to see the former guardian clan upon opening my eyes. This voice was not only audible to Chao Xing, but also clearly perceptible to Juliet and Neve, who were standing nearby. Little Neve raised her head and asked in disbelief, "Is it really you, great sacred tree?" A gentle spiritual wave echoed, "It's me. And it's not me. You can continue to call me sacred tree, or you can call me the pale tree." At this answer, Little Neve's eyes flickered with confusion. Juliet raised her head, trembling, and asked, "Great pale sacred tree, please forgive my intrusion." "Why? Your voice differs from what is recorded in the clan's texts." The pale sacred tree swayed slightly and sighed deeply. "Guardian of the sacred tree clan, as I said before, I am not the original ancient sacred tree. In that death storm, the true pale sacred tree vanished forever. And I am merely the only one of its many seeds that survived and grew. Chapter 870. Hearing this, the two tree spirit sisters paled instantly and collapsed to the ground. How could this be? Juliet's voice trembled. That all-knowing holy tree, the ancestor who led our tree spirits to glory, actually. Neve's voice was tinged with tears. Lord Holy Tree. Woo! Woo! The will of the pale tree gently brushed over their heads. I'm sorry. But this is indeed the truth. The once pale holy tree is no longer. The two tree spirit sisters' faces were ashen, clearly struggling to accept this fact. They had thought that within this territory, they could see hope for the holy tree's revival. And thanks to the Lord's tireless efforts, success was now near. The sacred tree's answer undoubtedly dealt them a heavy blow. At this moment, Chao Xing frowned and asked, "I would like to ask why the pale sacred tree, claiming to know everything, actually fell. Could it not foresee its own death? Or did it foresee it, but because the power of the ancient dragons overwhelmed the sacred tree, it was unable to change it?" This was the question he had long wanted to ask. Now that the sacred tree had awakened, there was finally a chance to solve the mystery. The voice of the sacred tree's spirit echoed in everyone's minds. "Chosen one, you have nurtured me from a seed and have nurtured me all the way to this day. I can answer your questions. But before I do, I would like to ask you a question." Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, "Go ahead." The spirit of the sacred tree slowly spoke. "Excuse me, do you think knowing everything is a desirable power?" Chao Xing answered without hesitation, "Of course. If I could know everything, I could avoid all dangers in advance and control the truth of the world." However, the towering tree sighed meaningfully. "For you, omniscience is a gift, but for the sacred tree, it is a cruel torture. Imagine that you saw through everything and foresaw everything thousands of years ago. In your presence, nothing holds any secrets. Everything in the world follows a predetermined trajectory, including the rise and fall of civilizations, the turmoil of the world, and even your own demise. 1,000 years. 10,000 years. Millions of years. You know the outcome, yet you are powerless to change it. At this point, do you still consider omniscience a gift?" Chao Xing lowered his head, lost in a brief moment of contemplation. After a moment, he asked again, "You mean a higher power influencing the operation of the world? The pale sacred tree knows everything, but is powerless to change it. In other words, it is merely an observer of history, unable to intervene in any way." The pale sacred tree's branches swayed gently. "Chosen one, you understand quickly. The truth is, as you say, a power above all things controls everything. The operation of the world, the rise and fall of all beings, are governed by this power. In the vast memories of our pale sacred tree, We call this power destiny. Hearing the last sentence, Chao Xing's pupils narrowed slightly, and he pondered fate? Then he slowly raised his head, a glint of understanding in his eyes. I understand. According to you, the sacred tree knows fate, but it's powerless to change it. In other words, the pale tree possesses omniscience, but not omnipotence. That's the root of the problem. Chao Xing's voice suddenly rose, his eyes gleaming with ambition. But if I knew everything and also possessed the power to change everything, I could break this so-called fate. The sacred tree was silent for a moment, its branches swaying without a breeze, as if shaken. A moment later, a voice, as if from an ancient source, echoed, the ability to change everything is equivalent to true omniscience and omnipotence? This is already a true creator-level skill. Mysterious patterns appeared on the pale trunk, as if responding to Chao Xing's words. Juliet and Neve looked up, their faces filled with shock at their lord. Even the pale sacred tree of yesteryear never dreamed of reaching such a realm. The sacred tree spirit's voice was filled with awe. As expected of the chosen one, your awakening seems to have given me hope of breaking the shackles of fate. After a pause, it continued, however, it is too difficult, too dangerous. I have browsed through all of the sacred tree's memories, but have never seen a truly omniscient and omnipotent being. Chao Xing nodded, not dwelling on the question any further. For him, simply understanding the cause of the sacred tree's death was enough. He asked again, okay, next question. What happened 10,000 years ago? Where did all those true gods go? This was one of the questions he wanted to know most. Since the pale sacred tree knew everything, it might be able to give a definitive answer. The sacred tree spirit's voice grew low and cautious. Chosen one, your question touches upon the fate of the world. It requires the use of the power of the sacred tree revelation. Each time I use it, I need a year to recover. In other words, after this question, you can only ask me the second one next year. Have you made up your mind? Hearing this, Chao Xing was silent for a moment, and didn't immediately agree. He had so many questions he wanted to know. For example, the simplest one was finding equipment. He wanted to ask the pale sacred tree where the last piece of his great lich armor was. He also wanted to know the specific coordinates of the remaining moon goddess orb fragments scattered around the world. If possible, he even wanted to ask where to find semi-artifacts, or even artifacts. Beyond these, there are even more profound questions. For example, what happened 10,000 years ago? What is the current state of the 5 remaining ancient dragons? And are those hidden gods still secretly manipulating the course of the world? These are crucial pieces of information that could influence the fate of the entire continent. Chao Xing took a deep breath and gazed determinedly at the sacred tree. I thought it through. My first question is, how long will the invasion war take? This was also one of the questions he most wanted to know. After all, according to the previous speculation, when the rules are completely unbalanced, the world will lose its equilibrium. Some terrifying creatures will seize this opportunity to enter this world. This is the historic event that engulfed 4 continents and affected even the gods, the invasion war. If he knew the exact time in advance, he could make some preparations to deal with this terrible disaster that would terrify even the demigods and even the gods. The pale sacred tree was silent for a moment, then slowly whispered, I understand. I will use the sacred tree revelation to predict the exact time for you. With these words, the sacred tree began to shake violently. Rustle, rustle. The branches swayed in the wind, and the entire sacred tree burst into a dazzling white light. This white light even surpassed the movement of Lu Mushua's breakthrough to demigodhood, and even Chao Xing couldn't help but close his eyes. And when he opened his eyes again, a magical scene occurred. With the pale tree as the center, the surrounding environment underwent a drastic change. It was like Chao Xing opening a special realm, the Dark Night Star Lake realm. The surroundings became pitch black, and tiny specks of starlight appeared overhead. This time, however, the scope was even greater, as if the entire world were shrouded in this mysterious starry sky. And at the center of this world, a single pale sacred tree, over 1,000 meters tall, stood silently. It emanated a soft glow, and even more astonishingly, the entire tree had transformed into a transparent, crystalline form. Every branch, every leaf, every root shimmered with a strange light. Across these transparent lines, one could see countless fragments of images, scenes of war, scenes of people worshipping, and the moment of falling stars. Is this a fragment of the pale sacred tree's memory? Chao Xing's eyes widened instantly, trying to extract some useful information from the fragments. But his plan had clearly failed. The fragments were so disorganized that it was impossible to tell what year or continent the events took place. It's not that simple. Just as Chao Xing was feeling somewhat disappointed, the sacred tree, now transparent, suddenly made a new move. From its roots, clusters of sacred energy condensed and converged towards the tree's crown. When these energies united, OM! A brilliant beam of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating it and revealing a dense network of lines. Some thick, some strong, each imbued with a unique aura. Seeing this, Chao Xing's pupils constricted again, because he had seen these lines before. When he slew the 3 false gods, a line like this appeared in the sky above him, then collapsed. So, what these lines represented was obvious. However, before he could delve further, the terrifying noise dissipated. The darkness faded, revealing the scene they had just been in. The pale sacred tree ceased to glow, transforming into a towering white tree. Chao Xing, along with everyone else, returned to the center of their territory. When he looked up again, he saw a transparent bubble at the top of the treetop. It seemed to contain countless flowing images and symbols. The Chosen One. This fragment of revelation contains the information you seek. The sacred tree spirit's voice was noticeably weaker. Touch it. As he finished speaking, the transparent bubble slowly descended, landing directly beside Chao Xing. Chao Xing took a deep breath, then extended his right hand and gently touched the bubble. Pop! A clear, shattering sound echoed. The next moment, countless fragments of memory flooded into his mind like a torrent. Chao Xing groaned, involuntarily closing his eyes. The intense onslaught of information briefly clouded his consciousness, as if he had been thrown into the river of time, witnessing countless fragmented fragments of the future. Thankfully, the memory fragments this time didn't cause too much mental strain. Soon, Chao Xing reopened his eyes. However, a glint of intense shock and thought still lingered in his eyes. He stood there in silence for a long moment. After a moment, he murmured to himself, I see. The invasion war is coming later than I expected. It seems I have more time to prepare. At the same time, the pale sacred tree's voice echoed again. Chosen One, have you received the information you sought? Chao Xing nodded slowly, his voice deep. Besides the specific time, I also saw some fragments. Those fragments indicate that the situation faced by the 4 continents after the invasion war began seemed dire. During this period, many people died, even some ancient beings passed away. Is this a prediction of the future, or a reality that is inevitable? The pale sacred tree's branches swayed gently. You can think of this as a future, or as the most likely scenario among countless possibilities. As I said before, the holy tree knows everything, but it cannot change it. But you, as the Chosen One, perhaps you could try. After a pause, it suddenly spoke meaningfully. Remember, the world can also be deceived. At the last word, Chao Xing's pupils narrowed slightly. He had a vague feeling that the pale holy tree's words contained a wealth of information, even touching upon some ultimate secrets. But when he tried to delve deeper, he felt as if he were being disturbed by an unknown force. This force was mysterious and peculiar. It seemed to be influencing his thoughts, making it impossible for him to concentrate and think. After pondering for a moment, Chao Xing shook his head and decided not to delve further. He said solemnly, I understand. Thank you for clarification. You're welcome, Chosen One. The holy tree's voice was a little weary. I have only just gained consciousness, and I cannot yet frequently invoke the power of holy tree revelation. As my age grows and my divine power gradually recovers, you will be able to seek revelation more frequently. Chao Xing nodded slightly. From the system's notes, he knew that the pale holy tree needed time to grow. At this point, the holy tree continued, however. Although I can no longer invoke the power of holy tree revelation, I can help you in another way. Chao Xing raised his head, looking at the holy tree in confusion. I know that the Chosen One possesses some special equipment pieces and fragments. I can use the resonance of these items' essence to locate the remaining components. Upon hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes lit up. He understood what the holy tree's spirit meant. It meant it could help him find the Great Lich set or other scattered moon orb fragments. This ability far exceeded Chao Xing's expectations. This would greatly facilitate his future search for key items. After all, besides these 2 items, he still had much to look for. For example, Sarah's Netherworld set, other materials to repair the artifact Storm Axe, and even other parts of the 12 Sacred Beast runes. This ability of the Holy Tree would not only save him a great deal of time, but would also significantly enhance the combat effectiveness of his territory members. Of course, before that, he still had to confirm one thing. Chao Xing raised his head and asked, can this ability be used at any time, or, like Holy Tree Revelation, does it require a year-long wait before it can be used? The branches of the holy tree swayed gently. This ability to trace my origins will also consume my divine power, but not as much as Holy Tree Revelation. According to the current situation, it can be used about once every 3 or 4 months. Of course, like Holy Tree Revelation, as my divine power gradually recovers as the tree ages, this ability can be used more frequently. After the explanation, Chao Xing nodded in sudden realization, understanding the mechanics of this skill. However, a new problem now presented itself. He had 3 crucial pieces of equipment in his backpack that he needed to retrieve. The Great Lich Set, the Moon Orb Fragment, and Sarah's Shadow Set all needed to be retrieved urgently. For a moment, the decision was somewhat difficult. Chao Xing glanced at the weapon in his hand, then at his equipment. After a moment, a look of determination appeared in his eyes. He pulled a Moon Goddess Orb Fragment from his backpack and said solemnly, "Help me find the locations of other fragments related to this one." This decision was made after careful consideration. His current equipment was more than sufficient. As a legendary level item, the Great Lich Set must surely be very powerful. But, no matter how powerful it was, it could never compare to the boost offered by a legendary weapon. So, Chao Xing decided to prioritize finding the Moon Goddess Orb Fragment and then go to the Orchid Kingdom to exchange it for the Moon Goddess Staff. The pale sacred tree was silent for a moment, then extended a white branch and gently touched the fragment with its tip. A special power descended upon the Moon Goddess Orb Fragment. After a moment, the holy tree slowly spoke. "There are a total of 12 fragments of this orb scattered across the continent. Currently, the Chosen One has collected 7. Are you sure you want to find the remaining 5? After this use, you need to wait approximately 3 months before you can use this ability again." Chao Xing replied decisively, without hesitation, "Yes." The pale holy tree rustled, "Okay." It began to gather divine power, and a faint white light emanated from its branches and leaves. As the white light fell upon the fragments, 13 crystal clear threads split open. 7 of these threads connected to Chao Xing's backpack, while the other 6 extended into the distance, disappearing into the void. Chapter 871. The pale sacred tree branched out 13 silk threads, 7 of which connected to Chao Xing's backpack, and the other 6 extended to the unknown beyond. Seeing this, not only Chao Xing, but also Juliet and Neve, who were standing beside him, showed surprise. "Huh?" Chao Xing exclaimed softly, "I remember. There were 12 of these fragments in total. I've collected 7, so there should only be 5 left. How did 6 silk threads branch out?" After pondering for a moment, he seemed to understand. "So that's how it is. The pale sacred tree's origin tracing ability can locate all items related to this fragment. In addition to the remaining 5 fragments, the Moon Goddess Staff, which has lost its orb, is also a key item in this series. That's why there's an extra guide." After understanding this, Chao Xing's lips curled slightly, and he marveled once again at the sacred tree's immense power. At the same time, the sacred tree's radiance intensified, and the origin tracing ability seemed to have reached its final stage. Buzz! With a slight tremor, the threads emanating from the fragments quickly transformed into points of light and dissipated into the air. At this moment, 6 flashing points appeared on his minimap. One of them was located directly in the heart of the Orchid Kingdom. The other 5 points were distributed in 4 different locations. Clearly, these were where the remaining fragments and the Moon Goddess Staff lay. Seeing this, Chao Xing gradually breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the remaining 5 fragments are all within the Western continent. Although the location is remote, it's at least within control, not in a dangerous place like the human empire. Thinking of this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and began to plan his next course of action. At the same time, the pale sacred tree's voice grew weaker. "Chosen One, I have continuously used the abilities of Holy Tree Revelation and Origin Tracing, which has greatly depleted my divine power. Now, I need to continue sleeping for a while." Chao Xing nodded solemnly. "Thank you for your hard work. Rest well. Later, I will continue to search for items rich in vitality to increase your tree's age." The sacred tree's voice grew weaker. "Thank you." As the voice fell, its consciousness completely sank into a dormant state. Chao Xing, Juliet, and Neve stood there, gazing at the sacred pale tree. After a moment, he turned and said to the sisters, "Go back and rest, Neve, Juliet. Although the original pale sacred tree has disappeared, this newly born consciousness inherits everything from it. Whether it's the original sacred tree or not is irrelevant. What you need to do now is to lead the other tree spirits out of the pain of the past. Just like the sacred tree, embrace a new life, a fresh start. Do you understand?" The sisters looked at each other, relief spreading across their faces. "We understand, Lord. You are right. We should forget the pain of the past and look to the future. Just like the newly born sacred tree, the tree spirits need a fresh start. After saying this, the two women bowed solemnly to Chao Xing. Then, they walked hand in hand towards their own residence. Before leaving, Little Neve turned and suddenly smiled brightly at Chao Xing. Lord, thank you. You have always been so kind to us tree spirits. When you have time, come and play games with us. Chao Xing, with a smile on his face, was about to respond. Just then, Little Neve suddenly said something shocking. My sister said that the game we play with Lord will make Neve's belly bigger, and then she will give birth to little tree spirits. Neve wants to have many tree spirits with Lord. At this moment, the corners of Chao Xing's mouth twitched. Even Juliet, who was standing beside him, blushed and lowered her head deeply. After the two tree spirit sisters had completely left, Chao Xing took a solo tour of the territory. As he walked, he pondered the revelation from the pale tree and the future his territory would face. Especially the last one. Chao Xing's brows knitted together. Because he had seen some unpleasant images in those memory fragments. Among them were scenes of Spark City. Back then, Spark City seemed to have grown immensely, possessing a vast army and vast war machines. Yet, even so, those memories revealed a dire situation for the entire city. A terrifying and powerful group of beings surrounded Spark City. There might countless times more terrifying than the attack of the four false gods leading millions of armies today. Under this overwhelming momentum, the entire Spark City resembled a small boat before a storm, seemingly poised to collapse at any moment. However, just before those terrifying beings were about to launch their attack, the scene froze. Chao Xing whispered, from those fragmented memories, except for Spark City. All four continents, including the Western continent, were engulfed in flames of war. The earth cracked from the fierce fighting, and the sky was dyed a dark red by thick smoke and magical energy. It felt as if the entire world was about to be shattered by this catastrophe. So, the invasion war is truly terrifying, its impact countless times greater than that of the Blood Legion. After a moment, he came to his senses and vomited heavily. He sighed, forget it, don't dwell on it. There's still quite a while before the invasion begins. These few days have been enough for me to improve my strength. Besides, in my memory, I only saw the enemies surrounding Spark City, not the true end. So, maybe things aren't what I thought. Perhaps I deliberately lured those who surrounded Spark City, or perhaps they were my troops? Chao Xing smiled and shook his head, quickly putting his negative emotions behind him. Then, he glanced at the 5 coordinates marked on the map and whispered, now, it's time to send someone out to collect these 5 moon orb fragments. He then pressed the communication device to his ear and said, Heli, Sabina, Rennies, the 3 of you, come find me in the buffer zone. As the only 3 stealth fighters in the territory, Sarah had to stay by his side for close protection. So, this search mission could only be left to Heli and Sabina. As for Rennies, she was summoned to hand over the broken god-breaking arrow to her. The 3 women's voices echoed, yes, Lord. This Feying has received your request, and will be right there. A few minutes later, 2 shadowy figures, one in front and one behind, arrived at Chao Xing's side. Another graceful figure followed behind, approaching with steady steps. Sabina slowly emerged from the shadows, and bowed solemnly. Lord, good night. Harry, the beast-eared girl, nimbly flipped out, her furry tail wagging cheerfully. I, Feying, have arrived. Do you have any mission for me? Ronis grasped the wooden bow and bowed slightly. Lord, please give me your instructions. Chao Xing nodded and turned to the 2 stalkers. He then produced 4 slips of paper and said, next, Sabina and Harry will each travel to 2 locations. I will provide you with the corresponding coordinates. Your mission is to find a fragment of the moon orb similar to this one. He then pulled a fragment from his backpack, emitting a faint blue glow. The 2 women leaned in to examine it closely, their expressions focused on the fragment. After a moment, Sabina nodded solemnly, I understand. Healy patted her flat chest confidently and said, just leave it to me, Feying. I ensure the task is completed. Chao Xing nodded slightly and said, very well. Without further ado, you may leave now. Whatever transportation you need, just go get it yourself. They responded in unison, their figures gradually blending into the darkness. Soon, they vanished completely. Then, Chao Xing looked at the sky hunter before him. He carefully removed the broken god-breaking arrow from his backpack and held it in his palm. With his movement, the arrow's tip tore a dark crack through the space along his path. Seeing this, Rennies' pupils dilated slightly, her gaze fixed on the arrow. This is? She asked, somewhat incredulously. Chao Xing replied, As you can see, Rennies, this is an arrow with special powers. Use it to strike, and even gods won't be able to dodge. Hearing this, Rennie shuddered again, her grip on the bow tightening. Clearly, she, too, was astonished and eager for this powerful arrow. At this moment, Chaoxing changed the subject, saying, "Unfortunately, this arrow is about to break, leaving only 2 uses. Therefore, I give it to you, to be used in a crucial moment." Rhaenys understood his meaning and nodded solemnly. "Understood, my lord. I will use this arrow, and the legendary bow you have bestowed upon me to slay all my enemies." "Very well." Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction, then smoothly handed the arrow to her. Rhaenys reached out, carefully taking it, and stowed it in her backpack. The stinging aura dissipated. Then, Rhaenys turned and left. Chaoxing was once again alone. At this moment, he looked at his backpack and muttered to himself, "I've almost consumed everything I needed to, and I've already sent people out to search for the moon orb fragments. Next, I need to go back and rest. From now on, I can continue leading the Legion and challenging the Dream Fractals. I strive to reach level 150 in the remaining 2 months of the event. Then I prepare for the divine power fragments needed to break through to the demigod level." Thinking of this, he turned and walked towards the Lord's castle. Time flew by, and it was late at night. In an unknown region, there lay a unique area. It contained numerous cities, mountains, and even lakes. This area was enveloped by a golden barrier, its entire diameter reaching over 1,000 kilometers, as if it were a world apart. At the very center of this area stood a magnificent city. Within it stood a vast number of buildings. White churches, steeple-shaped bell towers, and magnificent palaces inlaid with golden patterns. The city was dotted with shimmering white cobblestone streets. Groups of solemn-looking people in long white robes moved through the streets, whispering ancient prayers. They walked with a light step, and a faint aura lingered around them. Most strikingly, within this vast city, everyone wore plain white robes, a subtle aura of holiness lingering from their sleeves. Even the children wandered the city in thin clothing. In other words, their place was completely unaffected by the polar temperatures outside. It was a world of its own. In the heart of the city stood a magnificent golden palace. 24 statues stood silently within the palace, each emanating a terrifying aura of power. At the center of these statues, a magnificent throne, seemingly crafted from pure gold, towered majestically, a hazy light and shadow floating above. The light and shadow appeared to be human, but its features were indistinct. Only a pair of golden eyes, seemingly capable of seeing through everything, could be vaguely discerned. Suddenly, 3 of the statues trembled slightly, golden ripples forming in their eyes. Boom! After a series of tremors, the 3 statues seemed to come alive. They shed their stone shells, revealing their true forms. 3 saints clad in platinum robes slowly stepped forward. They knelt on their knees and reverently declared, "Your Majesty, we have successfully brought the fire back to the kingdom of God." The light and shadow above the throne rippled gently, and a commanding voice echoed through the palace. "You've done well. The fire is crucial to our next move. This time, when our church fully recovers, I will bestow a divine power as a reward." The 3 statues transformed into white-robed saints trembled, their pupils blazing with a fiery golden light. For them, after becoming demigods and remaining in this realm for so many years, nothing held any allure. Divine power was one of them. With the foundation of these great oracle sages, if they could only obtain divine power, they would have a high probability of breaking through to a higher realm. In other words, becoming a god. The 3 white-robed saints immediately bowed their heads and said in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Although the other party hadn't yet specified to whom the godhood would be given, the mere promise was enough to stir their hearts. At this moment, one of the older, more weathered-looking great sages said, "Holy Seer, besides the return of the spark, we have another matter to report." The majestic voice slowly said, "A great sages speak." Holy Seer, when he brought the spark back, he was already severely injured by the otherworld overlord. After a pause, the voice hesitated. Furthermore, he threatened us that if we forcibly brought the spark back, he would bring his men to attack our Vatican headquarters. The young great sage nearby glanced at him, a look of helplessness in his eyes. However, the great sage named Saint 8 ignored his gaze and continued, "Later, to appease this otherworldly lord, the 12 great sages promised to exchange 300 divine power fragments and a divine fire for the spark. You see?" When he finished, a subdued silence descended upon the entire hall. All the great sages held their breath, only the pure power of holy light flowed. A moment later, the majestic voice asked, 12 great sages, is this true?" The young great sage whose name was called trembled, And he quickly replied, "Your Highness, it is true. You said before that this person is a chosen being, not to be easily offended, so..." After saying this, he leaned forward again, not daring to make even the slightest unnecessary movement. After a moment's silence, the majestic voice slowly spoke, "Trading 300 divine power fragments and a divine fire for the spark is indeed a good deal. This matter." The 12 great saints did the right thing. Hearing this, the prostrate figure slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The 8 great saints beside him, a look of disappointment crossed their faces. At this moment, the majestic voice continued, "Besides the spark, how is the other target I asked you to bring back this time, the mother of the north wind?" At this question, the 3 white-robed saints paused, a solemn expression on their faces. 2 of the saints simultaneously looked at the stern-faced middle-aged man in the center. The middle-aged man slowly raised his head and said solemnly, "Return to the holy throne. We failed to bring back the mother of the north wind. Because the war was in full swing at the time, the otherworldly lord, upon seeing us take the spark, was already preparing to fight us. If we had forcibly taken the mother of the north wind back then, we would likely have become completely hostile to him." As he finished speaking, the light on the throne shone faintly. Though not intense, the divine pressure still surged forth like a tide. The entire temple was enveloped in a suffocating holy light, the air seeming to condense into a tangible pressure. The kneeling white-robed great sages trembled slightly, beads of sweat beading their foreheads. After a moment, the pressure gradually subsided. "You are indeed right. That otherworldly lord, as this chosen one, has already attracted the attention of many powerful beings. He is implicated in too many matters. We cannot easily make a complete enemy of him." After a pause, he sighed and said, "What a pity. Mother of the North Wind has great potential. We have been cultivating her for millennia, and are about to completely degenerate her into a pure demonic dragon. In the future, she will become our church's loyal guardian beast, perhaps even transcending to become a divine dragon, utterly loyal to the church. Now, however, our plan has deviated somewhat." Chapter 872. When the luminous figure finished speaking, the white-robed great sages below all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the light from the throne. At this moment, he suddenly changed the subject, his voice carrying a peculiar rhythm, however. This time, the period of imbalance in the rules has arrived prematurely. The 7 great sages will be revived soon. Once he awakens, he can bring this otherworldly lord into the Vatican. Hearing this, the oracle great sage spoke again, "Holy See, I have already tested his attitude, but he hasn't explicitly refused, nor has he given a response. I don't think he has any intention of joining the Vatican. He simply wants to hold us back." However, the being on the throne said calmly, "That's fine. In the face of absolute power, he has no choice. When the tide of doom arrives, he will finally understand that only by embracing the holy light can he survive the intense turmoil." The 3 white-robed great sages shuddered, as if they understood each other's meaning. Then, they bowed their heads in reverent worship, their robes fluttering silently in the divine light. "Yes, great holy throne." At the same time, in the distant heart of the western continent, within that ancient territory, the young man lying amidst the mixture of white and green slime suddenly trembled violently. Buzz! A burst of intense golden light burst from his chest, piercing the darkness like the breaking light of dawn. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the instant of awakening, he suddenly rose from the viscous fluid. Then he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Huh? His fingers dug deep into the ground, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. A closer look revealed lines of black and purple streaks across his body. These lines bore a resemblance to those of the now-deceased nightmare god. After a moment, the young man slowly raised his head, mucus dripping down his chin. "I've actually awakened from the dream of the ancient dragon. And this awakening seems completely different from the previous ones. I feel a mysterious power coursing through my veins, allowing me to remain awake. What's going on?" His eyes held a hint of confusion and bewilderment. However, in just a few breaths, he regained his eerie composure, his eyes filled with a deep, apathetic indifference. That gaze, as if tempered by countless cycles of life and death, was both cold and fiery. Even his aura was as cold as a long-dormant iceberg. The young man wiped the slime from his body with his hand, expressionlessly opening the chat and system channels, quickly reviewing the messages. His eyes darted across the screen, the blue light of the data stream reflected in his pupils. After a moment, he nodded slightly. "I see. Because the survivor Lu Muxia achieved demigodhood, the human race's golden tablet's fortune surged. And this power of fortune blessed me, temporarily offsetting the erosion of the dream." After understanding this, the young man raised his head, his gaze deep into the sky. Chao Xing. Although you weren't able to come to the human empire to decipher Morphos's dream, you helped me in another way. He gazed ahead at an area shrouded in purple mist, and said slowly, now, it's my turn, Meng Yi, to face this dream. Let me see this experience, gained through millions of deaths and the wear and tear of my soul. Can I decipher your dream, Morphos? Meng Yi's pupils gleamed with a silver-blue light, a madness tinged with extreme calmness. He was actually going to challenge a true god-level ancient dragon as a survivor. That was something not even Chao Xing dared to attempt. However, having made his decision, Meng Yi charged forward without hesitation, stepping into the mist. As he entered the mist, his surroundings instantly dimmed, visibility plummeting to less than 5 meters. Yet, it was as if he had eyes for the mist. He could clearly discern his direction in the fog, and continued to advance towards his target. Thump thump! The surroundings were utterly silent, with only the steady and resolute footsteps of the young man. However, a mere moment later, the purple mist seemed to come alive. Twisted shadows wriggled within it, and some creatures within the dream world sensed the intrusion of outsiders. Whoosh, whoosh! Then, the mist suddenly surged, as if stirred by some immense being. Then, a massive shadow emerged from the depths of the mist, slowly revealing its true form. The monster resembled a giant wolf, but with 3 vertical crimson pupils. It stood as tall as a 3-story building. Its body was composed of flowing dream energy, and strange human faces continuously emerged from its surface, emitting silent howls. This monster exuded a heroic aura, radiating a violent aura. However, the young man simply stood there, unmoved. He spoke calmly. The Nightmare Hound, a common monster in dreams, holds the same status as the leader of the nightmare monsters. In dreams, you have killed me a total of 114 times. Listening to the young man's whisper, the Nightmare Hound tilted its head, seemingly puzzled by its prey's unusual attitude. After all, if any other creature or human had entered the dream and encountered it, they would either flee without hesitation or muster the courage to fight it. But this human simply stood there, seemingly ignoring it completely. Despite its confusion, it knew it would tear apart and devour any creature that intruded into the dream. Woo! With a hollow howl, the hound lunged forward. The instant its front paws swung, 5 pitch-black cracks spread through the air, as if ripping reality apart. Whoosh! A whistling wind swept in. At the critical moment, the young man merely tilted his body slightly. The first time I died, I dodged to the left, and your tail stinger suddenly swung out, piercing my heart. Before he finished speaking, he leaned forward with precision, and a dark shadow was past where he had been standing. Then the nightmare dog's second attack followed, its bloody jaws biting down on his head. The second time I died, I tried to block, but your fangs crushed my arms. This time, the young man didn't block. Instead, he suddenly accelerated forward, slipping under the nightmare dog's jaws at the critical moment. The monster spun angrily, 6 tentacles condensed from nightmare erupting from its back. Swish! These tentacles, each imbued with nightmare power, could easily slay a master-level warrior in an instant. The young man's voice echoed again. From the 3rd to the 17th death, all were caused by this move. His figure suddenly blurred, each tentacle piercing the target with a hair's breadth of precision. To others, it looked as if he were dancing on the edge of a knife, yet always with unwavering ease. The nightmare dog demon went completely berserk, its 3 eyes simultaneously blazing with blood as a circular shockwave erupted from it. Ah, this move has killed me 39 times. The young man smiled a hint of nostalgia. Each time, my internal organs were shattered. Just as the shockwave was about to reach him, he leaped up, stepping on the nightmare dog demon's nose to leverage the momentum and launch himself into the air, perfectly avoiding the fatal range. As the young man landed lightly on the ground, the nightmare dog demon's movements suddenly froze. It was bewildered to discover that all its attack patterns had been seen through, all its lethal moves predicted. This had never happened before in its memory. Even the most experienced mercenaries, or even the rangers, couldn't achieve this. At that moment, a deep fear flashed across the nightmare dog demon's eyes. Now, it's my turn. Meng Yi raised his right hand, and a spear woven from the power of dreams appeared in his palm. After all, this is the 115th encounter, so there should be something new. And the moment the nightmare dog demon saw the spear, a look of horror flashed across its eyes for the first time, because it clearly sensed that it was the power of dreams, something only creatures of nightmare could wield. Yet now, this young man could also mobilize the power of dreams. There was even a hint of an extremely profound power within it, one that filled it with visceral fear. The young man raised his spear and casually said, I never expected that the SS-level talent Dream Eater I awakened upon arriving in this world would now unleash its true power. Every time I'm slain by you dream monsters, a surge of power accumulates within me, granting me the ability to suppress dream creatures. After experiencing so many deaths, I've actually leaped to the legendary realm. The nightmare Bargus didn't understand the young man's words, but its instincts compelled it to tear its foe to pieces. Ouch! The Bargus roared, transforming into a streak of purple lightning and charging forward. But just as its claws were about to make contact, the young man quickly sidestepped and casually thrust his spear. Puff! It looked like only one strike, but in an instant, over a dozen overlapping spear shadows pierced the Nightmare Dog Demon's weak spot, each one precisely piercing the Nightmare Dog Demon's weak spot. The Nightmare Dog Demon's body suddenly stiffened, the murderous light in its 3 crimson pupils gradually fading. Only after the young man sheathed his gun and turned, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance, did the Nightmare Dog Demon's body suddenly explode. A dozen crimson damage numbers appeared above its head. -149523334. -8993127. -159788201. -148522924. -878233341. Just one strike had inflicted at least 200 million in damage. In other words, even a legendary creature would be slain in 2 or 3 seconds if it encountered him. Of course, this only applies to monsters within the dream realm. But even so, it was still quite terrifying, and so, the young man, dark purple spear in hand, marched forward. Every nightmare monster he encountered along the way, whether it was a swarm of nightmare worms or a nightmare raider lurking in the fog. Even the legendary nightmare voice was pierced by his spear, transforming into scattered dream fragments. He stepped on the remains of countless monsters, advancing deeper into the dream realm. With every step, the fog beneath his feet surged violently, as if the entire dream realm feared his presence. And in the deeper darkness, a pair of multicolored vertical pupils, larger than a mountain, slowly opened. Time slipped silently. For the inhabitants of Spark City, and indeed the entire western continent, this was an extremely long and unforgettable day. On this day, the landscape of the north was completely transformed, ushering in the first great unification in thousands of years. On this day, the destroyed sacred tree of the northern continent regained consciousness. On this day, the ancient dragon Morphus, enveloping the human empire with the power of dreams, ushered in an unprecedented change. But no matter how long it takes, this day will eventually pass. The next day, when the dawn's light rose from the horizon and illuminated the earth, the system notification appeared on time. Attention all survivors, you have successfully survived the 96th day of the turbulent period. Event, Dream Fractal ends 57 days later. Today's weather, sunny to partly cloudy, low of -62 to 63 degrees Celsius. After the notification ended, the chat channels in various regions became lively again. Survivors posted various team formations, or sought special materials or equipment. High price for ancient wood planks. It's wood planks, not hardwood. Remember to look carefully. The 12th floor elite team is short of a healer. Level 60 or above required. Interested parties, hurry. Trade for an epic battle axe forging blueprint. Only for sale. Serious buyers only. Meanwhile, in Chaoxing's territory, over 4,000 workers had risen early and begun their workday. In Spark City, all the major shops had also opened early. The streets were bustling with people, the cries of vendors echoed, and the air was filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread. Not only that, with the 4 city gates, east, west, south, and north, open wide, more caravans and rangers poured into Spark City. The moment they entered the city, they began to look around. Then, as if they had discovered a treasure, they rushed into the city in surprise. In the territory, the 1,000-meter-tall pale sacred tree stood like a white monument, becoming the most conspicuous structure in all of Spark City. Over 6,000 combatants had arrived at the territory's central square, forming neat lines. Like a group of elite warriors undergoing inspection by their superiors, they stood tall and straight, their armor gleaming with a cold metallic gleam in the morning light. Creaky! When the gates of the Lord's castle were pushed open, thousands of eyes gazed in unison. Followed, 3 figures emerged. Besides them was Chaoxing, who wore a robe and held a sacred text in one hand. Nearby was Lu Muxue, radiating a vast aura, sacred and majestic. Also, Bai Ji, with her white hair and cool demeanor, accompanied Lu Muxue. The warriors, upon seeing the man, shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lord." The shouts were like thunder, shaking the buildings around the square slightly. Chaoxing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across this elite force. Every warrior's eyes burned with fighting spirit as they met his gaze. Today, Chao Xing's voice was soft, but, resonating with the vibrations of his magic, it reached everyone clearly. We will continue our exploration of the dream fractals, under the leadership of our respective captains. Over the next 2 months, everyone must give their all, striving to slay more monsters within the fractals and increase their strength. After a pause, he said in a deep voice, "This time, we have experienced an unprecedented war and emerged victorious. After the war, everyone will experience a period of stability. However, you must not slack off. You must remain vigilant and strive to improve yourselves. Soon, we will face even more severe challenges and even more powerful enemies." Upon hearing this, the warriors roared in unison, "Follow us to the death, and we will be invincible." The shouts were like thunder, and the terrifying fighting spirit shook the air around them. After all, this was a force of thousands, united with 100,000 survivors, who had defeated millions of enemy troops. The fire of war burned in their eyes, and they showed no fear at Chao Xing's words about facing even more powerful foes in the future. This was a truly invincible army. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction, his gaze sweeping across each resolute face. "Very well then, let's all proceed to the Dream Fractals and continue our campaign." Thousands of warriors sprang into action. Led by their captains, they all arrived at the instance portal in the center of the territory. Buzz, buzz! As beams of blue light shot up into the sky, the figures of the soldiers gradually blurred, disappearing in the dazzling light. Only Chao Xing, Lu Muxue, Bai Ji, and a group of management personnel remained. Chao Xing first glanced at Lu Muxue, who was standing beside him, and said softly, "Muxue, you should go back and rest too. The baby in your womb needs rest now, so don't overexert yourself." Hearing this, Lu Muxue pursed her lips, seeming a little hesitant. After all, she had just broken through to demigod status the previous night, and now was the time to kill a lot of monsters and level up. But after a moment, she nodded gently and said, "Okay, Ah Xing, I listen to you." Although Lu Muxue needed to level up now, at her level, that wasn't something she could accomplish overnight. Even with the blessing of eternal power, she could share experience points with other team members. But compared to the tens of billions of experience points she currently needed to level up, this amount of experience was a drop in the bucket. Thankfully, eternal power was still effective, allowing her to share experience points even while resting in the territory. Reaching the maximum level of 200 was only a matter of time. The Aurora Knight gently stroked his slightly swollen belly and returned to the Lord's castle with Bai Ji. Watching her departing figure, Chao Xing's eyes flickered with tenderness, but soon regained their usual resolve. He turned to the remaining management staff and said, "Now, let's discuss the next phase of strategic deployment." Victoria, the Queen of Mind Power, the Old Man Chao Yi, the Polar Man Duan, as well as Yolan, Edward. Even Marita, who was also gently stroking her belly, immediately restrained her expressions and waited attentively for instructions. Chapter 873. A group of managers looked solemnly at the overlord in the center of the square. Chao Xing first turned to one of them and said, "Duan." The polar man immediately straightened his back and said solemnly, "My lord, please give your orders. I have 2 new blueprints here, a scroll and a statue of my overlord." He ordered, "Send a few people to the Spark City Square to build the statue first. Then begin producing a large number of city portal scrolls. The remaining personnel will continue to build more arrow towers around Spark City." These arrow towers also played a significant role in this siege. Especially when combined with the status shield stasis field, they formed a powerful interception system. All manner of arrows and ranged attacks were blocked by these arrow towers. And combined with the Technology Research Institute's arrow tower enhancement capabilities, even the ordinary ice arrow tower could demonstrate considerable combat power. Duan saluted respectfully, "Yes, Lord." After receiving the mission, he quickly left the place with his short legs. Chao Xing then looked around at the remaining 5 people. "Next, let's go to the Lord's castle to discuss the future development plan for Spark City." Everyone bowed slightly, "Yes." A few minutes later, everyone returned to the Lord's castle's conference hall. Chao Xing sat on the throne, patiently listening to the 5 people's report on the latest developments in Spark City. The elder Chao Yi spoke first. "Lord, since yesterday at noon, Spark City was officially completed, and a large number of rangers and caravans have already arrived in the city. Preliminary statistics indicate that the floating population of Spark City is around 130,000, and the number is still increasing. Once yesterday's battle has fully unfolded, I'm afraid even more people will flock in, ushering in a prolonged population boom. However, With the over 100 war golems patrolling the territory 24 hours a day, there's no need to worry about public security. After a pause, Chao Yi continued, besides that, many caravans have approached me, hoping to permanently purchase shops in Spark City or lease the commercial district for a long period of time. Including mercenaries and rangers, they've also inquired about settling in the city. What are your thoughts on this? As the administrator of the territory, Chao Yi has many responsibilities, the most important of which is maintaining a healthy ecological environment and market order within the city. The shops and residences within these cities also fall under his purview. Chao Xing nodded slightly and replied, those caravans who want to expand in our Spark City can sign contracts with them. However, it can only be in the form of a lease, not a direct sale of property rights. Also, before signing a lease agreement, we need to assess their qualifications. As for the specific rent, you and our territory's treasurer, Ms. Marita, will go to the city later to assess the market conditions and then determine it. The elder Chao Yi was about to respond when Chao Xing added another sentence. By the way, you could take advantage of the city's opening boom to offer some special offers and limited-time promotions to attract more high-quality businesses. In addition, you could establish a specialized commercial zone grading system, reserving core locations for strong chambers of commerce. Of course, the most prime location still needs to be under our control. The old man, Chao Yi, was somewhat puzzled, seemingly unfamiliar with the mechanics of business operations. Marita, standing nearby, replied, I will assist Mr. Chao Yi in developing a detailed plan. As the former head of the Moon Goddess Chamber of Commerce and a member of the Yuan Kingdom's royal family, Marita possessed extensive business experience. So, she quickly understood Chao Xing's intention. Seeing this, the old man Chao Yi gave her a grateful look. Then, he respectfully replied, yes, Lord. Then, the territory's diplomat, Queen Victoria of Mind and Energy, reported, since the news of Spark City's great victory yesterday, many chambers of commerce within the Ice Crystal Kingdom, as well as envoys from surrounding territories, have been contacting us. They hope to establish long-term trade relations. Even some small lords and mercenary groups, operating independently of the major kingdoms and enjoying a degree of autonomy, are willing to lead their armed forces and submit to Spark City. However, their condition is your protection. According to my statistics, if all of these people are accepted, Spark City's armed forces will exceed 100,000 in a short period of time. Including the 100,000 elites you accepted yesterday, the total number of combatants will exceed 200,000. What do you mean? A thoughtful look crossed Chao Xing's eyes, and his fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne. After a moment, he replied, tell them they can seek my protection. First, transfer all your forces to the Snowstorm Plains. We need to develop here in the future. According to the rules, pay a certain amount of taxes to Spark City every year. But most importantly, they need to abide by the rules here. Also, in the early stages of development, I won't provide them with any resource support. They have to rely on themselves for everything. Victoria frowned slightly after hearing this. With such harsh conditions, will they refuse? Chao Xing's conditions were indeed relatively harsh. It essentially meant, if you bring people to my territory to develop, you have to hand over a certain amount of resources annually. And you won't receive any resource support. Equivalently, Chao Xing gained a group of high-quality subjects who could pay taxes steadily and generate continuous income without sacrificing his population. However, Chao Xing chuckled and shook his head, saying, anyone with even a hint of strategic acumen can see that my current conditions are quite generous. The entire Northern Territory has been unified by me. Next, the four kings should unite to build numerous teleportation arrays and post stations, creating a trade network connecting the entire Northern Territory. According to the treaty agreed upon yesterday, they will locate all their most important trade hubs in Spark City. In the future, Spark City will undoubtedly be the economic center of the Northern Territory, perhaps even the core area of the entire Northern Territory. Every inch of land here will become a strategically important location, invaluable, compelling countless forces to invest heavily in developing their presence in this snowy plain. The price they pay now will be rewarded tenfold or even 100-fold in the future. Not only that, they will also receive the protection of me, Chao Xing, and Spark City. Even if it means paying them, they're willing to do it. Chao Xing finished speaking, leaning slightly against the throne, his lips curled up. Victoria nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. At this moment, Chao Xing looked at the others in the hall and said solemnly, not only Spark City, but the entire Gale Snowfield has now been incorporated into my territory. So, our focus shouldn't be limited to Spark City. We also need to fully utilize this snowfield. We need to transform the entire snowfield into a strategic location integrating military defense, resource collection, and unique tourism. He swept his gaze over the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. Victoria, you will continue to be responsible for communicating with all parties involved. We will continue to work diligently to establish contact, but remember that all resources and land rights in the snowstorm plains must be under our control. Marita, you and Chao Yi must quickly develop a detailed business development plan. Remember, we're not looking for short-term gains, but long-term development. Edward, Yolan, you two will be responsible for receiving the 100,000 elite troops from yesterday and establishing defenses for the snowstorm plains. On the field, 5 people rose simultaneously and saluted solemnly. Yes, Lord. Soon, they left the council hall with firm steps. Chao Xing remained seated on the throne, his gaze deep into the distance, as if he could see through the thick city walls the future prosperity of the snowstorm plains. In 3 months, the snowstorm plain will be completely transformed and filled with vitality. At the same time, it will become my strongest support and a rich treasure trove. His eyes gleamed with confidence. Then, Chao Xing slowly rose from the throne, his white robe slicing gracefully behind him, as he strode out of the castle. Standing on the smooth streets of his territory, Chao Xing whispered, "Next, it's time to have the 4 kings help me gather materials for the demigod-level defensive weapon, the Dramaman light cannon, and begin preparing for the ritual to draw the god of light into the mortal realm." Then, Chao Xing pressed the communication device to his ear. After dialing the 4 kings, Chao Xing quickly explained his request. The 4 kings readily agreed to assist in gathering the materials, and even promised to open their treasuries to help with the collection. Chao Xing's lips curled slightly, secretly delighted. If we add the treasuries of the 4 kingdoms, perhaps we can gather even more materials and build more Dramaman light cannons. Of course, that assumes I can obtain more divine crystals. After hanging up, Chao Xing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Great! Another task accomplished. He did not travel to the Dream Fractal to participate in the dream exploration, but continued to wander around his territory. For him, his level had already reached 140. Even if he did nothing, relying solely on the experience shared by other warriors, he could quickly reach the maximum level of 150. What he needed now were a large number of divine power fragments to purify his divine fire and awaken his own divinity. However, at the moment, his sources for divine power fragments seemed limited. According to the current channels, I can only exchange dream fragments for some divine power fragments in the store. Or, I can activate the Dream Library's Dream Entry function and earn fragments from other legendary powers. However, the 4 kings are currently busy taking over the Northwind Alliance. Using the Dream Library to earn their divine power fragments probably won't work. But it doesn't matter. Chao Xing glanced at the 200 or so divine power fragments remaining in his backpack and thought to himself, according to calculations, I only need to exchange all the divine power fragments from the Dream Shop for enough to reach demigodhood. So, he continued to focus on handling territory affairs, while closely monitoring the progress of resource collection from all parties. As the day passed, yesterday's battle in Spark City had spread like wildfire throughout the entire western continent. In the distant southern region, eastern region, and permafrost coast, there were thousands of kingdoms, large and small. In addition to some independent states, these kingdoms also formed numerous alliances, just like the Northwind Alliance, such as the Emerald Alliance, the Iron Council, the Iron Rock Federation, and so on. A surge of overwhelming aura erupted from these kingdoms. An emergency meeting was convened deep within the various royal palaces. What? The Northwind Alliance mobilized all its forces, led millions of troops, and even included 4 false gods, to attack Spark City, and yet they were completely annihilated? The intelligence in their hands crumpled, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The king's reactions were surprisingly unanimous. However, what surprised them even more wasn't the news of the Northwind Alliance's annihilation. But where did Spark City, the cause of all this, come from? The intelligence they knew of couldn't find any record of this city. When they learned that Spark City was founded by an alien lord, all the kings slammed their tables in astonishment. Ridiculous. Impossible. This is absolutely a rumor. It must be a deliberate signal flare sent by the 4 kingdoms to confuse us. Their reaction was identical, completely refusing to believe this absurd news. As previously mentioned, how long had it been since all the alien lords descended upon this world? Less than 2 years. How could these kings believe that a single alien lord had overthrown the vast Northwind Alliance in just 2 years and even slain so many demigods? This was even more outrageous than a dragon learning to knit. However, when the envoys from the north and even the four kings themselves, admitted it. Including the images of the captured kings of the North Wind Alliance and the surrender of millions of soldiers, were presented to them one by one. These kings finally realized that the situation on the western continent had undergone a drastic change. With solemn expressions, they summoned their cabinet ministers, court mages, and military commanders and began to discuss countermeasures. After a heated debate, the kings finally reached a consensus. The North had been completely unified, becoming a formidable force that the entire western continent could not ignore. Therefore, the best option now was to test the waters before deciding on a position. Consequently, many kings immediately dispatched envoys across the vast snowy plains, attempting to meet with the mysterious otherworldly lord. Even wandering knights and bards filled taverns with stories of the war in the north. They softly sang a newly composed ballad. The north wind howls, the battle flags fly, sparks of fire blaze across the land, and the king is crowned. The red-haired, blood-red blade slashes with divine might, the lord of another world shakes the four corners. Ah! The new king in the snowstorm. The catchy lyrics and the melodious harp melody quickly spread throughout taverns, markets, and caravans. In a flash, the names of Wild Wind Snowfield, Spark City, and Chowshing spread rapidly throughout the streets and alleys of the western continent. Merchants whispered about this legendary battle, while adventurers and taverns toasted their glasses, anticipating new opportunities. Even children in the most remote mountain villages imitated their imagined heroic figures, imagining the Lord of Spark City. Moreover, even more rangers, wandering mercenaries, and even caravans heard this astonishing news. They also realized that the future unification of the North would become even more prosperous, stable, and powerful. It would be a perfect place for them to live. Thus, vast numbers of people set out, forming large groups, traveling thousands of miles from all over the land to the legendary northern border. The aftermath of this victory was reshaping the power structure of the entire continent at an astonishing pace. Time flew by, and 7 days passed. That night, Chowshing stood atop a wall in Spark City, overlooking the bustling city below. The city was brightly lit, and the magical streetlights on the streets emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire city like daylight. Pedestrians strolled in groups of 3 or 4, their faces filled with smiles of wonder and satisfaction. The entire city was filled with laughter and joy. Due to the climate, other cities in this world, even the capitals of the kingdoms, fell silent as soon as night fell. The city gates closed early, and the residents retreated to their homes to escape the bitter cold. Thus, the natives of this world had never experienced a vibrant nightlife. However, in Spark City, Chowshing not only remained open, but also organized various entertainment activities at night. Bonfire parties, fireworks celebrations, street performances, and so on. These novel and interesting nighttime activities captivated the natives and made them reluctant to leave. Even the merchants, who traveled extensively, praised them, calling them a miraculous night bestowed by the gods. Across the city, various shops, having signed leases with Spark City, began operating, attracting a constant stream of customers. This was especially true of the city's largest tavern, the Spark Song. By 8 o'clock in the evening, not only was the tavern packed, but the surrounding streets were also thronged with people who had come to see it. Because here, a bard, said to have an angelic voice, performed. The crowds were bustling, and those who couldn't squeeze into the tavern were already complaining. Gods, please stop pushing. My boots are about to fall off. This place is full. Go grab a seat somewhere else. Newcomer, is that bard singing here really as amazing as you say? The crowd was buzzing with discussion and whispers. And just then, a melodious harp note rang out. Clang. The next moment, the noisy crowd around them, as if under a spell, fell silent. The ethereal harp echoed through the night sky, and the previously boisterous audience held their breath, stopping to listen. When the first voice began, a night full of stars. The moonlight that day was exceptionally beautiful. Chapter 874. Gwyneth's voice flowed like a spring through their hearts. Her pure voice made everyone close their eyes, lost in the beauty of this melody they had never heard before. The wind blows gently across the snowy plains, carrying away my longing, drifting far away. The beautiful song rang out again, accompanied by the gentle plucking of the harp. It was as if one could see the silver waves of moonlight on the snowy plains. Are you also there far away? Gazing at the same sky. Hearing this, many people wept. The adventurers, who had left their homes, thought of their loved ones back home, and the soldiers returning from battle remembered their fallen comrades. But please do not grieve for parting, for the stars are forever connected. When the song ended, the entire tavern fell silent. After a long pause, thunderous applause suddenly erupted. Wow! The audience raised their hands and shouted, "One more song, one more song." Beautiful Miss Gwyneth, your singing is like an angel's blessing. Miss Gwyneth, I pay you 50,000 crowns for one more song. The crowd erupted in excitement. Some people excitedly climbed onto the table and waved their arms. Many others simply wiped away tears with reddened eyes. Even Chao Xing, standing on the city wall, couldn't help but clap softly, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Sure enough, Gwyneth's musical talent is unmatched. Even her mentor admits she's the greatest talent he's ever met. Once she's fully mastered Rosie's 9 chapters of heavenly sound, she'd be able to unleash the magic of her voice to its fullest potential. Thinking of this, he nodded again with satisfaction. After inspecting Spark City and confirming that nothing was amiss, Chao Xing prepared to return to the Mage Tower. At this moment, he suddenly stopped, his gaze piercing the northwest night sky. It seems these guys in the shadows have also learned of the battle, and are finally unable to contain themselves. Thinking of this, Chao Xing turned, his robes fluttering without a gust of wind. With a flash, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the wasteland 10 kilometers outside the city. Chao Xing looked around and said in a cold voice, "I'm already here, and you're not coming out yet? Do you want me to invite you in?" An invisible magical pressure instantly swept over a radius of more than 10 kilometers. The surrounding temperature plummeted by dozens of degrees, and a layer of white frost quickly formed on the ground. As a high-level legendary mage, his magical energy was as tangible as matter. His mere presence caused the air around him to tremble. Puff! Puff! Several muffled sounds echoed from the shadows, and 4 dark shadows emerged from the ground like ink. They were the demons we had encountered before. Among them were the lame peasant woman and the human child. Upon seeing Chao Xing, the peasant woman's dark pupils suddenly narrowed, a look of deep fear in her eyes. Chao Xing, a faint smile playing on his lips, asked, "Is something wrong?" The lame peasant woman clutched her chest and croaked, "Human. You violated the rules and contract. You promised the demon lord that when the nightmare god descended upon the main plane, you would summon him from the alternate dimension on the condition that he help you stop him. You didn't keep your promise, and you will be punished by the rules and contract." Chao Xing seemed to have anticipated this, and spread his hands. "I think you've made a mistake. I didn't break the agreement. Because, the agreement states, if the nightmare god attacks during the Blood Rebellion, I will summon the demon lord's clone to the main plane. But the reality is, Daem didn't attack me during the Blood Rebellion. Instead, he waited until it ended before launching an attack recently. He took a step forward, and the cold air beneath his feet blossomed into a blue flower. And since I can deal with him on my own, there's naturally no need to summon the demon lord. That makes sense, doesn't it?" Hearing this, the 4 demons looked stunned. They seemed to have expected such a loophole in the text to be exploited. The demon lord had reconfirmed the agreement with him before signing it, but he missed this point. Because no one had expected Chao Xing to be able to defeat the nightmare god on his own. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The demon, resembling a human child, was silent for a moment, then pointed at him and declared, "Human you. Despicable." However, Chao Xing merely glanced at it casually. The next moment, the demon, resembling a human child, trembled violently as if struck by lightning. Puff! Instantly, its body exploded, as if crushed by an invisible hand, then quickly recondensed into a human form. Even so, it suffered severe damage, sending it flying backwards hundreds of meters. The other demon companions hurriedly retreated, staring at Chao Xing with wary eyes, fear glimmering in their eyes. Chao Xing's calm voice echoed, "I think you should be mindful of your identities now. Now, I'm not only the Lord of Spark City, but also the Master of the Snowstorm. Even now I have the final say in the entire Northern Territory. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think you've lived too long?" A suffocating magical pressure emanated from him, as if the entire world was under his control. The remaining 3 demons simultaneously took a half step back, their eyes filled with deep fear. The child demon that had been sent flying backwards in the distance also curled up on the ground, trembling. And beyond fear, these demons also felt an unconcealable shock. Not so long ago, when they first encountered Chao Xing, he was merely an alien lord, barely even a hero, easily destroyed. And now, in less than a year, he had grown to the point where they no longer even had the courage to resist. Even the other party's status had reached a height they could only admire. A moment later, the lame peasant woman stepped forward, her voice hoarse and respectful. "Your Excellency, the human lord." Her tone was no longer harsh, now genuinely treating Chao Xing as a being of higher status than themselves. We lost our composure. Please forgive our rashness and impetuosity. With that, her legs gradually bent, and she knelt on the ground. The other 3 demons also bowed in humble gestures. Chao Xing's gaze swept over them one by one. After a moment, he chuckled softly, then withdrew his imposing aura. In truth, Chao Xing had no intention of completely offending them. After all, these demons from the abyss were quite capable, and many more were hidden somewhere in this world. Add to that an unfathomable demon lord. Perhaps there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Chao Xing said calmly, "Let your demon lord speak to me." Hearing this, the 4 demons raised their heads, a hint of surprise in their eyes. The lame peasant woman seemed to realize something, and was the first to respond, "Yes, we will summon the great demon lord to speak with you." With that, she swiftly pulled a pitch-black rune stone from her bosom and ignited it with demonic power. Sizzle! A flash of black flame rose. Then, the 4 demons began to move, heading in different directions. Finally, they stood still, their hands forming strange demonic seals. Below their feet, dark red lines spread like living things, interweaving into a vast magic circle. Clang! Intense demonic energy gushed out of the magic circle, and a twisted shadow gradually emerged. From that shadow, Chao Xing sensed an aura of evil, brutality, and dominance. Clearly, this figure was the demon lord's projection. However, compared to their last encounter, this projection's aura seemed even deeper and more oppressive. Chao Xing instantly realized something. Over this period of time, the power the demon lord could exert in the main plane had become even greater. Human. A deep, commanding voice echoed, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. You deceived me. Crash. The overwhelming demonic power erupted like a tsunami, instantly sweeping across dozens of kilometers. The plane, already cold and dark under the night, became even darker and more terrifying. Within this realm, the 4 great demons felt a special boost, their demonic power surging uncontrollably. The child demon, severely injured by Chao Xing's glance, was healing at a visible rate. A look of surprise flashed in its eyes, and its voice trembled as it said, "This is the Great Lord. Its power can actually directly affect the main plane through projection. Excellent. Under the power of the demon lord, that otherworldly lord will soon be tamed." However, Chao Xing remained unmoved amidst this vast demonic aura. Instead, he gazed indifferently at the demon lord's projection and casually said, "Constrain your demonic energy. This place isn't far from my city. If the city's counterattack program is triggered, 2 rounds of artillery fire will be unleashed, wiping out all your men. Then you won't have a single drop to cry about." Hearing this, the demon lord's projection trembled violently. "Human. You haven't told me why you deceived me yet?" Chao Xing scoffed. "Alright, haven't you demons deceived other races enough?" The demon lord's projection paused slightly. Without waiting for it to speak, Chao Xing continued, "Besides, I didn't deceive you, otherwise the rules and contracts would have backfired on me long ago. Isn't that right?" The shadow fell silent again for a moment. The demonic energy around it swirled like boiling magma, yet it was forcibly suppressed by some invisible force. As if in resignation, the demonic energy encompassing dozens of kilometers rapidly contracted, condensing into a solid black shadow. "Human. What do you want to discuss with me?" The demon lord's voice was low and restrained, yet the rage within was still palpable. Chao Xing gripped his staff, his gaze calmly fixed on the shadow. "Although Dame is dead, we can still work together. If you agree, I can find a way to get you to the main plane. Not a projection, by the way, but your true form." Upon hearing this, the 4 surrounding demons' eyes widened, their demonic energy surging uncontrollably. Even the demon lord's projection trembled violently, as if shocked by this bold proposal. "Human. Do you understand what you're saying?" For the first time, the demon lord's voice showed clear emotion. "If my true form descends, even those gods will retreat. Even during the invasion war, those guys wouldn't dare send my true form into the main plane." "Are you sure you want to send my true form?" Chao Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of surprise in his heart. Because, according to the demon lord, his true form is truly formidable. At least, ordinary gods are no match for him. However, this guy probably hasn't reached the true god realm yet. Although Chao Xing didn't know how powerful a true god level being was, at that level, mere barriers of rules wouldn't be enough to stop him. The demon lord couldn't have coveted the main plane for so many years without successfully fulfilling his wish. Of course, no matter how powerful he is, as long as he agrees to his terms, then everything is worth the risk. Moreover, the stronger he is, the more advantageous it will be for the upcoming plan. So Chao Xing slowly said, I know your true form strength must be beyond imagination, but that's alright. Don't worry about whether I dare to place you in the main plane. What you should consider is whether you dare to agree to my terms. The Demon Lord's projection was silent for a moment, the demonic energy surrounding it fluctuating like a sponge before a storm. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled, interesting. Tell me about it. Chao Xing looked around, his gaze lingering on the 4 demons. The Demon Lord understood his meaning, and the demonic energy within him suddenly expanded, instantly transporting the 4 demons dozens of kilometers away. The deep voice echoed again, now, you may speak. Chao Xing raised his staff, and casually cast a magical barrier. The frost blue light curtain completely enveloped an area of 1,000 meters, blocking out all possibility of prying eyes. Then he slowly spoke, I need you to help me deal with a group of people. When Chao Xing finished the last word, the demonic energy within the Demon Lord surged violently again, like boiling magma. He said meaningfully, you are truly bolder and more insane than I imagined. You've only just reached legendary combat power, and yet you dare to target this force. Do you know how ancient this force is? As a force that survived the invasion and preserved its entire legacy, its heritage far exceeds your imagination. They even have more than one deity. Chao Xing waited patiently for him to finish, then said calmly, don't worry about that. All you need to do is answer yes or no. Or, is even the mighty Demon Lord afraid of them? The Demon Lord was silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Interesting. In all my years, this is the first time I've met someone as interesting as you. The demonic aura around him slowly receded. Yes, I promise. As long as you summon my true form to the main plane, I will do my utmost to help you deal with these hypocrites. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Okay, then, let's establish a contract of rules. With that, he raised his staff and gently waved it. A transparent scroll floated before him. Chao Xing slowly recounted, I have made a contract with the Demon Lord to fight together. During this period, every word he uttered became a unique symbol, recorded on the scroll. If I violate this, I will be punished by the rules. When Chao Xing finished reading the contract, he looked up at the shadow before him and said, your turn. The Demon Lord remained silent, carefully examining the contract, as if checking for any hidden traps or wording loopholes. After all, he had just been tricked by Chao Xing, so he had to be cautious. After confirming that everything was fine, the Demon Lord's deep voice echoed through the night sky. I have entered into a contract with the human Chao Xing. Once he summons my true form to the main plane, we will fight together. I and my demonic army will not harm him. If I violate this, I will be punished by the rules. When both parties finished reading the contract was officially established. Then, the scroll automatically retracted and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the air. Boom! A powerful vibration echoed, signaling the formal entry into force of the rules and contracts. Some Supreme will had witnessed and sealed this agreement. The Demon Lord's projection trembled slightly. Human. I will fulfill my promise to you. I hope you can keep your word this time. With these words, his projection quickly dimmed, showing no desire to linger here any longer. Clearly, the Demon Lord was worried that Chao Xing would demand favors from him again, just as he had last time. Just as the demonic energy was about to dissipate completely, a voice that worried him reappeared. Wait a moment. The Demon Lord wanted to pretend he hadn't heard it, but remembering that they would have to cooperate later, he managed to hold his projection together, which was about to collapse. Human. Do you have anything else to say? There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. Chao Xing said calmly, to summon your true form, we need to perform the abyssal sacrifice ritual you mentioned. I don't have anywhere to get the various materials used in these rituals, like the 9 nether demon crystals and abyssal blood. The Demon Lord was silent for a moment, then a low voice echoed from the projection, don't worry about these things. The other demons will gather them for you. No later than a month. However, I can't help you with the most crucial item. You have to go and get it yourself. Furthermore, that place is extremely dangerous. Even gods wouldn't dare set foot there. You better be careful. Chao Xing nodded. I know. If you had the ability to gather all the materials yourself, you would have teleported your true form here long ago. What other contract do you need to sign with me? The Demon Lord's dark eyes flashed green at this retort. After a pause, Chao Xing finally stated his request. So, while you're gathering these ritual materials, could you also help me collect one thing? Chapter 875. The Demon Lord's projection trembled violently. Little one. This is outside the scope of the contract. I know, that's why I asked you to help collect it. Chao Xing chuckled and said, or, as a partner, I even agreed to go to such a dangerous place to retrieve that key material. And you won't even help with such a small request? The projection fell silent, as if considering whether to agree to Chao Xing's request. After a moment, a conciliatory voice echoed from within, "Tell me what you're looking for." Chao Xing's lips curled up slightly, a smile spreading across his face, the heart of the Light Devourer. Hearing this strange name, the Demon Lord's projection paused for a moment. Light Devourer? It's a rare creature indeed. Especially after the invasion, it's almost extinct, making it truly difficult to find. After a pause, the Demon Lord continued, "However, from what I understand, the heart of this Light Devourer is typically used in some special summoning ritual. What do you want it for?" Chao Xing waved his hand. "Don't worry about that. Just ask if you can get it, okay?" The Demon Lord's projection fell silent again. At this moment, it seemed to realize something. "I think I understand what you're up to, little one. Interesting. You're even trying to plot against that old immortal. You're quite courageous. But you killed Dam and the thousand-faced god. Dealing with him shouldn't be difficult." At this point, the Demon Lord suddenly let out another sinister laugh. Hee. I wonder what expression this old immortal would have when he was suddenly summoned to the main plane by a little fellow like you. I'm really looking forward to it. The Demon Lord said solemnly, "I understand. I send it along with the ritual materials in a month." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark demonic energy finally dissipated completely into the night sky. Chao Xing stood there, his gaze deep into the distant night sky. The light-devouring beast heart he had asked the Demon Lord to find was naturally used for the ritual to summon the God of Light. After all, he had never even heard of such a material, and he didn't know how long it would take him to find it himself. Since these demons were so powerful, he might as well let them search for it together. That way, he could save him a lot of time. A month? It seems we soon be able to complete that S-rank mission uprooting, and in doing so, combine the 3 sacred texts into one, creating a true semi-artifact. Thinking of this, Chao Xing took a deep breath, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. But when he looked around, he noticed that the 4 demons in the distance, including the lame peasant woman and the human child, had vanished without a trace. Chao Xing chuckled softly, and sheathed his staff. Buzz! After a burst of magical energy, Chao Xing flashed back into Spark City. On his way to the Mage Tower, a graceful figure in a dark purple dress and a head of black hair suddenly appeared before him. Under the moonlight, her skin was as white as snow, and her dark purple lips were alluring. Her black hair danced lightly in the breeze, and her skirt swayed slightly, outlining her graceful curves. It was the Dark Witch, Isabel Mine. Chao Xing stopped and asked, "Mine, what can I do for you?" The Dark Witch's lips curled into a charming smile, and she waved her hand. The next moment, 2 ancient runestones emitting a faint golden glow flew towards him. Chao Xing raised his hand and grasped them firmly. Obtain 12 Sacred Beasts Runestone, Dragon. Obtain 12 Sacred Beasts Runestone, Snake. Seeing these 2 hints, Chao Xing's eyes flashed with surprise. Is this the purified 12 Sacred Beasts Runestone? Mine lazily tossed her long hair, her tone somewhat nonchalant. That woman purified the chaotic energy from the runestone during the day. She asked me to give it to you tonight. Chao Xing nodded. I understand. Tell Fuyin how hard you worked. Hearing this, the Dark Witch immediately pursed her lips and said, biased, "Does she have to work hard, but I don't?" Chao Xing replied without hesitation, "Of course, you've worked hard too. I was just about to praise you." "No need for praise." Mine chuckled softly, taking a few steps closer, her delicate fingers gently tapping his chest. "But, Lord, you can come and give me a little reward tonight." She licked her lips, her eyes glittering with a dangerous and alluring light. Chao Xing, of course, understood her hint. After a fraction of a second of thought, he decisively replied, "Okay. I meet you at the Mage Tower shortly." After receiving the Lord's promise, Mo Yin's face lit up with a smile. Hee. Then I be waiting for you." She let out a silvery laugh before transforming into a wisp of black mist and dissipating into the night sky. Gazing in the direction she vanished, Chao Xing shook his head. Then, gathering his thoughts, he whispered, "Now, both runestones have been successfully purified. Next, we need to consider who to give these runes to. Both runes possess powerful attributes. The former, the Dragon Rune, not only increases a dragon's attributes by 100%, but also increases its attack range by 200% and its size by 300%. The latter, the Snake Rune, can even transform a heroic serpent into a legendary serpent. Even if it's used on a legendary serpent, it can increase its attributes by 100% and its health by 50%. It's a massive improvement. However, Chao Xing's territory is now teeming with talent. It even boasts two extremely rare giant dragons on the continent, the demonic dragon Bing Bing and the frigid dragon Seraphis. Furthermore, there are two serpent-men priests with serpent blood, the green serpent Lana and the white serpent Eileen. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, his mind racing with candidates. After a moment, he made his decision. Let's give the dragon runestone to Bing Bing. As a scourge dragon, its combat power and attack range already surpass Seraphis. Furthermore, it possesses the unique ability Dragon Thousand Aspects, allowing it to freely transform its size. It's arguably the most suitable for the dragon runestone. Chao Xing nodded secretly and continued. As for the snake runestone, it's undoubtedly for Eileen. As a Serpentman priestess I personally trained, she's not only loyal but also possesses immense power. Furthermore, she's currently a level 100 overlord creature. After fusing this runestone, she'd be able to directly reach the legendary realm. Then my territory will have another legendary warrior. So, he pressed the communication device to his ear. Eileen, come find me in the territory's buffer zone. Then, Chao Xing softly called out to the distance. A few minutes later, a Serpentman priestess, wielding the Siren Song Trident, with a beautiful human upper body and a lower body covered in white scales, sauntered over. Her slender waist swayed gracefully, with the swaying of her serpent's tail, her deep, vertical pupils gleaming with a mysterious luster in the moonlight. Next to them, a tiny, crystal-clear dragon, less than 20 centimeters in size, stood. It was the Serpentman priestess, Eileen, and the scourge dragon, Bing Bing. The two creatures moved one after the other, and the air was filled with a faint icy energy. Elena bowed slightly, her snake tail curling gracefully. Lord, please command me. Bing Bing also flapped her small wings and flew onto Chao Xing's shoulder, nudging him gently with her head. Chao Xing nodded slightly, his gaze filled with gentleness as he looked at the man and the dragon. I've come to you this time because I have something for you. Without further ado, he took out the two ancient runestones and handed the snake runestone to Elena first. Elena took the runestones, sensing the power within them, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. What is this? Why do I feel a surge of power within them that makes my blood surge? Bing Bing also tilted her head, curiously fiddling with the runestones with her claws, purring in confusion. Chao Xing explained, this is a special runestone that strengthens your bloodline and grants immense power. Let's use them now. A flash of realization crossed Elena's pupils. I see. This is truly a remarkable gift. After a pause, a charming smile crossed her face. I knew the Lord would think of me when he had something good. With that, she pressed the runestone against her chest. The ancient stone transformed into a stream of light, immersing itself in her fair skin. Beside her, Bing Bing was even more direct. She opened her small dragon mouth and swallowed it whole. For the first few seconds, the man and the dragon stood still, unchanged. But after 5 seconds, something unexpected happened. Elena's upper body rapidly became covered in white scales, and fine snake scale patterns appeared on her neck and cheeks. She exuded an ancient and dangerous aura. Waves of white smoke rose from her body, seemingly imbued with a deadly corrosive force, distorting even the surrounding air. Her aura rapidly soared, and in just a few breaths, she surpassed the limits of a hero. Beside her, Bing Bing's transformation was even more astonishing. Her tiny dragon body began to expand rapidly, the crackling sound of bones stretching echoing. 50 meters, 100 meters, 150 meters. In the blink of an eye, a 150-meter wingspan, covered in icy scales and imposing a mighty aura, emerged. This was Bing Bing's largest size, and her combat power was at its peak. However, even at this point, Bing Bing's body continued to expand. 200 meters, 250 meters, 300 meters. As Bing Bing's size continued to surge, the aura emanating from her grew increasingly terrifying. Like a creature from antiquity awakening, the temperature within the entire territory plummeted, and a thick layer of frost began to form on the ground. Finally, a behemoth, with a wingspan of 600 meters stood proudly between heaven and earth, merely floating there. A gentle flap of its wings unleashed a violent hurricane, distorting even the stasis magic shield at the edge of the territory. Alarmed by this sudden change, the inhabitants of the entire territory looked up to the sky. Chao Xing, on the other hand, gazed up at the enormous dragon that obscured the sky, a satisfied smile playing on his face. Excellent. Bing Bing in this form feels like she could destroy a medium-sized town with just a flick of her wings. After all, a 600-meter wingspan is nothing short of impressive. that's already comparable to the size of a small floating city. Add to that the 200% increase in attack range, and it's a true killing machine. Followed by this, 2 system notifications appeared. Your territory member, Aelina, has successfully fused the 12 Sacred Beasts runestone, Snake, gaining the Serpent God's blessing, granting her a cross-domain combat power of the first tier. Base stats increased by 1000%, attack range increased by 200%, and legendary combat skills not activated. Your pet, Bing Bing, has successfully fused the 12 Sacred Beasts runestone, Dragon, gaining the Dragon Blood Awakening effect. Base stats increased by 100%, attack range increased by 200%, and size increased by 300%. Xiaoxing looked up, gazing at the man and the dragon with satisfaction. Apparently, after merging the 12 Sacred Beast runes, they had all undergone unprecedented transformations. Bing Bing, shrink your size. In the sky, the Cosmic Calamity Dragon, obscuring the sun, quickly activated 1,000 aspects of the demonic dragon upon hearing its master's voice, shrinking its size. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, it transformed back into a tiny dragon, only a dozen centimeters in size. This is why Xiaoxing said Bing Bing was the most suitable creature for this dragon rune. After all, if this rune were given to Binglon or Seraphis, it would indeed increase their destructive power. But their size would also triple, and they wouldn't be able to shrink. This would not only make them larger targets, but would also make future battles inconvenient. Seraphis's enlargement was acceptable, but Xiaoxing didn't want to see Binglon, now 7 or 8 meters tall. I doubt this woman would agree if she knew. Shaking his head, Xiaoxing once again looked at the man and dragon before him and said, Aelina, Bing Bing, the runestones are now fused. You may return to rest. At that moment, Aelina was immersed in a state of legendary power. Hearing the Lord's voice, she quickly regained her composure. The Serpentman priest bowed solemnly and saluted, Yes, thank you, Lord. Bing Bing also let out a soft dragon roar, seeming to be very satisfied with her own improvement. Then, the man and the dragon disappeared into the night. Xiaoxing now looked at the remaining runestone in his backpack and pondered. So far, these 12 Sacred Beast runestones are showing good results. And I still have one last rat runestone in my backpack. But there are no creatures with rat bloodline in the territory. Let's wait until we find a suitable candidate. Through this thought, he gathered his thoughts and, as agreed, headed straight for the Mage Tower, where he found a meditation room. At that moment, the Dark Witch lazily leaned against a wooden chair, her slender legs crossed, her dark purple skirt spreading like petals. Her slender fingers toyed with a strand of black hair, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous and alluring light. Lord, you've truly kept me waiting, she trailed off with a languid cadence. Xiaoxing stepped into the meditation room, and the door behind him closed automatically. At that moment, the dim magical light inside cast an ambiguous shadow on the Dark Witch's delicate collarbone, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Something's delayed us. He slowly approached, his fingertips gently caressing her fair cheek. But now we can have a proper chat. The witch chuckled softly, then suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar, pulling him close. Their breaths were so close, she could clearly see the desire dancing in his eyes. Then, you have to make it up to me tonight. No problem, Xiaoxing said, leaning forward. Another night of madness. For the next few days, Spark City maintained a largely unchanging rhythm. The workers worked tirelessly to mine resources and build more facilities, making the city more prosperous. The combatants, on the other hand, engaged in relentless battles in the event dungeons. Time flew by. Another month had passed in a flash. During this time, the vast majority of the combatants in Xiaoxing's territory were engaged in 24-hour battles within the Dream Fractals. Except for a scheduled 2 or 3 hour break each day, the rest of the time was essentially non-stop combat. Under such intense combat, everyone's levels skyrocketed, not to mention the masters and heroes, who had all reached their maximum level. Even the legendaries had seen significant improvements. Currently, Xiaoxing's level had soared to 58% of 148. He only had 1.5 levels left to successfully reach the maximum level, and then prepare to break through to the demigod realm. In addition to Zevelin, the territory also had 2 other legendaries who had reached their maximum level. They were the Witch Francesca and the Dragon Speaker Binglon. Aside from the 2 demigods, they were the highest level beings in the territory. The second tier consists of Xiaoxing, Blood Spider Queen Hilda, Phantom Assassin Sarah, and Glacial Shield Guard Brown. Levels 148, 142, 144, and 141, respectively. In addition, the third tier of legendaries includes Dragon Seraphis, Scourge Dragon Bing Bing, Frost Wolf Knight Assam, Sky Hunter Rennies, Legendary Druid, and the newly achieved breakthrough, Xiao. Levels 135, 126, 137, 123, 136, 121. It can be said that after a month of battle, there are no legendaries in Chaoxing's territory below level 120. Even Lu Muxue, who has been nursing her pregnancy in the territory, has reached level 155. 5 levels in a month may not sound like much, but remember, she is now a demigod. Each level requires a massive amount of experience points. Being able to maintain this leveling speed was completely beyond imagination. At this moment, Chaoxing strolled along the territory's buffer zone, musing quietly. Besides the level increase, those warriors also provided me with a large number of dream fragments. Chapter 876. Chaoxing pondered. Besides the level increase, those warriors also obtained a large number of dream fragments for me. Last night, I had them all return and hand in all their fragments. I've already accumulated quite a few. He glanced at the number of fragments in his backpack. Dream fragments * 7.44 million. In 1 month, I've collected over 7 million dream fragments, which is about the same as the previous month. Chaoxing was quite satisfied with his pace. You have to remember that a month ago, he had Lu Muxue lead the elite team, using the light mirror to fight their way through the 99th floor. It was equivalent to claiming all the first clear rewards before obtaining over 7 million fragments. This month, without the first clear rewards, the number was still comparable to the first month. There are 2 reasons for this high number. First, the warriors are reaching increasingly deeper dream layers, and the probability of dream fragments dropping from killing nightmare monsters has also increased. Secondly, their combat effectiveness has been significantly boosted by the demigod level Lu Muxue. This is why their exploration efficiency is so high. Chaoxing pondered, if all 7.44 million dream fragments are exchanged for divine power fragments, I can get 148. Counting the 247 fragments I left over from last time, that adds up to 395. Add to that the 300 divine power fragments sent by the Vatican, and 1 divine wind fire, and I have enough to break through to the demigod realm. Yes, half a month ago, the Vatican, as agreed, delivered the divine power fragments and divine fire to redeem the fire thief's life. This also surprised Chaoxing somewhat. After all, he had agreed to the Vatican's terms simply because he had too many enemies, and wanted to defeat them one by one, never expecting them to fulfill their promise. So, their delivery this time truly exceeded his expectations. Now everything is ready. I just need to level up a few more times, and I can begin my demigod breakthrough. Thinking of this, Chaoxing unconsciously clenched his fists, his anticipation growing. He couldn't wait to experience the power of a demigod. And then, Chaoxing suddenly thought of another question. Judging from the commotion during my last legendary breakthrough, the power of my demigod breakthrough is likely many times more terrifying than Muxue and Isabelle's. And, because the ancient dragon Krokatoric has already imprinted the crystal attribute on my body. In other words, I already possess the divinity necessary for the demigod breakthrough. So, when I break through to demigodhood, will I directly use the crystal attribute to transform? Or, do I need to activate another attribute? And then break through to demigodhood with both attributes? Is that even possible? He couldn't help but doubt his own thoughts. After all, there were only 2 demigods in Chaoxing's territory, Isabelle and Lu Muxue. And both of them achieved breakthroughs after activating their new divinities. Chaoxing's situation was quite unique. Besides, even if he asked the Lizardman Chieftain or Rosie, they probably wouldn't know. After all, the idea of a human inheriting the characteristics of an ancient dragon was simply unbelievable. Thus, Chaoxing's current situation was undoubtedly unique, and no one could answer his questions. At this moment, a flash of light flashed through Chaoxing's mind. A sudden thought struck him, and he whispered, "No. Perhaps I could ask it. As an omniscient being, the pale sacred tree might be able to provide the answer. I just don't know if the sacred tree has awakened after its month-long slumber." Chaoxing decided to set off immediately to see how the sacred tree was doing. As he hurried to the back garden, he saw a pair of graceful tree spirits dressed in plain gauze. They were the sisters Juliet and Neve. They were bent over, carefully tending to the fluorescent magical plants. As they moved, their delicate skin, shimmering with a pearly sheen, shone faintly from beneath the gauze collars, making one's heart race. It's worth noting that Chaoxing had been frequently visiting the room of the 2 tree spirit sisters over the past month. Under his meticulous instruction, the sisters had learned a wealth of new knowledge and techniques. Furthermore, Neve's body seemed to have undergone some changes thanks to Chao Xing's diligent work. The soft object, originally only half the size of a bowl, had become slightly more firm and firm. It looked like a snow-white steamed bun, stimulating an appetite and a desire to take a bite. Little Neve was the first to notice Chao Xing's arrival. She immediately straightened up, bowing with surprise. "My lord, you're here." Juliet also quickly stood up, a blush on her pretty face. "Greetings, my lord." Chao Xing nodded slightly, his gaze drawn involuntarily to the slightly disheveled collars of their clothes, drawn by their stooping. The two sisters, noticing his gaze, didn't hide their posture but instead subtly straightened their waists, accentuating their graceful curves. Little Neve swayed slightly, deliberately. Chao Xing chuckled softly, naturally sensing the sisters' subtle intentions. "Okay, I come to your room later in the evening. Now, take me to the holy tree." Juliet and Neve exchanged a glance, each lowering their heads sheepishly. "Yes, lord. Please follow us." Then, they turned, leading the way, one on each side. Their light steps sent their veils fluttering, emitting a faint, herbal fragrance. After passing through a fluorescent path lined with glowing flowers, the towering, pale holy tree suddenly appeared before their eyes. Compared to a month ago, the pale holy tree's branches and leaves were more lush, and a faint silver shimmer emanated from its white trunk. "It seems you've recovered well." Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, a familiar spiritual wave emanated from the tree's trunk. "The chosen one, you've arrived." Chao Xing nodded slightly and spoke directly to the point. "Holy tree, I've come here with a new question for you. It's not about some secret, nor am I asking you to help me find something. It's about my own personal questions." The holy tree's branches rustled gently. "Are you asking about the divinity left within you by the crystal dragon?" Chao Xing was slightly startled, as if he hadn't anticipated his thoughts before he even spoken. He sighed softly, inwardly marveling once again at the pale sacred tree's omniscience. "Yes, I wonder how this will affect my breakthrough." At this point, Chao Xing added, "Of course, if this question requires you to exhaust your energy, then there's no need to ask." The sacred tree's voice was gentle and calm. "Chosen one, your question concerns only yourself. It doesn't involve the world or some hidden entity, nor does it involve causal relationships like time or fate. I can answer this question for you." Hearing this, Chao Xing's spirit suddenly perked up, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At the same time, the young yet ancient voice of the sacred tree echoed once more. "What's happening to you is truly unprecedented. A human harboring the divinity of an ancient dragon is inherently unacceptable. You would have exploded and died the moment you came into contact with this divine power. However, because Kralkatorrik itself controls the rules, it has forcibly sealed these rules within you with its own life, thus maintaining balance." Chao Xing frowned. "You mean, this characteristic is currently sealed?" The holy tree spoke slowly. "Yes, because you haven't yet encountered this level of power, you couldn't sense its presence. Once activated, this divinity would instantly unleash the power of a true god. In other words, if you force your way through to demigod status now, you likely be consumed by this power, ultimately transforming into a crystal statue." When the holy tree finished speaking, Chao Xing's pupils suddenly constricted, and a tinge of fear rose in his heart. "Damn! I'm glad I asked ahead of time. Otherwise, if I had attempted the demigod breakthrough normally without knowing anything, I have died without even knowing how." He subconsciously clenched his fists, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. This, in turn, brought a new question to his mind. That is, did Kralkatorrik know about this? If so, why would it have sealed such a dangerous power within itself? Or did it have other plans? Chao Xing had always believed that he and the ancient dragon were friends, even though it was dead. But now, the distinction between friend and foe blurred in an instant. The cold morning breeze blew, bringing a biting chill to his bones, and Chao Xing's gaze grew icy. Juliet and Nebu sensed the change in the atmosphere and exchanged uneasy glances. The holy tree seemed to understand his thoughts and explained, "The chosen one, the crystal dragon is indeed aware of this situation. But it also knows that, as the chosen one, you are destined to follow a different path. This power is both a test and a gift. There's no doubting Kralkatorrik's goodwill toward you." After hearing the holy tree's explanation, Chao Xing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't his fault for being suspicious. It was simply because he knew too little about these true god-level creatures. Current beings at this level might have transcended simple concepts of good and evil, instead adhering to some higher order of laws. But it seemed the ancient dragon hadn't reached that level yet. At least, His help to Chao Xing was genuine. He raised his head and asked again, "What solutions are there for my current physical condition?" The holy tree was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Yes, and there are 2 methods." Chao Xing's eyes flickered again, and he looked at the holy tree with anticipation. As expected of the all-knowing holy tree, it truly knew everything. The holy tree's ageless yet youthful voice rang out. The first is to simply abandon this true God-level divinity, then reactivate one of your own, and break through to demigodhood in a conventional way. The second method involves combining special ritual materials to temporarily suppress this divine nature, then activate the second. Abandon the suppression at the moment of breakthrough, and break through directly with both divine natures, becoming an unprecedented dual attribute. Demigod. With the last sentence, even the holy tree's voice showed a rare ripple. Chao Xing's pupil shrank, and his breathing involuntarily quickened. Although he didn't know what a dual attribute demigod was, the mere mention of unprecedented gave him a sense of the significance of this second method. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented path to becoming a powerful being. His gaze burned as he pressed. What are the special ritual ingredients? The sacred tree didn't answer immediately, but slowly said, "Before I tell you, I have one more question. Chosen one, do you know what dual divinity represents?" Hearing this, Chao Xing slowly shook his head. "I don't know." The sacred tree's branches swayed gently. "I give you a hint. Before this, you've also come into contact with some special beings. For example, the crystal dragon Kralkatorrik, besides its crystal attribute, also possesses another attribute, lightning. In addition, it also possesses several secondary attributes, such as rage, burning blood, shattering, and so on." After a pause, the holy tree's voice deepened. "And you have also heard of the names of the 6 true gods, such as the god of order, spirit, and truth, Khmer, and the goddess of beauty, freedom, and wind, Lisa, and the goddess of air, healing, and life, Dwayna." He stopped talking. At this moment, Chao Xing was frozen in place, a solemn look in his eyes. He understood the holy tree's meaning, but this speculation still left him deeply shocked. Chao Xing swallowed and asked tentatively, "You mean those who control 2 or more primary divinities are generally true God-level beings?" The holy tree slowly said, "Indeed, that's why I said your situation is unique. The legendary realm possesses 1 divine nature. If you use the second method to break through, you could even possess 2 primary divine natures at the demigod realm. I haven't found any precedent in my memory, and I don't know if you can succeed. Perhaps we can wait another 11 months, until I've recovered some strength, and use the holy tree revelation to help you deduce the possibilities." Chao Xing fell into a long silence after hearing this. He looked up into the distance, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Off to the side, Juliet and Neve held their breath, looking at their lord with worried expressions. 11 months. He murmured softly, then raised his head, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "No, I can't wait that long. Holy tree, please tell me directly what that special ritual is, and what I need to prepare." The pale tree's leaves trembled slightly, as if sighing. "That special ritual. Required materials: 50 divine crystals, spirit wood planks, divine heart, remains of the ancient spirit. Also, to increase your chances of a breakthrough, you need a complete divine corpse. It will be able to withstand the backlash of the laws unleashed when the dual divinities merge." With each item he listed, Chao Xing's expression grew graver, because many of these items were related to the gods. Not to mention the divine crystals and divine heart, the last item alone, requiring a complete divine corpse, was enough to make his scalp tingle. In other words, to gather the ingredients for this ritual, he might have to slay a deity. P.S. This isn't to suppress the protagonist, it's just preparation for the deity slaying. Thinking of this, Chao Xing took a deep breath. The cool air filling his lungs calmed his thoughts a little. This difficulty is truly beyond imagination. Indeed, ancient runes emerged from the branches of the sacred tree. Legendary creatures are insignificant to the gods. Not to mention, you have to steal these precious items from them. Plus, even if you gather the ingredients, there's no guarantee of a successful breakthrough. That's why I say this is an unprecedented path. No one in history has ever succeeded. But similarly, no one has ever possessed true god-level divinity at the legendary level like you. Chao Xing gazed at the pale sacred tree and nodded slowly. I understand. Thank you for clarifying my confusion. The branches of the sacred tree swayed gently. A few minutes later, Chao Xing returned to the inner city wall. He gazed into the distance and said slowly, I didn't expect the crystal power left by Kralkatorrik would actually hinder my breakthrough to demigodhood. So, unless I choose to abandon that true god-level characteristic and achieve demigodhood through conventional means, as I agreed to with the sacred tree, I have to kill a deity. A thoughtful look flickered in his eyes again. Clearly, this decision was crucial, even affecting his future growth path and combat effectiveness. The first method is the safest, and will allow me to quickly break through to demigod status. But doing so would mean giving up the properties of the crystal and the power Kralkatorrik left me. The second method is very risky and difficult, but if I succeed, it would be like accomplishing an unprecedented feat. With the blessing of both divinities, I will definitely possess the combat power to sweep away those of my level, and I might even activate special abilities. Thinking of this, Chaoxing gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Damn it, do it! Let's kill a god and break through to demigod status. In the past, he might have thought killing a god was an unattainable goal. But now, after the battle in Spark City, and with the 2 demigod-level creatures in his territory, he had the courage to face such a creature head-on. Chaoxing took a deep breath and pondered. Right now, the strongest force in my territory is still Marlene. Furthermore, she's only at the legendary level right now, already at level 134, not far from level 150. Once Marlene reaches the demigod realm, activates Valkyrie's Wrath and second form, and combined with my eternal power, she absolutely crush all demigods. She cross levels and fight against gods. This is one of the reasons I'm confident in choosing the second path. Chapter 877. Chaoxing currently didn't know the true power of a god-level being. There might be some methods, or forbidden techniques beyond his imagination. After all, beings at this level defy common sense. However, Chaoxing believed that even if Marlene couldn't defeat this creature, she could still fight it off. And I have a heart of the god of filth in my backpack, capable of inflicting severe damage to a god. Next, I plan to wait for those demons to deliver the materials, then initiate the summoning ritual, bring the god of light over, and kill him immediately. When the uprooting mission is completed, I'd be rewarded with a godhead of light. This godhead is undoubtedly essential for a demigod to reach the divine realm. Among my territory members, Isabel has already reached demigod status, and is also a powerful light attribute cultivator. In other words, as long as she reaches level 200, I can help her achieve the breakthrough and become the first god-level warrior. Thinking of this, Chaoxing felt a little more confident. Of course, there's an even simpler method. That's to simply accumulate 10,000 divine power fragments and give them all to Marlene. After she reaches the demigod realm, she can activate her second form again, instantly attaining divine-level combat power. However, these two methods, whether it's getting Isabel to inherit the godhead of light and become a deity, or even amassing 100,000 divine power points, it take a long time. Chaoxing took a deep breath and said slowly, before that, let's plan our next steps. As the Demon Lord promised me, the demons should deliver the ritual materials to me today. Now it's time for my fellow legends to prepare for their return. With this thought, he returned to the center of the territory. Then he pressed the communication device to his ear and gave instructions to the combatants. After this, Chaoxing continued his patrol of the territory. He first passed the livestock area and saw a herd of blue and white cloud yaks strolling through the grass with their calves. Nearby were more bighorn sheep and ordinary dairy cows. They were all carrying large numbers of lambs and calves, casually wandering within the livestock area's fences. Moo moo. Meh meh. A variety of noisy calls continued to fill the area, giving the livestock area a vibrant atmosphere. Chaoxing nodded in satisfaction. Very good. The number of cloud yaks in the territory is almost over 300. The sheep and cows have also entered their breeding season. It won't be long before the number of livestock in the territory exceeds 2,000. This is an astonishing number. In this world, only wealthy merchants or noble estates can afford to own so many livestock. It can be said that Chaoxing alone can generate massive profits daily from his current business. Of course, the fastest growing number is the flock of light-feathered chickens. From the over 200 light-feathered chickens when they were first captured, after nearly a year of breeding, the flock has more than doubled. Now, these light-feathered chickens lay hundreds of precious magical eggs every day. This was also an astonishing profit. These eggs alone were enough to feed half the territory's population. After touring the livestock area, Chaoxing, feeling satisfied, moved on to the territory's agricultural area. Notably, the stasis magic shield blocked the cold air and snow from outside. Coupled with the local temperature regulation function of the energy station, the agricultural area always maintained a temperature suitable for crop growth. As a result, the greenhouses in the agricultural area have now been removed, and cultivation is now entirely carried out outdoors. Furthermore, the vast majority of these nearly 200 acres of fertile land are planted with economical magical plants that generate substantial profits, such as silver dew berries, agate grapes, Kulin barley, and cold dew rice. Everywhere he looked, the harvest was in sight. Silver dew berry vines intertwined in a web on the ground, their branches laden with crystal-clear berries. Bunches of purple-red berries dangled from the agate grape trellises, gleaming like gemstones. Golden Kulin barley swayed in the fertile fields. In the distant rice paddies, heavy ears of Hanlo rice bent the stalks, creating waves of green in the breeze. Hard-working farmers weeded and fertilized the fields. Just the sight of this vibrant scene brought a wave of satisfaction and joy. After all, these were Chaoxing's own assets, the prosperous territory he had built. It looks like this year's harvest will double last year's. Chaoxing stood there, admiring the bountiful harvest with satisfaction. After observing for a while, he turned and surveyed other areas. As he walked, he suddenly spotted a woman in a lavender dress, a lute clutched in her arms, approaching him. Her steps were light, the hem of her skirt swaying gently with her steps. The star gems inlaid on the lute shimmered in the night, complementing her violet eyes. It was the bard Gwyneth. A mainstay at the Spark Song Tavern, she had performed every night at 8 o'clock for the past month. Countless rangers and mercenaries had chosen to settle in Spark City after hearing her singing. Daily, they waited anxiously near the tavern, hoping to secure a good seat. Even the survivors often gathered outside the tavern after a day of fighting, just to listen to her clear voice through the windows. Now, Gwyneth was arguably the most popular figure in all of Spark City, aside from Chaoxing. At that moment, the bard, upon seeing Chaoxing, bowed gracefully, "Greetings, Lord." A smile crossed Chaoxing's face, and he asked gently, "Gwyneth, where are you going now?" Gwyneth replied, "I just got back from teacher Luoshi, and was planning to practice the new movement I learned today to consolidate my knowledge." Her voice was soft, with a unique rhythmic quality. "By the way, I've already learned the first chapter of teacher Luoshi's 9 chapters of Heavenly Sound," she said. "In another month, I'd be almost a qualified Heavenly Sound assurers." However, Chaoxing sighed inwardly at her slightly tired face, and the bags under her eyes. It was clear that Gwyneth was diligently practicing every day, eager to learn the complete 9 chapters of Heavenly Sound as quickly as possible, and not wanting to fall behind in her singing at the tavern. "Thank you for your hard work, but you don't have to push yourself so hard." Hearing this, Gwyneth's eyes flickered with emotion. "Thank you, Lord, for your concern. But I don't feel tired at all. On the contrary, I enjoy it." At this point, she raised her head and smiled sincerely. "As long as I can help the territory and share the pressure with you, Lord, I'm not tired at all." Chaoxing was silent for a moment, as if lost in thought. Gwyneth, seeing this, assumed he was communicating with someone else. So she bowed slightly and whispered, "Lord, if you're all right, I go practice." The bard walked past him with a graceful step, and a unique fragrance filled his nose. At this moment, Chaoxing suddenly called out to her, "Wait a moment." Gwyneth paused, turning to look at her lord with a puzzled look. "Come to me." Though somewhat puzzled, she obediently walked over to Chaoxing. The distance between them gradually closed, so close that she could clearly sense the chill emanating from the lord. Now, they were face to face, less than 10 centimeters apart. Although Gwyneth and Chaoxing had confirmed their relationship in the library some time ago, being so close to him at this moment still made her heartbeat quicken and her cheeks heat. But at that moment, Gwyneth suddenly felt a strong arm firmly support her knees. She instantly lost her balance and fell lightly into the lord's generous arms. Instantly, the bard felt his heartbeat suddenly stop. "Ah!" she explained, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Chaoxing's deep voice echoed, "When I say rest, it's not a suggestion, it's an order. Do you understand?" The bard's eyelashes fluttered, and her hands unconsciously tugged at his shirt, her face as pale as the sunset, drenched in snow-white clouds. She murmured softly, a whisper like a mosquito's. Then, Chaoxing embraced her and strode towards Gwyneth's apartment. Clang! After the door closed, Chaoxing gently placed the feather-light bard on the bed. Her long, silky hair spread out like silk, covering the entire pillow. Chaoxing also picked up the organ in his hands and placed it on the bedside. At this moment, Gwyneth gently tugged at the corner of the bedsheet, looking anxiously at the figure that had made her heart beat faster. Before she could react, she felt a pair of warm hands gently wrap around her waist. Then, a pair of slender fingers brushed across her. "Gwyneth, is this all right?" The bard nodded softly. And before him, a slender, graceful figure appeared. Her skin was creamy, gleaming like pearl in the dim candlelight, and her collarbone still bore a faint red mark from organ practice. Gwyneth flinched involuntarily as his fingertips brushed across her tense back. A moment later, as Chao Xing stowed his robes into his backpack, the two embraced unimpeded, each clearly feeling the other's warmth. Chao Xing could clearly feel Gwyneth's heartbeat, her heart racing with anxiety. However, under his warm palm, her anxiety gradually subsided. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, hours had passed. The sun had already set, and the world was shrouded in darkness. Chao Xing slowly opened his eyes and looked at Gwyneth, lying in his arms. The woman in his arms breathed evenly, her eyelashes fluttering softly as she dreamed, sound asleep. She seemed to have not slept so peacefully in ages, like a weary bird finally finding its home. Chao Xing chuckled softly, then slowly pulled his arm free, rising from the warm blankets. He dressed and put on the Archlich's Frosol robe again. His fingertips gently stroked the collar, and with a tug of magic, the wrinkles smoothed out. Just as he was about to push the door open and leave, he suddenly heard two clear voices from the communicator beside him. "Lord, I have returned to the territory. This Fei Ying has returned." Chao Xing paused. It was obvious that they were Sabina and He Li's voices. A month ago, he had sent these two stalkers out to search for the moon goddess orb fragments scattered across the continent. However, due to the vast distances between these locations, and the different locations of each fragment, the search would take considerable time. The fact that they had returned now meant that the two women had likely successfully completed their mission. Thinking of this, a smile crossed Chao Xing's face. Then, he pressed the communicator beside his ear and replied, "I understand. Come find me in the central square now." After saying that, Chao Xing hung up the phone, opened the door, and walked out onto the spacious cobblestone street outside the territory. He then walked towards the territory's central square. A minute later, two figures emerged from the darkness like ghosts. On the left was Sabina, dressed in a black nightgown, her dagger gleaming coldly in the moonlight. On the right was Heli, the beast-eared girl, her tail twitching, her cat ears trembling. They saluted simultaneously. "Lord, good night." Chao Xing nodded slightly and said, "Welcome back, Heli, Sabina. You've worked hard this month." Hearing these words, the two girls felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. It's hard to describe the feeling, like finally returning home after a long journey, and receiving the approval of your parents. "No." Sabina was about to respond. It wasn't hard at all. He Li, standing next to her, pouted and complained, "That's right. This month has exhausted me. We've traveled tens of thousands of kilometers collecting these fragments. We've also encountered attacks from magical beasts and mercenaries along the way. And then some fragments fell into the hands of cunning merchants. Seeing we wanted them, they raised the price. The worst part is," the beast-eared girl chattered on, as if she wanted to tell him everything she encountered this month. Chao Xing, far from being annoyed, smiled, patted her head, and said softly, "I know you've worked hard. I give you a reward tonight." At this, the fatigue and resentment on He Li's face instantly vanished, and her dark green eyes lit up. "The reward? Is it what I was thinking?" She instinctively stroked the collar around her neck, a look of longing in her eyes. Chao Xing nodded and said, "Yes, the same one from last time." "Excellent. Long live the Lord." He Li jumped up and down excitedly, her tail raised high. Sabina, on the side, seemed confused about what this reward was, but she didn't dare ask, simply standing quietly. At this point, Chao Xing said sternly, "All right, give me the fragments you collected." The two women immediately pulled their spoils from their arms. 3 shards glowed blue in Sabina's palm, while He Li's furry paws clutched 2 glowing fragments. With a gentle wave of his hand, Chao Xing dropped all the fragments into his backpack. Obtained, Moon Orb Fragments *5. Seeing this prompt, he breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly sighing, "Finally, I've gathered them all." Once a legendary orb, it had suffered severe damage and shattered into 12 fragments, scattered across the continent. Even he hadn't imagined they would ever be fully assembled. Then, Chao Xing gathered his thoughts and looked at his two capable men. "You've worked hard this month. Now go back and rest. I contact you if anything else." Sabina responded respectfully, her cloak fluttering as she melted into the shadows like ink. Hurley looked at him expectantly, her furry tail wagging. "Lord, please don't forget our agreement." "Understood." Chao Xing smiled and waved his hand. After the two stalkers had left, Chao Xing looked at the fragments in his backpack and said slowly, "According to what Marita said, the body of the moon goddess staff is in the Yuan kingdom. As long as all 12 fragments are collected, we can retrieve the moon goddess staff and restore the power of this legendary staff." It seems I have to go to the Yuan Kingdom. With a flash, he arrived at the center of the territory's teleportation array. Buzz! A familiar light rose, and Chao Xing's figure vanished. A few seconds later, a burst of refreshing fragrance filled the air. You have arrived in a special area, Linglan Main City. Surrounded by the uniquely architectural style of the palace, covered in vines, Chao Xing didn't pause. He quickly made his way to Queen Yuan's chambers. As the supreme ruler of the Yuan Kingdom, Chao Xing likely had no other person in the entire northern territory with such authority. Coincidentally, the queen had already returned to her chambers to rest. She was reclining on a soft couch by the window, a silver thread nightgown draped loosely around her, revealing her snow-white neck and shoulders. The flickering candlelight illuminated her delicate profile, illuminating her already stunning features even more vibrantly. Spotting the familiar figure, Queen Yuan slowly raised her head, her red lips curled slightly. "Do you miss me, coming to the palace so late?" Chao Xing chuckled softly and nodded. "Indeed I do. But I have a more important matter to discuss with you this time." Queen Yuan lazily pulled herself up, her long, silky hair falling from her shoulders. "I knew you wouldn't come to visit me so late at night for no reason. With so many beauties in the domain, I'm not even able to afford you enough favors. How could I have time to miss you?" She snorted softly, a hint of resentment in her tone, her slender fingertips gently playing with the hair that fell across her chest. Hearing this, Chao Xing smiled helplessly. Come to think of it, it had indeed been a while since he visited Queen Yuan. In the past month, with Spark City having just been completed and having experienced a major war, there had been a lot of things to deal with. Queen Yuan and her colleagues were also busy taking over the territory of the North Wind Alliance and inventorying the assets of the Six Kingdoms, so they were even more busy. Chapter 878. Since everyone has been so busy lately, they haven't been in touch much lately. It was clear that the Queen was a little upset. "Tell me, what's the matter that warranted the Northern Overlord's personal visit?" Chao Xing gathered his thoughts and explained his purpose. Queen Yuan was slightly taken aback, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. "I never thought. You have collected all the Moon Goddess orbs that were once shattered by the Blood Legion. If so, then this staff is destined for you." She gently raised her fair arm, and a crystal-clear staff, entwined with moonlight patterns, appeared from thin air in her palm. It was Yuan Kingdom's legendary weapon, the Moon Goddess Staff. Chao Xing's gaze was immediately drawn to it. He sensed an extremely powerful force within it. However, the recess at the top of the staff was empty, exactly where the Moon Goddess orb would be. Queen Yuan whispered softly, "Now, it belongs to you." With that, she casually tossed the staff, which traced a graceful silver arc through the air. Chao Xing instinctively took it. Obtained, Moon Goddess Staff, incomplete. Looking at the staff in his hand, shimmering with a faint moonlight, Chao Xing's eyes once again lit up with joy. He solemnly placed it in his backpack and said, "Thank you, Xia." Queen Yuan's lips curled slightly. "You're welcome. This time, you've handed over the North Wind Alliance's territory to us. The benefits brought are beyond imagination. With time to digest, the Yuan Kingdom's military strength and resources will be greatly enhanced." "I haven't thanked you yet." Speaking of this topic, Chao Xing asked, "How is the takeover of the Six Kingdoms of the Northern Wind Alliance progressing?" Queen Yuan nodded gently. "Progress is quite good. With the cooperation of those three guys, the royal families of the Northern Wind Alliance have been largely wiped out. Important towns and fortresses, including the major cities, have been replaced by our men, and the normal lives of the civilians have not been affected. We are currently inventorying the assets of the Six Kingdoms and their treasuries. In about 2 weeks, we will be able to complete the full takeover." At this point, she added, Chong said, "By the way, we've almost finished gathering the materials you asked us to gather. I give them to you later." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "I understand." Then, with a hint of apology, he said, "Xia, I have some things to do tonight and can't get away. I come see you later when I'm free." Queen Yuan chuckled and waved her hand. "I understand. You're the leader of the entire Northern Territory now, much busier than I am. Go ahead, go ahead." Chao Xing didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the beautiful Queen Yuan, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "What's wrong?" She tilted her head slightly, her icy blue eyes questioning. After a moment's silence, Chao Xing suddenly stepped forward and embraced the queen. Queen Yuan's pupil shrank slightly, as if she hadn't expected his sudden action. But in that firm, warm embrace, her body unconsciously relaxed. He reached out his arms and gently embraced Chao Xing. At this moment, the two embraced. Her tall figure, through the thin gauze dress, revealed her graceful curves and soft touch. After a few tender moments, Chao Xing released the woman from his arms. He then kissed her lips again, inhaling the faint aroma of tequila. Then I be leaving first, Xia. His voice was low and gentle. Queen Yuan hummed softly, a glimmer in her eyes. Her slender fingers unconsciously grasped Chao Xing's sleeve, then slowly released it. Then, Chao Xing's figure flashed, vanishing at lightning speed. It wasn't until a few seconds after he left that the queen regained consciousness. She lowered her eyes, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the lips she had just kissed, a faint smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Little one. Moonlight filtered through the crystal window lattice, casting a fine halo on her long hair, making her stunning face appear even more hazy. A familiar beam of light rose from the territory's teleportation array. A slender figure loomed. You've returned, Snowstorm. When the prompt ended, Chao Xing opened his eyes, and saw the familiar scene around him. The howling cold wind whipped up tiny snowflakes, and the magic shield above his head shimmered with a faint blue light. Chao Xing whispered, this time, requesting the moon goddess staff went quite smoothly. Next, we need to fuse the 12 fragments and place them directly onto the moon goddess staff. This will unleash the true power of this legendary staff. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and removed all the fragments from his backpack. 12 fragments emitting a faint blue glow hovered above his palm, slowly rotating like stars. Then, a magical scene occurred. Without any external force, the fragments unexpectedly attracted each other. With a strange resonant sound, the 12 fragments unexpectedly aligned and combined, perfectly joining together. A moment later, a crystal-clear orb, flowing with pure moonlight-like energy, appeared before Chao Xing's successful synthesis. Moon Goddess Orb, legendary. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Legendary orbs like this contain a miraculous power. So they will automatically fuse, without even requiring Herald to forge them. After a pause, a flicker of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Next, we can inlay this orb onto the staff and unleash its power. Excited, he pulled the Moon Goddess staff from his backpack. At this moment, Chao Xing held a crystal-clear staff in his right hand, radiating a faint moonlight, while his left hand held the translucent orb. Then, he slowly brought the two treasures closer. Instantly, a shared energy erupted from both objects. Then, the Moon Goddess Orb unexpectedly flew automatically to the groove at the top of the staff and gently landed. Clang! A crisp, resonant sound echoed. The components of the legendary weapon, separated for years, finally reunited today. From the tip of the staff, an unprecedented radiance erupted. The pure moonlight flowed like water, illuminating the entire territory. Even the howling cold wind overhead was stagnant. A system prompt appeared. Ding! You have successfully repaired your equipment, Moon Goddess Staff, legendary. Note, after repair, this staff is now ownerless and can be bound at any time. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing's face lit up with delight. Great! The repair was a success. And this newly repaired Moon Goddess Staff is still ownerless. In other words, I can equip it right now, saving a lot of trouble. Excellent! Excited, he eagerly grasped the staff floating in midair, a surge of immense power flowing into him. Then, he glanced at the staff's attributes. Lunar Staff. Quality, legendary. Equipment level, level 100. Spell attack damage, 11,942 to 12,452. Lunar power, 0/500, gains 1 point of lunar power per cast, increasing spell critical damage by 1% per point, capped at 30%. Additional effects. 1. Moon Blessing, increases spirit by 3,500, constitution by 300, and increases spell penetration by 30%, armor break. Additional effects. 2. Crescent Blade, when casting a spell, there is a 25% chance to summon an additional moon blade, dealing attack power asterisk 154%, moonlight damage. Additional effects. 3. Lunar Phase Rotation, consumes 30 points of lunar power to instantly swap positions with any friendly unit within a 3000 m radius, no cooldown. Additional effects. 4. Lunar Eclipse, consumes 200 points of lunar power to cause the target to enter a lunar eclipse. Status, unable to regenerate health for 5 seconds and continuously burned by moonlight, damage equal to 85% of attack power per second. Special effects. 5. Silver Moon Finale, legendary special effects. Consumes 500 points of lunar power to inflict a moonlight mark on all enemies within 5,000 meters, detonating after 3 seconds. During the duration, enemies receive 100% of their cumulative damage. Cooldown, 36 hours, Equipment description: the moon waxes and wanes, shadows appear and disappear. If you hear the moonlight singing, it's me gently plucking the strings of the night. Moon Priestess Ireneville. Although this wasn't the first time Chao Xing had obtained legendary equipment, and he knew that each piece of legendary equipment possessed its own unique characteristics and powerful abilities, he couldn't help but feel a sense of shock and excitement after reading the attributes of the lunar staff. Not only is this weapon's base level at 100, but each of its special effects possesses powerful effects, significantly boosting a mage's survivability and combat effectiveness. For him, it's the perfect artifact. Chao Xing took a few deep breaths, suppressing his excitement as he analyzed in a low voice. The second special effect, Crescent Power, has a 25% chance of summoning moon blades when casting. That sounds low, but at my current casting speed, I can cast at least 7 or 8 enhanced Cone of Cold spells per second. In other words, I can summon almost 2 moon blades per second, effectively increasing my DPS by about 30%. And the third special effect, Lunar Phase Rotation, is even more outrageous. It allows you to swap positions with teammates without a cooldown. The concept of this is self-explanatory. On the battlefield, if an enemy approaches from behind and attempts a sneak attack, Chao Xing would simply swap positions with either Marinella or Sarah. The enemy thought they'd be able to attack Chao Xing right away, but ended up facing the strongest melee fighter in the territory. That scene would surely be quite amusing. Thinking of this, a smile crept across his face. Then, there were the even more bizarre Lunar Eclipse special effects, and the legendary Silver Moon Finale special effects. The former prevents the enemy from recovering health for 5 seconds, making it perfect for slaying those with surprisingly high survivability and struggling to survive. The latter's legendary special effects were even more bizarre. It directly detonates for 100% of the damage dealt to the enemy within 3 seconds. This effect sounds a bit complicated, but its mechanics are similar to Sarah's Shadow Bloom. It simply records all damage dealt to the enemy within those 3 seconds, and then detonates it all at once. However, Sarah's detonation deals full damage for the first 5 attacks. And Silver Moon Finale deals full damage within the first 3 seconds of detonation, and this effect affects everyone. Simply terrifying. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Great, great. I too possess a legendary weapon. With this legendary staff, combined with my powerful stats and equipment, my combat power will undergo a qualitative transformation. Furthermore, the Moon Goddess staff hasn't even been enhanced with the colorful crystal yet, so it can be further enhanced. Thinking of this, he quickly soulbound the staff. As he released pure magic power, it resonated with the staff's aura. The next moment, a brilliant halo of moonlight erupted, completely enveloping him. Chao Xing could clearly sense a mysterious connection between himself and the staff. The staff pulsed warmly, responding to his touch as if it had come alive. Ding! Congratulations on successfully binding the legendary weapon, Moon Goddess Staff. Title: Star Reaper has been upgraded, luck increased by 10. When the notification ended, Chao Xing stood still, eagerly savoring the boost brought by his new weapon. After becoming familiar with the power of the Moon Goddess Staff, he eagerly headed to the area where the crystal people were. Among the glowing crystal maidens, Chao Xing found Sanyeshi, humming a song and sorting crystals. Since he had other things to do tonight, and didn't have much time, he didn't catch up with her. He simply asked Sanyeshi to hand over all the crystals the tribe had recently produced. Obtained, Dark Crystals * 159. Obtained, Sparkling Crystals * 14. Obtained, Colorful Crystals * 3. Looking at the crystals in his backpack, Chao Xing's eyes gleamed with delight. Excellent! With an unlimited supply of crystals to these crystal people, their colorful crystal production has seen a significant increase. That's perfect. Besides the Moon Goddess Staff, I can also enhance my Archlich's Icebone leggings. So, he quickly headed for the blacksmith shop. A few minutes later, Chao Xing was almost at the blacksmith shop's door. Boom! As the door swung open, a wave of heat washed over him, mingling with the familiar tinge of metal and a strange chill. The dwarf herald was wielding the Frostcore Hammer of Eternal Silence, diligently hammering away at his equipment. Noticing the newcomer, he quickly stopped and saluted respectfully. My lord, may you be well. Chao Xing smiled faintly, removed the Moon Goddess Staff from his backpack, and removed his Archlich's Icebone leggings, placing them both in front of Harold's forge. He then placed 2 rainbow crystals on top, saying, Harold, I'd like to trouble you to help me strengthen 2 more pieces of equipment today. The dwarf blacksmith quickly responded, My lord, you are so kind. It is my honor to serve you. Chao Xing nodded. Okay, let's begin. Yes. Harold replied solemnly, then quickly turned around, grabbed the two pieces of equipment from the forge, and expertly set them together. As he skillfully set them together, the two pieces of equipment glowed faintly. Chao Xing waited patiently nearby. About 20 minutes later, two rays of rainbow light suddenly burst forth from Harold's trembling hands. Buzz! Buzz! Two consecutive buzzing sounds followed, and then a system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Legendary equipment, a Lun staff, item level increased, special effect, lunar eclipse enhanced. Ding! Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Legendary equipment, Archlich's Icebone leggings, item level increased, legendary special effect, Frost Scar Echo enhanced. Harold breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed the two pieces of legendary equipment, and quickly walked over to Chao Xing. Lord, I have fulfilled your mission. Thank you for your hard work, Harold. Chao Xing patted his shoulder, then took the two pieces of equipment and examined their enhanced stats. After reviewing the enhanced stats of the two pieces of equipment, Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. Excellent. Although the Moon Goddess staff isn't enhanced with a legendary level special effect, the Lunar Eclipse special effect is quite impressive. Plus, it also increases the maximum lunar power from 500 to 700. It's like I could only use either Lunar Eclipse or Silver Moon Finale before, but now I can use both at the same time. The actual effect will be even more powerful than I imagined. The Icebone leggings enhancement was quite simple and crude, just a simple stat increase, so there wasn't much to say. So, he donned the two enhanced pieces of equipment again, and their stats skyrocketed. Feeling the surging lunar power and biting cold within him, Chao Xing clapped his hands. Just as he was about to ask Harold about the progress of the legendary leather armor forging, his expression suddenly shifted, and he subconsciously gripped the staff's handle. He sensed a familiar, chilling aura emerging from near Spark City. These auras stalked the snowy plains like venomous snakes in the darkness, daring only to linger about 10 kilometers from the city walls. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. These guys are quite punctual. Looks like tonight's plan can be implemented. Chapter 879. Chao Xing sensed a presence near his territory and narrowed his eyes slightly. These guys have arrived. Looks like tonight's plan can be implemented. He then turned to the dwarf blacksmith and said, Harold, you can continue working. I have something to go out for. Harold bowed slightly. Yes, my lord. Then Chao Xing walked through the forge and out of the smithy. A gentle breeze blew, and the drastic temperature difference brought a chill. P.S. The magic shield only blocked the wind and snow outside. It still allowed cold air to flow in, and the air inside was still circulating. Whoosh! Following a surge of magic power, Chao Xing's figure disappeared. A moment later, Chao Xing reappeared on a plain more than 10 kilometers from Spark City. He looked around but saw no one. The next moment, he tapped the ground with his staff and casually said, Come out. The moment the staff's tip touched the ground, invisible waves of sound, mixed with magical energy, resounded across the snowy plain. Bang! 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 Several dark shadows were instantly shaken out of their hiding and stumbled onto the snow. Dark aura gushed from them, like flowing liquid. They were the demons led by the lame peasant woman. They stared at Chao Xing with fear and terror. For it had been less than a month since their last meeting. And yet, they could clearly sense that the aura of this otherworldly lord had grown deeper and more terrifying. At that moment, a strange thought arose in the minds of all the demons. Is he still human at this rate of growth? Chao Xing stood there, chuckling softly. What are you standing there for? Are you afraid I devour you? Don't worry, I've signed a contract with your demon lord. I won't attack you until the terms of the contract are fulfilled. The demons exchanged glances, then nodded. They moved cautiously, as if somewhat worried about a sudden attack from this capricious otherworldly lord. However, upon seeing that he was simply standing there, clutching his staff, without making any other movements, the demons breathed a sigh of relief. Approaching Chao Xing, the lame peasant woman, hunched over, said hoarsely, Sir, we've brought the ritual materials the demon lord asked us to gather. She then pulled a wriggling black sack from her tattered apron, and presented it with her nearly rotten hands. Chao Xing didn't take the bag immediately. Instead, he asked, Besides these things, there's another material I specifically asked the demon lord to find for me. Did you find it? The peasant woman's cloudy eyes rolled as she spoke in a low voice. It's all in there, sir. That thing took up a lot of our time and effort. Chao Xing casually waved his staff, drawing the black bag in front of him, and removing everything inside. Obtained, 9 nether demon crystals *100. Obtained, abyssal blood *30. Obtained, Funeral incense *5. Obtained, dark sphere *1. Obtained, light devourer's heart *1. The first 4 items are extremely rare dark materials used to construct the dark teleportation array capable of transporting the demon lord to the main plane. The last one was what Chao Xing needed most right now. He held the still beating black heart, emitting an eerie purple glow. He sighed inwardly. These demons are truly resourceful. They were even able to find the heart of such an ancient creature. With that, I now have all 4 ingredients I need. Chao Xing's eyes flashed with excitement, and he was already eager to begin the next step of his plan. At this moment, the lame peasant woman cautiously said, "Sir, the demon lord asked me to ask you when we can retrieve the feather of fallen." Chao Xing didn't reply. The feather she was referring to was the final, crucial ingredient in the dark teleportation array. However, while this item had a specific location, the abyss of slumber in the southern continent, that was the territory of the 3 major clans. Furthermore, none of these 3 clans seemed to favor the human race. During the current event period, Chao Xing didn't have time to lead his men to the southern continent. What's the rush? The feather of fallen is in the southern continent, and I still can't move it across the continent. I get it when I have time. With these words, he tapped the ground with his staff, and an invisible force of moonlight, mixed with a biting chill, spread out. Tell your demon lord, if you wish to descend into the main plane, be patient. The lame peasant woman shuddered at the chill, and quickly knelt in the snow. Her rotting cheek pressed against the cold snow. Yes. Yes. I will convey your message to the demon lord. It appeared extremely humble, not daring to object. Chao Xing retracted his staff and waved his hand, saying, "If nothing else, you may return now. I contact you again when I've collected the feather of fallen." The 4 demons exchanged glances and nodded respectfully. Yes. Then, a black mist erupted from the lame peasant woman, completely enveloping the 4 demons. Whoosh! With a gentle breeze, the 4 figures vanished, leaving only a few melting black stains on the snow. After the demons departed, Chao Xing gazed at the materials in his backpack, a smile returning to his face. Excellent! All the materials for the summoning ritual have been gathered. Tonight, the action begins. He pressed the communication device to his ear and quickly said, "All combatants, cease exploring the dream fractal and prepare to return to your territory. Combatants below legendary level, guard Spark City. Legendary level and above, come to coordinates to find me. Everyone, prepare for battle." Meanwhile, well-equipped and powerful combat teams were exploring the dream fractal. They swiftly crossed paths, their weapons flashing with various colors, swiftly dispatching nightmare monsters they encountered and expertly collecting their spoils. At this moment, upon hearing Chao Xing's message, all the teams stopped in their tracks. The captains turned and shouted, "The Lord has ordered. Return to the territory immediately." The soldiers' expressions straightened, and they responded in unison, "Yes." Then, without hesitation, they leaped down the path. As they fell, their figures gradually faded, plunging into an endless dark purple mist. When their consciousness completely faded, when they opened their eyes again, they saw the familiar Lord's Castle and Energy Station. The moment they regained consciousness, the combatants sprang into action. They quickly followed the Lord's orders and split up. Warriors below the legendary level transformed into streaks of light, appearing on the walls of Spark City. The clang of unsheathed blades echoed incessantly. Combatants above the legendary level took flight, speeding towards Chao Xing's position. Even Lu Muxue, whose belly was already slightly swollen, donned her armor again. In her left hand, she held up an ancient sword, in her right, a multicolored magic shield, and soared into the sky like a streak of white light. Across the territory, dozens of dazzling trails streaked across the sky, like a meteor shower. A few minutes later, in an empty valley, the cold wind howled, and the snow lay thick. Moonlight pierced the clouds, illuminating the various plants growing in the valley like water, casting a faint silver glow on them. Rare plants like aurora grass and frost whisper flowers shimmered dreamily in the moonlight. This valley was the site of one of the Church of Light's former large camps. It was here that Chao Xing first tricked Fan Long, and then the Demon Lord. "Now," he whispered, "tonight, it's your turn. Let's settle our feud once, and for all tonight." Chao Xing gazed at the charred area below, the remains of the battle a year ago. At the same time, a series of powerful figures quickly flew to his side. There was Bing Lan, riding a 300-meter-tall dragon. The chill wind whipped up by its wings caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. There was Moine, already in her dark witch form, a twisted aura of darkness swirling around her. There was Mare Nina, her red hair dancing, her bloodthirster blade blazing with an undying bloody flame. Even his personal pet and mount, the scourge dragon Bing Bing spread its icy wings, obscuring the sky. The aura emanating from these powerful figures dispelled the fog from the entire valley, vaporizing even the falling snow thousands of meters above the ground. OM! A pure white light descended behind Chao Xing, transforming into the armored figure of Lu Muxue. Her soft voice rang out, "Ah Xing." At the call, Chao Xing quickly turned his head, and saw Lu Muxue, her face gleaming with a maternal glow, her belly slightly swollen. Chao Xing's gaze softened instantly. "Muxue, if a fight breaks out, don't join. Follow my instructions, and unleash your legendary and demigod skills." A hint of hesitation flashed across the Aurora Knight's eyes. While she longed to join the fight, she knew her physical condition wouldn't allow it. So Lu Muxue nodded gently. "Okay, I understand." After making arrangements with her, Chao Xing turned around, his gaze once again stern and icy. "Are you all here?" Everyone nodded in response, raising their weapons. "Very well, then let the ceremony begin." With that, Chao Xing pulled a large pile of materials from his backpack. These included space crystals, light crystals, and radiant charms. Then, he handed the materials to Assam and Rennies, instructing them to place them in different locations according to their designated directions. The two quickly set to work. Assam galloped across the snow on his frost wolf, placing each material on the ground. Rennies followed in another direction, placing a portion of the materials at intervals. The two moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the pattern of a large magic circle with a diameter exceeding a kilometer gradually took shape. When Assam inserted the last spatial crystal into the center of the formation, instantly, the entire formation was illuminated with a dazzling light, illuminating the valley like daylight. Chao Xing took a deep breath and said slowly, "Next, the next step. Use the 3 holy scriptures of light as core media and insert them into the 3 corners of the formation." He glanced at Isabel beside him and said, "Moine, bring out the holy scriptures." The dark witch's eyes flickered with an eerie purple light, as if she too was filled with immense anticipation for what was to come. Her red lips curled slightly, revealing a heart-stopping smile. "Yes, Lord." Then, she gracefully walked to the center of the formation, unloaded all 3 holy books from her backpack, and placed them on a suspended triangular frame before her. Instantly, the 3 holy books automatically flipped open, their pages bursting forth like a volcanic eruption. Light shot up into the sky like a volcanic eruption, interweaving in the air to form a massive cross of light. The cross floated 100 meters above the ground, emitting an intense golden glow that illuminated the entire valley. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. This second step, the spatial anchor point, has also been successfully established. It seems the thousand-faced god didn't lie to me. Next, the third step." He lowered his head and rummaged through the necromancer's bag. There lay the corpses of numerous powerful figures and war golems. Among these bodies were the Mother of the North Wind, the Night Bright King, and other legendary figures. They all remained in the poses of death, as if time had stood still for them. Some had hideous features, others slumbered peacefully, but without exception, they all exuded a suffocating aura of oppression. Among the pile, he found the body of a young man with pale complexion and an oriental appearance. His body was still intact, his face still etched with the terror of death. It was the seed of light. Chao Xing whispered to himself, "To successfully summon the god of light, we need to prepare a vessel capable of containing his divine power. Otherwise, the teleportation will fail." The next moment, he removed the corpse from the necromancer's bag, and the warmth of the valley instantly condensed into a frost on his skin. "I remember. Your name seems to be Xinxingjie. Although you joined the Church of Light from the beginning, you not only made no contribution to the survivors of Blue Star, but also caused the deaths of many." A flicker of disgust flashed in Chao Xing's eyes. "Now, let your corpse serve its final purpose." With that, 7 dark golden spikes appeared in his hand again. Each spike was engraved with ancient forbidden runes, gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Then, Chao Xing tossed the corpse into the air, a surge of magical power lifting it aloft. Drawn by the magical force, the corpse automatically flew towards the cross, hovering steadily in the center of the cross of light. Like Jesus on the cross, he spread his arms and pressed against the cross. At the same time, a beam of light descended from the sky, landing squarely on the corpse. Xinxingjie's body was enveloped in a holy aura, like a true saint. Golden light swirled around him, even his pale skin shimmering with a sacred luster. However, this miraculous scene did not move Chao Xing in the slightest. He simply raised his hand and waved it, and 7 long nails transformed into 7 streams of dark golden light and shot out. Puff! 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 7 muffled sounds followed. The nails pierced Xinxingjia's brow, throat, heart, palms, ankles, a total of 7 locations. With each nail's penetration, a wave of black and red energy erupted. The moment the last nail was driven in, it was as if a seal had been cast, and all the restless energy subsided. The originally divine glow on his body was tinged with a dark purple, and the cross took on a strange black and gold appearance. At this moment, Xinxingjia's body had become a perfect vessel. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. The third step was successful. Next, the final step of the ritual. Use the heart of the light-devouring beast as a medium to activate the mark of the seed of light left within Xinxingjia. Then, activate the teleportation array and forcibly pull the god of light to the main plane. At this thought, a glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Then, the heart, glowing dark purple, reappeared in Chaoxing's hands. As he spread his fingers, the heart slowly floated upward, gradually soaring above Xinxingjia's head. Explode! As Chaoxing softly exhaled, the heart suddenly exploded. A thick, dark purple energy splattered over him like ink. Xinxingjia's once luminous body, starting from the top of his head, rapidly dimmed. Around the teleportation array, a group of legendary warriors stared intently at the scene. Some gripped their weapons tightly, others held their breath, the air thick with tension and anticipation. As Xinxingjia's body turned completely black, the air throughout the valley seemed to freeze for a moment. A few seconds later, buzz! The massive teleportation array, over a kilometer in diameter, suddenly erupted with unprecedented golden light. Like a towering pillar of light, it soared tens of thousands of meters into the sky, illuminating the entire snowy plain as bright as day. Boom! The valley began to shake violently, and countless pieces of debris tumbled from the mountain walls. A suffocating, terrifying aura emanated from this golden light. Chaoxing took a deep breath and whispered, "Everyone prepare. The teleportation array has been activated. Prepare to meet the powerful enemy." The moment they heard the command, all the powerful warriors' expressions froze. Mo Yin's dark purple dress fluttered without a breeze, and a dark purple vortex of magical energy swirled around her. Assam once again transformed into the holy frost wolf form, holding the sword of the lake lady high in her hand. Rainey's unleashed elegy of the years, arrows imbued with destructive power poised for release. Over a dozen legends and demigods simultaneously drew their weapons, and a terrifying aura surged through the air. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the light column, awaiting the arrival of the legendary being. Beyond the main plane, there lies a special area. This area is perpetually shrouded in darkness. The rules of the main plane cannot extend here, causing divine power to be extremely weak. This area is the Netherworld. It holds a group of ancient beings stripped of their godhood. A hoarse whisper echoed. "Everyone, it has been confirmed. Dum, Telemian, and the others are all dead. Almost half of the 6 gods who escaped this time have perished." Chapter 880. Almost half of the 6 gods who escaped this time have perished. As soon as these words were spoken, cries of surprise echoed throughout the dark land. What? Even the 1,000-faced god is dead? What happened? And X is dead too? How is that possible? Could it be that the moment of unbalanced rules has arrived prematurely, and those creatures have all been born? A group of ancient beings debated. The hoarse voice echoed again, "I don't know. The abyss is completely sealed off from the main plane, completely unable to sense the outside world. If I hadn't left behind a few remnants of the god of weapons, enabling simple communication, I wouldn't have been able to learn this information." After a pause, his voice deepened, "But one thing is certain, the rules haven't been unbalanced, otherwise the seal on our abyss would have been loosened." At that moment, the entire dark space fell silent again. A few seconds later, a faint golden light suddenly flickered. Humph. Dum is such a loser. In an age when the gods remain, he, the former god of nightmares, master of all divine means, has fallen. It's a disgrace to us gods. In the darkness, a hoarse voice taunted with sarcasm. "Uriel, are you furious because Dum took your 3rd holy book?" Another cold voice echoed, "Ha. I think so. Uriel has lost 3 holy books in the past 2 years, yet he vowed so confidently that he would be the first to leave the abyss. In the end, not only was the Church of Light, which he founded, destroyed, but all 3 holy books were lost." A malicious sneer echoed through the dark space. For them, here, time had no concept, no divine power nourished them, only eternal boredom and torment. The God of Light's recent series of failures had become their sole source of entertainment. At that moment, the golden light flickered faintly, as if about to say something. But he could not refute it, for the facts were before his eyes. He could only internally transform all the humiliation and anger into resentment. Chao Xing, it's all because of you that my plans have failed one after another. When I return to the main plane, I will make sure you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. At this moment, a sinister voice suddenly rang out. I remember. Uriel said that a curious little creature appeared in the main plane. It was he who destroyed the Church of Light and thwarted Uriel's plans. Do you think the deaths of Dam and Thousand Faces are related to this little creature? At this question, the dark space fell into a brief silence. Then, even more unbridled laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, that's impossible. That little guy is certainly interesting, but he's still far from being able to deal with Dam. Indeed, it's been less than 2 years since these otherworldly lords arrived. No matter how fast they grow, they can't possibly threaten a demigod. Isn't the God of Light deliberately exaggerating the enemy's strength to cover up his own incompetence? Even the God of Light thought this was pure fantasy. He was about to say something when he suddenly sensed something strange. And when he looked up at the empty dome, he froze in his tracks. A ray of pure golden light suddenly descended from the dark sky. Like the first rays of dawn illuminating the abyss, it landed precisely on the form of the God of Light. At that moment, the entire abyss fell silent, the gazes of all the ancient beings fixed on that sacred radiance. What is this? Uriel, what happened? The ancient beings asked one after another. However, even the God of Light himself was now deeply confused. But after a moment, he realized what was happening. This is the guiding light of the interdimensional teleportation array. This is the backup plan I left behind. With all the necessary channels, we can directly communicate with the abyss and teleport me out. Could it be that the remaining believers of the Church of Light have succeeded? The God of Light's golden shadow trembled violently. Upon hearing this, the ancient beings in this dark space erupted in a frenzy, envy, jealousy, and longing. Damn it! Uriel actually succeeded. Damn it! How hateful. I want out too. Those damn guys threw me into this area, and nearly 10,000 years have passed. Roar! Uriel, get me out. Voices of resentment and anger rang out. And now, the God of Light was completely consumed by ecstasy. Ha ha ha. I never thought that after all these days, the remaining followers of the light would succeed. God is truly helping me. Everyone, I'd be leaving first. As the teleportation light grew stronger, the shadowy figure of the God of Light grew increasingly ethereal, as if on the verge of breaking free from this eternal prison. And then, an ancient voice rang out. Uriel, something's not right. I just stumbled upon a fragment of the future. Your departure this time seems dangerous. Be sure to be careful. Hearing these words, the God of Light's golden light suddenly faltered. If it had been a warning from any other deity, the God of Light might have dismissed it. But this one was Kronos, the former god of prophecy. Because he frequently used his prophetic power, disrupting the established course of history, he was stripped of his godhood and cast into the abyss. This indirectly proved the accuracy of his prophecies. The God of Light's voice rang out. Are you saying this is most likely not a guidance from the Church of Light, but a trap? His figure was becoming increasingly ethereal, and he was about to be fully summoned to the main plane. Kronos, the god of prophecy, replied hoarsely, It's likely. After receiving his confirmation, a host of thoughts flashed through the God of Light's mind. But after only a moment, he suddenly chuckled. Interesting. How dare they plot against me? It seems some old immortal out there is plotting against me. Is it the Vatican? Or those hiding in the shadows? He still didn't believe it was Chao Xing who was conducting the ceremony outside. After all, in his opinion, that weak lord from another world would only wish to be trapped in the abyss for eternity, and would never offer to lead him there. The God of Light suddenly turned and spoke into the darkness. Loki, help me create a false godhead. If you can successfully escape this trap, I promise to lead you out immediately. After hearing this offer, the darkness fell silent for a moment. Then, a twisted laugh echoed, Deal. In a fleeting moment, the gods quickly reached a deal. From the shadow of the god of deception, countless phantom arms stretched out, frantically weaving something in the void. In a mere instant, a shimmering crystal flew swiftly toward the figure of the God of Light. The crystal surface was covered in fine cracks, yet within it surged a divine aura, so convincing it could be mistaken for the real thing. Before his figure completely vanished, the false godhead sank into his body. Buzz! With a blinding flash of light, the God of Light's body vanished completely. The abyss returned to darkness, leaving only countless ancient beings lost in thought, whispers echoing endlessly. Meanwhile, in the distant center of the western continent, a dark purple mist, exceeding thousands of kilometers in diameter, surged, engulfing the entire human empire like a wave. From the sky, the entire region resembled a vast wound gnawed by some indescribable entity, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression. However, for nearly a month, intense energy fluctuations had been reverberating from within the fog. Thump thump! The crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the misty path. A young man, clad in dark purple armor and holding a spear, advanced alone. His armor was already riddled with cracks, and his body was covered in wounds that had yet to heal. A month of continuous fighting had brought his body to the brink of collapse, yet the young man's eyes remained cold, as if nothing could affect him. He raised his head, gazing at the vast palace looming in the distance, and the massive shadows slowly moving across the sky. He whispered to himself, "If I add up the number of deaths in dreams and reality, I've now died 1,186,242 times. Unconsciously, it's almost reached 1.2 million. The young man smiled, then looked up at the sky, "And I've finally come before you." In the sky, a pair of huge, multicolored pupils suddenly opened, gazing coldly at the ants below. Then, as the shadow gently flapped its wings, something seemed to fall from its body. The fog began to surge violently, as if some enormous creature were descending from the sky. Boom! The sound of heavy footsteps resonated like thunder, and the entire earth shook. As the monster emerged from the fog, the young man could clearly see its figure. It was a deformed giant, 1,000 meters tall, entwined with chains. It was shrouded in endless nightmare power, its massive iron fists seemingly capable of destroying everything. The young man raised his spear slightly and spoke calmly, "Ah, it's there again, the nightmare giant, grip of agony, possessing the power of a demigod. I've died at its hands over 8,000 times." His tone was as if he were speaking of an old, familiar friend, tinged with a touch of nostalgia and weariness. A neutral, ancient voice echoed in the sky, a whisper from the distant past. "Human, if you wish to see me, you must defeat it first." At this, a smile finally crept onto the young man's lips. "Finally. Are you willing to speak with me? Morpheus, this time. I will definitely stand before you." He slowly raised his spear, its tip ablaze with a faint purple flame. Having experienced death 1,000,000 times, he had become blind to fear and pain, completely numb to death. He had only one goal in mind. With this broken corpse, wielding his spear, he would stand before the ancient dragon Morpheus and shatter its dreams. Boom! The nightmare giant launched the first attack, smashing its chain-wrapped fist into the ground, warping and deforming space. The moment the earth cracked, the young man's figure vanished from the spot. The snowy plain at this moment. A golden beam erupted from the valley, reaching the sky and expanding. The entire snowy plain was illuminated as bright as day. And as time passed, an increasingly sacred and vast aura permeated the air. It was as if some ancient being was about to descend upon this world. The creatures on the snowy plains trembled, instinctively prostrating themselves on the ground. Warriors far away in Spark City also stood on the city walls, weapons clenched. Even the mercenaries and adventurers, immersed in Spark City's vibrant nightlife, paused their revelry. A suffocating sense of oppression hung in the air. In the valley, Chao Xing and his companions had already formed a battle formation. Glacier Shield Guard Braun, holding the Shield of Origin, led the charge. Following him were Frostwolf Knight Assam and Star Nation swordsman Xiao. Behind them stood a host of powerful ranged warriors, such as Dark Witch Moin, Sky Hunter Rennies, and Rifa Zeverin. And in the sky, 2 giant dragons circled and danced, blocking all paths. Sarah, hidden in the darkness, prepared to activate the 10x amplification on her shadow heart and unleash a fatal blow. Marinina was already at full strength, her blood-red butterfly wings fluttering gently behind her. Although they had slain 3 false gods and the Mother of the North Wind in quick succession a month ago, there was no need for such a grand display against an enemy of this caliber. However, Chao Xing would not underestimate any foe. No matter who the opponent was, he would give it his all. Even more so, this time it was an ancient deity. There was no room for underestimation. Under the gaze of the crowd, a dazzling phantom of light gradually emerged. Its entire body radiated a holy light, and its height exceeded 1,000 meters. Just standing there, it towered over the entire valley. The phantom's face could not be seen clearly, but the vague outline of divine features could be discerned. Pupils, as dazzling as 2 suns, scanned the surroundings. Anyone caught in its gaze felt a palpitating sensation, as if they were being seen through. Heh. Everyone seemed to hear a scornful laugh. Then, the shadow of light began to shrink, gradually fading into the crucified body suspended in midair. Even more horrifyingly, the seed of light's corpse began to wriggle, as if revitalized. His skin turned from pale to rosy, and even the wounds from the nails healed at a visible speed. A moment later, when the last ray of light had completely absorbed itself, the seed of light suddenly opened its eyes. However, its gaze was filled with a coldness and majesty unbecoming of a human, as if that of a lofty deity. After scanning the surroundings, his gaze finally settled on Chao Xing, floating in midair. At that moment, a meaningful smile played across the seed of light's lips. Hee hee. I thought Kronos was talking about someone plotting against me, some reckless old idiot. I didn't expect it to be you, little brat. After a pause, he slowly said, Chao Xing, I have to admit, you're truly audacious. A surge of divine power erupted, and the ground within a radius of dozens of kilometers crumbled in an instant. Chao Xing felt his breath catch, because he felt a suffocating pressure from the seed of light, the god of light. This pressure far surpassed that of the nightmare god and even the thousand-faced god he had previously encountered. In other words, this being was even more powerful than those false gods. However, Chao Xing had already made preparations. Today, let alone a false god, even if a true god appeared, he would slay him. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, concentrate all your fire. Destroy him instantly. The moment he received the order, Marinina took the lead. As the territory's strongest force, having overpowered the mother of the north wind and the fire thief in the battle, her speed was unparalleled. In a mere moment, she was behind the god of light, the bloodthirster in her hand radiating an eerie bloody light. Lotus sword dance. A blood-red figure swirled around the god of light, slashing frantically. Then, two giant dragons in the sky simultaneously opened their maws, and a devastating icy force condensed from their throats. Wow! Two dragon breaths powerful enough to freeze the ocean erupted, intertwining into a torrent of extreme cold. At the same time, the dark witch raised her staff, a deep black hole condensing at its tip. A lazy voice rang out, this witch hates you glowing creatures the most. Get down! With that, a terrifying burst of dark magic erupted from her, instantly suppressing the surrounding light aura. Darkness devours, the world sinks. Zevran's lightning power emanated destructive waves as he swung his staff. Boom! A pillar of lightning over 10 meters in diameter descended from the sky, carrying the might of judgment upon all things. After hearing Chao Xing's command to attack with all his might, this creature immediately unleashed its strongest single-target burst skill, 5 Thunder Divine Punishment. Swish! Swish! Chao Xing's single-target forbidden spell Ice Piercing, Reni's commander-level skill, Life-Seeking Arrow Target Kill, and the sword energies of Shao and Assam. All manner of devastating attacks poured down at once. In an instant, the valley was completely engulfed by the raging energy. The vast pillar of light was shattered, its dazzling glow ripped apart by the various energy storms. An area 7 or 8 kilometers in radius was flattened, the snow instantly vaporizing, revealing the black rock beneath. The entire snowy plain trembled violently under this terrifying impact. Even the Ice Crystal King, thousands of kilometers away, sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations and, startled, immediately grasped the kingdom's holy sword. This demonstrated the terrifying power of this wave of concentrated fire. After the burst ended, the blinding light gradually dissipated. Chao Xing narrowed his eyes, peering through the thinning smoke. At the very center of this wave of fire, a figure hovered in midair. The cross behind him had shattered, and his body was scarred by Marinella's sword. Yet, a golden shield enveloped him. Though covered with cracks, it still held firm, withstanding all attacks. Chapter 881. After a wave of devastating fire, the golden figure remained standing. At that moment, Chao Xing's eyes darkened, and the hand gripping the moon goddess staff trembled slightly. The god of light's lips curled up in a slow, sardonic arc, his voice deep and distant. Little one, are you surprised? Honestly, I never imagined you reached the legendary realm in just 1 year. You even possess the power to slay demigods. If it were any other false god, caught off guard, they might have been instantly slain by you. There was a hint of amusement in his voice, yet a hint of fear and solemnity lingered. Then, the god of light's voice suddenly changed, but I'm not a weakling like Dam. You're far from enough to kill me. As he finished speaking, a glowing crystal gradually emerged from between his brows. As the crystal materialized, a vast sea of divine power surged into the golden shield, completely repairing the cracks. The light was even several times brighter than before. Godhead, Marinella said in a low voice. Hearing this, everyone's eyes grew solemn. Because, in their perception, these beings from the netherworld were being stripped of their godhead. Their strength was, at most, at the limit of demigods, far more powerful than ordinary demigods. And now, the god of light actually possessed godhead, truly overturning everyone's perception. This also made Chao Xing's heart even heavier, for he knew that this time he was facing a very real possibility, a divine being. Even though it's still some distance from a true god, it's still more powerful than an average demigod. At this moment, the Dark Witch's lazy voice rang out. Hee. This isn't a true godhead. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably a fake godhead, forcibly condensed through some force. Compared to a true godhead, its power is far inferior, and it will disintegrate after a while. Hearing this, everyone in the arena breathed a sigh of relief. Because fake godhead and true godhead are two completely different things. The former can only temporarily exert the combat power of a god, and that's only a fraction. The latter, however, is a true god. The difference in strength could be described as worlds apart. The god of light, holding up a golden shield, gazed at the Dark Witch. You know quite a bit. However, although this is a false godhead, it's still capable of exerting only 1/10 of its former strength. More than enough to deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of divine power, even more terrifying than before, erupted from his body. He raised his hands high, his voice booming like thunder. Divine punishment. Judgment of light. The entire sky suddenly lit up with a blinding white light, and countless golden beams descended from the heavens. Each beam held the power to purify all things, even warping space wherever it passed. First and foremost were the two enormous dragons soaring in the sky. Under the impact of the holy beams, Seraphis and Bing Bing roared in pain, their dragon scales emitting smoke as they burned under the divine light. Roar! Ing! And on the battlefield below, Braum roared, transforming into a 100-meter-tall originator titan, holding a massive shield to block everyone's path. His muscles flexed, and the shield radiated the aura of ancient life. Boom! 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 Beams of light struck the shield, erupting with a deafening roar. Decrease 38285312. Decrease 35523251. Decrease 41592447. Decrease 32784252. Decrease 38244298. Damage levels of 30 to 40 million continuously surged, and Braum's health plummeted by over 300 million in just a single second. Even with his defense, he still lost so much health, demonstrating the power of the God of Light's explosive attack, and, according to the God of Light, this was only 1/10 of his peak combat power. If it were a true deity, its power would be beyond imagination, and in the sky, Bing Bing, enduring the searing pain, opened her enormous maw and inhaled fiercely. Suck! The icy force of hundreds of kilometers in radius was mobilized, concentrated within her abyssal dragon maw. Wow! With a sudden burst of energy, a crystal-clear flower, seemingly capable of freezing time, descended upon the God of Light. The moment the flower blossomed, even the very air began to crystallize. However, the moment the icy flower touched the golden shield, it exploded, the skill capable of freezing demigods. The endless ice abyss flower was now completely immune to him. At that moment, even Chao Xing was momentarily stunned. After all, this skill of Bing Bing's had always been his ultimate weapon. If he couldn't control the God of Light, it meant his own forbidden spell, Frost Crystal Prison, Ice Burial, would be equally ineffective. The God of Light's scornful voice echoed again. Little fellow. You actually want to freeze me with the power of ice? Have you forgotten? I am the God of Light. I am the most masculine and virile being in the world, the embodiment of the eternal blazing sun. All ice and darkness melt before me. His voice suddenly became solemn and dignified, and a suffocating aura emanated from him. Now, let me show you the power of the gods. Divine Art, Day of Light. With the God of Light's solemn pronouncement, the entire battlefield suddenly fell into absolute silence. It was as if all sound had been erased by some supreme law, leaving only pure light flowing. He folded his hands over his chest, and a sun over a kilometer in diameter slowly rose high into the sky. At that moment, the sky for thousands of kilometers in radius was illuminated by this sun, and the entire ice crystal kingdom instantly transformed from night to day. God's arrival, great sun. As his voice fell, a blazing light poured down like a tsunami. Crack! Crack! -182352334. -159293557. -139296552. -1492951. -118246262. The holy shields above everyone's head shattered layer by layer, and 8-digit damage figures floated wildly. Not only that, the sun continued to slowly dissipate, emitting destructive divine power. As if it could purify everything, destroy everything. Once the sun fell to the ground, the terrifying power it would unleash was unimaginable. I'm afraid the entire snowy plains would be sunk by this blow. But at this moment, Chao Xing's icy voice rang out. Divine arts, huh? Skills this powerful aren't meant to be cast instantly. With that, he gave a deep command. Mu Shui, use Apocalypse, Final Aurora. Marlene Nina, use Crimson Power, Boundary Slash. Everyone else, activate all your equipment's special effects and unleash your strongest skills. His voice was unwavering. I want to see your divine arts land first, or we kill you instantly. The moment he finished speaking, Chao Xing swung his staff, and a bright moon appeared in the sky, shimmering alongside the sun. Legendary special effect. Silver Moon Finale activated. Elsewhere, the Star Nation swordsman Shao wielded his God Slayer with a flash of black light, and a blood-red mark instantly locked onto the God of Light. Marlene Nina sheathed her blood-red long sword and prepared to strike. As she gathered power, the space within a radius of over 10 kilometers began to warp into form. Even the other powerful warriors unleashed their most powerful attacks. Bing Lan raised the Dawn Sword, and the phantom of a giant dragon over 10,000 meters in size condensed in the sky, unleashing waves of immense dragon might. Legendary skill, Dragon God's Judgment. Isabel raised her staff, and a small black hole instantly descended upon the area where the God of Light resided. All matter within a 5-kilometer radius surged towards the black hole. Legendary skill, Micro Black Hole Dark Collapse. Chao Xing swung his staff continuously, and the surrounding frost energy gathered frantically, condensing it into a single mass. Crash! A massive meteorite, over 200 meters in diameter, appeared in midair, poised to crash down with devastating force. Legendary spell, Everfrost Meteorite. Even Sarah entered stealth mode and unleashed her legendary skill, Shadow Thousand Kills Fatal Slash. With a tenfold attack boost, the enveloping blade energy alone, just the prelude to this skill, sliced the air with dense cracks. However, the most terrifying power belonged to Lu Muxue. After directly expending 300 points of divine power, she unleashed her demigod-level skill, Apocalypse Final Aurora. A pillar of aurora, piercing the heavens and earth, erupted from the tip of her sword. Wherever it passed, space shattered, revealing pitch-black cracks in the void. The next moment, the pillar of aurora unleashed its full might, transforming the sky within a 500-kilometer radius from its original blazing white glow into a dazzling curtain of aurora. A rainbow of light flowed like silk, breathtakingly beautiful. Enveloped by this divine radiance, everyone felt a special power bless them. A system prompt appeared. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxue, successfully unleashed the demigod-level Apocalypse, Final Aurora. A 500-kilometer radius has been transformed into the Aurora domain. All friendly units within range gain a 300% increase in healing and gain the Final Redemption effect. Aurora Knights also gain the Apocalypse effect. Blessed by the talent Eternal Power, this state has become permanent. Note, while in this permanent state, the resurrection effect of Final Redemption can be triggered once every 3 hours. As this series of beneficial effects emerged, and the Aurora domain was completely stabilized, the God of Light, who was unleashing divine magic, finally changed his expression. He gazed at the terrifying crowd preparing to unleash various ultimate moves, his face etched with an unprecedented solemnity. He had a premonition that if he didn't take any defensive measures, he would likely be instantly annihilated by this outburst. At this moment, the God of Light felt a flicker of uncertainty. He had known this was a trap before being teleported here, and had even prepared a false godhood. Although he could only unleash 1/10 of his peak combat power, it was enough to crush most of the powerful beings in the current main plane. This was originally intended to deal with the Vatican. After all, the God of Light knew that they had been targeting him for a long time. However, he hadn't expected that he would be summoned not by the hypocrites of the Vatican, but by this human lord. He even sensed the threat of death in this human lord. His golden pupils contracted sharply, and for the first time, he looked directly at the enemy before him. No wonder damn and 1,000 faces died at your hands. The God of Light's voice was deep and solemn. Chao Xing, everyone underestimated you, including me. No one could have imagined you reached such heights in just over a year. Then his voice suddenly turned icy. But killing me won't be easy. If you want to perish with me, then come and try. Let's see who dies first. He suddenly raised his hand, and the sun's power, before it had even reached its full potential, exploded in midair. Boom! An unprecedented energy storm swept across the battlefield. It was as if a dozen nuclear bombs had exploded before them, their vision instantly engulfed in blinding white light. Cracks appeared across the entirety of the snowstorm, and countless glaciers collapsed under the intense heat. Even the distant Spark City shields were constantly crushed and deformed by the violent impact, their durability plummeting. And yet, despite being blinded by this destructive light, everyone's attacks continued. Unabated. The god of light's sudden detonation of the sun, attempting to trade their lives for theirs, was certainly unexpected, but when it came to ruthlessness, Chao Xing's side showed no fear. They withstood the onslaught of energy and completed their attack rhythm. Boom! Clatter! All manner of attacks bombarded the god of light. His golden shield, under Zhao's sword energy, and the other's concentrated fire, held out for less than 0.1 seconds before cracks appeared everywhere. After 0.2 seconds, the shield shattered with a bang. Followed by this, a variety of devastating attacks rained down upon him unhindered. Huge damage numbers jumped wildly above everyone's heads, and the god of lights. -4952688821. -5923911053. -8924412334. -6992344521. -7192456223. -6249212224. -4992344412. This was the damage Chao Xing and the others had taken. Not a single one was less than 400 million, and there were multiple damage levels. The damage numbers on the god of light's head were equally staggering. -87,283,521. Dragon God's Judgment. -28,989,421. -36,278,755. -8, 659, 20, 332. Micro Black Hole. -1,789,235,265. Tenfold Fatal Slash. -5, 925, 2334. -2,184,263,454. Crimson Oath. Boundary Breaking Slash. -1, 672, 342, 55. Eternal Frozen Starfall. -1, 136, 497, 68. 5 Thunder God's Punishment. -1,174,500,000. Crimson Abyss Poison. In the first second after the explosion, many legendary powerhouses had their health reduced to 0, triggering the resurrection effect of final redemption. And in an instant, their health was restored to over 100%, because this effect restores 30% of their health upon resurrection. With a 300% increase, the actual health restored was 120%. So, everyone was effectively resurrected to full health, instantly returning to peak condition. Not only that, the nearby Scourge Dragon Bing Bing, after its health had reached 0, began to exude a terrifying aura of destruction. Its passive skill, Scary Incarnation, was instantly activated. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, Bing Bing's body began to undergo a startling transformation. Its size began to rapidly expand, instantly doubling in size. In an instant, its wingspan reached 200 meters. Its massive wings were composed entirely of translucent, millennial black ice, and every flap left a trail of tiny ice crystals in the air. The most shocking thing was its eyes. Its original icy blue dragon pupils now transformed into 2 swirling ice storms, a faint wave of destruction faintly visible in the depths of its pupils. Ding! Your pet Bing Bing enters Scum dragon form, increasing its attack power and range by 100%. All attacks will randomly inflict a Scourge effect. Immune to all control effects, and damage taken is reduced by 50%. Blessed by the talent Eternal Power, it has become permanent. Note, in this permanent state, divine power consumption per second is reduced by 90%, from 1 divine power per second to 1 divine power every 10 seconds. You can exit and enter this state at any time. When the notification ended, the energy aftermath of the collective outburst gradually dissipated. The light faded, revealing a shocking scene. Dozens of kilometers in radius were razed to the ground, a sea of charred permafrost intertwined with shattered glaciers. The sky was filled with spatial cracks, creating a scene reminiscent of apocalypse. And at the center of the battlefield, the figure of the god of light still stood there. However, he no longer possessed the composure and majesty he had previously possessed. The golden shield had shattered, and his body was covered in horrific scars. Those scars were deep enough to reveal the bone, revealing a body brimming with golden divine blood. Beneath his feet, the effects of various attacks still lingered. The glacier and darkness formed a field that continuously eroded his divine form. Damage numbers continuously appeared above his head, clearly suffering from a persistent debuff. However, a surge of divine power surged within him, rapidly replenishing his health. At this moment, the god of light raised his head, gazing solemnly at Chao Xing and the powerful warriors around him. I never expected your attack power to reach such a high level. This completely surpasses the limits of even a legendary or demigod. You truly astonish me. In reality, even a typical legendary level warrior couldn't even damage a divine being, let alone penetrate their divine armor. Even if an attack struck them, it would be significantly weakened. Thanks to Lu Mushua's blessing, Chao Xing and his companions' attack power had surpassed their current limit, each reaching a starting power of 4 million. Additionally, Andrew's shattering claws continuously chipped away at the God of Light's armor, resulting in such horrific damage. The crowd showed no sign of sympathy at the God of Light's praise, instead gazing solemnly at the figure. Clearly, the God of Light in this state was the most formidable foe they had ever encountered. Not only had he resurrected most of the powerful on the field with a single strike, he had even withstood the barrage of demigod, legendary, and even heroic skills without dying. In a one-on-one situation, even Marinella would likely be no match for him.